So, Su Qinghu, right? You can be discharged now. Su Qinghu looked at him earnestly, but before she could finish, the doctor closed the medical file in his hand, looked at her with a smile, and said, "Comrade, your symptoms are pretty mild. Normally, if there's no problem after 6 hours of observation, you can go home. Now, you've already stayed longer than the minimum 24 hours you requested. Yesterday, this pretty young comrade had rushed into the hospital demanding a gastric lavage. She was efficient and clear, explaining her situation in just a few words while paying the fees, saving the doctor on duty a lot of trouble. But after the procedure, when they told her she could go home after 6 hours, she insisted on being admitted for observation. She spoke gently, with reason and logic, and the young nurse couldn't resist and called for her. When she heard the situation, she was amused. There happened to be a free bed, so she arranged it for her. As for the length of stay, she just went with the 24 hours Su Qinghu had mentioned. Su Qinghu had no resistance to gentle people, but she was still uneasy about whether taking too many acetaminophen tablets would cause lasting harm. Director Zhang, could you recommend an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Aye. Director Zhang's smile faded. The benefits the state gives you aren't meant to be used like this. I'll pay out of pocket. Su Qinghu shook her hand with a smile. I absolutely won't take advantage of public health care. That's even less necessary. Just follow the instructions I gave you and you'll be fine. In the end, Su Qinghu spent 1 yuan and 99 cents and was discharged. Holding the medical bill, Su Qinghu felt a bit dazed. If the pain of the gastric lavage had made her feel the harsh reality of the world, then the medical bill made her feel like she was floating again. Registration, 10 cents. Hospital stay, 1 yuan. Other fees, 89 cents. In the future, what could you even buy for 1 yuan 99? Mom, my brother and I got something good, haha. With a shout, 2 good-looking kids came running over, making exaggerated faces and trying to look cool. Once they reached her, they each grabbed one of her hands. Su Qinghu's pretty eyes narrowed a bit. She resisted the urge to shake off their hands and looked down. She swallowed, her scalp tingling, but forced a smile. What's the good stuff? She took the chance to pull her hands free from their dirty little grips. There are too many people here. We'll show you when we get outside the hospital gate. 9-year-old Dan was carrying the things Su Qinghu had packed earlier, eagerly leading her out. 7-year-old Dan tugged at his slipping waistband, grinning with a mouthful of teeth, and trailed behind Su Qinghu and his brother. If Su Qinghu didn't want the good stuff, they'd just sell it to someone else, haha. As soon as they stepped out of the hospital gate, before Su Qinghu could say anything, she saw a tall man in a floral shirt and jeans, leaning against the hospital's white wall. He took off his aviator sunglasses with one hand and gave her a cocky wave, looking like no one in the world could be more wild and free than him. Wasn't this the bastard who broke down the original Su Qinghu's last psychological defenses, forcing her, now the new Su Qinghu, to go through a stomach pumping so miserable she'd rather just die of old age? Did Dan and Dan looked at the man, then at Su Qinghu, and sighed in unison. Welp, time to go get help. They left Su Qinghu with a hang in there and ran off. Su Qinghu watched them go, incredulous. Weren't these the same adopted kids who had been running around taking care of her and bringing her food while she was in the hospital? She had just sorted out her situation and decided to treat them well, to set them on the right path, and now they ran off? Su Qinghu. Zhang Dong was still leaning against the hospital wall, tapping his sunglasses against his palm, speaking in a roguishly casual tone. You're really not much fun, are you? If you stick with me, Zhang Dong, you can have whatever you want, even going abroad. I can arrange it for you. Just one joke about wanting to sleep with her, and she tried to kill herself with pills. Thinking of the way his buddies looked at him, Zhang Dong was pissed. With his status and looks, plenty of pretty women threw themselves at him. But Su Qinghu? She tried to kill herself. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Su Qinghu felt her own anger rising. What era was this? And what kind of life had Su Qinghu led? It was 1986. The country had started to open up, but Su Qinghu came from a remote small town where the only sex education she'd had was about periods, and the most common gossip was about who slept with whom, who was dirty, and who was a slut. She was about to graduate from college when this man said he wanted to be friends, ruined her job assignment, ruined her relationship with her childhood sweetheart, and after finally finding a way out, marrying a local man through her teacher's introduction. Just 2 days after the wedding, he showed up again, blocking her way and telling her to get ready that night because he was going to sleep with her. What she thought was a way out turned out to be a dead end. Panicked, she went home, only to have her neighbor block her at the door of her new job, accusing Dan of molesting her daughter and Dan of stripping her pomegranate tree bare. The original Su Qinghu just downed a whole bottle of fever pills. If Dan and Dan hadn't come back in time and made her vomit, the new Su Qinghu probably would have died again after reincarnating. Not that getting her stomach pumped was any fun either. All those things you're offering? My husband can do them too, Su Qinghu said with a half smile. He can even sleep with me. This woman suddenly became so bold and flirtatious that Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat. This was even more exciting than her previous reserved, orchid-in-the-mountains vibe. If only she had a slim cigarette between her fingers. Zhang Dong's face suddenly turned red. If a woman like her really let loose, no man could resist, right? Your husband sleeps with you, but I can let you sleep with me. Zhang Dong stared at her, shameless as ever. Anytime you want, I'm at your service. People need dignity, trees need bark, and utility poles need concrete. For someone as shameless as Zhang Dong, only someone as tough as a solid concrete pole could handle him. You managed to find out where I work, but you didn't bother to check who I married? Su Qinghu rolled her eyes, ignoring his flirting. Zhang Dong, what's it matter? If you want it, I'll make it happen. In his territory, he was always the one people bowed to, he never backed down. Su Qinghu just said, "Oh? My husband's name is Qinlai. Ever heard of him?" At her words, the air went still. Zhang Dong looked like he'd seen a ghost. Who? Qinlai. The Chen with the ear radical and Lai as in line up that Qinlai. Su Qinghu smiled and nodded, her voice crisp and sweet. Such a simple gesture, yet in Zhang Dong's eyes, she looked both charming and delicate, irresistibly alluring. His Adam's apple bobbed as he clenched his molars, about to say something harsh, when Su Qinghu suddenly pointed at him with a slender, fair finger that gleamed in the sunlight. Without thinking, Zhang Dong followed the direction she pointed. The spot where he'd just been leaning against the hospital's white wall was now covered in a big patch of chalky dust. But since he was wearing a floral shirt, it didn't look all that out of place. Go home and change your clothes, Su Qinghu said, waving him off like she was shooing someone away, her smile that of a big sister-in-law. And let's just forget about today, but next time we meet, don't forget to bring a red envelope. After all, the Qin and Zhang families are somewhat connected. It wouldn't look good if you didn't bring a gift. Zhang Dong's brows furrowed. Why should he have to give them a gift? Who did Qinlai think he was anyway? If it's so bad not to give a gift, then why not just divorce Qinlai? If they got divorced, he wouldn't have to give anything. Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Dong was about to retort when suddenly Dan and Dan came charging over with 5 or 6 others, kicking up a cloud of dust that made him snap his mouth shut. Dan skidded to a stop, pointed at Zhang Dong and declared, "Uncle, Auntie, it's him. He tried to buy me to be his son. My mom said no, so he wouldn't let us leave. You? Be my son." Zhang Dong rolled his eyes. "I wouldn't want a kid like you." If Zhang Dong wanted a son, there were plenty of women willing to give him one. Someone else's kid? He wouldn't even spare them a glance. His look was as disdainful and insulting as could be. Dan bristled like a cat with its tail stepped on, ready to lash out. Sensing trouble, Su Qinghu quickly stepped forward, placed a firm hand on Dan's head, and smiled at the group that had come to help. "Sorry, there's been a bit of a misunderstanding." She pointed at Zhang Dong. "This is the kid's uncle. Today's the first time he's met them, and they just didn't see eye to eye." She paused, giving everyone a moment to fill in the blanks, then sighed and ruffled Dan's hair, smiling helplessly. The kids just misunderstood. Everyone immediately understood what she meant. What kind of misunderstanding could it be? Clearly, the uncle had said something offhand, maybe joked a bit too much. Su Qinghu bowed slightly, apologizing, sorry to trouble you all. Then she pulled Dan and Dan close. Come on, Zhang Anyan, Gao Hai Xing, bow and thank your uncles and aunties. Feeling the pressure on their backs, Dan and Dan obediently bowed a full 90 degrees and thanked everyone. It wasn't really a big deal, and besides, faced with such a pretty and polite young woman, who could stay angry? The 5 or 6 people who'd come waved their hands, telling her and the kids not to worry about it. As Su Qinghu chatted with them, she kept an eye on Zhang Dong, noticing the look on his face that screamed, I'm about to spill the truth. She quickly patted Dan and Dan, come on, greet your uncle. Dan and Dan didn't resist, and cheerfully called out, hello, uncle. Afterwards, Dan looked up at Zhang Dong with hopeful eyes and asked if he'd brought them a meeting gift. No way. Why should he? Even if these two weren't Qinlai's biological kids, they were still raised on Qinlai's money. Rounded up, and they're basically Qinlai's. Zhang Dong kept his smile, but his jaw was clenched tight. Then he overheard the older kid whispering to his brother that maybe uncle didn't have any money and how they could help him save face. Zhang Dongxing's facial muscles twitched. These two brats were definitely doing it on purpose. Were they really looking out for him? No, they just wanted to embarrass him in public and squeeze some money out of him while they were at it. Tearing his gaze away from the kids, Zhang Dongxing looked at Su Qinghu, who stood there smiling, saying nothing and making no move to intervene. His eyes narrowed. So this woman wanted to watch him make a fool of himself. And those busybodies were all watching him too, some even smirking. Zhang Dongxing sneered inwardly, if there's one thing he's never lacked, it's women and money. He straightened up, pulled out a fancy leather wallet, and without even counting, took out all the cash inside, split it in two, and handed it to Dan and Dan. Here, take it. This is your uncle's meeting gift. The bills were all crisp, new 10-yuan notes, stacked neatly, as if they'd just come from the bank. The onlookers were stunned. Even passers-by stopped in their tracks, staring at the thick wad of cash, at least 1,000 yuan, easy. No one knew quite how to feel. While they were still earning 40 or 50 yuan a month, these people who'd gone into business were already this rich. But whatever the adults thought, Dan and Dan were truly shocked. Their plan had just been to take advantage of the crowd and Zhang Dongxing's pride to squeeze a yuan each out of him, enough for a bowl of shredded pork noodles at the noodle shop. Now, not only did they not dare accept, they were actually intimidated. Dan regretted that if there'd just been a few smaller bills mixed in, like a 50-cent or 1 yuan note, he could have politely refused the rest and just taken the small ones. He'd get the money and a reputation for not being greedy. But now there was no way he could take it. Uncle, my dad said we can't take things from strangers unless our mom says it's okay, Dan said with a smile, hands at his sides. Zhang Dongxing nearly laughed out loud. Su Qinghu probably hadn't expected that the two kids she was protecting were little black sesame dumplings, scheming enough to even trick her. He wanted to spend money on Su Qinghu. If he could get her used to living large and chasing material things, all the better. Sooner or later, she'd divorce Qinlai. He put the money back together in one thick stack and, right in front of everyone, reached out to grab Su Qinghu's hand. Here, you keep it for the kids. The bastard was trying to take advantage of her. Su Qinghu dodged nimbly. All right, enough. Their dad always said you're a show-off when people are around. I didn't believe it, but now I've seen it for myself. Zhang Dongxing, did he just hear a ghost story? To him, hearing show-off coming from Qinlai's mouth was almost like being called darling. But would Qinlai ever call him darling? Ugh, don't make him sick. With the way Qinlai is, not seeing him is fine, but if he did, he'd probably want to kick him twice and spit on him for good measure. Was Zhang Dongxing the kind of pushover anyone could bully? If Qinlai dared to make a move, Zhang Dongxing would never back down. He'd go for it, no questions asked. But this was the first time in his life he'd ever felt so disgusted. It was like being thrown into a pile of cotton. No matter how hard he tried to throw a punch, it all felt more like flirting than fighting. Zhang Dongxing's scalp tingled. He wanted to curse Qinlai out 100 times. In the end, his lips moved a few times, but he held it in. Su Qinghu was a proper college student, much better educated than most. In front of her, he had to show some class. If he really started cursing, he couldn't guarantee this woman wouldn't just slap him across the face in public. But now that he'd taken the money out, putting it back would be embarrassing. Besides, that wasn't Zhang Dongxing's style. He squinted, looking for a chance to slip the money to Su Qinghu, when suddenly someone shouted, "Dongzi, your old man is coming for you." The moment Zhang Dongxing heard that, he bolted. That was his childhood friend's voice. Based on past experience, his old man would probably arrive in less than 10 minutes. If he didn't run now, he'd definitely get caught. In an instant, the wild and unruly Zhang Dongxing was gone without a trace. His childhood friend watched him run off, panting and shuffling over to Su Qinghu, breathless as he said, "I'll go talk to Zhang Dongxing. You'd better hurry home with the kids." He had no idea how Qinlai and Su Qinghu had ended up married. By the time he found out, they'd already gotten their marriage certificate. He was baffled. How did Qinlai manage to get divorced and remarried so quickly? But regardless, the two were married now. By tradition, he had to look after the kids and the new wife. He sighed silently and hurried after Zhang Dongxing. Su Qinghu didn't know who this guy was, but since he'd said that and didn't give her a chance to ask, she figured he must be someone her cheap husband had left behind. Leading Dan and Dan out of the hospital, she followed her memory home and asked, "By the way, what was it you two wanted to show me just now?" Dan and Dan perked up, dragging her to a quiet spot. Dan pulled 3 pieces of paper from his pocket and waved them proudly. "Look what we've got." Dan didn't say anything, but he lifted his chin, feet apart, lips curled in a cocky smirk, totally playing the big brother's got your back act. Su Qinghu couldn't help twitching at the sight. She asked, "Do you two go to the movies a lot?" Dan was thrown by her sudden question, frowning in confusion. But Dan nodded proudly. "I've been." "Su Qinghu, did you watch cop movies?" "How'd you know?" Dan was stunned, even closing his stance and dropping the practiced smirk. Su Qinghu didn't answer, just looked past him at Dan. Dan's earlier excitement had faded. He didn't really want to say, but since Su Qinghu managed the family's money, he had to tell her. So he just explained simply, "These are certificates. Certificates saying we need meat bones for our health." Dan looked at her. "Will you buy us meat bones?" People who hadn't lived through this era might not know, but ordinary families rarely got to eat meat all year. She'd never really craved meat herself. Seeing her silent, Dan pressed his lips together, while Dan tried to bargain. "We have 3 certificates. We'll give them all to you. You can use 2 to trade for something else, and use the last one to buy us meat bones, okay?" Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow at the two, waiting until they both pursed their lips and clenched their little fists before saying, "Why buy meat bones? Isn't actual meat better?" Her cheap husband had left her over 100 yuan before leaving, and some more with the teacher for monthly use. A hospital stay was only 1 yuan a day. Even if pork was hard to get, it couldn't possibly cost 10 times the hospital fee, right? She could totally afford to buy it. Dan and Dan opened their mouths, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start, and ended up sighing together. Because as a college student, she got free room and board plus a stipend, so she'd never had to worry about food. Was that why she was so clueless? Meat was great, but they just couldn't buy it. "We don't have ration tickets," Dan sighed. "Even with the doctor's certificate, we can't get meat tickets." If they had meat tickets, who would bother getting a certificate for bones? That's just ridiculous. Su Qinghu was stumped. Thinking back, she really didn't have any ration tickets. Dan added, "We don't just not have meat tickets, we don't have any tickets at all." That woman spent them all. That woman referred to Qinlai's ex-wife. Su Qinghu glanced at the two, chin lifted. "If you put your minds to it, there's always a way. If you two can come up with a reasonable way to get meat tickets on the way home, I'll buy you meat." Su Qinghu nodded crisply. "Really? but it has to be reasonable and legal. No breaking the rules. She couldn't think of any good ideas herself, but these two were born and raised here. Maybe they'd come up with something. Besides, she'd just had her stomach pumped and had to avoid greasy food for now. Since she wasn't the one eating, why should she rack her brains? She still remembered how the two of them had tried to set her up with Zhang Dong's soccer ball earlier. Those little rascals wanted to see her make a fool of herself. These days, lots of people were getting rich, but the truly wealthy weren't stupid. They knew not to show off. Everyone had heard of 10,000 yuan households, but no one had ever seen that much money in one place. Someone like Zhang Dong walking around with 1,000 yuan, pulling it out and handing it over like it was nothing. No one had ever seen that before. And when you've never seen it, you get nervous. And when you're nervous, you make a fool of yourself. Erdan called out, "Mom, what does reasonable and legal mean?" Su Qinghu, "It means if you do it, no one will say anything, and the police won't come looking for you." Explaining reasonable and legal in depth was complicated, but put simply, it just meant doing things in a way kids could understand. Su Qinghu was talking as she walked, but after a while, she sensed something was off. She turned around to see the two kids standing there, chewing on their fingers. Stalling for time, obviously. Su Qinghu said if they could come up with a way to get meat ration tickets on the way home, she'd buy them some meat. So the two of them immediately started looking for loopholes and dragging their feet. When she squinted at them, they even argued back. "You never said we couldn't stop and think of a plan before moving on." Su Qinghu didn't even get mad, just nodded. "All right, you can stay here and think. But once you've figured it out, remember to come home." She took a couple of steps forward, then stopped, turned back to the two hesitating kids, and smiled gently. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, when the meat gets bought is up to me." She said those last words slowly and clearly, making sure the two brats heard her loud and clear. "Mom, wait for me." Erdan, the younger one, was quick to catch on and, sensing the threat, hurried after her. Dayton, the older one, wasn't about to let his brother go alone and followed with a grin. When he caught up with Su Qinghu, he snatched the bag with the lunchbox and teacup from her hand, grinning as he trailed behind. Su Qinghu didn't stop him. "Let him carry it, he's 9, and the bag isn't even as heavy as a school bag. What's the problem?" As they walked, Dayton and Erdan racked their brains, constantly coming up with ideas and asking Su Qinghu if their plans met her reasonable, fair, and legal standard. Su Qinghu's answer was always the same. "What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?" The two kids were nearly driven crazy by those words. But after she asked, they still had to answer. They say no one knows you better than yourself. In this situation, it was like trying to find loopholes in your own words. You'd always catch yourself out. They ended up talking themselves into a corner with no way out. By the time they'd walked 2/3 of the way home, the two kids realized they had no hope and wilted, looking as pitiful as could be under the blazing sun. "Actually, I have a way." Su Qinghu glanced at them, then looked away and kept walking. "As long as there's still meat left when we get there, you can have meat today." Ever since the boys reminded her that you needed ration tickets to buy meat, she'd become much more careful with her words, always adding a condition up front. But Dayton and Erdan's eyes lit up, staring at her, waiting for her to go on. Erdan even lifted the hem of his sweaty shirt and fanned her, eager to please. Su Qinghu stopped and patted Erdan's head. "All right, enough with the flattery. And your belly's showing." Erdan didn't care. "As long as you're cool, Mom. I'm a boy, so what if my belly shows?" His face was all, "I'll do whatever it takes to make you feel at home, the perfect little bootlicker." "Let me ask you, why did you pick all the pomegranate blossoms from the Liu family's tree? And stripped it bare too?" Erdan answered frankly, "She falsely accused my brother of being a pervert. I told her to apologize and she wouldn't, so I stripped her pomegranate tree. Serves her right. His brother was the most important thing to him, and the pomegranate tree was the most important thing to the Liu family. So by messing with their tree, things were even." After Erdan finished, Su Qinghu looked at Dayton. "What about you?" "Nothing to say," Dayton replied, lips pressed tight. If he couldn't have meat, so be it. He wasn't going to talk. But the way he pursed his lips and the look in his eyes told a different story. Su Qinghu didn't press him, but turned back to Erden. So, where are those pomegranate blossoms you picked? Erden dodged the question. Are we really going to get meat today, fair and square? This time, Su Qinghu was straightforward. Of course. As long as there's still meat left. Heh. Erden was delighted with her answer, still fanning her as he replied, they're on a poplar tree not far from our house. Su Qinghu wasn't surprised that such a young kid could climb trees. She was surprised by something else. Why put them up there? Could it be he thought the same way she did? No way, right? Erden glanced at Su Qinghu but didn't answer. Why is this new mom sometimes smart, sometimes clueless? Why did he put them up there? Isn't it obvious? Who does something bad and leaves evidence behind? Good deeds get you in trouble, too. Plus, he'd been so mad at the time, he just wanted to dry out those pomegranate blossoms and toss one at the Lu family's door every few days, just to annoy them. Su Qinghu saw the look of disdain in his eyes and gave up asking, just ordered, later, go get those pomegranate blossoms and bring them back. Why? Are you going to return them? Erden stuck his hands in his pockets and warned her, that Lu woman has a nasty temper. If you dare put those blossoms in front of her, she'll fight you. Or she'll try to scam you for money. And that money's all from my dad. Besides, my brother didn't do anything wrong. He pouted, starting to mutter, if I bring them back, are you going to beat us in front of her? Su Qinghu was baffled. Why would I beat you? Other than the fact that you picked the blossoms, the rest was all made up by her, wasn't it? Dayton, who'd been silent, sneaked a glance at her and quickly looked away. Erden explained, isn't that how it goes these days? When kids from two families fight, as soon as the other kid cries, their parents come over. Even if they know their own kid isn't at fault, they'll still hit their own kid to appease the other family. Erden, let me show you how our first mom did it. He started taking off his shoes, grabbed one, and began smacking the air, mimicking a scolding voice, you useless thing. Always eyeing other people's stuff. Their things are precious, and you dare covet them? Who do you think you are? Do you even know who they are? You think you can mess with them? He acted out the whole scene, vivid as if it happened yesterday. Su Qinghu understood now. Parents these days really did hit their kids and scold them with all sorts of indirect insults. You adults are so two-faced. You say you'll hit your kids and then do it, but in the end, it's your own kids who suffer, not someone else's. Su Qinghu nodded. You have a point. Erden? You're not going to hit me. Usually, his dad's ex-wife would have slapped him by now. No way would she let him talk this much. Why would I hit you? Su Qinghu raised her chin slightly. Like you said, if I hit you, I'd just hurt my own hand. If you're itching for a beating, go ask your brother to do it, not me. Erden looked at her in surprise. You're really different from everyone else I've met. All right, enough chatter. Su Qinghu waved her hand, signaling them to keep moving. Like I said, bring those pomegranate blossoms back to me, every last one. Then she suddenly turned off the road, catching the boys off guard. They hurried to catch up. Where are you going? Didn't you want meat? Su Qinghu didn't even look back. I remember there's a deli up ahead, and the owner's wife is a friend of your dad's. Before she could finish, the boys grabbed her, one hugging her leg, the other her waist, trying to drag her back. It was the late 1980s. Even though the country had been open and reforming for 6 or 7 years, you still didn't see many overweight people in the city. It was true that the original owner of this body was a college student supported by the state, and her life was much better than most people's, that was a fact. But it was also a stroke of luck. The year before she went to college, in 1981, China started offering the TOEFL exam. The year she entered college, the national TV station began broadcasting BBC programs. With the loosening of policies and the establishment of diplomatic relations with more countries, people's enthusiasm for learning foreign languages soared. And so, the wave of people going abroad quietly began. In her sophomore year, rumors started circulating about reforms to the college graduate job assignment system. Even though they said it wouldn't be an abrupt change, but a gradual reform, people were still anxious. Fear, combined with the influence of the study abroad craze, made her want to save up enough money before graduation to apply to universities in country M. But where would the money come from? For a female college student, it was nothing more than saving from her state stipend or working as a tutor. At that time, only families with some means could afford a tutor, either dual-income families or those who had gone into business. But the person in charge of the children's studies was still usually the mother. She'd seen and heard enough stories of men who, once they had some money or a bit of status, would divorce their wives and find a younger, prettier one, who didn't have their guard up. The original owner was good-looking, and that alone closed off her path to being a tutor. So, if she wanted to save money, it could only come from scrimping on her student stipend, or, if she was lucky, earning a little extra by helping her professors with odd jobs. How much energy could she have left after 2 or 3 years of living so frugally? So, for the moment, she really couldn't resist the 2 kids tugging at her and let them pull her back. But she was genuinely curious. Why? Why wouldn't they let her go? Wasn't that woman their father's friend's wife? Big Egg said, "No reason, just don't go." Little Egg added, "She's not a decent person." Su Qinghu fell silent for a moment, then grew serious and carefully asked, "Did she ever touch you inappropriately?" Just thinking about it made Su Qinghu want to roll up her sleeves. If that was the case, she didn't care who the woman was or whose friend, she'd take her down. Big Egg and Little Egg were stunned by the question, unable to keep up with her train of thought, and shook their heads blankly. No. Why was their new mom asking this? Su Qinghu pressed on, "Did she ever touch anyone else inappropriately?" The 2 kids shook their heads again. They'd never seen that either. Su Qinghu quickly reined in her runaway imagination and said with a blank face, "So what's going on? Tell me clearly." "That auntie keeps calling us her little sons-in-law," Big Egg complained, clearly annoyed. "We told her to stop, but she never listens." She didn't even know how to describe her feelings at that moment. There was sympathy, speechlessness, and an urge to burst out laughing. But the 2 kids were pursing their lips and glaring at her, their expressions saying clearly, "If you dare laugh, we won't acknowledge you, won't talk to you, and you'll have to live on your own without our protection." Thinking of how the 2 of them had run around for her in the hospital, Su Qinghu managed to hold it in. "Let's go," she said. "This time, not only will I get us some meat, but I'll make sure she never calls you that again." Su Qinghu promised solemnly. Big Egg and Little Egg both pulled faces at her. What a tall tale. Not only would they get to eat meat, but she'd also make that woman shut up? Was there really such a good thing in the world? Su Qinghu said, "If I can do it, you 2 are on dishwashing and cleaning duty today, deal?" Little Egg nodded right away. "If you can do it, not just today, tomorrow, the day after." He was getting all fired up, but then he felt his brother tugging at his waistband. Little Egg stopped quickly and didn't extend the time any further. "We'll wash the dishes, me and my brother." No mention of cleaning, and no mention of the day after tomorrow. He'd successfully narrowed the battlefield. Little Egg grinned. Once Su Qinghu nodded and started walking ahead, he shot Big Egg a look, showing off his quick thinking. Big Egg didn't say anything, just mouthed a silent reminder. Talk is talk, don't make empty promises. Of course, Su Qinghu noticed their little antics. She just couldn't be bothered to comment. It was June, hot weather, no wind, the sun high in the sky. People sweated just standing still, let alone walking. She'd had her stomach pumped, been observed for 6 hours, and stayed in the hospital for almost a day. Aside from 4 fluids, she hadn't eaten anything. As for why they were walking home, the buses were just too crowded. Just looking at the long lines at the bus stop made her dizzy, never mind getting on a bus packed chest to back. She might as well walk home slowly. She figured if they ran into a taxi on the way, she'd flag it down. But as soon as the drivers saw her with 2 half-grown kids, they wouldn't even stop. There was no point arguing. Taxis were a new industry and not well regulated yet. Even if you argued till you were blue in the face, if they wouldn't take you, that was that. At most, people would scold them for lacking morals. Ice pops. Ice pops. Get your ice pops. A man on a bicycle with a foam box rode toward them, his face tanned, a towel draped around his neck, smiling as he called out, 3 ice pops for just 1 mao. Want some? Mine are cheaper than anyone else's. Big Egg and Little Egg's mouths instantly watered, and even Su Qinghu's eyes lit up. She pulled out some money and handed it over. 3, please. Thank you. The man was quick, handing each of them an ice pop. Seeing that there weren't many people on the street, he got back on his bike and slowly pedaled toward the busier area. Just then, Big Egg spoke up. You just had your stomach pumped. You can't eat cold things. Su Qinghu was happily about to take a bite of her ice pop when Big Egg grabbed her wrist. Mom, you should listen to the doctor. If the doctor says you can't eat something, then don't. If you really want one, I'll buy you one next time. Little Egg chimed in, looking genuinely sincere. Su Qinghu, are you kidding me? Why didn't you say anything when I was buying them? Now you're all concerned for me? So what should I do? I already bought it. Wouldn't it be a waste not to eat it? Su Qinghu put on a troubled face, gently loosening her grip. Little Egg said, Mom, I can eat it for you. Next time, I'll buy you 2. Su Qinghu, what a good son you are. Just holding the ice pop had cooled her off, and the sweet smell had perked her up. Whether she ate it or not, her life was more important. Little Egg, satisfied, finished his own and then started on Su Qinghu's. When he'd eaten 2/3 and still wasn't stopping, Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes. Little rascal, so selfish. When he finally finished, Su Qinghu pretended to have a sudden realization and handed 5 into Big Egg. Here you go. Big Egg didn't even ask why, he just took it politely. Thanks, Mom. Chapter 6. The Master of Shutting People Up ***. The group ambled along, stopping here and there, and by the time they reached the deli, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Based on Su Qinghu's experience from her previous life, 3 or 4 in the afternoon in June was usually the quietest time. But when they arrived, only cooked beef and mutton were left. The pork with lard and some of the cheaper side dishes that went well with alcohol were all sold out. Cooked beef was 1.8 yuan per jin, while mutton was pricier at 1.96 yuan. There wasn't much beef or mutton left either, but Su Qinghu wanted both. Hey, look who's here. A hearty voice called out, quickly followed by, isn't this my little? Did Dan and Dan's eyebrows instantly knitted together. They pressed their lips tight and stared at Su Qinghu. Didn't she say she had a way? Didn't she say that from today on, she'd make sure this improper woman would never call them her little sons-in-law again? Su Qinghu quickly stepped forward, smiling as she cut in, isn't what? Your little darlings? Ha ha, sister-in-law, if you like these 2 kids so much, why don't we become god relatives? From today on, we'll be family. Sister-in-law Chang was thrown off by Su Qinghu's words. Little darlings? And besides, who are you? Su Qinghu strode up confidently and said warmly, me, Su Qinghu, Qinlai's new wife and the new stepmother of these 2 kids. Not just a Dan and Dan, even sister-in-law Chang was stunned by Su Qinghu's introduction. Good heavens, in her whole life, she'd never heard anyone introduce themselves like that. A new wife, a new stepmother, she just blurted it out, not caring at all that people would know she was a second wife. Besides, she'd just heard that Qinlai had specially taken leave to come back and divorce his ex-wife, and now, just a few days later, he'd already married a new one? She could hardly believe it and turned to look at Did Dan and Dan little darlings. She'd barely said it before realizing it was wrong. She spat twice and was about to call them little sons-in-law, but Su Qinghu blocked her again. Sister-in-law, like I said, either you become god relatives with our family soon, or you stop calling them that. I'm worried these 2 kids will take it seriously. Just the other day, these 2 rascals were saying that in the future, they want to study abroad, come back and serve the country, and go work in the toughest places in the Northwest doing research. As soon as sister-in-law Chang heard study abroad and come back after studying, her face went blank. Studying abroad was great. People got hundreds of dollars in scholarships every year. If you were really capable, you might even get a green card and become a citizen of the United States. If that happened, the wife could benefit too and immigrate. But if they came back and went to the toughest parts of the Northwest, Su Qinghu continued, praising, with a daughter raised by someone like you, sister-in-law, she must be hardworking and resilient. If these two boys go to the northwest, the family will have to rely on your daughter. Sister-in-law Chang's body tensed. Whatever she was thinking, her face twitched involuntarily. If the kids from our two families really hit it off, I wouldn't object. Just, I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. Su Qinghu sighed. Don't be fooled by how lively my two boys are. Their personalities take after Qinlai, serious and reliable. They mean what they say. Thinking of Qinlai's cold face, his way of divorcing as soon as he said he would, and remarrying right after, sister-in-law Chang started to get nervous, and her smile grew stiff. But Su Qinghu acted as if she hadn't noticed, still chatting enthusiastically. I heard your husband transferred back from the army and got a pretty good job. In another 10 years, he might get promoted a few more times. He's always had a soft spot for national researchers. Maybe by then, he'll agree to the match without a second thought. Sister-in-law Chang, listening to Su Qinghu, started to imagine the future along the lines she'd suggested. The more she thought about her husband's future prospects, the more she felt she'd be losing out. The more she thought about his usual attitude, the more she regretted it. Truth be told, if things really got to that point, her husband might actually agree to the marriage between the two families. Even if people were advocating for free love these days. Su Qinghu laughed. Sister-in-law, keep an eye on the kids over the next 10 years. If you like one of them, just say so, and we'll let them start building a bond early. Sister-in-law Chang didn't respond. If her husband got a few more promotions, her daughter could marry whoever she wanted. Why pick some fool who always wanted to run off to the northwest? Her daughter could stay in the city, dress stylishly every day, and visit her family with her husband. Wasn't that nice? It was. That's why she didn't pick up Su Qinghu's words, instead awkwardly changing the subject to hurry her along. So, what kind of meat do you want? Forget little sons-in-law, she didn't even want to become godrelatives. In these times, once you became godrelatives, you had to interact like real family and bring gifts for every holiday. She feigned confusion, looking at sister-in-law Chang as if to say, weren't we just talking about the kids? How did we suddenly get to buying meat? Sister-in-law Chang felt awkward, forcing a smile as she tried to be helpful. If you want to buy meat, you'd better hurry. When it gets a bit cooler, more people will come, and you might not be able to squeeze in. Su Qinghu sighed. Beef and mutton are tasty, but they're all lean. I wanted to get the kids something with a bit more fat. Sister-in-law Chang, want something fattier? Then come early tomorrow and buy pork belly. How hard could that be? Just get up a bit earlier and line up. I don't have any meat coupons. Su Qinghu looked at her and sighed. You always call these two boys my little sons-in-law, so you must know our family situation better than I do. Before, well, there's nothing I can do. We really don't have any meat coupons at home. Sister-in-law Chang wished she could knock herself out with the deli's big ladle. Why did she have to run her mouth? Listen to what she's saying, wasn't that just asking for meat coupons? She did have some, but not many. Well, maybe a bit more than others, but not enough to just give away. Besides, both her own family and her in-laws counted on her. Sister-in-law, do you have any extra meat coupons you could spare? Just to help your two little sons-in-law get some nourishment. Su Qinghu sounded so sincere. Once I get my ration tickets in July, I'll pay you back. Sister-in-law Chang's face darkened. Did Dan and Dan were in awe. Little sons-in-law could be used like this. Not much, just 3 gene of meat coupons will do. As soon as Su Qinghu said it, sister-in-law Chang nearly fainted. Who asks for 3 gene of meat coupons right off the bat? Did she think meat coupons grew on trees? Sister-in-law Chang had just opened her mouth when Su Qinghu continued, Sister-in-law, don't tell me you don't even have 3 gene of meat coupons? I heard your job is pretty good, you can usually. After leaving the deli, did Dan and Dan were still in disbelief. 2 whole gene of meat, she just bought it, just like that? Watching Su Qinghu walk ahead of them, the 2 boys exchanged glances and squeezed the oil paper parcels in their hands. The heavy feel, the lingering aroma of meat. Oh my God, this is really happening. They swallowed hard, saliva flooding their mouths. The way they looked at Su Qinghu had completely changed, so this is what you get when you're shameless. You really can score some benefits. Su Qinghu had no idea that her leveraging had turned into shamelessness in the eyes of these two little rascals. If she knew, she'd probably cough up blood in frustration. Dan and Dan were still gazing at Su Qinghu with admiration, even wanting to run up and grab her hand, tell her to forget about being their dad's wife, and become sworn siblings with them instead. But then they remembered Qinlai's calm, all-seeing eyes, and both of them shuddered, quickly squashing that rebellious thought. Walking ahead, Su Qinghu felt a bit embarrassed. Borrowing meat coupons today was basically strong-arming someone. But given Sister Chang's current job, she really could save a lot of meat coupons, so Su Qinghu could only take advantage of this slightly plump sheep. She glanced at 7-year-old Dan and shook her head. Forget it, when she returns the meat coupons, she'll give Sister Chang an extra 2 yuan as interest. These two kids were just too skinny, she had no choice but to use desperate measures. 2 yuan could buy a full jean of pork belly, more than enough as a sincere apology. The sound of someone swallowing snapped Su Qinghu out of her thoughts. She looked at the two boys, a bit puzzled. Your family can afford a housekeeper, so how come you're still so desperate for meat? She really couldn't figure it out. The original owner's memories didn't feel like memories at all, more like a dying person reviewing their life. A lot of things just weren't there, especially after the point where she took the medicine. After that, it was all a blur, with only snippets of other people's voices. As for Qinlai, she actually didn't know much about him. Dan hurried to answer her question, tilting up his sun-browned face with a grin. That auntie is just there to fool my dad. Su Qinghu frowned. What do you mean? There used to be an auntie who came every day to do chores. But once we got older and could do things ourselves, that woman wouldn't let the auntie stay at the house all day. Dan's mouth ran on after that. The auntie only came when my dad was home. However many days my dad was around, that's how many days she worked. That woman paid her by the day. Money and coupons are all in that woman's hands. If she's in a good mood, we get some meat. If not, it's pickles and steamed buns with plain water. Dan finished, winked at Su Qinghu, and grinned. She sneaks off to eat at foreigner restaurants. We've all seen it. Su Qinghu crossed her arms. I don't believe you two are the type to just swallow your anger. You've got dirt on her, why not tattle to Qinlai? These two weren't as innocent as they looked. My dad's job is really dangerous. If things aren't stable at home, that's bad. Dan said, waving his hand like a little adult. That woman said if we didn't behave, she'd cheat on my dad and then tell him she sold us off, so he'd lose focus and have an accident at work and die. Seeing she didn't stop him, Dan went on, if my dad died, she'd really sell us. If he didn't die but got badly hurt, she'd still be in charge at home, do whatever she wanted. If he wasn't hurt, she said she had ways to make him believe her anyway. Dan didn't stop Dan from talking. He just watched Su Qinghu, wanting to see her reaction. Su Qinghu turned to look at him, her beautiful eyes tilting up at the corners. What do you want to say? If you ever cheat on my dad, I'll kill you, Dan said flatly, his tone steady as a rock. If you try to sell us as long as I'm alive, I'll come back from anywhere and kill you. Su Qinghu was speechless. These brats only know how to threaten her, huh? If she remembered right, didn't Qinlai's ex-wife run off abroad with a pile of money? These two didn't seem all that resentful. As if reading her mind, Dan looked steadily at her. That woman only got together with that man after the divorce. And then they went abroad right away. Dan nodded firmly. That woman wouldn't dare be with someone else before divorcing. My brother's amazing, he knows everything. All these years, that woman threatened them, but they threatened her right back. What Dan called threatening, Dan took seriously. He just never told his little brother. If that woman ever cheated on their dad, he'd make sure to ruin her reputation before killing her. Su Qinghu knew that Dan had inherited his parents' brains. He was sharp as a tack. If he wanted to do something, he'd get it done. His only weakness was his adoptive father, Qinlai. As long as no one touched Qinlai, he was harmless. Being sentimental was good, but if only he had a better sense of right and wrong. So what if your dad, Qinlai, cheats on me? Su Qinghu asked seriously. Can I cheat on him then? Before Dan could answer, Dan exploded, looking like he wanted to bite her. Dan pressed his lips together. Shut up. Dan quickly clamped his mouth shut, lowering his head under Dan's cold stare. My dad would never cheat, Dan said firmly. There is no what if. Dan's little face was stubborn and resolute. Don't ask again. Su Qinghu grew even more curious. Could it be that Chenlai's ex-wife said something inappropriate in front of the kids? Like, maybe Chenlai couldn't do it? She raised an eyebrow, and the two boys instantly tensed up, bristling unconsciously. Su Qinghu couldn't help but smile. Stop thinking about it. Dan had never believed people's eyes could talk, but Su Qinghu's could. She seemed to have figured it out. Dan frowned at Dan, wondering if he was an idiot. He explained, my dad is devoted to his country and family. He never lets anything distract him. Su Qinghu almost wanted to applaud. These two boys had just demonstrated the difference between low and high emotional intelligence. Low EQ, my dad can't do it, so he won't cheat. High EQ, my dad is devoted to his country and family, never distracted by anything else. You figure out the rest. Su Qinghu smiled, not bothering to explain. She grabbed each of them by the back of the head and steered them toward home. Never mind your dad for now. What matters to me is you two. Su Qinghu's eyes curved as she smiled. All I want in life is to live with dignity. If someone gives me that, everything else is negotiable. Dan was dazzled by her smile. Can you stay by my dad's side and take care of him too? When Big Egg asked, Su Qinghu replied without hesitation, yes, I can. In later times, people longed for love but didn't believe in it, valued material things but didn't care entirely about them either. They sought soulmates, wanted to grow old together, envied lifelong companionship. So marriage seemed easy, but in reality, it wasn't. As for Chenlai, Su Qinghu was sure of one thing: as long as she didn't cross his bottom line, while he might not be able to offer soul-deep connection or unwavering devotion, growing old together was almost a certainty. After she spoke, both Big Egg and Little Egg stared at her, eyes wide with disbelief, yet wanting to believe her. For a moment, they could only gape at her in silence. Of course, I agreed. Su Qinghu bent down, bracing herself on her knees, her face almost level with theirs. But how long I stay with him also depends a lot on you two. A breeze stirred the loose hair by Su Qinghu's cheek, even lifting a few strands from her high ponytail. Bathed in sunlight, she looked dazzling, radiant, and strikingly beautiful. Little Egg stared at her, eyes wide and unblinking. After 3 or 4 days together, this was the first time Su Qinghu truly left an impression in his mind. Big Egg already knew Su Qinghu was good-looking, but today she seemed even more so. He blinked and asked, "You mean we're important too?" Su Qinghu nodded. "If you two ever did something illegal or outrageous, people would definitely point fingers at me for staying, and even your descendants could be affected. Put yourself in my shoes. If it happened to you, would you stick around?" Little Egg said, "But my dad's a good man." Big Egg didn't speak, but his expression agreed. Why should their dad pay for someone else's mistakes, even if that someone else might be the two of them? He said, "You don't have to worry. We're not related to Dad by blood. Even if we did something wrong, it wouldn't affect you." Su Qinghu was silent, then straightened up. Forget it, she'd talk about this another time. She took the two kids home, drenched in sweat and barely holding it together as she unlocked the door. She collapsed into a chair in the living room, unwilling to move another inch. Little Egg hurried to pour her a mug of water, but Su Qinghu shook her head. Seeing she didn't want it, Little Egg was about to drink it himself. Su Qinghu said, "You can't drink it either." Little Egg was confused. "But I'm thirsty." "I'll go boil some water," said Big Egg, putting Su Qinghu's bag of toiletries on the table, along with the cooked beef and lamb they'd bought. He told Little Egg to keep an eye on Su Qinghu, then ran off to boil water. Little Egg dragged a stool over to sit beside Su Qinghu, sneaking glances at her and at the cooked meat on the table. He thought Su Qinghu had her eyes closed and couldn't see, but he was practically drooling. "Go split it with your brother," Su Qinghu said without opening her eyes. "And remember to wash your hands." Little Egg nearly jumped, not from excitement, but because Su Qinghu's sudden words startled him. Once he realized what she meant, he let out a loud, "Oh," and dashed to the table, grabbing the meat and running to the kitchen. Su Qinghu kept her eyes closed, a faint smile tugging at her lips. After his divorce, Qinlai brought the kids to their new home, the courtyard where Su Qinghu now lived. Supposedly, the house had belonged to his elders and was passed down to him when property was returned. It had been empty for years, but after he moved in, it was spotless, proof of his initiative and hands-on skills. Su Qinghu was very satisfied with this. Qinlai was considerate, never making her feel uncomfortable, and knew enough to offer a new home as a sign of respect after marriage. Yes, Su Qinghu knew she had a territorial streak. She could always tell what was hers and what wasn't. Not having to live with traces of someone else's life put her at ease. In the kitchen, Big Egg cooled the boiled water and handed it to Little Egg. "Take this to her." "Can't I have a bite of meat first?" Little Egg pouted. "She already said we could eat." Big Egg's face turned stern. "Take it to her first." He added more water to the pot and focused on stoking the fire. Little Egg stood there for a moment, then gave in, carrying the white enamel mug into the living room. He beamed at Su Qinghu. "Mom, have some water." "It's boiled, we cooled it a bit, so it's just right." "Thank you." Su Qinghu opened her eyes, feeling rested. She stood up, took the mug, and sipped it twice before really starting to drink. When she finished, Little Egg reached for the mug, but Su Qinghu waved him off and carried it to the kitchen herself, with Little Egg following. "Thank you," Su Qinghu said as she entered the kitchen, ruffling Big Egg's hair as he tended the fire. "Why aren't you using the coal stove?" "We'll use it in winter," Big Egg replied, not dodging her hand. "You need ration tickets for coal, and we don't have any. The coal Dad got us is only enough for a month. Once it's gone, that's it." Su Qinghu rubbed her forehead. How could she forget that rationing would continue for years? "Let's use it for now. I'll figure something out later," Su Qinghu sighed. It was hot, and using the earthen stove made it even hotter. Big Egg was silent for a while, then nodded. Firewood was even harder to buy in winter. "If the coal ran out, why aren't you eating the meat?" Su Qinghu asked, noticing the untouched meat on the cutting board. She looked at Little Egg. "Didn't you tell your brother?" Little Egg grinned. "My brother said we should wait and eat together with you. I thought about it and agreed, so we waited for you." Su Qinghu chuckled, walked over to the cutting board, picked up the knife and sliced the meat into even pieces, arranging them neatly on a plate. She saw some fresh cucumbers nearby, washed and cut them into thin strips, and sprinkled them with salt to draw out the water. A knock at the door interrupted her before she could say anything to the boys. She glanced at the courtyard gate, hesitated for a moment, then looked back at them. It's probably that neighbor. Both boys knew exactly who she meant. Their faces immediately tensed, showing a hint of impatient hostility. "You really won't tell me?" Su Qinghu smiled, waited a few seconds, and when they didn't respond, she headed for the door. "Fine, I'll go fight this battle unprepared." Little Egg actually didn't know what was going on. He looked anxiously at Big Egg. "Brother, tell her." He didn't want Su Qinghu to lose. If she did, that nasty neighbor would brag about it to everyone. He didn't want people to look down on his brother. Big Egg still didn't say anything. Seeing Su Qinghu's hand on the door, he rushed over. If his brother wouldn't talk, then he'd listen carefully and catch her words, just like new mom Su Qinghu had done with that Chong woman. It really was Lu Guifeng standing outside the door. She was technically a neighbor, but not exactly a close one. "So, what are you going to do about this?" Lu Guifeng got straight to the point, making her intentions clear as soon as the door opened. She was about 1.56 meters tall, noticeably shorter than Su Qinghu, but she made up for it with her fiery attitude. Su Qinghu smiled. "Which matter are you referring to?" She stood right at the doorway, making no move to invite Lu Guifeng in. Calm and composed, neither arrogant nor flustered, her tone sounded downright provocative to Lu Guifeng's ears. Lu Guifeng's face darkened. "Two things. I want answers for both of them today." If she didn't get a satisfactory explanation, this little vixen could forget about keeping her job. "Which two things?" Su Qinghu glanced at Erden, who was tugging at her sleeve, gave his head a gentle rub, then looked back at Lu Guifeng, still unhurried. You'll have to be specific before I can give you an answer. Lu Guifeng assumed she was playing dumb and forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Since you're not embarrassed in front of everyone, I don't mind repeating it. She glanced at the growing crowd, curled her lip in contempt, and said, First, your eldest son acted indecently. Second, your younger son stripped all the flowers off my pomegranate tree. As soon as she finished, Erden looked like he wanted to rush over, but Su Qinghu held him back by the scruff of his neck. With a warning look from her, he pursed his lips and obediently stood by her side, silent. The onlookers glanced at Erden, then at Su Qinghu, but said nothing. Judging by their faces, the ages didn't quite match. Almost instantly, the crowd's eyes filled with curiosity. In recent years, it wasn't uncommon for men to abandon their wives for younger, prettier women. Was this another case? Su Qinghu didn't care what others thought. She simply nodded at Lu Guifeng. Let's handle things one at a time. We'll go in order, starting with the first issue you mentioned. Lu Guifeng didn't reply, which was as good as agreement. How old is your daughter? Su Qinghu asked. Lu Guifeng frowned. Why do you want to know that? Su Qinghu just looked at her, saying nothing, making it clear she wouldn't proceed unless Lu Guifeng answered. In the end, Lu Guifeng relented, impatiently muttering, 13. Do you know how old my son is? Su Qinghu continued. Lu Guifeng snapped. What does that have to do with anything? Does age matter when it comes to indecency? No matter how young he is, if he acted indecently, it's still wrong. She jabbed her finger toward someone behind Su Qinghu and shouted angrily, You little brat, get over here. Su Qinghu glanced inside and saw Dayton coming over. She didn't stop him. Raising an eyebrow, she turned her gaze back to Lu Guifeng, who looked ready to roll up her sleeves for a fight, and blocked her path. Why don't you tell us exactly how my son acted indecently? She was all smiles, speaking in the same calm tone. Lu Guifeng was losing her patience. How? Why don't you ask your own kid? Enough with the nonsense. If you don't handle this properly, we're not done. Su Qinghu turned to the teenage girl beside Lu Guifeng, who kept her head down. Miss, can you tell me why you think my son acted indecently? The girl glanced up at her, then quickly looked down again, refusing to speak. Lu Guifeng sneered. What, trying to scare the child now? With everyone here as witnesses, I'm speaking to your daughter far more gently than I am to you. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. If that's enough to frighten her, then I must be even more wrong than Doi. Besides, if she had the courage to tell you about this supposed indecency, surely she can face me, the supposed victim. How could she be timid now? That remark got a reaction. The crowd all looked at Su Qinghu. Victim? Even Lu Guifeng was momentarily stunned. Come here. Su Qinghu didn't explain right away. She beckoned Dayton over, and when he came close, she lifted her chin proudly. This is my eldest son, Zhang Anyan. He's 9 years old. The crowd took a look. Wow, what a handsome kid. And not just good-looking, but smart too. He stood tall and confident, with a natural presence. Not only is he smart and a good student, he's also very helpful. Su Qinghu glanced coldly at Lu Guifeng and her daughter. The day my son came home, the very day you accused him of indecency, his jacket was missing. That jacket may not have been expensive, but it was the only piece of clothing he owned that didn't have patches. Seeing that Lu Guifeng still didn't get it, Su Qinghu had to spell it out. Why don't you ask your daughter where she put my son's jacket? Lu Guifeng, what are you getting at? I mean, Su Qinghu looked at Dayton, who was staring at her in shock, confirming her guess, and her voice grew firmer. My son's jacket was used by your daughter to cover herself. Lu Guifeng still hadn't caught on, but someone familiar with her tugged her aside and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Qinghu saw Lu Guifeng's face flush red, her gaze now evasive. All right, just remember to return the jacket to us, Su Qinghu said with a perfectly polite smile. Now, let's move on to the second issue. Lu Guifeng clearly wanted to drop it, but Su Qinghu's warning look kept her rooted in place. My younger son was upset that you accused his brother without finding out the truth, so in a fit of anger, he picked all the flowers off your pomegranate tree. While there was a reason, She emphasized the words, "There was a reason. It's still true that he picked your flowers, so we should compensate you. Name your price." Lu Guifang hesitated, but remembering how much money she made from that tree last year, she spoke up. "Last year, I sold 50 or 60 pomegranates from that tree for 51 yuan and 98 cents. Seeing her hesitate, Lu Guifang added, "This year, big apples are selling for 1.2 yuan a gene. Pomegranates are rare. Last year, they went for 1.11 yuan a gene." Su Qinghu forced a smile, ignored Erden tugging at her sleeve, counted out 50 yuan notes and 2 more yuan, and handed them over. Just as Lu Guifang was about to take the money, Su Qinghu pulled her hand back. "Looks like you're satisfied with how I handled both issues. Now, let's talk about what I'm not satisfied with. You and your daughter owe my son an apology." Su Qinghu smiled. "I understand you were just being a concerned mother, and I respect your attention to detail, but my son's reputation deserves to be cleared. Also, are you sure you can return that jacket?" Lu Guifang said, "I can. If the jacket's gone, I'll buy your son a new one." Dayton finally spoke up. "That jacket is a foreign brand. It's not cheap." Apologizing, in Lu Guifang's eyes, was just a matter of saying a few words. Su Qinghu didn't make a fuss or insist on holding them accountable, and even offered to compensate for the loss of her pomegranate tree. That was no different from a pie falling from the sky. 52 yuan, giving Su Qinghu 5 yuan as compensation, was nothing she couldn't accept. But as soon as Dayton mentioned the coat was foreign-made, not only Lu Guifang, but even the onlookers fell silent. A men's round-neck shirt only cost 2 yuan these days, and even the most expensive children's jackets made domestically weren't that pricey. But this was a foreign coat. Lu Guifang unconsciously withdrew her outstretched hand, her gaze towards Su Qinghu wavering. What if the coat was worth more than 52 yuan? Su Qinghu was also surprised and looked at Dayton. She had no recollection of this coat. Dayton didn't look at Su Qinghu or Lu Guifang, but instead turned to the teenage girl standing next to Lu Guifang. "Aren't you going to say something? I told you how much that coat cost." He'd made a point of telling her the value of the coat, so she wouldn't treat it carelessly. Lu Guifang picked up on the implication in Dayton's words, her heart beating faster. Could it really be as she feared, that the coat was worth more than 52 yuan? The girl stayed silent, head lowered even further, her hands nervously picking at the seam of her pants. Lu Guifang blocked Dayton's gaze, forcing a smile. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have accused you of being a hooligan without getting the facts." Then she patted her daughter. "Apologize." The girl kept her head down and mumbled, "I'm sorry." Seeing her daughter apologize, Lu Guifang quickly added, "I don't want the money anymore. Let's just consider it compensation for your son's coat." With that, she grabbed her daughter and turned to leave. Lu Guifang stopped involuntarily and looked back at Su Qinghu, who didn't look at her but instead asked Dayton, "Do you want the coat back or compensation?" "The coat," Dayton answered without hesitation. Meeting Su Qinghu's serious gaze, he added, "Someone once offered 100 yuan to buy that coat." The crowd collectively gasped, and the air seemed to freeze. Lu Guifang spun around and slapped her daughter. "Do you even know what kind of person you are, taking someone else's coat like that? 100 yuan. Do you know how much that is? Do you know how much that could cover for our family? Do you know you're about to pay your school fees again? Who do you think you are? Even the landlords in the old days weren't as wasteful as you." Su Qinghu watched Lu Guifang slap her daughter again and again, her eyes narrowing. Then she glanced at Erden. So this is what the little guy meant by pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree, indirectly scolding someone, right? Erden had been watching Lu Guifang hit her daughter with great interest. Noticing Su Qinghu's gaze, he grinned at her. "Excuse me," Su Qinghu quickly searched her mind for the proper way to address a married woman in this era, then said, "Sister-in-law, stop hitting the child. I won't feel like you're slapping me in the face or undermining my dignity." Almost at the same time, Lu Guifang's hand froze midair, Erden nearly choked on his own saliva, and even the onlookers felt a sting on their faces. Su Qinghu subtly raised her eyebrows, a smile on her red lips, and walked over to the girl. "Come on, tell. Auntie, where did you put Zhang Anyun's coat?" After being slapped by her own mother and stared at by so many people, the girl's psychological defenses finally crumbled. She burst into tears and told the truth. The girl had just started her period, and there was blood on her pants. Dayton, disgusted by the way the local hooligans were staring at her, gave her his coat to cover up. The girl thought she was dying and wanted to look pretty before she went, so she traded Dayton's coat for a beautiful dress. And that was when Lu Guifeng came to demand an explanation. Su Qinghu was stunned. She never expected this to be the reason. Lu Guifeng was also at a loss as to whether she should keep hitting her daughter, so she just gritted her teeth and asked where the coat was. No need to ask, Su Qinghu stopped her. It's like finding a treasure at a flea market. Once it's gone, who's going to give it back? Lu Guifeng wanted to argue, but Su Qinghu raised her hand to cut her off. I'll still pay you for the pomegranate tree. Have your father-in-law make something for me. Not too much, just something worth 50 yuan. Bamboo or rattan is fine. I'll give you the design tomorrow at noon. Lu Guifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Bamboo and rattan were cheap, and both her husband and father-in-law could weave. With a few months' expenses covered, she actually felt like she'd come out ahead. Su Qinghu waved for Dayton to bring paper and pen, quickly wrote a simple agreement, and after both parties signed, each kept a copy and went their separate ways. Back in the courtyard, Su Qinghu went to the kitchen to pour off the water from the salted cucumber strips, then set them out in the sunniest spot to dry. Only then did she turn to the little tail following her. What is it? Su Qinghu asked, not turning around as she headed back to the kitchen to check the seasonings. Erden scratched his head. Is she stupid? Why did she just believe my brother when he said how much the coat cost? Su Qinghu took out a ceramic jar, opened the lid to confirm it was sugar, scooped out a spoonful and put it in a bowl, then smiled at him. Go ask your brother. Erden immediately turned to Dayton, who pointed at the neat, tidy courtyard. Think for yourself. Seeing the tacit understanding between Su Qinghu and Dayton, Erden suddenly felt left out. He pouted and muttered, Fine, don't tell me. I don't want to know anyway. You have to figure it out, Dayton said coldly. If you can't before dinner's ready, you don't get any meat. How could you? Are you even my brother? I was ready to fight for you just now. Erden puffed up like a pufferfish. Whenever I have good food, I always save some for you. Did you forget? Dayton, I didn't forget. But you still have to figure it out. Su Qinghu didn't get involved in their squabble. She just focused on mixing the seasonings, then brought the sun-dried cucumber strips back in, put them in a big bowl, poured in the sauce, and covered it with another bowl. When she turned around, the two boys had stopped arguing and were just staring at her, or more precisely, at the big bowl behind her. Su Qinghu glanced at the bowl but didn't see anything unusual, so she turned back. Dayton seemed about to say something, but Erden jumped in first, praising the delicious smell of the cucumber and signaling his brother behind his back not to say anything. But Su Qinghu was tall, at 1.66 meters, she could see everything the kids were up to. She narrowed her eyes at Dayton, her look full of warning. Dayton pursed his lips and told the truth. We don't have any ration tickets at home. Please be careful with the ingredients when you cook. Just for a bowl of pickled cucumber, he'd seen her add a spoonful of sugar, plus ginger, garlic, vinegar, and sesame oil. In Dan and Dan's memories, pickled cucumber strips were always just a single, dark, shriveled stick. Usually, you'd slice one up, drizzle some sesame oil over it, and eat it with steamed buns or mantou. Or maybe you'd smash up some fresh cucumber with garlic, salt, oil, and vinegar. That was about as fancy as it got. But this was the first time they'd ever seen anything like it. Does it smell good? Su Qinghu smiled, her pretty eyes curving, her voice taking on the sly, coaxing tone of the big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. Dan hesitated, but Dan nodded enthusiastically and said, It smells great. As long as it smells good, that's all that matters. Su Qinghu shook her head, a little regretful. If only we had some dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, or little hot peppers. Seasonings in this era were pretty limited, and the stores didn't carry much. Trying to stock a kitchen with all the spices you'd want was no easy feat. As Su Qinghu muttered about it, Dan was practically drooling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and raised his hand. Mom, I can get you some Sichuan peppercorns. Su Qinghu glanced at him and said slowly, I can buy them myself. From what she remembered, Sichuan peppercorns didn't require ration tickets. The peppercorn trees are wild. Nobody owns them, Dan grinned, catching Su Qinghu's meaning. Don't worry, I promise I won't steal or take anything that isn't mine. Dan paused, looked at her, and said, It's true. Su Qinghu did a quick calculation of when the peppercorns would be ready to harvest, then nodded. All right, we'll wait 2 more weeks and go together. Dan blurted out a refusal, but just as he opened his mouth, Su Qinghu stuffed a piece of beef in. He chewed twice on reflex and swallowed before he could even taste it. Is it good? Su Qinghu didn't notice Dan's stiffness and laughed. Tasty, right? When I was little, I loved hanging around the kitchen too. I'd always sneak a bite or 2 before dinner, and it always tasted better than what ended up on the table. As she spoke, she popped a piece into Dan's mouth, patting his head. Eat up, big belly. As she turned away, Dan unconsciously ran his tongue around his mouth. The flavor of the beef still lingered on his taste buds, making him hesitate. When Su Qinghu said she could buy peppercorns, he decided not to tell her where the wild trees were. He'd planned to play dumb, or find an excuse over the next few days to make her drop the idea. But now, after the way she treated them, he felt a flicker of doubt. Dan, caught up in the excitement of eating meat, didn't notice his brother's silence. Just as he was about to say something clever, maybe brag about how big and tall the peppercorn trees were, he suddenly felt his brother looking at him. He turned his head, met Dan's gaze for a moment, and shut his mouth. Big Brother didn't want him to say anything. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn awkwardly quiet, there was a knock at the door. Dan grabbed Dan's hand and pulled him along. Come on, let's go answer it. He needed to ask his brother what they could and couldn't say, couldn't risk slipping up in front of the new mom. Outside was Zhang Dongxing's childhood friend, Xiao Yang, carrying 2 big honeydew melons. He called out sister-in-law as soon as he came in. He didn't plan to come inside, just stood not far from the gate, clearly trying to avoid any awkwardness. After a few pleasantries, Su Qinghu got straight to the point. Sister-in-law, Zhang Dong is a bit crazy. He does things without thinking about the consequences. I can't control him, but I'll do my best to help you out if anything comes up. Zhao Liang looked helpless. The boss was in a hurry this time, only had time to send me a note asking me to look after you 3. I was out of town for a few days and only just got the message today. Sorry, I only just found out you were in the hospital too. He'd actually heard it from Zhang Dongxing himself. Zhao Liang pulled out a stack of ration tickets and handed them to Su Qinghu. The boss asked me to give you these to use for now. Su Qinghu made a show of refusing twice, then accepted the tickets. Thank you for going out of your way to bring these. Just as Su Qinghu was feeling relieved, Zhao Yang hesitated and asked, Sister-in-law, did the boss ever mention wanting to change careers? Why would he want to change careers? Su Qinghu frowned, sounding righteous. The country worked hard to train him to be an all-round talent. If he changes careers, he's letting the country down. Let it be a weak connection. Please, just a weak connection. If the man only comes home once in a while, that's fine. Just don't let him be around all the time. She's used to her freedom, and she might scare off a perfectly decent guy. Zhao Yang, you didn't know? Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. No what? Seeing that Su Qinghu was completely in the dark, Zhao Yang stopped talking. Maybe the pressure for Zhang Dongxing to change careers wasn't coming from her after all. Since Zhao Yang didn't continue, Su Qinghu didn't press. She knew when to stop, but made her position clear. I can handle things at home and take care of the kids. If you can get in touch with him, just tell him to do whatever he wants. He doesn't need to worry about outside interference. In this life, everyone should do something meaningful. Tell him to do it for both of us. After seeing off the bewildered Zhao Liang, Su Qinghu was visited by her matchmaker, teacher Sun Yun. She did her best to gloss over the suicide by overdose incident, painted a rosy picture of her future life, and finally managed to send the white-haired old lady on her way. Letting out a long breath, Su Qinghu looked at the 2 kids and pulled out some money. No dinner at home tonight. Go buy some fried dough sticks or buns from outside. The rest of the food would be the cold dishes from the deli, plus some pickled cucumber strips. Did Dan and Dan agreed, took the money, and headed out. Watching their backs, Su Qinghu collapsed into a chair. What a day, people coming and going nonstop. It was enough to wear anyone out. As soon as Dan and Dan left the hospital gate, they made sure to close the door behind them, then dashed off until they were well out of sight. Only then did they stop. Bro, is there something wrong with the peppercorn trees? Dan asked. Dan didn't sound guilty at all. Those wild peppercorn trees produce a lot. We pick some for ourselves and sell the rest. Dan suddenly understood. You're worried the new mom will find out? Before Dan could answer, Dan kept talking. Makes sense. The new mom isn't our real mom, and that woman who went abroad isn't our real mom either. None of them are. So she might leave too. If that happens, she'll probably take over the whole tree and leave nothing for us. If she saves up enough money, maybe she'll want to study abroad and never come back. Green onions, ginger, and garlic are expensive. Peppercorns might be too. Even if they only sell for 50 cents a pound, they could still save up quite a bit. How much does it cost to go abroad again? He couldn't quite remember. Bro, do you remember how much it costs to go abroad? It's not about the cost to go abroad, it's the $40 application fee for the school, Dan said. Travel expenses, like plane or boat tickets, are nothing. If you actually got into a school in America, just the scholarship alone would be several $100s. When the two boys came back with steamed buns and fried dough sticks, Su Qinghu had already started cooking porridge. Seeing them return, she waved them over and asked, "Don't we have any appliances at home?" "We have light bulbs," replied, trotting over with a grin as he handed her the fried dough sticks and buns in his hands. His older brother wouldn't let him eat on the way, so he'd been holding out the whole time. "You and your brother eat. I'll just have porridge," Su Qinghu said, not really tempted by the food. She truly wanted to take care of her stomach. She added, "Remember to wash your hands," then let her mind wander elsewhere. With Chinlai's status, there really shouldn't be a home without even a TV, right? Earlier this year, our country successfully launched its first practical communication satellite, making it much easier to watch TV and listen to the radio, ending the era of renting foreign satellites. When the boys came back after washing their hands, Su Qinghu suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you ever taken deworming medicine?" If she remembered correctly, kids in the 80s and 90s were prone to roundworms and would take a sweet pill for it. It was shaped a bit like a pagoda, which is why it was nicknamed pagoda candy. Pagoda candy? Tilted his head, thinking. Maybe? Maybe not? I don't remember. Dayton spoke up, "We haven't taken it this year or last year." They'd never had stomachaches. That woman only gave it to them at first, but never bought it again after that. Su Qinghu nodded and didn't say anything more. She ladled out the porridge, put all 3 meals on a tray, and called the boys to grab their chopsticks and head into the living room together. This courtyard house was a repossessed property, so any easily moved furniture had long since disappeared. The only table in the living room was newly bought. If she guessed right, Chinlai had moved in after his divorce and had to buy new furniture out of necessity. "Let me ask you something. Did your old place have a TV? Or any furniture? Like tables or chairs?" Answered bluntly, "You can forget about all that, there's nothing. No TV, no tables or chairs, not even a single grain of rice left." Dayton added, "That woman sold it all. When she sent a telegram to my dad telling him to come back, she'd already started selling everything. She said Dad owed her, that she'd given 4 years of her youth, raising 2 kids like a widow, so all this was rightfully hers. After Dad came back, he didn't pursue it, so he must have tacitly agreed." Thinking of Chinlai, Dayton suddenly lost his appetite. He looked at Su Qinghu with a sharper gaze, as if scrutinizing her, weighing pros and cons. Su Qinghu nodded to show she understood. So, if they wanted any furniture in this house, they'd have to buy it themselves. After the meal, Su Qinghu told the boys to wash the dishes and, while they were at it, boil a pot of hot water. Once the water was ready, she mixed it with cold water to the right temperature, then pointed to the slightly larger wash basin. We don't have a bathtub, so we'll skip that for today. You two can scrub each other's backs, wash up well, change into clean clothes, then either play in the yard or go rest. In the 80s and 90s, bathtubs weren't common. Usually, kids bathed in the big red basin used for laundry. In summer, it was easier, just pour water over yourself with a wash basin. Unless it was to cool off, kids weren't really allowed to soak in the big red basin. Not because it was dangerous, but because they were afraid the kids would crack the precious basin. The big red basin was valuable and men weren't that careful. In this courtyard, aside from a wash basin, there were no other basins. The original owner even washed her feet by pouring water from the wash basin directly onto them. Dayton was very curious about Su Qinghu. Even her letting them bathe in warm water was surprising. In summer, most families had kids bathe in cold water. At best, they'd leave a basin of water out in the sun in the morning, and whoever wanted to bathe in the afternoon or evening would scoop some out. She was even more particular than he'd expected, even more so than that city-born woman. Bro? What are you thinking about? Hurry up and scrub my back. Erden handed Dayton a wet towel. Scrub hard or you won't get the dirt off. With all the chaos at home lately, he and his brother had only managed to rinse off the sweat so they could sleep better, nothing more. Dayton snapped out of it and, seeing Su Qinghu head to the living room, suddenly lowered his voice and asked his brother, "Don't you think she's acting weird?" "Weird how?" Erden's eyes went wide. "Bro, don't scare me." You couldn't blame Erden for immediately thinking of ghosts and monsters. He loved running around and hanging out with crowds, especially when the old men told all sorts of supernatural stories. Stories of people coming back from the dead, grateful fox spirits, miraculous temples. Dayton kept his voice low as he scrubbed his brother's neck. When she and Dad first got their marriage certificate, she barely spoke, always kept her head down, like she didn't have the energy to hold herself up. Satisfied with his description, he went on, "Now she's totally different. She's like a new person full of life when she talks and does things, like the sun in the sky, but not scorching." Dayton's description was so apt that Erden's imagination ran wild. He blinked and blurted out, "Bro, are you saying our new mom got swapped out?" Dayton snapped. How could a living, breathing person get swapped out in broad daylight? And look exactly the same. "So you mean," Erden scratched his head, "she's possessed or something?" Before Dayton could smack him, Erden quickly added, "Bro, superstition isn't real. Didn't our teachers always tell us that? We should believe in science." He just wanted to talk about his feelings toward this woman, to see if what he noticed was real. But his brother had to bring up all that supernatural nonsense, making his own mind wander in that direction too. "What are you two talking about?" A ghostly voice suddenly sounded behind them, making both boys whip around in fright. And when they turned, they saw a pale face. Both of them screamed and bolted. Su Qinghu lowered the flashlight from under her chin, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. "Little brats, I scared you, didn't I?" Don't think she couldn't hear them just because they were whispering. Dayton and Erden tore out the door, only to be grabbed, one in each hand, by someone outside. Just as they were about to yell, they stopped short, then let out a howl and clung to the tall, sturdy figure like koalas. Chinlai responded with a word, grabbed Dedan and Erdan, and strode into the courtyard in 2 steps. "You take a rest, I'll handle these 2 kids." He was speaking to Su Qinghu, and his eyes were on her. The moment Chinlai spoke, Su Qinghu silently praised him in her heart. This man's voice was truly pleasant to the ear. Add to that his way of speaking, the way he enunciated, each word deliberate and measured, deep and slow like a quietly flowing river, rich and steady like an ancient mountain's low chant. Not letting him say a few more words felt like a waste of heaven's gift. "Have you eaten yet?" After enjoying this unexpected feast for the senses, Su Qinghu kept her composure on the surface. She had no objections at all to him taking over the job of bathing the kids. "We still have some pickled cucumbers at home, and I just bought some steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Want to have a bit more?" As she spoke, she casually hid the flashlight she'd been holding under the clean clothes she'd taken out for the 2 kids. He'd noticed the flashlight in her hand from the very beginning. "So, The reason the two kids had been running around like startled mice was because of this childish prank he himself used to play as a kid. Chinlai gave Su Qinghu a subtle once-over. Maybe this new wife of his was even more mischievous than the kids. Dad. The mention of food perked Dan right up. Still hanging onto Chinlai, he patted his chest and chattered away, drawing Chinlai's gaze back to him. You have to try the pickled cucumbers. They're the best I've ever had. You have no idea how much time and how many ingredients went into making them. One bite, crunchy and crisp, and before you even swallow, your mouth is already watering. If his older brother hadn't warned him with a look to save some for tomorrow, he could have finished the whole bowl himself. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva, sneaking a glance at Dan. Oh heavens, he couldn't think about it anymore, or he'd start drooling again. Chinlai placed his large hand on Dan's head, ruffling his hair into a mess. His usually strict and disciplined aura softened a bit as he looked at Su Qinghu, and he replied in a low voice, all right. He carried himself with a dignified, unapproachable air, yet somehow, that only made him more appealing. Su Qinghu had always had a soft spot for people she liked, especially those who were both pleasing to the eye and to her taste. Her tolerance was flexible, with almost no bottom line. So, she didn't mind Chinlai's taciturn and polite manner in the slightest. She just smiled and kept chatting, asking about his appetite. Chinlai hesitated for a moment at her question. Up until now, he'd only had breakfast all day. He hadn't had time for lunch, and now it was dinner, 2 meals combined. He knew his own appetite, but she probably had no idea. If he said too much and she wasn't prepared, it might put her in an awkward spot. How about this then? Su Qinghu noticed his brief pause and serious consideration, and, stifling a laugh, sincerely suggested, if it's not enough, we can go out for a walk later, and you can pick out whatever you want to eat. All right. Chinlai glanced at her, then nodded slightly. He bent down to scrub the kids' backs, then suddenly remembered something and turned to her. I have money and ration tickets in my pocket. Because Su Qinghu had already walked over to his side and, quite naturally, reached out to search his jacket pocket. Hey, which pocket is it? Not finding anything, Su Qinghu looked up and met his slightly startled gaze. She raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at her lips. Jacket or pants? With that raised eyebrow, her beauty and lively charm filled Chinlai's vision all at once. He subtly held his breath and replied as nonchalantly as possible, left side, jacket pocket. Acting casual would minimize the awkwardness. This was Chinlai's quick judgment. Su Qinghu followed his lead, pulling the money and tickets from his left jacket pocket, then stepped back a little and asked, Sir, are you giving all of this to me? Chinlai paused for a second at her form of address, then nodded and answered softly, He did intend to give it to her, but hadn't expected her to take it herself. He still had half a sentence left, I'll give it to you in a bit, but didn't get the chance to say it. He glanced at his wet hands, then at Su Qinghu, who was smiling as she held the tickets. The corners of Chinlai's mouth lifted ever so slightly. Willingness to help others, this was a good quality, and a good discovery. Su Qinghu had no idea what was going through Chinlai's mind. Standing next to him with the money and tickets, she averted her gaze a little to avoid the sight of the two kids' bare behinds. Will it be the same in the future? Would all his wages and allowances be handed over too? Chinlai's hands paused as he scrubbed the kids, then he nodded and continued. I'd still like to hear you say it, Su Qinghu said, holding the kids' clothes and eyeing the lines of Chinlai's back as he bent over. She couldn't help but smile. Just look at those muscles, smooth and flexible. Every line seemed to speak of explosive power, as if ready to serve at any moment. Chinlai was a bit surprised by her straightforwardness. He couldn't help but look at her, meeting her appreciative gaze, and for a moment, the air between them seemed to still. In the future, will everything you earn be given to me? Su Qinghu met his eyes, not backing down, a sly smile on her lips. I want to hear you say it. Chinlai didn't answer right away, nor did he give her the simple reply she wanted. Instead, he thought seriously for a few seconds before answering, how long that future lasts depends on you. What he meant was, the length of that future depended on her. As long as she wanted it, he'd keep handing everything over. She understood, but she couldn't resist poking at his literal wording. You don't have any conditions? If it all depends on me, what if I mistreat your two sons during that time? Would you have nothing to say? Earlier, when she'd gone to find clean clothes for Dan and Dan, there were hardly any without patches. Even Dan's pants barely fit, and the only pair without an elastic waistband was tied with a piece of string. Qinlai, you wouldn't do that. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. Su Qinghu was taken aback for a moment. Was this man's answer always so straightforward? Couldn't he think it over a bit? Just like when he agreed to hand over his wages? She couldn't help but ask, but Qinlai only smiled and didn't answer, continuing with his task. Hey, tell me. Su Qinghu was curious. She took a step closer and poked him in the back with her finger. His answer seemed to leave room for doubt, but his tone was so certain. Did he really trust his own judgment that much? Where did he get such confidence in her? Qinlai's back muscles tensed. He straightened up, grabbed a towel from the clothesline, and quickly dried off Dan, then turned to Su Qinghu with an outstretched hand. Su Qinghu handed over Dan's clothes and took the towel from him. Qinlai turned around, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He patted Dan, who was facing away from Su Qinghu, and handed him his clothes. Put them on yourself. Even after he finished washing Dan and they all sat down to eat, Su Qinghu still hadn't managed to get an answer out of Qinlai. 2 steamed buns, a stick of fried dough, plus a pickled cucumber spear. This was barely a drop in the bucket for Qinlai. He got up, washed the chopsticks, and put them back in the holder. Turning to the 2 kids peeking in at the kitchen door, he said, "Get ready, we're going out for a walk." Dan cheered. "Dad, can we have soda?" Qinlai said, "The money is with your mom." Dan's excitement deflated like a pricked balloon. Soda cost 15 cents a bottle. Why not ask me? Su Qinghu shifted her gaze from Qinlai to the crestfallen Dan. Maybe I'd say yes? Would you really? Dan looked at Su Qinghu. We already had popsicles today. Can we still have soda after that? Could life really be this good? Did Dan notice the subtle change in Su Qinghu's expression and spoke up? The doctor said you shouldn't have cold things. Last time we bought popsicles, we forgot about that. Since we'd already bought them, we couldn't waste them, so we had to eat them for you. Soda's too expensive for us anyway. How come we can't afford it? Dad just gave Mom a wad of cash. Su Qinghu had forgotten about the popsicles until Dan brought it up, and now she hesitated, unsure whether to give in to the kids' wishes. But after hearing Dan's words, the more Su Qinghu thought about it, the more she felt something was off. This little rascal was setting a trap for her. First, he exposed her craving for popsicles right after being discharged from the hospital. Then, he tried to provoke her into buying soda, while also putting Qinlai on the spot. If she gave in, she'd buy the soda. If she didn't, Qinlai would be the bad guy. All these seemingly insignificant things were just practice for Zhang and Yan's future manipulations. Would Su Qinghu let him get away with it? Comrade Qinlai, do you agree to let them have soda? She lobbed the question straight at him. If it's going to hurt, let the one who can handle it take the hit. Qinlai listened quietly. When it came to this, he looked at Su Qinghu. Do you want to go out for a walk? He was really asking if she felt up to it. Su Qinghu nodded. Before coming home, under the blazing sun, on an empty stomach, and feeling weak, she definitely couldn't have managed. But now, after a bowl of porridge and a rest, she really could go out for a bit. Dan was skeptical. Didn't the doctor say you should rest? On the way home, you had to stop and rest 8 times. You were even more wiped out than me. Dan added, and you said your feet hurt, your head hurt, your legs hurt. Wow, how did she not realize these 2 little rascals were so attentive? They remembered everything she said and did. And at just the right moment, they'd bring it up to clear the way for themselves, so the whole family could happily go out. Qinlai glanced at the kids, but said nothing. Instead, he stepped closer to Su Qinghu, using the light bulb's glow to check her face. He was tall and imposing, about 1.86 meters. Standing so close, he gave off an indescribable sense of pressure. Su Qinghu almost stepped back. Su Qinghu replied, I've been a bit overheated these days, and with the weather so hot, I accidentally took paracetamol thinking it was a mint. Hold it together. As long as she sounded sincere, she could probably fool him. Chenlai narrowed his eyes, silent for a moment. Then he looked down at the kids. Go get 50 cents from the change box and buy some soda. Dan, without a care in the world, let out a whoop and dragged Dan toward the living room. There was a small tin box on the living room table, where Su Qinghu had just put some change. Dan didn't want to go at first, but under Chenlai's gaze, he let Dan pull him out. Once the kids went to get the money, Chenlai and Su Qinghu were left facing each other. When the kids had the money and called out their goodbyes on their way out, Chenlai finally said, "Shall we talk in the living room?" Su Qinghu hesitated. Is this going to be serious? All she'd done was go to the hospital and get her stomach pumped. Why did it feel like she was about to be put on trial? Chenlai didn't answer. He just walked out of the kitchen and headed for the living room. Su Qinghu sighed. She hadn't even reached the living room yet when she started to confess, though not the whole truth. Actually, I didn't take the wrong medicine. I took those pills on purpose. Chenlai stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. He didn't say anything, just waited for her to go on. So Su Qinghu continued, before we got our marriage license, you must have heard about me from Teacher Sun, right? When we got married, neither of us was really in it for the marriage itself. Chenlai didn't deny it. The main reason he'd come back this time was to get a divorce. He hadn't thought much about what would happen after. But when it came time to actually take care of the kids, he realized the problems. The kids were still young. If he hired a nanny, they might not be as attentive, and if something happened, they might not handle it well. If he sent them to his parents, their health wasn't up to the task. Getting married seemed like the best option. But even then, it was just a passing thought. He hadn't planned to go through with it. He knew such a marriage wouldn't be fair to the woman. When he visited Teacher Sun, he hadn't thought much of it, just went to deliver a letter. The neighborhood was full of teachers. He saw some parents who couldn't pick up their kids after work leave them with Teacher Sun until 7 or 8 at night. That's when he thought maybe he could leave his kids with Teacher Sun too. But it was just a thought. Whether it would work depended on Teacher Sun's health and willingness to take them in. That day, Teacher Sun had a cough, maybe even pneumonia, so he didn't bring it up and just planned to leave after his visit. When Teacher Sun found out he was getting divorced, she hesitated for a long time before finally telling him about Su Qinghu. She said Su Qinghu was a good student, excellent in both character and academics, but had caught the attention of some local troublemakers. The job she was supposed to get kept being delayed, and a series of problems followed, problems a newly graduated girl with no connections couldn't solve. In the end, Teacher Sun asked if he could marry her. He agreed and told Teacher Sun to explain his own situation to Su Qinghu. We've been married for 5 days. The day we got our license, you handed the household over to me and left, Su Qinghu continued. In those 5 days, Dan got reported to me for being a troublemaker. Dan ruined someone's precious pomegranate tree. That idiot who said he wanted to pursue me cornered me and said he wanted to sleep with me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I swallowed the pills. Chenlai's face instantly turned cold. Su Qinghu let out a helpless sigh. Anyway, that's just how things are. For now, the business with Dan and Dan was settled, but as for that fool who was chasing after her, well, that was another story. After all, that guy wasn't even scared off by the name of the man standing in front of her now. You don't know. Su Qinghu was surprised. Zhang Dong. Chenlai froze, his fists immediately clenching. Didn't Teacher Sun tell you the name of the idiot who was after me? Back when she'd asked her teacher for help, she'd mentioned this person's name. She'd guessed that the reason her teacher hadn't helped her directly was because Zhang Dong did have some background that even her teacher couldn't go up against. So, in the end, the path her teacher offered was marriage to the man in front of her who had local connections. Back then, the original Su Qinghu had been living in constant fear, grasping at any straw she could find. She hadn't cared whether her prospective husband was tall or short, handsome or ugly, what his personality was like. She'd just agreed in a hurry. Maybe it was impulsive, but looking back now, it was a smart decision. A girl who's beautiful, educated, articulate, just coming into her own, but with no family background, trying to stand up to absolute power was just a fantasy. If you want to protect yourself, seeking outside help is the best and most effective way. And the Qinlai, her teacher had mentioned, was the best help she could get. She thought her teacher had told Qinlai the idiot's name. Qinlai said, "I don't remember." That's what he said, but who was Qinlai? With his training, there was no way he'd forget the name of a sworn enemy. He was probably just trying to protect teacher's son. Hearing this, Su Qinghu decided to take his words at face value and change the subject. Zhang Dong was taken care of by Xiao Yang. She'd thought that just mentioning Qinlai's name would scare that dog off, but it hadn't worked at all. If anything, he looked at her with even more fervor, clinging on even tighter. "Oh right, Zhao Yang said he knows you, and he gave me a stack of ration coupons." Su Qinghu pointed toward the bedroom. "I took them." "Okay," Qinlai replied, showing no objection. The air went quiet for a moment. Su Qinghu asked, "How long will you be back this time? When are you leaving?" "2 days. I leave the day after tomorrow," Qinlai replied. Su Qinghu nodded. A few wisps of her hair fell across her smooth, pretty forehead, making her look even fairer and more delicate. Her bright eyes sparkled, and when she smiled, it was as if the whole room lit up. "Did you go to Xiao Yang's place before coming back?" Su Qinghu asked. "In the future, is it okay if I accept things he brings over?" Right now, Zhao Yang seemed to be caught in the middle between Zhang Dong and Qinlai. Qinlai answered, "I'll go see him tomorrow. After that, we shouldn't need to trouble him anymore." That was an answer to both her questions. Since he hadn't gone to see Zhao Yang, he probably didn't know what she'd asked Xiao to do. I think if someone can shine in their own position, even inspire others, then they should stick to their post. So don't retire, she meant. And if in this life, you can do what you love and dedicate your energy and passion to it, that's a very happy and fortunate thing. He could vaguely guess what Su Qinghu meant, but things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. "I think the country needs you more," Su Qinghu said. At that, Qinlai couldn't help but laugh. Unlike before, when his smiles were so faint they were barely noticeable, this time he laughed out loud, showing 7 or 8 teeth. Su Qinghu was baffled. What was he laughing at? Did he think she sounded too much like a model citizen? In her memory, everyone talked like this, even between husband and wife. As soon as the country was mentioned, feelings and ideals would be elevated, and everything would be for the good of the nation. "All right, I understand," Qinlai nodded, his posture relaxing, the seriousness melting away. "Is there anything you want to ask me?" Even though their reasons for getting married weren't exactly pure, it seemed like they might actually make a go of it. If that was the case, it was better to be open and honest from the start to avoid future troubles or arguments. "I want to ask about your ex-wife," Su Qinghu said bluntly. "Did Dan and Dan have told me about her, so I know a bit?" She asked so directly, but kept a close eye on Qinlai's expression. Seeing that he looked calm and unbothered, she felt emboldened and pressed further. "What I want to know is, did she leave you with any debts or loans?" Ever since the country lifted restrictions on studying abroad, more and more people wanted to go. As long as you had some ability, even if money was tight, you'd find a way to get a visa. Most of the officials handling these things were honest, but there were always a few who'd make things difficult unless they got a bribe. So every extra step in the process cost money. Submitting documents, handling the paperwork, it all took money and effort. And before you could even apply to go abroad, you had to pass the language test. Self-study might not be enough, so signing up for a language class to boost your TOEFL score became the best option. Besides TOEFL, you also needed to pass the GRE. With the pressure of life, study, and work all at once, if you wanted to reach your goal quickly, spending money to save time was the most efficient way. Money was needed everywhere. So, did he give his ex-wife enough to live on? How much could she have saved? And if she was also paying for a like-minded boyfriend to go abroad with her? Qinlai didn't know what she was thinking, but seeing her eyes dart around, he subconsciously assumed she wasn't thinking anything good about him. No, Qinlai met her gaze. All of that was checked before we signed the divorce papers, including the fact that she hadn't dared to cross any lines while they were still married. "All right, I don't have any more questions," Su Qinghu said, lifting her chin. You can ask me anything you want to. That little gesture of superiority made Qinlai want to laugh, but he didn't call her out on it. I don't have anything to ask. Teacher Sun had already told him she'd had a childhood sweetheart, but that they'd broken things off cleanly before she married him. After saying that, Qinlai thought of Zhang Dong and added, if you want, you can tell me if there's any trouble you still need help with. Before I go back, I'll take care of it for you. Hearing this, Su Qinghu got excited. Install running water and piped gas. She didn't care whether he had money or not, these were essentials, and they had to be sorted out. It was weird borrowing water from neighbors, and the water tower was too far away. She didn't want to make do with either. The courtyard house was pretty old, and since it had been empty for a long time, the furnishings were still from the 50s or 60s. Qinlai said, I've already arranged for the running water. It should be done in the next couple of days. As for piped gas, that's probably not possible. Would a gas canister do? Compared to herself, it was clear that Qinlai understood the ways of the current era much better. Su Qinghu just nodded along. Sure, he sounded so knowledgeable and confident, but did they really have enough money? Zhao Liangan had only brought over ration tickets, while Qinlai had just handed over both cash and tickets. Compared to most people, it was quite a sum. How much money and how many tickets did you leave with Teacher Sun before? Su Qinghu mentally calculated the money she currently had on hand and felt it might not be enough. She asked Qinlai, you gave us 100 yuan at first, paid 52 yuan to compensate the neighbors. We spent 10 ourselves, so there's just over 30 left. Adding what you just gave me, is that enough to install running water? And then there's the liquefied gas tank. As Su Qinghu spoke, she suddenly stopped, distracted by how handsome and striking Qinlai looked, completely forgetting about their real-life problems. It was true she'd married a very good-looking man, but wasn't this man basically penniless at the moment? Her mind automatically replayed what did Dan and Dan had said before, and combined with the man's honest explanations, Su Qinghu suddenly understood a harsh, tear-inducing reality. She looked at Qinlai's handsome face and thought of how Dan and Dan had taken care of her in the hospital, silently swallowing back 2 bitter tears. Having no money isn't all bad. Being broke makes people reflect on themselves, pushes them to work hard and build something from nothing, and I've already prepaid for the running water installation, Qinlai said. His words made Su Qinghu breathe a sigh of relief. Great, that saves them another chunk of money. Sensing what Su Qinghu was thinking, Qinlai found it a little funny, but didn't say anything. He might be a bit broke right now, but supporting the family wouldn't be a problem. I have another question for you. Su Qinghu raised her hand slightly. Do you have any debts yourself? She'd been careless. She'd only asked if his ex-wife had left any debts, but forgot to ask about him. Qinlai looked at her deeply, the pressure built from years of intense training and missions radiating off him, making Su Qinghu's back go cold. His voice was calm. Whether I do or don't, what would you think? At that moment, did Dan and Dan had already sneaked back in. They quietly slipped into the yard, dropped off the food in the kitchen, and crawled to a hidden spot near the living room to eavesdrop. They hadn't wanted to go out in the first place and were curious about what the adults were discussing. But when Dad gave them that look, they knew there was no way out of it. So they hurried to finish their errand and rushed back. Finding a spot to eavesdrop, they were actually quite excited. But when they heard this, both of them gasped. Oh no, if this pretty new mom didn't answer this question well, they might be saying goodbye to a second mom soon. For a moment, both boys scratched their heads, wanting to rush in and help Su Qinghu answer. If you don't know how to answer, just show loyalty. At a time like this, showing loyalty can't go wrong. Su Qinghu slowed her speech, her already pleasant voice turning even softer. If you do, then I'll just be more careful with spending, and we'll figure out a way together to pay it off as soon as possible. If you don't, then all the better. Of course, if there really was debt, depending on how much, she'd have to adjust her work plans accordingly. If there was a lot, she'd have to let down both him and Teacher Sun, who had helped her get her job, and immediately go into business. In this era, the money you made from a regular job was nothing compared to what business people could earn in a single day. For someone like her, who had just been assigned a job, her starting salary would definitely be the bare minimum. If she wanted more, she'd have to wait for bonuses. All things considered, if she didn't eat or drink for the next 6 months until the end of the year, she'd be lucky to save 300 or 400 yuan. Did she really have to start struggling for a living again as soon as she arrived? Get in here, Qinlai shouted toward the outside. Once he was sure the two boys heard him, he turned his attention back to Su Qinghu and said gently, "Right now, we don't have any debts. But we don't have any savings either. For the foreseeable future, you'll have to rely on just our 2 salaries." Hearing Qinlai call them in, did Dan and Dan scurried in and stood obediently against the wall like quails. "If you want to know anything, just ask. Look at the 2 of you right now," Qinlai said to Su Qinghu, then turned and walked over to the boys. But as long as he didn't go overboard, Su Qinghu had no intention of drawing his attention away. After all, she was still thinking about what had just happened. Qinlai hadn't actually answered how much money he'd left with Teacher Sun. As Qinlai walked over to the boys, Su Qinghu's gaze followed him. Sensing her intense stare, Qinlai found it amusing. Was she worried he'd hit the kids? Standing in front of them, Qinlai asked, "Anything you want to know?" Did Dan and Dan shook their heads in unison. Qinlai just looked at them in silence. Unable to stand the pressure, the boys started to explain. Did Dan said, "Mom used to spend a bit freely, but she never spent money on outsiders. From now on, if we can eat at home, we'll eat at home. We won't waste money, and we won't get the family into debt." What a little oddball. He was already so skilled at making snide remarks. Su Qinghu snorted with laughter. He just lumped her together with Qinlai's ex-wife, and at the same time, let someone know that they'd been spending money eating out instead of cooking at home. He'd wanted her to stay with Qinlai all the time, but now that Qinlai was here, he was saying one thing and doing another. Hypocrite. Dan glanced at his brother and sighed, sigh. Most of the money the new mom had spent was actually on him and his brother. Didn't his brother know that? Saying things like that, wasn't he just making things hard for the new mom? Dan was annoyed by his sigh, immediately pulling a long face and refusing to look at him. Dan felt a bit lost. Seeing his brother ignore him, he quickly looked at Qinlai, then at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu smiled at him, neither nodding nor shaking her head, her beautiful face full of the determination to watch the drama unfold. Unfortunately, Qinlai didn't let her have her fun. He grabbed the boys and led them out of the living room. Su Qinghu, of course, didn't follow. Fathers disciplining their sons, she wouldn't get involved. Seeing that the 3 of them wouldn't be coming back to the living room for a while, Su Qinghu started thinking about how to allocate the 3 beds in the house. After they got their marriage certificate, Qinlai had left right away, so there'd been no real contact between them. Naturally, Dan and Dan each had their own bed, while she took the only remaining bed in the master bedroom. Now that Qinlai was back, would he be sharing a bed with her or with one of the kids? She wasn't worried either way. Sharing a bed with him wouldn't be awkward, given how good-looking and well-built Qinlai was. Who could say who'd be taking advantage of whom? In the shifting light and shadow, Su Qinghu, propping her chin and half-dozing, looked breathtakingly beautiful. Just then, Qinlai, having finished disciplining the boys, paused at the living room door. Su Qinghu opened her eyes, fighting off sleepiness. Her voice was slow and soft. "It's hot. Remember to shower before you go to bed." She stifled a yawn, her eyes welling up with moisture from holding it in, dampening a few lashes at the corners and accentuating their upward curve. There was something about her in that moment that made it hard to look away. It was hot, even in the hospital. Her ward wasn't a private room. Not only could she not feel the breeze, but there were also people snoring and grinding their teeth at night. Just think about it. Lights out at 10, way up at 6. In those 8 hours, she'd get woken up 3 or 4 times by the noise alone. How could she possibly get good sleep? One thing after another, her energy drained. There was no air conditioning to offer a bit of cool air to refresh her mind. Her brain felt like a jammed cassette tape. She had to pause and think just to understand what Qinlai meant when he nodded. Knowing he'd shower before resting, Su Qinghu let out a sigh of relief. "If you think the cold water is too chilly, just heat some up yourself." We have a stove and firewood at home, do whatever you like. Sleepiness hit her hard. She could barely keep her eyes open. I'm going to bed first. She shuffled into the bedroom, threw herself onto the bed, pulled up a thin blanket, and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Chinlai just stood there, watching her eyes water from holding back a yawn, watching her try so hard to remind him to shower, watching her float into the bedroom. He couldn't help but smile a little, then shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing him come out, Second Egg glanced at the living room, then looked back and called out to Chinlai, asking cautiously, "Is she mad at us?" "Eat something when you get back," Chinlai said, not looking at them, heading straight for the kitchen. Big Egg and Second Egg really were his sons, cheering. They grabbed 50 cents from the change box. They'd planned to buy soda, but in the end, feeling bad for their dad, they pulled the money they'd saved from grocery shopping, cooking, and bus fares while Su Qinghu was in the hospital, added it to the 50 cents, and bought some buns and fried dough sticks instead. The three of them squatted in the kitchen and polished off the food. "Dad, I kind of like this new mom," Second Egg said, finishing his fried dough stick. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze distant. "She doesn't yell at us." Chinlai raised an eyebrow, looking at him. "Dad, I'm serious." "She really doesn't yell." Second Egg scratched his head, trying to explain. "Even if she does, it's not the kind that makes you sad or angry, not the kind that makes you want to cry. It's like, when she scolds you, it actually makes you happy." Second Egg, forgetting his hands were greasy, grabbed Chinlai's strong arm. "And she doesn't accuse people for no reason, and she doesn't talk in that weird, sarcastic way." Chinlai ruffled his hair. "Anything else?" "Hee hee," Second Egg grinned. "She takes us out to buy good food." The beef and lamb from the deli were so delicious. Chinlai smiled after hearing this, then placed his big hand on Big Egg's head, pulling him closer. "Anything you want to say?" Big Egg looked at Chinlai, blinking. "About her." He was asking for Big Egg's thoughts on Su Qinghu. Chinlai nodded slightly. I don't know," Big Egg frowned, looking like a little grown-up. "She's pretty, a college student, but she doesn't listen to the doctor. The doctor likes her, and so do the people in her ward." Seeing Chinlai listening, he continued, "When Second Egg and I brought her food, we heard people in the ward ask if her husband had passed away and if she'd thought about finding someone new." "Dad," Big Egg said, full of worry, "she's so pretty, and you're not home much. What if she ends up like that other woman and leaves the country the first chance she gets?" The new mom was younger and prettier than that woman, even prettier than the movie stars they'd seen on posters near the cinema. If she really wanted to go abroad, it'd be even easier for her than it was for that woman. Could Dad keep her? Could he keep her forever? In Big Egg's heart, Chinlai was the best man in the world. No one was good enough for his dad. But from what he'd seen, women always wanted to have their own children. If it was the man's problem and he couldn't have kids, would a woman really be willing to stay with him for life? Second Egg already liked the new mom, and Big Egg didn't dislike her either. If Dad fell for her and she divorced him later, wouldn't that be heartbreaking? "Why do you think that?" Chinlai gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. His voice was low and steady, but it made you feel at ease. "Everyone's different. Don't assume the worst about things that haven't even happened." "Dad." Big Egg was anxious. "In the ward, we already called her mom, and people were trying to set her up with someone." He remembered an old neighbor telling a widow that it was fine to remarry, even if she had a son. If it was a daughter, she could find a new husband in less than a month. He and Second Egg were both boys, and people still wanted to set up their new mom. Chinlai stayed calm. Seeing the kids so anxious they were about to stomp their feet, he finally chuckled. "Have a little faith in your dad." He stood up, found 2 bundles of mugwort, lit them, and handed them to the boys, telling them to carefully fumigate the yard. Then he went to the water tank he'd filled before leaving, scooped a few ladles into a basin. Watching the water ripple in the basin, Chinlai smiled. Big Egg, still worried, saw his dad smile and felt even more anxious. Second Egg ran around the yard, laughing, trailing a line of white smoke from the burning mugwort. Chinlai brought out the water and lowered his voice, "Quiet now." Second Egg immediately fell silent, then continued fumigating the yard, his movements gentler. He came near Chenlai and whispered, "Is she asleep?" Chenlai went into an empty room with the water, about to undo his belt when he remembered he hadn't brought clean clothes. He paused, quietly fetched his change of clothes, then undressed and started to wash up. He let out a cold laugh and dumped the rest of the cold water over his head. His short, bristly hair still stood up. He set down the basin, braced his hands on its rim, head hanging, Adam's apple bobbing. He only stayed like that for a few seconds. When he looked up again, his face was expressionless. "Dad, want me to scrub your back?" Second egg, done fumigating, squatted at the door of the room where Chenlai was bathing. Hearing the water stop, he quickly asked. Big egg, hearing the sounds inside, raised his voice a bit. "Dad, do you want me to fetch you another basin of water?" Chenlai quickly dried off, changed, and came out. "No need." Once the boys were in bed, Chenlai checked the whole yard, making sure there were no snakes or bugs hiding anywhere. Only then did he go into the bedroom and get into bed. That night, Zhao Liangen, still unaware that Chenlai had returned, was once again on the move like a hard-working old ox, heading over to visit his free-spirited childhood friend, Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong came from a well-connected family, seriously well-connected. But because of that background, he and everyone associated with him were constantly under scrutiny from all directions. Among those keeping an eye on him was, of course, his own father, who was always looking for a chance to catch him and ship him off to the remote northwest. Even a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, how much more so for Zhang Dong. Following his usual routine, Zhao Liangen scouted the area as he walked, making sure it was safe before sneaking into a modest-sized courtyard. He had barely set foot inside when he was tackled to the ground before he could do anything else. Someone clamped a hand over his mouth for good measure. Zhao Liangen was completely stunned. For a split second, he was dazed, then caught a glimpse of the shoes on his assailant and immediately gave up resisting. After about 2 minutes, the people searching the house returned. Report: "There's a secret passage leading to another courtyard, but there's no one there." "Has he not come back yet, or did he just leave?" asked a slightly older voice. "He probably hasn't come back yet." There was a brief silence, then footsteps approached Zhao Liangen. They stopped in front of him. No one told him to get up, and no one asked any questions. Zhao Liangen was a man of peace, not used to this kind of iron-blooded, intimidating presence. He forced a smile, managed a couple of awkward laughs, and called out, "Uncle Zhang." Old man Zhang snorted. "Where's that rascal Zhang Dong?" "I have no idea. I just got here myself, hadn't even seen him yet before your men tackled me to the ground." Zhao Liangen didn't even bother getting up, just lay there talking to old man Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, I only found out about this place before my last business trip." Honestly, Zhao Liangen felt utterly hopeless, completely, utterly hopeless. He was a grown man with kids of his own. If Uncle Zhang kicked his ass today, even if no one else found out, he'd still feel humiliated. Old man Zhang gave his arm a nudge with his foot. "Get up." "I won't." Zhao Liangen was feeling wronged, so wronged he didn't care about saving face anymore. "If you want to hit me, go ahead. Whatever." Old man Zhang's stern face grew even more severe. "Get up." "No. Even the most honest man has a temper." "Old man Zhang, what do you think you look like? I told you to get up, so get up." "I'm not going to hit you today." Zhao Liangen hesitated. "Honestly, the ground feels pretty cool." Old man Zhang ignored his nonsense and just asked, "How do you usually get in touch with Zhang Dong?" "It's always one way. If he doesn't contact me, there's no way for me to reach him unless I wait for him at a spot he told me about. Like tonight." Old man Zhang only half believed him. Seeing that Zhao Liangen wasn't saying anything more, he didn't press. Instead, he asked, "Tell me, has he done anything illegal or against the rules?" Before Zhao Liangen could get up, he added, "Or has he ever talked anyone into doing anything illegal?" "Don't lie to me. Just tell the truth. If you dare lie, I'll beat you up, and your own father will too." Zhao Liangen was exasperated. "Uncle, how old are you? Why do you still act like a kid, always threatening to tell on people to their parents?" Old man Zhang didn't reply. Zhao Liang paused, then sighed. As far as I know, no. Zhang Dongxing's nightclub was just that, a nightclub. It was just a place for people to gather. He wasn't up to anything shady. But what people did after meeting at the club or who they met there was out of his hands. Really? Old man Zhang squinted at him. He hasn't been messing around with any girls? Uncle, weren't you asking about illegal stuff? Chasing girls doesn't count, right? Zhao Liangyan's voice grew smaller and smaller. As long as it's consensual, that doesn't count, right? Never mind the connections, just look at Zhang Dongxing's looks and money. Anyone with half a mind would be throwing themselves at him. And there'd be a whole line of them, too. All right, let me put it another way, old man Zhang snorted. Without the consensual part, has he ever forced himself on any girls? He was just debating whether to answer when a lazy, teasing voice rang out. Of course he has. He definitely has. Zhao Liangyan and old man Zhang's whole group looked up at the wall of the neighboring courtyard. Someone was squatting up there, waving at them. Who else could it be but Zhang Dongxing? Zhang Dongxing waved, grinning cheekily at old man Zhang, then made a timeout gesture. Right there. Don't come any closer. If you take even half a step forward, I'll run for it right now and you'll never find me. Old man Zhang's temper flared. Get over here. No way. If I go over there, you'll just get angrier. And if you get mad, it's bad for your health. Zhang Dongxing squatted on the wall, keeping a close eye on his dad, clearly ready to make a break for it at any moment. Didn't the doctor tell you when you went to the sanatorium? Are you really getting more childish as you get older, needing people to coax you? Shut your mouth. Old man Zhang didn't move. Who have you been messing with now? I'm telling you, if you ever run into someone tougher than you, you'll be in for it. Zhang Dongxing stood up and clapped. That's my dad, always spot on. Old man Zhang suddenly had a bad feeling. I'm telling you, I really did run into someone tougher than me, tough and nasty. Zhao Liangyan gritted his teeth. Would you shut up already? You're not a kid anymore, but you still act like one. So, what if I'm not a kid? Chasing girls, how's that childish? Zhang Dongxing grinned. Zhao Liangyan wanted to strangle him. Get down here. Come down and talk. There weren't many families living here, but there were some. Voices carried at night, and talking from the top of a wall was just begging to become neighborhood gossip. But Zhang Dongxing wouldn't budge. He stubbornly refused to come down and was about to spout some more nonsense when someone kicked him in the butt. He toppled straight into the courtyard where Zhao Liangyan was. Old man Zhang didn't move a muscle, just watched as his son fell off the wall. Zhang Dongxing had been toughened up by his dad since he was a kid, so he landed with some skill, rolled to absorb the impact, then jumped up, fuming, and looked back. One look and he exploded. Chenlai, you little bastard. You're a grown man, still tattling? Have you no shame? Shut up. Old man Zhang strode over and gave him a kick. Chenlai's already married twice and you, useless idiot, are still single. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the old man was praising his own family or scolding him. Standing behind the old man, Zhao Liangyan glanced between the group, feeling that the whole scene was a bit bizarre. But as long as he kept quiet, maybe he could minimize his presence as much as possible. Zhang Dongxing, people call you an old child, and you really take it to heart, huh? Did you ever think, when you call me a good-for-nothing, what does that make you? After being kicked down, Zhang Dongxing didn't even try to run. The point was, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The old man's men were all skilled fighters, but they usually went easy on him, so he could sometimes get away. But today, wasn't Chenlai here too, that troublesome guy? Stop arguing with me. The old man jabbed a finger at Chenlai. Apologize and promise you'll act like a decent human being from now on. Zhang Dongxing shot a glare at Chenlai, who stood ramrod straight and sneered without saying a word. Running to the elders to complain at the first sign of trouble, someone like that wants him to apologize? Not a chance. Why should I apologize to him? He stole what was mine. Zhang Dongxing protested angrily. I met her first, I liked her first, and who the hell is Chenlai anyway? He cut in and then turned it around on me. At this point, the old man finally started to get the gist. So you're saying you liked that girl, genuinely wanted to marry her, but Chenlai swooped in and stole her away. A concise summary, and not wrong in the big picture, but the details and cause and effect were off. The question stumped Zhang Dong for a few seconds. Sure, he was attracted to her looks, but he never intended to marry her. If he was honest, he just wanted a mutual, no-strings-attached fling. Marriage? That never crossed his mind. The old man narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. Zhang Dong, did you do something you shouldn't have? He knew his son well. Whenever his eyes started darting around, it meant he was guilty of something. That question jolted Zhang Dongxing back to his senses, and suddenly he realized he might have been tricked. Dad? Chenlai didn't complain to you. Zhang Dongxing was incredulous. You and him catching me here today wasn't planned in advance. Complain? He didn't need to. You're spilling everything yourself. The old man snorted coldly, his gaze sharp. Enough. Let's leave it at that for now. Just tell me this. When you went after Chenlai's wife, did you know she was married to him or not? Before and after, there's a world of difference in how serious it is. The old man sighed, his back no longer so straight. I didn't know she was married to Chenlai. Zhang Dongxing looked at his military-trained father, lips pressed into a line. I couldn't find her before. Then when I did, she told me she was married. Xiao Yang silently commented, and you still wouldn't give up after knowing she was married. She told you she was married, and you didn't bother her after that. I just made a joke. Zhang Dongxing thought of Su Qinghu going to the hospital for stomach pumping, and his confidence faltered. He glanced at Chenlai. How was I supposed to know she couldn't take a joke? Chenlai smiled. She just graduated from college this year. She doesn't have much experience in the real world. The old man's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Dongxing, don't tell me you went after a college girl. Regardless of gender, it takes a lot of resources for the country to train a college student. If his son wasn't serious about marriage and just wanted to play around with a college girl, that would not only ruin her, but also waste the country's efforts. Zhang Dongxing, it was just that one, Su Qinghu. The old man struggled to contain his anger. Tell me the truth. I'm telling the truth, it was just her. Where would I find more? Zhang Dongxing was deflated. I may not like your nagging, but I've never lied to you. Seeing Chenlai show up with the old man, he'd thought Chenlai was being petty. Who knew Chenlai would be even pettier? He hadn't complained, but thinking back, something still felt off. Dad, how did you know Chenlai just got married? Zhang Dongxing couldn't bring himself to say second marriage. It just felt wrong to use those words about Su Qinghu's stunning face. He glanced at Chenlai, still feeling like there was a fly stuck in his throat, forgetting that he and Chenlai weren't that different. Xiao Yang told me. The old man replied, then suddenly realized he'd overlooked something and turned to Xiao Yang. Being called out, Xiao Yang felt the world was terribly unfair to him. He was grimacing, but when the old man turned around, he forced his face into a neutral expression. You keep in touch with him a lot. Tell me honestly, has he done anything illegal or out of line? How was Xiao Yang supposed to answer that? He felt the weight of 2 stares on him and almost thought his days were numbered. Xingzi didn't even have time to do anything illegal. Chenlai cut him off at the source. That answer left everyone in the courtyard silent for a moment. The old man, Chenlai, you tell me. As the person involved, he had the most right to speak. Chenlai, the day I got the marriage certificate, I was busy and didn't have time to tell everyone. I came here today because I heard you weren't home, guessed you might come see Liangzi, so I came over. I was planning to tell all 3 of you at once, then leave after announcing my marriage. I didn't mean to get involved. But then you called him down, so I just lent a hand. Yeah, right? Don't make it sound so noble. You just wanted to pick a fight with me. Zhang Dongxing scoffed. This guy just wanted to stand up for his pretty wife, who didn't know what he was up to. It wasn't about fighting. I just wanted you to accept the fact that I'm married, Chenlai replied coolly. And to make sure you show her some respect. Zhao Liang'an quietly translated, knowing Chenlai had always been the model child in everyone's eyes. It wasn't about fighting, basically means I could beat you up single-handedly. Wanted you to accept the fact that I'm married is more like, I'll beat some sense into you. And show her some respect is pretty clear, If you keep acting out, I won't hesitate to beat you until you lose all dignity. Zhang Dong looked at him. I saw her first. You're an adult, Zhang Dong. Qinlai reminded him, his tone flat. Not aggressive, but deeply insulting. Zhang Dong bristled, about to retort, when his father walked over and stepped on his shoe. Qinlai, your parents don't know about your marriage yet, do they? The old man patted his shoulder. If possible, let them know soon. Hold a proper wedding banquet. Don't let that girl feel wronged. I've already notified their parents. Qinlai had great respect for the old man, who had survived countless battles. He nodded slightly and said, if all goes well, they should be able to make it back by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? The old man paused, a bit wistful. You only told them today, didn't you? For people like them, it was always hard to balance family and country. There was nothing to be done about it. Sensing the old man's low spirits as if he was lost in memories, Qinlai added, I didn't tell them in advance about my return this time. By the time I got home, they were already on their way to the sanatorium. As for what happened after, Liangzi should have filled you in. First the divorce, then visiting the teacher, and then he and Su Qinghu got their marriage certificate. They'd gone straight to the final approval officer to get the certificate so quickly. He hadn't informed his parents on purpose, and had also asked the officer not to disturb them during their recuperation, so naturally they didn't know. After they got the certificate, an emergency cropped up. He hadn't even left the Civil Affairs Bureau before he was urgently called away. Old Master Zhang thought back, then nodded. This time, there's a gathering of top doctors. Some of the country's most esteemed traditional medicine masters have been specially invited. It was a rare opportunity, not to be missed. Those old masters were national treasures, traveling from other provinces at great risk and effort. To have this chance this year was already lucky. In the coming years, it would only get harder, and the difficulty would increase exponentially. On this, the two were in complete agreement. So right in front of Zhang Dongxing and Xiao Yang, the two of them started chatting away, oblivious to everyone else. Qinlai respected the old man, and the old man thought highly of Qinlai. For a moment, their warmth was like that of father and son, making Zhang Dongxing's teeth ache with jealousy. Even Xiao Yang felt something was off. Wasn't the old man supposed to be storming in today to drag his own son Zhang Dongxing home? The old man wasn't in a hurry, and Dongxing wasn't taking the chance to run. If it weren't for the fact that it was nighttime and there was no sun, he'd have thought the sun was rising in the west. Whatever the case, since you're married now, treat her well. Meet each other's parents when it's time, and hold a proper wedding banquet when it's time. Old Master Zhang exhorted earnestly, give her family all the respect they deserve. She's a college graduate, after all. She only graduated less than a month ago, Qinlai said, pausing. Marrying me was so sudden. There are many things I haven't done properly yet, but from now on, I'll make it up to her one by one. He spoke clearly and firmly. No one could miss his meaning. Old Master Zhang couldn't help glancing at his son, Zhang Dongxing. He really wanted to know just how sudden this sudden was. What are you looking at me for? Zhang Dongxing bristled under his father's gaze, chin slightly raised, both proud and guilty. All I did was talk a little tough. I didn't break any laws. At most, he'd violated some public order regulation, spend a few days in detention, and that's it. Just talked tough. The old man repeated the word slowly, then, recalling what Xiao Yang had said earlier about not having had time to break the law, clenched his fists. He was right at the edge of breaking the law, just a hair's breadth away. Other than talking tough, you didn't do anything else? Zhang Dongxing looked at his father. I did, but I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll get so angry it'll affect your health. After a long pause, Zhang Dongxing gave up and blurted out, you really want to know, right? Fine, I'll tell you, but if you get mad and your chest hurts or your head aches, don't blame me. I had someone delay her job assignment, Zhang Dongxing said, then shot a challenging look at Qinlai. So what? He did it, and what could Qinlai do about it? The moment he said it, the old man wished he had a stick as thick as an arm to whack him with, maybe knock some sense into him. In 1985, the state announced reforms to the college graduate job assignment system. Did you know that? The old man was furious, shouting at him. Zhang Dong, what's that got to do with me? He was already a man of the world. Why should he care about that stuff? What's it got to do with you? Maybe nothing. But it has everything to do with her. The country said they'd gradually reform, but this year they're speeding it up. For college graduates, job assignment is a huge deal. You use that to threaten her. Are you trying to ruin her life? These days, when you go to college, your household registration is moved out of your home. If you graduate and don't have a job or refuse the assigned job, you're basically a vagrant. I didn't think it through at the time. Zhang Dongxing could stand tall in front of Qinlai, but when it came to Su Qinghu, his bravado faded. Besides, she's a college grad who made it out of a small town. She can't be that soft, right? Qinlai, the old man, and even Xiao Yang all stared at him, making Zhang Dongxing falter, and his voice grow smaller and smaller. Xiao Yang thought silently, that's all just your own assumptions. Just because she made it out of a small town doesn't mean she's tough as nails. Maybe she was pampered at home too? The old man was silent for a long time after hearing his son's words. When he finally spoke, it was with clear resolve. Enough. Today, I'm taking you to the police station and letting them handle you for violating public order. Zhang Dongxing, did Qinlai just dig a pit for him while talking to his dad earlier, without him noticing? He looked at Qinlai, who met his gaze. Zhang Dongxing was speechless. Don't act so innocent. This wasn't just his imagination, but deduction. Zhang Dongxing could swear on his life. Anyone who could go toe-to-toe with him for years and still come out on top was definitely no saint. He glared at Qinlai, thinking it over and over, convinced this guy had done something sneaky while he wasn't paying attention. Whatever happens, let it happen. Fines, detention, you take it all. Old Master Zhang's voice was tinged with anger. After you've served your time and paid your fine, you'll apologize to her properly with me. Zhang Dongxing glanced at Qinlai, enunciating each word with a hint of mischief. Fine. Su Qinghu is hiding from me anyway, so you taking me there is just perfect. So, what if he spent a few days at the police station? He'd own up to his mistakes. Is Su Qinghu the kind of person who's easily taken advantage of? Otherwise, when Zhang Dongxing tried to flirt with her, she wouldn't have turned the tables and teased him right back. When Qinlai told her that Zhang Dongxing had been locked up and would be eating prison food for 10 days or so, plus getting fined, she just laughed. I thought you were a block of wood, but turns out you've got a bit of life in you. Qinlai looked at her, a little confused. He clearly didn't get what she meant. As Su Qinghu walked toward the kitchen, she turned her head slightly and said to Qinlai, I mean, you're kind of attractive. She'd thought the spring breeze was clueless about romance, but now it seemed spring kept coming back, full of life. This man wasn't the one she remembered from the original story, nor was he what she'd seen from her God's eye view of the original. Qinlai was someone worth discovering, worth exploring. As for Qinlai, Su Qinghu's sudden, you're kind of attractive, almost made him trip over his own feet. Su Qinghu didn't notice any of this. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she spotted a pot on the coal stove, white steam billowing from it. Qinlai, you're a real treasure. Looking at the buns and steamed bread on the counter, Su Qinghu suddenly realized something was off. Not only had this man made breakfast, he'd even cleaned up the yard and the kitchen. Qinlai was so directly and sweetly praised that his ears turned red. This was the first time in his life he'd ever been in this kind of situation. It felt strange, but there was also a kind of unspeakable joy. I wake up on time every day. I went for a run, saw I still had time, so I started breakfast, swept the yard, and cleaned the kitchen while I was at it. He'd done these things before, but being singled out and praised like this was a first. Qinlai was actually a little nervous, like the first time he went on a secret mission. You get up really early, Su Qinghu said, smiling at him. I didn't even notice. He was so thoughtful, always considering others. She seemed to have discovered something new. She looked at Qinlai, staring until he got so embarrassed he could barely stand it, then finally said, Qinlai, have I ever told you you're very handsome? Qinlai nearly choked. This girl, the way she talked, was always so unexpected. He quickly changed the subject. When we got our marriage certificate, I told you my parents were on their way to the sanatorium. Su Qinghu nodded. You did. I remember. The way she said it almost made Chinlai forget what he wanted to say. It was such a simple sentence, but with her tone and her face, there was an indescribable feeling to it. Su Qinghu didn't care what he was thinking. She touched her forehead and said, "Let's go outside to talk. It's too hot in the kitchen." Chinlai's gaze fell on the spot where her hand had been. Her fair forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, a few stray hairs sticking to it, not pure black but soft and cute. He followed her out of the kitchen. The two of them stood under the eaves. Su Qinghu said, "All right, go ahead. What were you about to say?" "Chinlai, thank you for being understanding and letting them get the care they need. I contacted them when I got back yesterday. If nothing comes up, they should be back today." Suddenly she was nervous. Was she about to meet her in-laws? My father seems strict and serious, but he's actually a reasonable man with principles. My mother. Chinlai paused, choosing his words carefully under her expectant gaze. My mother is very clear about who she likes and dislikes. If she likes someone, she really likes them. If she doesn't, she won't even bother with pleasantries. Su Qinghu listened, a little distracted. So Chinlai's father was more rational and his mother more emotional? Rational people are good, but sometimes a bit stubborn. A touch of emotion might be better. The two of them had been together most of their lives. Maybe they balanced each other out? Seeing her lost in thought, Chinlai said, "You don't have to worry. Just be yourself, act naturally. It's not hard to get along with them." She glanced at him, a little skeptical. Given this man's status and contributions, if he'd wanted to apply for his own house and just live next door to his parents in the compound, it probably wouldn't have been a problem. But the reality was, his ex-wife hadn't lived with his parents. Chinlai said, "Not living with my parents was her own idea." "Why?" Su Qinghu asked casually, the words slipping out. Chinlai looked into her clear eyes and was momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally said, "She said she couldn't get used to that environment and didn't want to be woken up by the bugle on weekend mornings." Su Qinghu, that sounds like a reasonable explanation. She said sounds like instead of being certain, because of the times they were in. In this era, being able to live in a compound, especially one with status, was something to brag about. Unless someone was really clueless, no one would turn down the chance to move in. These compounds were like little societies with everything you could want: kindergarten, shops, barber, bathhouse, all convenient. Sometimes you'd even find things here you couldn't get outside. Chinlai's ex-wife hadn't even bothered to take care of the kids. Why would she give up such a convenient place and choose to live elsewhere? There were probably only two reasons. Either there was something or someone outside that attracted her, or she felt guilty and couldn't face Chinlai's parents. "Where do you want to live? Have you thought about it?" Chinlai asked. Su Qinghu said, "I'm fine living here. I like walking around the neighborhood and seeing how other people live. But if your parents don't mind me, I could stay over on weekends sometimes." She smiled. "Your parents' place probably requires signing in and out. If I'm coming and going all the time, it might not look good. People might start calling her a loafer." Chinlai nodded. "Whatever you want." So he was respecting her wishes and letting her do as she pleased? "By the way, when your parents come back, are they going home first or coming straight here? If they're coming here, should I prepare anything? If they're going home, should I bring a gift when I visit?" Chinlai said, "I told them to go home first, and then I'll go see them." Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. "You want to take the heat on your own?" "It's not really heat," Chinlai chuckled. "You just wait at home. Isn't it a bit unfair to let you go alone?" Su Qinghu teased. It was so obvious that Chinlai laughed. "So how do you want to be fair?" Su Qinghu didn't respond to that, just smiled and sent him off to wake up Deepening and Erden for breakfast. After they finished eating, Chinlai went out and brought back a load of coal briquettes on a tricycle. Deepening and Erden eagerly followed behind, helping him unload and stack them neatly against the wall in the corridor before going to wash their hands. "Huh?" Deepening and Erden were scrubbing their hands with soap when Chinlai asked. They stopped and looked at him together. Deepening pressed his lips together and didn't say anything. It was Erden who blinked and asked, "Dad, are you talking about Ms. Su Qinghu?" "What do you mean, Ms. Su Qinghu?" Chinlai frowned. "What kind of way is that to address her?" Erden quickly corrected himself. Dad, you mean my mom? It didn't really matter what she was called. It's not like it would cost them anything. She's in the room writing something. Erden replied. She's been in there drawing and writing ever since you left after breakfast. I couldn't make sense of it. Dayton glanced at Erden. She's drawing blueprints. Huh? Erden turned to Dayton. How do you know? Dayton was silent for a moment. So, people's memories really can get better or worse in real time, huh? Bro? Erden asked cautiously. Don't scare me. Whenever you get like this, I usually end up getting hit. Dayton said, those pomegranate flowers you picked, didn't we bring them back yesterday? That was before their bath last night. After bringing them back, they'd left them to dry in the tool shed. It would have been fine not to mention the pomegranate flowers, but as soon as he did, Erden visibly shrank, sneaking a look at Chinlai. Seeing his expression was fine, Erden nodded lightly, yeah, and then. She probably wants to make them into flower baskets to sell, Dayton said, glancing at Chinlai out of the corner of his eye. When he got caught, he spoke a bit faster. That girl's dad and grandpa are both good at handicrafts, right? Mom said she'd have them weave baskets to pay off their debt, and today she needs to give them the blueprints. So, she was definitely drawing the blueprints now. They were supposed to be handed over today. Chinlai listened to the kids without interrupting. He was able to pick up a lot of details about Su Qinghu that she'd never told him herself. As Chinlai stayed silent, the two kids' voices gradually lowered until they stopped talking altogether, just watching him. Dayton was already worried that Su Qinghu would lure Chinlai away and run off with someone else. Now, hearing that he was going to check on what Su Qinghu was doing, the young boy's face instantly turned into a bitter gourd. Erden stood next to Dayton, watching as Chinlai came back out in less than 2 minutes, looking completely confused. Wasn't he going to check on her? Why did he come back as soon as he got to the door? Before they could figure it out, a car horn sounded at the gate. You two behave at home. I'm going to visit your grandparents, Chinlai called out as he strode over. After giving his instructions, he was already out the door. Dayton and Erden watched him leave, only pulling their gazes back when he was out of sight. They exchanged a glance. Dayton knew exactly what was going on, so he didn't say anything. Erden scratched his head. Why does Dad seem kind of weird today? Dayton pressed his lips together tightly, picking at the seam of his pants, lost in thought, completely ignoring Erden. Erden didn't care. He patted his butt, tiptoed, and went straight to find his new mom. Su Qinghu was carefully sketching out a flower basket design, marking the dimensions. She sensed something approaching from behind and reflexively turned around, pen held outward in a defensive posture. Erden was startled by her sudden movement and stance and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Su Qinghu was startled, not because someone was behind her, but because of Erden's over-the-top reaction and scream. She almost wanted to scream, "Ah," herself, but Erden's cry was so tragic she forcibly held it in. She watched Erden, whose scream went from muffled to helpless, then to amused. She couldn't help it, she burst out laughing. "What did you come here for?" Su Qinghu asked, her eyes still full of laughter. Erden clutched his chest. I can't remember what I came for. You scared me so much I forgot." Erden's eyes darted around. When other kids get scared, their parents call their souls back for 3 days straight. Su Qinghu got goosebumps. She wasn't afraid of this stuff, but hearing it out of the blue, especially with noon approaching, made her feel uneasy. "We grew up under the national flag, with culture and ideals. Don't get into feudal superstitions." Seeing his brother rejected, Dayton bravely stepped up. "If you're really scared, I'll call your soul back for you." He'd never actually done it, but he'd seen others do it. Wasn't it just standing in place at noon for 3 days, when the sun was hottest, calling the scared kid's name, and then walking away without looking back? "I don't want anyone." Erden stomped his foot, grabbed his belt, and ran off angrily. Dayton's mouth fell open, surprised by Erden's temper, leaving him a bit dazed. Su Qinghu patted his head, then ruffled his hair. "Didn't you notice? Your brother was acting spoiled." Dayton's eyes widened. He wondered if his ears were broken. The young boy's expression made him look even more naive and silly. After he acts spoiled, he gets a little shy, Su Qinghu said with a mischievous smile. Now that you said that, he didn't get what he wanted and feels embarrassed about his behavior. Of course he ran off. Dayton, so that's how it is? Seeing he still didn't believe it, Su Qinghu prompted, think about how people call back souls. What's there to think about? Isn't it usually the parent holding the child's hand, rubbing their forehead, and calling their name to bring their soul back? So what's embarrassing about that? Just because of the hand-holding and forehead rubbing? Su Qinghu saw his expression and knew he didn't get it. She shook her head. Let me handle it. Dayton didn't insist on calling Erden's soul back, but he also didn't leave Su Qinghu's side, watching her as if to say, I'm not leaving until you explain this to me. Su Qinghu sat down to keep drawing, and Dayton stood beside her. Since he wasn't talking, he wasn't a bother. Su Qinghu went about her work, occasionally asking him to sharpen her pencils. Dayton did whatever she asked, and when she finished drawing, he still followed her around like a little tail. As she drew, Su Qinghu explained, your brother might seem carefree and silly, but he has things he wants too. He craves affection from adults. Dayton was clearly taken aback by this, staring at Su Qinghu's pretty profile in shock. Erden likes holding hands and having his forehead touched. Dan glanced at Erdan, who had already run out into the courtyard, then looked at Su Qinghu, who was staring at him. His surprise was mixed with confusion. He remembered that on the day they came back, when they were still at the hospital, Su Qinghu had held their hands and later patted their heads. But there hadn't been anything particularly special about it. So why did Erdan like her so much? He even got embarrassed and annoyed when stopped. Go play, Su Qinghu said, seeing that he seemed to be launching into a mental brainstorm, one that was tangling his mind into a ball of yarn, his gaze drifting. She smiled and waved her hand. You can take a dime from the change box in the living room. Hearing her tone, Dan hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself, then wanting to again, and finally couldn't help it. Do you even know how to run a household? How could anyone spoil kids like this? Just handing out money because she said so, and not just a little, a whole dime. A dime. That could buy a whole gene of old rice. Su Qinghu, a grown woman, grown for many years now, with a car, a house, and a decent amount of savings, was suddenly questioned by a child, full of righteous indignation, about whether she knew how to manage a household. The shock she felt was understandable. Her hand jerked in surprise, and with a ripping sound, the already low-quality exercise book she was holding was torn with a long gash. She looked down at the drawing, relieved to see she hadn't damaged the finished part, then looked up at Dan, her eyes narrowing. What did you say? Her eyes were slightly long, the corners tilting up. When she narrowed them like this, she didn't look fierce. Instead, a gentle, spring-like warmth seemed to spread. But to Dan, this just looked naive and clueless. I said, do you even know how to run a household? At school, do you pay attention to anything besides studying? Do you know what an ordinary person's monthly salary is? Do you know how much you can buy with a dime? The more Dan spoke, the angrier he got. Do you really have to learn from those people who don't know how to manage money? What if we have food today but nothing for the next meal? Sorry, in her past life, she'd only ever lived alone. Now, with a whole family to support, this was her first time experiencing it. As for prices, in her previous life, when she went to the supermarket, she just took whatever she wanted, never caring about the price per item. As for her current self, she'd just graduated from university. Managing a household was still a knowledge blind spot. Other than studying, she'd never paid attention to prices. And as for the average person's monthly salary, she hadn't even started working yet. How was she supposed to answer that? The only thing she could answer was what a dime could buy. A dime can buy a notebook, Su Qinghu replied innocently. Or pay for a doctor's registration. Was that what he meant? He just wanted to tell her that money should be spent wisely, only on what's necessary. Don't spend what you shouldn't. Don't give what you shouldn't. Su Qinghu saw his little chest heaving with anger and laughed. What, are you afraid I'll let you go hungry? If you spend all the money and we have nothing for the next meal, won't we go hungry? Dan retorted, sticking his neck out. Think about it, from yesterday until now, how much money have you given us? Su Qinghu, you can't just count me, right? Qinlai gave them money too, didn't he? We're just counting you, Dan frowned. Dad's only home for a few days. In the future, you'll be the one managing the money. If you're in charge, then all the household matters depend on you. If you spend money without restraint and Dad's salary doesn't arrive on time, what will we do? The child was genuinely worried, especially seeing Su Qinghu's unconcerned attitude. He was about to cry from frustration. The last one was stingy, so stingy they couldn't eat their fill, but at least they knew there was emergency money, so they weren't too anxious. But this one, she wasn't stingy, but she spent money so freely. What if they needed money urgently in the future? How did your little brain grow like this? Su Qinghu wondered. His logic was pretty good. He spoke clearly, but he always assumed the worst. Dan couldn't take it anymore and shouted at her, "Can't you be a bit more responsible?" All right, it's just a dime. Look how worked up you are, Su Qinghu said, amused. Haven't you ever thought, instead of me scrimping and saving, hoarding a little nest egg for myself, maybe it's better to just let you eat and spend it all now? Dan, I can't talk sense into you. You're too dumb. He practically roared this, not making Su Qinghu angry, but instead making himself tear up. When he stormed out of the bedroom, his tears were on the verge of falling. In her mind, it was like 10,000 wild horses thundered past, kicking up clouds of dust. What was wrong with these two brothers? The moment things went badly, they just ran off. She tapped her chin with her pen for a while, then lowered her head to keep working, occasionally jotting down a few more lines. Dan dashed out into the courtyard and almost tripped over Dan, who was squatting by the gate. The brothers exchanged a glance, and Dan spoke first. "I'm going to find Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad. Are you coming?" "Why should I?" Dan stood up. Under his oversized clothes was a scrawny body, but at least now he had a belt made from a rough strip of cloth, so he didn't have to keep hitching up his pants. Dad didn't say he was taking us when he left. They both recognized the sound of that car horn by now, didn't even need to look to know who it was. Dan pointed at Dan's eyes. "Bro, what's wrong? Are you crying? Did she hit you?" After asking, Dan imagined what Su Qinghu would look like hitting someone, and couldn't help but snicker. The new mom seemed to look good doing anything. "Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me, are you coming or not? If you're not, I'll go by myself." With Dan saying that, how could Dan refuse? "Did you take any change? Did you tell Mom?" He followed his brother out, muttering, "Bro, you've been acting weird these past few days. Didn't you like her? Why are you mad at her?" Dan didn't get it. He looked at Dan expectantly, but Dan didn't even glance at him, just focused on leading him to the bus stop. Dan, not even 1.2 meters tall, rode for free. Dan paid the fare right away, then pulled his brother to a seat. Meanwhile, Qinlai was nearly at his parents' house. Father and Mother Qin were already waiting outside. When they saw him, they quickly waved him over. "Qinlai, what's going on?" Mother Qin started as soon as he got close. "Why did you suddenly get divorced and then remarried?" She trusted her son's character and judgment. There was no way he'd cheat during marriage. But others didn't know that, and they needed to get the facts straight so they could respond if anything happened. "Don't worry, let's go inside and talk," Qinlai said. "Is standing at the gate really comfortable?" Father Qin patted her shoulder and called their son inside. Qinlai sat upright before his parents, recounting everything in chronological order. "If there's anything you want to know, just ask." Father and Mother Qin hadn't interrupted him once, waiting until he finished before falling into silence. After a long pause, Father Qin finally spoke. "Is there any chance you leaked confidential information at work?" Now that it was the 1980s, all sorts of crimes were cropping up like mushrooms after the rain, espionage among them. Father Qin looked at his upright, steady son and said slowly, "If there's even a possibility, I won't cover for you. I hope you understand." Peace in this country had come at a high price. He would not allow anyone to undermine the sacrifices of his fallen comrades. "Dad." A hint of helplessness flashed in Qinlai's eyes. "You've taught me to be vigilant since I was a child. I've never forgotten that." "That's good." Father Qin nodded. visibly relieved. I have nothing more to ask. As long as his son wasn't breaking the law, or helping others break the law, whatever he chose to do was his own business. He lifted his chin and nodded at his wife, signaling that she could ask her questions now. Mother Chen hesitated for a long time before carefully asking, "Do you like her now?" The moment she spoke, she grew anxious. She couldn't help it, after all. Back then things had been so. Chenlai lowered his eyes in thought, then looked up after a moment. We only met on the day we registered our marriage, so I don't have a strong impression of her. After coming back, I found that she... He sat up straighter, choosing his words. Sometimes she's unexpected. Sometimes, Chenlai felt Su Qinghu was about to blush, but the next second, she'd come out with some over-the-top compliment that made him want to blush instead. He knew her words were exaggerated, but for some reason, they still felt good to hear. Chenlai couldn't think of a better way to describe it, so he just tried to get as close as possible. After asking her question, Mother Chen kept a close eye on her son's reaction. Seeing a hint of a smile in his eyes, she relaxed, only to tense up again. It was good if he liked her, but what if? These days, everyone wanted to go abroad. For a visa, people were willing to do almost anything. Such a pretty, interesting girl with excellent grades. Could she get swept up in the wave of people leaving the country? If that happened, would her son be able to stay as calm and collected as he had during this divorce? Will she be able to settle down and live a good life with us? The girl sounded so outstanding. Chenlai smiled, but said nothing. Mother Chen was about to press further when a knock came at the door, followed by the voices of Did Dan and Dan calling, "Grandpa." "Grandma." Father Chen stood up. "I'll get the door. You two keep talking." Mother Chen stood up, then sat back down, glancing at her son's expression. Seeing nothing unusual, she smiled and looked toward the door. "Grandma." Dan rushed over and hugged Mother Chen. "Are you feeling better?" Mother Chen patted his head, a little worried. "What am I going to do with you? Why aren't you growing taller?" "Grandma," Dan called, but his eyes were already searching for Chenlai. Spotting him sitting upright, he hurried over. "Dad, there are too many coal briquettes at home. We can't move them all." At the mention of coal, Chenlai understood. The coal had already been moved and stacked that morning. Now, with Dan winking as he spoke, it was clear he was hinting at something. The kid must have something to say. "Coal? Didn't we just finish that this morning? My hands are still black from moving it." Dan poked his head out from Mother Chen's arms. "Brother, it's only been a few hours." Big brother sure is forgetful, isn't he? Because of Dan's comment, an awkward silence fell over the living room. "Go on," Chenlai said, ruffling his hair. "Don't be afraid." Even if he said something wrong, Chenlai would help him smooth it over. Dan didn't want to speak anymore. Reporting something like this was one thing in private, but in front of everyone, it was entirely different. If he doesn't want to say it in front of everyone, don't force him. Take him to the study and talk, just the two of you. Father Chen waved them off, urging them to go. Once they'd gone into the study, Mother Chen asked, "What's going on?" Dan was still confused. "What do you mean, what's going on?" His brother hadn't told him why they were looking for Dad. "What do you think of your new mom? Is she good to you?" Mother Chen, seeing her husband had no objections, asked directly. "And to your dad?" "She's good to me and my brother." Dan scratched his head. "She's good to Dad too. She cares if he's eaten, if he's full, if he wants more." Someone who cares if you've eaten and even buys you food, Dan thought that was as good as it got. "She bought food for me and my brother at the deli, beef, lamb, everything." Thinking about it, Dan looked dreamy. When would they get to eat meat again? Father and Mother Chen exchanged glances. This girl sounded pretty nice. Meanwhile, in the study, Dan was laying out the facts for Chenlai. "Dad, with someone like her, no amount of money will ever be enough. I tried to talk to her, but she just laughed. She's not serious at all." The more he thought about her attitude, the more annoyed Dan got. "And she dodges the question." Chenlai listened with interest. Seeing how worked up Dan was, he reached out and patted his head, comforting him. "Providing for the family is an adult's job. Don't worry about it." "Dad." Dan suddenly looked at Chenlai. She's used to a comfortable life. What if, one day, you can't give her money to spend as she likes, and she just leaves you for someone else? The logic wasn't wrong, but it didn't take character into account. Chenlai placed a large hand on his shoulder. Dan, it's good to think ahead, but don't always assume the worst. Do you know the saying, a blessing in disguise? Chenlai asked. Dan nodded reluctantly. Yeah. He and his brother spent half their pocket money on books and learning, even if it wasn't much. As long as you know, think it through. You're right to consider it, but to make the best judgment, you have to take a lot of other things into account. Chenlai led him out of the study, a smile tugging at his lips. She spends money quickly, but it's mostly for your benefit. Dan, but I don't really want that much benefit. She probably, Chenlai mused, was moved by you too. Huh? Dan was puzzled. Moved by what? The hospital, Chenlai prompted, leading him back to the living room. In the living room, Father and Mother Chen and Dan had finished talking and fallen silent. When the two came out, the room came back to life. Chenlai paused. What's going on with you all? The scene was oddly festive, everyone sitting in the same stiff posture. It's nothing. Dan was just telling us how nice your new mom is buying them meat, letting them drink soda. Mother Chen smiled. She really cares about the kids. Children's likes and dislikes are pure and sensitive. Whether they like or dislike something, whether they hate or love someone, when there's no outside interference, it's all very straightforward. When talked about Su Qinghu, he was absolutely unstoppable. From the simple instructions she gave them before rushing into the hospital, to generously giving them money for food inside, to making that Lu Guifang apologize and even getting her to do chores for them. And then all the things that happened after Dad came home. Every little detail, just like the height of spring, was lovable and charming. Whenever saw her, he felt as if a beautiful golden oriole was singing a joyful song in his heart. In his eyes and in his heart, Su Qinghu was wonderful. And when he talked about her to others, it was easy for people to empathize, even if his words weren't always precise, his expression made up for it. That's the power of genuine emotion, nothing moves people more. Because of this, as they looked at the tightly closed study door, and Father Chen and Mother Chen all started to let their imaginations run wild. Father and Mother Chen were thinking, when kids bring up problems, it's usually about the family. Was their son telling them something about Su Qinghu? As for ever since he asked what was wrong with his brother who had stormed out and got no answer, he was almost 80% sure his brother was in there telling Dad bad things about Su Qinghu. But between his brother and his new stepmom, he still sided with his brother. So when Chenlai came out, what he saw was the three of them with almost identical expressions and body language. After Mother Chen finished answering, Father Chen nodded. From description, this comrade Xiao Su sounds like a well-mannered person. As soon as Father Chen praised Su Qinghu, Dan snapped out of the moved-by-you mood that Chenlai had pointed out, instantly perking up and looking at them with bright eyes. She's well-mannered, doesn't hit or scold, and isn't passive-aggressive, but she doesn't know how to run a household. And Yen, Mother Chen beckoned, her eyes full of affection. Come here, let me take a look at you. After learning what their former daughter-in-law had done, Mother Chen felt both guilty and heartbroken for how hard things had been for the two kids, and for how Dan, at such a young age, had to take on the responsibility of caring for his little brother. These past years, because of higher-ups' demands for streamlining and efficiency, their work had changed, and they'd barely spent any time in the capital. It wasn't until late last year, almost New Year's, that they were allowed to transfer back to the capital for health and age reasons. But by the time they actually returned, it was already after the new year. Now, they'd only been back in the capital for a little over 3 months. When it came to their children's families, as parents, their principle was not to nitpick and to treat everyone with tolerance. But the results were less than ideal. Grandma. Dan walked over to Mother Chen. Are you still in good health? Dad had told him that Grandpa and Grandma had gone to a sanatorium, and he'd always remembered. I'm healthy, Mother Chen patted his head, her love and guilt clear in her eyes. But it's been hard on our Yen. It hasn't been hard. Dan stood straight as a little poplar tree. Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad are the ones who've had it tough. Other people work hard for themselves, but Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad work hard for the people. That's different. From now on, Grandpa and Grandma will be living in the capital long term. Mother Chen looked at the children, her concern obvious. Would you like to live with us? Dayton paused, his eyes opening a little wider. He hadn't thought about that. He glanced at Erden, who was also stunned. Weren't they here to see Dad? Did Dad not want them anymore? Dad, Erden opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally getting the words out. Are you starting your own family now? A lot of people said that after Dad's divorce, if he remarried, he'd definitely learn from experience and wouldn't bring the two of them, his burdens, into a new family. Now that Dad was starting a new family, did that mean he didn't want them anymore? Dayton had once thought about living with Grandpa and Grandma, but ever since he learned they were serving the country, he didn't want to anymore. If he had to choose between living with Grandpa and Grandma or with Su Qinghu, if you'd asked him just a couple of days ago, he would have chosen Grandpa and Grandma without hesitation. But now, no, Su Qinghu spends money with no plan at all. He needs to keep an eye on her and teach her how to manage a household properly. I want to live with Dad, Dayton gave Father and Mother Chen a direct answer. I'll bring my brother to visit you on weekends. Erden glanced at his brother and quickly echoed, I want to live with Dad too. Living with Dad meant living with Su Qinghu. That was the same thing in Erden's mind. Chenlai found it funny and shook his head slightly. Mom, Dad, just take care of yourselves. Dayton and Erden are part of my little family, so we'll handle their upbringing. By we, he meant himself and Su Qinghu. You too, AI, that's not what I meant, Mother Chen sighed. I just thought, since I have experience raising children, maybe I could take better care of them. She really hadn't thought about it from Erden's perspective. Erden blinked, his lashes wet, all the swagger of a movie villain or playboy from Hong Kong films gone. He clung to Chenlai's sleeve, pitifully seeking reassurance that Dad really wasn't planning to abandon them and live his own life. She's agreed and is willing to accept both kids, Chenlai smiled, placing his big hand on Erden's fluffy head, and said to his parents, I got home a bit late that day, after dinner, and happened to catch the kids taking a bath. The water was warm. She'd just gotten out of the hospital that day, so the water wasn't sun-heated, Chenlai added, noticing Dayton's gaze and chuckling. She had the kids heat up the water themselves. It was summer, and the bathwater was warm, showing she cared about the kids' health. She's a good person. This time it was Father Chen who spoke first. You should treat her well. Erden hadn't mentioned this, probably because it was hot, and he was full of energy, so hot or cold water didn't matter much, and he didn't bring it up. Mother Chen hadn't expected that such a young woman could be so thoughtful. She wanted us to use coal briquettes, but my brother wouldn't let her, Erden frowned. He said we should save them for winter. Lighting the stove was something they could handle. It wasn't child abuse. But his brother wasn't wrong either. We don't have ration tickets, and we're running out of money. Dad's tickets won't come until next month. My brother's right, we should save them so we don't freeze our hands in winter. Father and Mother Chen were stunned. When their son first said he'd gotten nothing in the divorce, they thought it was only right. He was taking care of the kids, after all. They'd supported his decision, but hadn't realized the tough spot he might be in. Mother Chen couldn't hold back her tears. She turned and hurried to the bedroom. We haven't used up all our ration tickets, most of them we mailed to. She stopped herself before mentioning that unpleasant experience. Your dad and I still have some saved up. I'll go find them for you. Chenlai quickly tried to stop her. Mom, I have enough. We really just hauled back a whole cart of coal briquettes this morning. But it was too late. Mother Chen didn't believe him. Erden scratched his head. He really couldn't figure out what was going on anymore. Dan had no idea how much turmoil his words had caused for his grandparents. He clung to his father's hand, trotting happily as they left the compound. Dad wasn't going to abandon them just because he was starting a new family. Grandma had given them so many ration coupons, and now they wouldn't have to cook over a fire anymore. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt, a silly grin spreading across his face. Dan shifted his gaze away from their father's large hand gripping his wrist and glanced at Dan. Sensing Dan's look, Dan beamed and said, Big brother, from now on we won't have to worry about our hands freezing in winter. Dan gave him a caring look before turning away. Was Dad's earlier reminder about how they'd moved Su Qinghu at the hospital? So, would Su Qinghu really be willing to accept them wholeheartedly? Big brother? What's wrong? Dan stood on one side of the display, craning his neck to look at Dan on the other. You've been acting weird all day. Did their new mom really hit or scold him this morning? But he'd been squatting by the door and hadn't heard a peep from inside. Watch where you're going. Chinlai lowered his gaze, sweeping his eyes over the two boys, his heart a mix of emotions. He'd told them before, if they ever ran into a problem they couldn't solve, they should go find Xiao Yang. But to this day, they'd never gone, didn't even know what Xiao Yang looked like. How afraid must they be that, through Xiao Yang, he'd find out how hard things were for them. Dad, why were you acting weird just like Big Brother was? Dan tugged at Chinlai's hand. Chinlai looked down at him. What do you mean, acting weird? Which part was he talking about? Big Brother's been weird today, and you've been weird too since we left the compound. What's going on with you two? Today was a day of unexpected gains. Why weren't they happy? Why did they look like something was weighing on their minds? Chinlai teased him. Today, every time you two spoke to your grandparents, they'd form a very subtle opinion of me. A man nearly 30, and in his parents' eyes, he was still someone who struggled to support his family. He felt the weight of the parental love in his pocket, looked up at the sky, and after a long moment, let out a heavy sigh. What kind of subtle opinion? Dan asked, thinking it over. Do they think you're not capable, Dad? Dan glanced at him, but said nothing. Dan said he'd been acting strange all day, but he didn't feel that way himself. Dan looked from Dan to Chinlai, puzzled. That can't be right. Dad, you're the most capable person. Lots of people say so, and you have so many friends. Someone with so many friends can't be incapable. There was a certain wisdom to those words. Chinlai shot him a look, but didn't reply. Dan was much more perceptive and worldly than Dan, so he understood what Chinlai meant and felt a bit uneasy. Dad, I did tell Grandpa and Grandma about the coal briquettes and that we have money at home. But for some reason, no matter how sincerely he spoke, Grandpa and Grandma just didn't believe him. Or maybe they did, but still insisted on giving them those ration coupons? This isn't your fault, Chinlai said, and led the boys onto the bus. The bus was crowded, so the three of them stood all the way until they got off near home. Dan let go of all those negative expectations and try to accept her, okay? As they neared the door, Chinlai stopped, crouched down to face Dan. Right now, we're already a family. Instead of resisting, why not try to see if you can get along? Maybe because he'd been old enough to remember when Chinlai brought him home, Dan always reacted the most strongly to things he cared about. My brother likes her. Dan raised his hand. Dad, my brother doesn't dislike her. He even asked if she could stay with you forever. Chinlai looked at him, a little troubled. This kid could really talk nonstop. Really, Dad, you don't know. At first, my brother and I even wanted to become sworn siblings with her. Dan was so excited, he didn't even think to check his father's or brother's expressions, just kept chattering away. Before, I just didn't know she didn't know how to run a household, Dan forced himself to say, suppressing the feelings that came with remembering why he'd thought that way. Just then, Xiao Yang suddenly appeared, interrupting them. There's something I forgot to tell you last night. Chinlai looked at him. What is it? It's nothing big, just a couple of sentences. Your new wife said she hopes you'll take responsibility for your own life, do whatever you want, don't feel like you have to accommodate her, she can take care of the house. She wants to see you shine in the field you love, to become someone truly unique. He repeated every word, though he knew he couldn't live up to it for now. But he remembered exactly what she'd meant. As long as the main idea was right. Chinlai listened carefully, then smiled. You came all this way just to tell me that? Yeah, just for that. I don't think your talents should be buried because of family reasons. Xiao Yang patted his friend's arm. So, I've told you now. Will you remember? Still thinking of quitting? Chinlai caught a faint whiff of alcohol on him and understood. You already told me all this before. Huh? I did. Xiao Yang shook his head. How come I feel like I haven't? Dan tugged at his shirt. Uncle, You've been drinking this early in the morning? Drinking in the morning is bad? Zhao Liangyan's thoughts were starting to slow. Does it have to be at night? No way, I can't go out drinking at night, my wife would scold me. You guys, with your arranged marriages or family introductions, don't understand us who found love on our own. I can't come home late and make my wife sad. On the surface, he still seemed normal, not at all like someone who'd been drinking. But inside, he was already completely drunk. And yet, even drunk, his words cut like knives, every word hit home. Qinlai, how much did you drink with Zhang Dong? Zhang Dong? Who's that? Zhao Liangyan's eyes suddenly went wide. Wait, I know who Zhang Dong is. That guy's a real piece of work. After he'd left yesterday, Zhang Dong had probably dragged Zhao Yang out drinking. Knowing Zhang Dong, he'd definitely want to enjoy life before going in. He said I brought the old man over to him, and if I didn't want him to get mad, I'd have to drink with him. And I couldn't drink too little. If I did, he'd say he'd go after your pretty wife. It really pissed him off, never changes. With so many people who like him, he just has to go after someone who doesn't even care about him. Su Qinghu heard a knock at the door and went to open it. She glanced at the 4 people standing outside, narrowed her eyes, stepped aside, and gestured for them to come in. Qinlai noticed the change in her expression. Supporting Zhao Liangyan, he said to Su Qinghu, "He's drunk. I'd like him to sober up at our place before heading home." Seeing that she said nothing else, Qinlai, still holding Zhao Liangyan, didn't move his feet. "I can take care of him myself. You don't need to help." Su Qinghu nodded again. Thinking something was missing, she added a soft Qinlai didn't know why, but hearing her voice made him feel oddly relieved. Qinlai helped Zhao Liangyan inside. Su Qinghu quickly blocked the door, leaving the 2 kids outside. The 2 of them were baffled. What's going on? Why were they shut out? Do you feel like you forgot something before you went out? Su Qinghu stood with her arms crossed, looking down at them, her tone slow and dangerous. Her gaze was scrutinizing, her voice full of warning. Dan felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't figure out what Su Qinghu was getting at, so he didn't dare answer rashly. Dan shrank back a little and tried, yes. When an adult asks, "Do you feel like you forgot something?" you always answer yes. It's like when a grown-up, exasperated, asks, "Did you do something wrong, did you?" You'd better just say, "I was wrong." Because at that moment, in a parent's eyes, you are wrong. If you argue, you'll probably get a scolding. Su Qinghu glanced at Dan, then looked at Dan and called him out directly. "And you, Dan, we forgot to deliver the flower basket design to Lu Guifeng's house?" Su Qinghu neither confirmed nor denied, and pointed to Dan, your turn. Dan, who had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. Huh? Oh, we forgot. It definitely wasn't about delivering the design to Lu Guifeng's house, because he remembered his new mom had said they could deliver it in the evening, since they'd have more time to explain their requirements clearly. Dan grew anxious and looked up at Su Qinghu. "I don't know what I did wrong." Su Qinghu was speechless. "Then why did you admit fault so quickly? Isn't that what adults want when they ask like that?" Dan looked innocent. "I've seen our old neighbors argue, and it's always like this. Whenever those uncles and aunties argued, if the auntie asked a question like that, and the uncle argued back, he'd get nagged for a whole day. What goes on in kids' heads these days?" Qinlai had just settled Zhao Liangyan on a bamboo mat in the side room and came out just in time to hear the exchange between Su Qinghu and Dan. He paused, and just as Dan was about to look his way for help, Qinlai turned and went into the kitchen. He needed to make some hangover soup for Zhao Liangyan. Dan watched as Qinlai turned away, and his silent plea for help evaporated into thin air. What's the use of having a dad? When it matters most, he still sides with his wife. Dan was so frustrated, he wanted to grind his teeth. "I didn't do anything bad today. I ate breakfast well, moved the coal briquettes well, and even when I was mad, I just squatted by our own door. When I went to the compound with my brother to find Dad, we even got a bunch of ration coupons for our family. I'm such a good kid, why doesn't anyone care about me?" The more he spoke, the more pitiful he sounded, his eyes even welling up with tears. "I'm not ugly either. In fact, I'm handsome. Everyone says I look like one of those cool big brothers in the movies. Su Qinghu had been feeling a mix of emotions, but when she heard cool big brother in the movies, she was instantly reminded of the time Dan tried to act all tough, constantly having to hitch up his slipping belt, looking every bit the wannabe street punk. An image that was both hilarious and cringeworthy. Clearing her throat, Su Qinghu asked, "Tell me the truth, have you ever been to a movie theater? Have you ever watched a cop movie?" Dan looked at Dan, then decided to be honest. "No, never." Dan's fingers twitched, but he stayed silent and didn't look up. Su Qinghu might seem like she was jumping from topic to topic, but she always circled back to the main point. So what should he say later? All right, fun time's over. Back to the main question. Think carefully about what you forgot earlier, and give me your answer in 5 minutes. Su Qinghu's smile faded. I don't want to hear "I don't know" again. Dan froze, not used to how quickly she switched topics. After speaking, Su Qinghu turned and walked away, heading to the kitchen. She glanced at the man working there, still looking tall and steadfast, then glanced a few more times before slowly walking to the kitchen door. Comrade Chenlai, what time is it now? On the surface, it was a perfectly proper question, but coming from Su Qinghu's lips, it had a teasing undertone, though not entirely teasing, like there was a subtle hook in her voice, making people feel awkward and unsure what to do with their hands and feet. Chenlai put down his knife, took off his watch, checked the time, and handed it to her. It's 10:56 a.m. Su Qinghu nodded. You could have just told me. No need to let me check for myself. Chenlai, you can use this watch for now. We'll go buy another one this afternoon. Su Qinghu paused, realizing she'd misunderstood completely. But can a beautiful woman ever show embarrassment? So she reached out her hand. The strap on your watch isn't adjustable, right? Will it even fit me? Looking at her outstretched hand, Chenlai paused and looked down at her, but all he saw was her long, straight eyelashes and her delicate, elegant nose. Of course, Su Qinghu knew Chenlai was looking at her, but she was embarrassed herself, so she decided to drag him into the awkwardness with her. Now Chenlai must be feeling awkward too, right? Chenlai did hesitate for a moment, but seeing her slender wrist hanging in the air, he quickly unfastened the strap, estimated her wrist size, removed a few links, and reattached it. It fit her perfectly. Su Qinghu blinked. He removed the links by hand? Chenlai said, I modified this watch, so it's easy to take apart. Su Qinghu turned her wrist, examining the watch. Then she looked up. You modified it. So it must have more than just an easy-to-remove strap, right? Chenlai nodded and showed her the part he'd removed. There's a blade here. It can be used in emergencies. Su Qinghu placed a few fingers on his thumb to look at the spot he indicated. When she saw the 3 or 4 millimeter wide blade, she looked up and asked, How long is it? Caught off guard by her gaze, Chenlai was momentarily stunned, but recovered so quickly that Su Qinghu didn't notice. He answered, 3 centimeters. Su Qinghu nodded, adjusted the watch on her wrist, and turned to leave the kitchen. His hand was still suspended in midair, and the sudden disappearance of the weight Su Qinghu had placed on his thumb left him with an inexplicable sense of loss. Neither of them noticed that the faintly unusual atmosphere between them faded away like mist in the air, as if it had never happened at all. Why did Su Qinghu just turn and leave, so clean and decisive, without warning? That was because her allotted time was up. 5 minutes are up. Have you figured it out? Looking at the two brothers standing close together, Su Qinghu knew they must have been huddling to analyze the situation. Dan didn't want to speak, because admitting it would feel like he'd lost. Dan, because we went out looking for Dad without telling you. Su Qinghu's face softened, then she looked at Dan. This kid was clearly having quite the internal struggle in his head. Dan glanced anxiously at his brother, nearly dying of worry. Why was he being so stubborn? This was obviously both their fault. What good would it do if only one of them admitted it? He kept frantically signaling to Dan with his eyes, to the point his eyes nearly cramped, but still Dan wouldn't say a word. Bro, can you say something? Dan grabbed Dan's arm. Bro, I can't do this alone. Dan, annoyed by Dan's shaking, finally looked up at Su Qinghu. We shouldn't have gone out without telling you. Only then did Su Qinghu nod. And then? And then? Dan was stumped. There's more? What else? Dan, however, caught on quickly. We made you worry. Sorry. Dan suddenly understood and hurried to echo. We made you worry. Sorry. So it wasn't just about admitting fault, you had to apologize too. What's so hard about that? Just 2 sentences. He could handle that. Su Qinghu gave a soft and spoke slowly. Worry about you. Well, it's not really about worrying, since we don't have that deep of a bond. Dan's eyes widened instantly, looking at her in disbelief. What did she mean, not that deep of a bond? If it wasn't deep, why did she stand up for them? Why did she give them so much good food? I'm mainly afraid of giving the police extra work. Su Qinghu ignored their indignant looks. After all, if you disappeared, my first reaction would be to call the police. Dan, but couldn't you look for us first? Isn't that what parents do? No. Su Qinghu lifted her chin, looking down at him. And why should all parents react the same way? Dan opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. Instead, Su Qinghu turned the question back on them. This is your first time being kids, and my first time being a parent. You've been kids for 6 years and 9 years, but I've only been a parent for 6 days. You've had years of practice. Why can't you cut me, a 6-day parent, some slack? Besides, I have no experience as a parent. Of course, my first instinct would be to call the police. Even Dan was stunned by this. They were just kids, and now an adult wanted them to take care of her? And you've never told me where you like to play, or where I should look first if you go missing. Su Qinghu shot them a look. So don't expect too much. I haven't ignored you, that's good enough. Everything's a two-way street if you want it to last. Did these 2 brats understand that? Dan hung his head, chastened. Even Dan could barely hold up under her words. Chenlai came out of the kitchen with the hangover soup, nodded at Dan and Dan. Answer her. He wanted them to answer all the questions Su Qinghu had just asked. Dan, I don't have any special favorite places. If you really can't find me, go to Ho-Hai. He'd go there to watch people's clothes and shoes for them. If he was sweet-talking enough, he could earn up to 1.6 yuan a day. If he bought popsicles wholesale, he could make even more. After he finished, Su Qinghu turned to look at Chenlai. This guy really got results. But when she turned, Chenlai was nowhere to be seen, though there was noise from inside the house. Zhao Yang was loudly complaining about the taste, refusing to drink. Su Qinghu turned back just in time to hear Dan answer, I like going wherever there are lots of people, but my favorite is being with my brother. Su Qinghu nodded. Now go write a diary entry of at least 50 words about what you just felt. Dan agreed and went straight inside to write. Dan hesitated, didn't follow, and looked Su Qinghu in the eye. What does felt mean? Su Qinghu. She'd forgotten. This kid was only 6, just started 1st grade. She explained, it means to write down what you think about what we just talked about, how you feel. Oh. Dan nodded, gave her a smile, and ran off. When everyone was gone, Su Qinghu suddenly realized Dan was only in 1st grade. How many characters could he know? Could he even write a diary? She went to the living room just as Chenlai finished giving Zhao Yang the hangover soup. Does Dan know a lot of characters? Su Qinghu was about to excuse him from the diary, but then thought maybe he didn't refuse because he actually knew enough. Chenlai nodded. He should be about the same as Dan. Though Su Qinghu hadn't named names, Chenlai knew who she meant. Ever since Dan started school, he's taught everything he learns to Dan. Su Qinghu understood and stood there talking to Chenlai. By the way, how did your talk with your parents go? Do we need to meet up? She asked, but at this point, whether it went well or not, whether they needed to meet or not, both sides just had to accept it. It was pretty clear. Chenlai put down his bowl. If you want to meet, we could do it at dinner tonight or another day. But I suggest today. I'm leaving tomorrow, so it's best to meet and say hello so we can look out for each other in the future. Chenlai finished and waited for Su Qinghu's reply. Su Qinghu paused, and just as Chenlai thought she would refuse, she nodded. Su Qinghu, But what should I wear? A dress or pants? Whatever you like, Chenlai almost laughed. Their only requirement for the younger generation is to dress neatly, don't be too flashy. Su Qinghu winked at him. Like bell-bottoms and a floral shirt. Chenlai couldn't help but laugh, showing a few white teeth. His smile was so bright, he suddenly looked 10 years younger. In the side room, Dan, writing his diary, suddenly paused, pen in hand. Dan felt a pang of resonance. He used to have bell-bottoms and a floral shirt too, but that woman sold them off later. He was a little disappointed. Bell-bottoms and floral shirts looked so good, so in his parents' eyes, they were ugly? Just a way to stand out? Dan couldn't stand seeing him so downcast. As long as you're not bothering anyone, you can do whatever you want. Why care so much about Su Qinghu's opinion? Dan looked up at Dan, didn't say anything, just sighed and continued writing his reflections. What his brother said sounded great, but he hadn't really done much of it himself. Sigh, not very convincing. Just as he lowered his head to pick up his pen, Su Qinghu's voice rang out again. What she said made the pen he'd just picked up slip from his hand, clatter onto the desk, roll off, and fall to the floor motionless. Dan stood up suspiciously and poked his head out to look. Was there something wrong with his ears? What did Su Qinghu just say? Chenlai's smile froze at its brightest. All he could hear was Su Qinghu's words, but Chenlai, I want to wear a floral shirt. Is that okay? Su Qinghu blinked at him and smiled. I want to wear it. Chenlai's smile faded and he frowned slightly. Just as Su Qinghu thought he was about to righteously refuse, he nodded. You can wear it, just not today. First impressions matter a lot when meeting someone for the first time. Unless something unexpected happens, that impression will last a lifetime. Seeing she was listening seriously, Chenlai explained patiently, maybe you can change someone's first impression later, but it's a long and difficult process. People's prejudices aren't something that can be changed or erased overnight. What if I promise I can make it look good? Su Qinghu stepped closer to Chenlai, looking up at him. What if I can wear it tastefully? Chenlai was silent for a long moment, then sighed and compromised, taking a step back. How about this? You try it on for us first, and the three of us will vote. If most of us support you, you can wear it. If not, you'll have to change, okay? As soon as he said this, Dan, who was eavesdropping, immediately looked at Dan. Dan met his gaze, looking completely innocent. Dan saw right through him. Just make the same choice as Dad. You can do that, right? Dad definitely wouldn't agree, so they'd just follow Dad and vote against it. That way, she couldn't wear the floral shirt. Dan, brother, you always tell me to do what I want. So, I want to be honest. Dan put on a serious face, looking very sincere. If it looks good, it looks good. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Dan, so you're determined to side with Su Qinghu? If you make the same choice as me and Dad, I'll buy you a floral shirt for National Day. Dan started to bribe him. Dan was instantly tempted, his eyes practically sparkling. He blurted out, really? As soon as he said it, he felt a little guilty, but his desire for a floral shirt quickly won out. You're not lying to me? Dan, when have I ever lied to you? Dan thought about it and shook his head. No, his brother had never lied to him. All right then. Dan decided to set aside Su Qinghu for now and pursue his own interests. I'll make the same choice as you guys. What if Dad agrees and you disagree? What should I do then? He had to consider every possibility and ask clearly. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he wouldn't get his floral shirt. Dan, just follow Dad's choice. Okay, got it, brother. Dan was happy and pricked up his ears with Dan to listen to what was happening outside. Outside, Su Qinghu smiled even more brightly at Chenlai, nodding in agreement with his suggestion. After she spoke, Chenlai thought Su Qinghu would go change clothes, but after waiting a bit and meeting her gaze, he smiled slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Qinghu's eyes curved into a smile, her voice sweet and soft. "I don't have a floral shirt." A sudden voice interrupted Chenlai and Su Qinghu, making both of them and the two kids look toward the person standing at the living room door. Xiao Yang was holding his forehead, swaying a bit, clearly still hungover. He pounded his chest with his fist, his voice full of post-drinking bravado. If you're a man, you should spoil your wife. If your wife likes something, you should support her unconditionally. Don't drag your feet, or you'll end up having to buy it anyway, and by then she won't care about it anymore. Zhao Liangen was so passionate, he almost wanted to climb onto the table and give a grand speech. Su Qinghu looked at him, curiosity piqued. Does your wife like you drinking? Especially getting drunk like this. She was clearly teasing him, and Zhao Liangen, still not fully sober, nearly lost his balance. If he hadn't grabbed the doorframe at the last second, he would have fallen right on his butt. Zhao Liangen felt wronged, clinging to the doorframe and sobbing. Chenlai was amused by Su Qinghu's sudden mischief and shook his head slightly. Don't tease him. He's always honest after he's drunk. Even her voice was laced with laughter. We'll eat lunch out today and buy you some clothes while we're at it, Chenlai arranged the afternoon. Then we'll go to the compound to see the elders. Lunch will take about 2 hours, and shopping for clothes should take another 2. If we go over there around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, it'll be too early. Why don't we do something else first? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, full of hope, making it impossible to refuse her. Chenlai, what do you want to do? Let's go to the movies. Su Qinghu stepped even closer, barely half a step away from him. We'll bring you, and you bring the money, and we'll all go to the cinema together. Chenlai was amused by the way she put it and played along. What kind of movie do you want to see? A cop movie. Su Qinghu thought of Dan and couldn't help but laugh. I want the kids to see things clearly. Inside the house, did Dan and Dan's eyes lit up instantly. The cinema. When Chenlai heard Su Qinghu say, I want the kids to see things clearly, he suddenly had a guess. He shot her a look and nodded toward the two inside. Su Qinghu nodded, then moved closer and lowered her voice. The kids are at that age where they imitate everything. They think being a big boss is cool. I want them to see what that really means. She was so close that Chenlai almost forgot to breathe. He could even smell the warm scent of her hair. Chenlai? Chenlai. Su Qinghu waved her hand in front of his face, and the next second, he grabbed her wrist so tightly that she nearly burst into tears. Chenlai snapped back to his senses and abruptly let go of her wrist. Now freed from his grip, Su Qinghu's eyes brimmed with tears that hadn't yet fallen. She clutched her wrist and looked at Chenlai accusingly. That really hurt. Chenlai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. He thought about reaching out to rub her wrist, but then suddenly realized the girl in front of him wasn't one of those rough-and-tumble guys he was used to. Meeting her watery eyes, lashes damp with tears, Chenlai felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. Look, it's all red now. Su Qinghu raised her wrist for him to see. Chenlai glanced over and saw a distinct red mark circling her fair wrist. Just from the look of it, he could tell it wouldn't fade anytime soon. We have a first aid kit at home. If I remember right, there's some Yunnan bio in it. As he spoke, Chenlai was about to head inside to get the kit, but before he could turn around, Erden had already come out holding the little medicine box. He prayed silently that the heavens would keep his new mom safe and sound, otherwise, how would they ever get to go to the movies? Su Qinghu saw Chenlai take the kit and was about to open it when she stepped forward and pressed the lid shut. Oh, come on, that's way too much. I'm not even hurt. It was just that the blood hadn't dispersed yet. Using Yunnan Biao for a little massage was overkill. She felt awkward about it. Just put some on, it'll heal faster. Erden recommended earnestly. Really? Su Qinghu, I don't care if it's true or not, I'm not putting it on. Medicine was medicine, after all, and it always had a smell. Plus, it was hot out, being clean and fresh was best. Chenlai raised his hand, but before he could do anything, Su Qinghu took a step back and eyed him warily. Don't even think about making her put on the medicine. Chenlai paused, looking from her to his own hand, and explained, there was a spider on your hair just now. Her eyes flew wide open, and she didn't dare move a muscle, just barely moved her lips. Take it off. In this kind of situation, there was no need for explanations, just catch it. Why waste time talking? By now, the spider could have been caught already. As Su Qinghu spoke, her eyes darted around. When she finally spotted the web, she nearly lost it. She felt like her whole head was crawling with spiders. She wanted to scratch her head so badly. Chenlai couldn't see her expression clearly, but the tension radiating from her was unmistakable. He quickly found the spider and caught it. Erden immediately put down the medicine box and hugged Chenlai's leg. Dad, don't squish it, give it to me. I want to see how spiders spin webs. Earlier that spring, he and his brother had caught some tadpoles, but that woman had thrown them all out before they could grow into frogs. Now they had a new mom, maybe she'd let him keep a spider. Erden wasn't sure, but he had to try. Mom, can you tell Dad not to squish the spider, please? Su Qinghu resisted the urge to scratch her head in front of this devastatingly handsome man. Hearing Erden's plea, she suddenly had an idea. Chenlai, hurry up and find a jar for Erden to keep it in. Go. Hurry up and go. Turn around. Turn around right now. Seeing that Su Qinghu no longer looked scared and was moving around just fine, Chenlai nodded and let Erden lead him off to find a jar. The moment they turned away, Su Qinghu gave up on maintaining any ladylike composure in front of the handsome man and scratched her head with abandon. Chenlai heard the commotion behind him and turned to look. Everything was fine except for Su Qinghu's hair. Haha, Mom, your hair's a mess. Erden pointed at her, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. It looks just like a magpie's nest. What did a magpie's nest look like? Erden didn't say, but Su Qinghu understood perfectly. He was just saying her hair was a disaster. Meeting Erden's eyes, Su Qinghu threatened, "You'd better shut that chattering mouth of yours." Erden instantly wilted. What was that about? Was it wrong to like talking? Was it his fault he was good with words? Inside, Erden was practically bouncing off the walls, but under Su Qinghu's gaze, he fell silent as a mouse. For the sake of seeing that movie, what grievance couldn't he swallow? Right now, Erden felt like he was carrying the weight of the world. Whether he and his brother would get to see the movie depended on this. So, he couldn't let the adults gloss things over. Mom, if we're going to the movies later, do I need to change clothes? Su Qinghu shot him a look. Did you finish your reflection essay? He hadn't, true. But hadn't he come out to help? He was the first to bring the medicine box. Did helping out not count toward his essay time? If he'd known. Erden wanted to grumble, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Even if he'd known, he'd still have brought it. Sigh. Erden hung his head and sighed, dejected. Fine, I'll go write it now. Just as he turned to leave, Dayton came over with his notebook. I'm done. Please check it. Erden was stunned, his face a picture of disbelief. Standing off to the side, Su Qinghu mentally captioned his expression. We promised to grow old together, but you secretly got a perm. Just as Su Qinghu was about to laugh, Erden pursed his lips and dashed into the house. You just wait, I'm going to write my essay right now. Nobody's going to sneak off to the movies without me. By nobody, he meant everyone else in the house but him. Su Qinghu chuckled and lowered her head to read Dayton's essay. The handwriting was neat, no typos, the content solid and well expressed. Looks good. Su Qinghu nodded and handed the essay to Chenlai. Take a look, see if there's anything obviously wrong. Dayton straightened up even more. Dad rarely checked his homework, but when he did, he was as strict as a homeroom teacher. Chenlai took the notebook and read for a while. Just as Dayton was sure his essay was about to be sent back for a rewrite, Chenlai spoke. Your handwriting, Chenlai shook his head slightly. Still hasn't improved. Seeing this, Su Qinghu ruffled his hair. Chin up. If your handwriting hasn't improved, that's just a fact. Since it's a fact, we should accept the criticism and work on fixing it. Su Qinghu glanced at Chenlai, then turned back to Dayton. It's nothing to be ashamed of. This kid seemed a little too sensitive. I'll ask Teacher Sun sometime if she knows any calligraphy teachers, Su Qinghu said, taking the notebook back from Chenlai and handing it to Dayton, telling him to go inside. After he left, Su Qinghu lifted her wrist, the red mark still visible, and teased Chenlai, looks like we'll need to buy some long-sleeved shirts, huh? Stepping out of the department store, Su Qinghu was dressed to the nines. That modern, stylish look, where could you find a trace of the awkwardness of a fresh college graduate now? She wore a light yellow, floral-patterned silk blouse on top, paired with wide-legged, cream-colored pants that just covered her shoes and nude flats on her feet. She was so bright and beautiful that even her walk seemed to carry a breeze. The moment she stepped out of the fitting room, she was met with countless admiring glances. The men were still somewhat reserved, but the women weren't shy at all. Once they found out the clothes were from the department store, they immediately rushed off to find them for themselves. Even as they reached the entrance, people were still stopping her, eyes shining, to ask where she'd bought her outfit. Su Qinghu didn't find it annoying at all. She answered everyone's questions with a bright smile, her good temper so obvious that even Dan and Dan started whispering to each other. It was 1986, almost the end of the 80s. City life was improving by the day, and the first wave of entrepreneurs already had thick wallets. Eating well and dressing well was no longer a problem. With the country opening up and foreigners coming in, people were starting to pursue beauty. On the streets, bright-colored clothes weren't everywhere, but they were far from rare. Su Qinghu herself had once gone up and asked someone about their pretty clothes, so she totally understood this kind of behavior. After answering yet another person, Su Qinghu opened her umbrella and headed toward the taxi stand, with Chenlai and the two kids close behind. Dan nudged Dan's arm and whispered, "Hey, Mom spent a lot of money this time. Why aren't you saying anything? The blouse, pants, and shoes together cost 100 yuan. 100. That's 10 big bills." Dan shot him a look but didn't say anything. Was Dan the type to let things go? Of course not. Even after getting that look, he didn't back down at all. This time's different, you know. Everything she bought was for herself. When she spent money on them, Dan always complained that the new mom didn't know how to manage a household. But now that she spent money on herself, why wasn't he saying anything? Dan replied, "You looking for a beating? If you are, just say so. I'll make your wish come true." He really didn't want to bother with Dan, who kept nagging, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Why not? Wasn't it obvious? They came to the department store today with Dad's full approval. Dad agreed and Dad paid. Why should he say anything? That would just be asking for trouble. Finally out of the department store's range, Su Qinghu looked back at the two kids sticking close to Chenlai and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, she'd picked out these outfits for them herself, and they looked just right. Dan puffed out his little chest under her gaze and grinned wide. He felt that, even though his outfit didn't have a floral shirt, it still made him look super cool, just like a big brother. Dan didn't say anything, but Dan's adoring gaze at Su Qinghu left him speechless. How could a real man be won over so easily? But to be fair, it wasn't really about being won over. The snacks were for everyone, and their clothes had been bought by Dad before. She'd just helped pick and match them. He just couldn't understand why Dan accepted her so easily, without even putting her to the test. Could Dan explain why he accepted her so quickly? Not really. He just felt comfortable around Su Qinghu, genuinely comfortable, and wanted to be close to her from the bottom of his heart. Bro, why are you being so awkward? It's been days, and you're still like this. Back when that other woman was still their mom, they used to dream about having a new mom who'd be a bit less harsh and a bit kinder. Now that they had one, why not accept her? I think she's great, different from anyone else. Dan looked at Su Qinghu's back, eyes full of admiration, his voice dreamy. I've never seen anyone's mom wear a floral shirt like that and look so good in it. When his new mom wore a floral shirt, it was like he was wearing it too. If his new mom looked good and confident, then he must be the same. Dan was about to retort, but seeing his brother's goofy smile and dreamy look, he just shut his mouth. He turned his head, sneaking a glance at Su Qinghu, then quickly looked away. She was already good-looking, but in this outfit, she looked even better. Walking next to Dad, they actually looked like a perfect match. When Dan stopped grinning, he caught his brother sneaking glances at her, only to quickly look away. He wanted to tease him, but was afraid of getting hit, so he just covered his mouth and giggled quietly. Chenlai was walking beside Su Qinghu now. She wore little shoes with a bit of a heel, each step making a crisp tap-tap sound. Her long hair was tied back, showing off her smooth forehead, with a few wisps of hair falling by her fair ears. When she slowed her pace, There was a gentle beauty to her that seemed to transcend time. Is there a movie you want to see? The words slipped out before he could stop them. He felt a bit nervous, but didn't try to cover it up. Su Qinghu looked at him in surprise. Weren't we coming to the movies today mainly for the kids? They'd already agreed before leaving home. The plan was to take the kids to see a cop movie so they could get a clear idea of good guys and bad guys instead of just imagining it. Qinlai said, "Is there a cop movie you want to see?" Su Qinghu, how should she answer that? She'd seen plenty of cop movies, but that was in her own era. Back then, information was everywhere. If you wanted to watch something, you could just search for it. She was really afraid she'd mention a cop movie that was either too advanced or too outdated. If it was outdated, she could just blame it on her college days, say she was too focused on studying to keep up. I only ever heard people talk about how exciting cop movies were during my college days, but I never actually watched one myself. Su Qinghu smiled, completely unbothered. What about you? Is there a movie you want to see? Or maybe you could recommend one to us. If you can't answer a question, just toss it right back. That's the best solution. Mom. Dan was worried Qinlai would pick some sappy romance, so he rushed between them. Mom, don't ask Dad, he's never home. He doesn't know what movies are playing. Su Qinghu almost burst out laughing at his anxious look. Let me give you a heads up. When we get to the theater, there might not be any cop movies showing. If there aren't, we'll just see what's playing today and pick one from those, okay? Dan looked conflicted. But who gets to choose, you guys or me and my brother? If he and his brother got to pick, they'd definitely agree on something. The movie theater was right by the department store, and even though it wasn't evening yet, the entrance was already packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. Looking around, there were people of all ages. Su Qinghu was a little surprised. Was everyone already this enthusiastic about entertainment in the late 1980s? A movie ticket cost about 10 or 20 cents, enough to buy a whole kilogram of old rice. For a single-income family, after paying for the kids' schooling, extracurricular classes, and basic household expenses, there couldn't be much left. Even for dual-income families, going to the movies wasn't exactly a frugal activity. Wow, this building is so grand! Erden's exclamation snapped Su Qinghu out of her wandering thoughts. Mom, can you smell it? The air is full of sweetness. Su Qinghu looked down at him. If this wasn't a little kid, but a handsome young man saying things like that, it would definitely come across as flirting. She raised an eyebrow. Hey, little guy, your drool is about to fall. Erden thought she was joking, but when he felt the wetness at the corner of his mouth, his eyes went wide and he hurried to wipe it away. Too late, the drool had already reached his chin. Dayton couldn't bear to look, pursing his lips and frowning. You have no self-control at all. He glanced at Su Qinghu. Seeing no particular reaction on her face, he felt a strange sense of displeasure. Dayton felt like there were two forces tugging at him inside. On one hand, he knew he shouldn't judge adults' care for the family based on a kid's self-control, or let it affect his impression of her. On the other hand, he thought she was way too inattentive, not even noticing something like this. After Su Qinghu finished talking to Erden, she looked around and patted Qinlai's solid arm. You go line up for tickets. We'll go buy some snacks, okay? Qinlai didn't feel comfortable letting her take both kids through the crowd alone. He scooped Erden up and set him on his shoulders, grabbed Dayton's hand with his other hand, and said to her, let's go. Su Qinghu paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, grabbing Dayton's other hand. Let's go. Erden, sitting on Qinlai's shoulders, was over the moon. Dad. I can see the tops of everyone's heads. I can see so far. Qinlai just smiled, not saying anything. Seeing that Su Qinghu could keep up with his pace, he didn't slow down. Erden kept chattering, Dad, there are so many people here to see the movie. I see lots of uncles and aunties holding hands. Sitting up high, his words carried over the noisy crowd, and everyone nearby heard him loud and clear. As soon as he said it, Su Qinghu saw a couple quickly let go of each other's hands. Dayton couldn't take it anymore. Can't you just be quiet for a while? Oh. Erden, scolded by his brother, fell silent, feeling several annoyed stares on him. He pouted, I won't say anything. He was just stating a fact. Why was everyone looking at him like that? Su Qinghu looked at the sea of people with some amazement. I really didn't expect so many people to be here for a movie. It's almost like the tickets are free. After her recent hospital visit, she'd realized just how valuable money was in this era. Even city folks didn't dare to splurge on food and drink. Going to the movies was practically a luxury. If I'm not mistaken, some of these people probably got their tickets as work benefits from the union, Chinlai said, scanning the crowd from his height advantage. There are a few groups of more than 10 people each. Is it that obvious? Su Qinghu tugged on his arm and tried to look in the direction he'd just glanced. Watch how they stand and the way they turn their heads when they talk, Chinlai pointed out. As they chatted, they reached the snack counter. Su Qinghu handed the kids money and let them tell the staff what they wanted and how much. Dayton and Erden weren't shy at all. They placed their order, then pulled Chinlai and Su Qinghu over to wait. As luck would have it, sitting at the next table was an old acquaintance of Su Qinghu's, her ex-boyfriend, Li Chuei. Ever since Li Chuei had been assigned his job, he hadn't seen Su Qinghu. Now, seeing her out of the blue, he was momentarily stunned. She was the same as before, yet somehow completely different. While he was still dazed, the woman sitting next to him, Wu Shixin, who was rather plain-looking, made her move. I know everyone likes to look at pretty things, but you shouldn't just stare at anyone, right? Some people are just plain ugly, she said, giving Su Qinghu a once-over and curling her lip. Erden, still perched on Chinlai's shoulders, couldn't help himself. Auntie, you're absolutely right. Everyone loves looking at beautiful things. If it's just something ordinary, it's like fallen leaves from a tree, no one even gives it a second glance. I think people like to look at things that are either really beautiful or really weird, Erden said with a serious nod. Beautiful things stand out right away. Weird things, like you said, ugly ones, are interesting to look at too. He looked at Wu Shixin with an innocent smile, but his words were sharp as knives. Wu Shixin's face changed instantly. She wasn't stupid, she could tell this little brat was calling her ugly. Dayton chimed in, when you talk about ugly things, don't look at Auntie while you say it. If you look at her, she'll think you're talking about her, and she'll definitely get mad. He could have stopped at the first sentence, but he wanted to make sure she got the message, so he explained further. Was that really an explanation? It was more like a challenge. But Wu Shixin couldn't respond, or she'd be admitting that these two little brats were talking about her. She was fuming, forcing a smile as she turned to talk to Li Chuei, pretending the whole exchange had never happened. She thought she could just drop it? No way. With Chinlai nearby, Erden was even bolder. Auntie, I want to apologize. When I looked at you just now, I didn't mean you were ugly. Wu Shixin's face was thunderous, as if she wanted to dig up his ancestors in revenge. Deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. These two little brats were doing it on purpose. Su Qinghu could barely hold back her laughter. She edged away, grabbing onto Chinlai's sleeve, shaking with suppressed giggles. Every now and then she brushed against him, and Chinlai didn't even notice that the corners of his mouth were slightly turned up whenever she got close, even if it was barely perceptible. Li Chuei. Wu Shixin was so angry she was on the verge of tears. Li Chuei felt that Su Qinghu was different now, like she had been reborn, radiating an untouchable, distant aura that no one could restrain. Seeing her again, the scene at the bank flashed instantly through his mind. After graduation, he'd been assigned to a good work unit. The unit assigned him a mentor who happened to have just taken on a new project and brought him along. Thanks to his outstanding performance, his salary and bonuses increased significantly, all under his mentor's guidance. He worked hard during office hours, and outside of work he tutored students and wrote articles for newspapers. In just 2 months, he managed to save up 900 yuan, and together with what he'd scrimped at school, he had exactly 1,000. When he went to deposit that 1,000 yuan, the happiness and excitement in his heart were beyond words. He felt like he was floating as he walked. But when he arrived at the bank, that excitement and joy vanished. Someone came in carrying one of those Oxford cloth duffel bags, the kind migrant workers use at train stations to haul their bedding and luggage. As soon as he entered the lobby, a man, clearly the bank manager, dressed differently from everyone else, came up to greet him and led him off in a completely different direction. Stacks and stacks of neatly bundled cash. He could even see the sharp corners of the bills pressing against the sides of the bag. He didn't dare imagine whether he could ever earn that much money, even by the day he died. Standing before him now, Su Qinghu was just like that money, incredibly alluring, yet making it painfully clear that she didn't belong to him. Li Qiwei. No matter how annoyed Wu Shixin was, her voice softened when she faced Li Qiwei's handsome face. Li Qiwei was about to speak when Erden piped up aggrievedly, "Auntie, please don't complain about me to Uncle. I really didn't mean to say you're ugly or anything. You're not ugly, really." Wu Shixin felt a bit better hearing this, and seeing that he seemed to have more to say, she waited expectantly for more compliments. Under her hopeful, even encouraging gaze, Erden continued. "You look just like a lot of people, not pretty, but not ugly either." Wu Shixin nearly choked on her own breath. Su Qinghu was already trembling with suppressed laughter, almost to the point of internal injury. This kid, wasn't he basically saying Wu Shixin had a forgettable, generic face? What woman could stand such a blow? Savage. Absolutely savage. This kid's mouth was too ruthless. The funniest part was, she could see the sincerity on Erden's face. Ha 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 ha, didn't that just make it even more infuriating? And Erden wasn't done. His gaze shifted to Su Qinghu, who immediately tensed up, gripping Qinlai's arm to keep her lips from twitching into a smile. After looking at Su Qinghu, Erden was clearly very satisfied. He didn't say anything to her, but turned to Wu Shixin, who was now on the verge of rushing over to strangle him. "Auntie, some people are good-looking, some aren't. But someone like my mom, she's incomparable. She's way too pretty, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, maybe even 1 in 1,000,000. I don't even know how to put it, but anyway, you shouldn't compare yourself to her. Comparing people just makes you miserable. Even if we're average-looking, we still have to live our lives well." Looking at Erden's earnest face and hearing his words, so infuriating yet so oblivious, Su Qinghu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed so hard she nearly lost her balance. If Qinlai hadn't held her by the waist, she would have collapsed to the floor. Li Qingwei's gaze fell on Qinlai's hand, and he paused, trying to give himself a pep talk, reminding himself that he was the one who had let this woman go, when he suddenly felt a sharp, piercing gaze on him. He looked up and met Qinlai's calm, unruffled face. Was it really calm? In those eyes, there was clearly a hint of murderous intent. Li Qiwei couldn't withstand that stare and instinctively looked away. Qinlai narrowed his eyes slightly, the corner of his mouth twitching. A man like that? Not good enough. Li Qiwei. Wu Shixin, seeing how Qinlai was subtly protecting Su Qinghu, and then looking at the man she liked acting this way, was so angry that tears started streaming down her face. Are you just going to stand there and watch me get bullied? Who am I to you? Who are you to me? Do you even know how you feel? Li Qiwei swallowed, then looked at Su Qinghu. I know I owe you an apology, so I'll say it here. Please ask the kids to stop. My wife is a kind person, she doesn't like to argue. That was a bit of a backhanded remark, with a whiff of self-righteousness. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes, chin lifting slightly. Kind? Doesn't like to argue? You must be blind. Li Qiwei, I don't want to argue with you. I think we could still be friends. Even if not, we're from the same place, so at least we share that bond. Su Qinghu almost cursed out loud. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. I don't think we can be friends. Even if we're from the same place, in terms of character, I'm better than you. In fact, we're heading in opposite directions in life, so what's there to talk about? You know better than anyone what kind of person you are and what you want. Su Qinghu's tone was even and calm, not even mocking. I won't spell it out, but I hope you can at least keep a little dignity for yourself. Show some self-respect. No one understood better than she did why this man gave her up and chose his current wife. People strive upwards, water flows downwards, it's only natural. As soon as Su Qinghu finished, Wu Shixin exploded. What do you mean by that? Are you saying he's wrong for choosing me over you? Su Qinghu, should she even bother saving their dignity? You know perfectly well why you two broke up. I didn't say anything earlier because I wanted to save face for you. But if you don't care about that, Then let's just lay it all out. Wu Shixin sneered. Do you remember when you were being pursued by that nightclub boss? How did he pursue you? How did he threaten him? Didn't you feel anything at all? Or did you just like being chased by someone so shady? Su Qinghu glanced at Chenlai and said nothing. Shady? That wasn't her word. If Zhang Dong found out and decided to take revenge on Wu Shixin, she wouldn't feel guilty at all. Because of you, he almost lost his job. Do you know what that would have meant? It would have made all his years at university worthless, maybe even turned him into a drifter. He'd never have become a respectable, unblemished college graduate. So in someone else's story, Li Chuwei was the victim now? Oh? That's all you have to say. Wu Shixin rushed up to Su Qinghu. Don't you feel even a little bit guilty? Why should I? Su Qinghu lifted her chin, half smiling. You think it was fate that brought you two together? Fool. Zhang Dong was the kind of person who didn't care about anything, a true rogue with almost no moral bottom line. As long as he could live comfortably, he'd dance on the very edge of legality without a second thought. In his eyes, relationships between people were fickle and easily changed, as long as you could find someone's sore spot and strike with precision. His goal was to pursue Su Qinghu, so naturally, he couldn't show his worst side in front of her. Li Chuwei became his breakthrough point. Coming from a small town, Li Chuwei longed to make something of himself, to live a life of prestige. He had ambition and ability, but not the strength to withstand outside pressure. He yearned for a life above the ordinary. So, give him a chance to climb upward, add a little threat, well, maybe not even a threat, just a logical analysis of the facts, and he'd back down easily. Wu Shixin was the opportunity Zhang Dong gave Li Chuwei to climb up. The consequences of opposing him, that was the analysis he offered. Li Chuwei tacitly accepted Zhang Dong's reasoning and also accepted the opportunity Zhang Dong created for him to get close to Wu Shixin. Wu Shixin was average-looking, but she had high standards for her partner's appearance. Her own education and family background meant she was never going to settle for someone with poor prospects. But those with similar backgrounds and slightly better looks might not be interested in her, and those who were interested, she didn't want. At this point, the refined and handsome Li Chuwei appeared, coupled with a hero saves the beauty first encounter. With a bit of calculation on one side and none on the other, getting together seemed almost inevitable. In the calm sweetness of their relationship, Su Qinghu herself, or more accurately, Su Qinghu as someone Wu Shixin couldn't ignore, was always present. But what if that presence was processed a little? From what Wu Shixin had just said, it wasn't hard to see that because of Su Qinghu, she loved and even pitied Li Chuwei more. In this game of hearts, laced with transactions, Su Qinghu was the perpetrator, while Li Chuwei, who actually benefited, became the victim. A handsome, refined, talented man who endured emotional trauma yet remained stoic, willing to open up and confide in you. Such vulnerability is something few young women can resist. Men all have a hero complex, but don't women also dream of being the unforgettable love in a man's heart? Wu Shixin fell for him, truly fell in love, even braving her parents' pressure to quickly get their marriage certificate. What Su Qinghu said earlier was like someone dumping bitter herbs into her sweet life, so bitter she couldn't even speak. Given her family background and the people she'd grown up around, she was never going to be that naive. She might not see everything, but she could guess a thing or two. Had her meeting with Li Chuwei been calculated from the start? Even if it had, did he now have any real feelings for her? She looked at Li Chuwei, and Li Chuwei looked back. Su Qinghu watched them from above, as if waiting to see if they'd put on a show of earth-shattering romance right in front of her. Wu Shixin held back. She didn't press the issue, even deliberately downplaying what Su Qinghu had just said. Li Chuwei, I want a soda, she said. Go buy one for me, orange flavor. Li Chuwei looked at her. Let's go together? I don't feel comfortable leaving you here alone. This is a law-abiding society, no one can do anything to me. Wu Shixin smiled. Go on, I know what I'm doing. No matter how much they try to provoke me, I won't get angry anymore. Li Chuwei was a bit surprised. You? I'm not angry. Not at all. The past is the past, now is now. You don't have any feelings for her anymore, and that's enough. Wu Shixin had just stared at Li Qiwei to confirm this, and now that she was sure, she felt at ease. Compared to her, Su Qinghu had nothing going for her except her looks. But now, can you live on looks alone? Once you're married, every little thing, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, costs money. Social obligations, too, all require spending. But Wu Shixin could give him support that others couldn't even imagine. Chenlai shot Wu Shixin a deep, unreadable look, but said nothing. Li Qiwei noticed Chenlai's gaze and cleared his throat. You're right. Let's look ahead and focus on the future. Their eyes met, and Li Qiwei smiled. Now, you're my wife. That won't change, not now, not ever. There really are social classes between people. Back in school, he hadn't felt it so deeply. But after getting married and expanding his social circle, he'd come to understand it profoundly. A lot of things couldn't be achieved just by working hard. He was an ordinary person or, to be precise, a little above average, but not by much. In this situation, without outside help, he'd never have access to the circles his wife moved in. Maybe some people could reach higher levels through sheer effort, but those people were geniuses. He knew very well he wasn't one. So, up to now, he didn't regret the choice he'd made before graduation. All right, I get it. Go on. Wu Shixin was sweet as honey. Really, with just that one sentence, that certainty, nothing else mattered. Li Qiwei, then I'll go. You. I'll take care of myself, don't worry. After they finished speaking, they separated. Li Qiwei went to buy things, and Wu Shixin stayed behind to hold their seats. Su Qinghu and her group were eating. Su Qinghu hadn't been watching them the whole time. She ordered, picked up her food, then sat down with the kids to eat, drink, and watch the show, looking quite amused. Meeting Wu Shixin's stunned gaze, she smiled, waved at her, then called out to Erden, I want some fries. Erden naturally picked up a fry, dipped it in sauce, and carefully held it out to her. At that moment, not only did the air freeze, it felt like even time had stopped. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow, and Erden quickly fed her the fry. Afterwards, he sat back down, his eyes wandering. They landed on Chenlai, and he snapped back to attention. Dad was giving him a weird look. Was it because he hadn't fed enough, and Dad wanted him to feed her more? In a daze, he stood up, picked up another fry, and fed it to Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu accepted it naturally. Sensing the tension in the air, she glanced at everyone. As soon as she spoke, Dayton snapped back to reality, even shivering a little. Chenlai slowly withdrew his gaze. Do you want something to drink? Because of Su Qinghu's blunt, no, I don't need anything, Wu Shixin completely forgot her original intention for coming over. For a few seconds, her mind was blank, filled only with one thought. Is Su Qinghu actually an idiot? Does being good-looking make you dumber or something? When someone asks if you want a drink, even if you're not thirsty, shouldn't you at least nod and give that man a chance to be attentive? But Su Qinghu just flat-out refused, so decisively. What a waste of a face that, in ancient times, could have been used to broker peace between nations. As soon as Su Qinghu finished answering Chenlai, she could feel Wu Shixin's burning gaze land on her. Were they about to have a fierce verbal sparring match? She turned her head, feeling a strange surge of excitement. Intellectuals from this era were known for their refined insults, always relying on wit and subtext to get under your skin. She was curious to see it in action. Wu Shixin met Su Qinghu's beautiful, moist eyes and was momentarily stunned, then even more speechless. She even twitched the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Su Qinghu, who had been eagerly anticipating Wu Shixin's legendary verbal attack, suddenly realized something was off. What was that look in Wu Shixin's eyes? That wasn't the look of someone ready to fight. Not at all. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that was the right word. But why? Even though you and Li Qiwei had a thing, he told me you two just had a few meals together, at most held hands, Wu Shixin suddenly said, her tone quite calm. You could count the number of times you held hands on one hand. Su Qinghu, that's true, and then? What does that have to do with the disappointed look in your eyes? So really, it's not much different from never having dated anyone. Wu Shixin looked at her, then at Dayton and Erden, deliberately skipping over the outstandingly handsome Chenlai, and continued, "Now I'm the one who's registered with Li Chui. My name is in the wife column on his household registration. That makes me the only real relationship he's had. To be honest, I sent him out to buy something just now because I wanted to stay and throw a few jabs at you." Looking at Su Qinghu's face, Wu Shixin had to admit, even the slightest raise of her eyebrow was enough to make her eyes light up. "Why do you talk so much?" Erden had been annoyed ever since Wu Shixin glanced at him. Now, hearing her go on, he muttered, "You're not even that old. How come you're already acting like those old folks in the alley?" Whether they knew you or not, those old men and women loved to gossip about everyone passing by. He thought Wu Shixin was just like that. So annoying. Dayton scolded Erden. "What are you saying? Not all old folks are like her." Wu Shixin choked on her words, glared at the two of them, then turned back to see Su Qinghu looking half amused, half not, and got even angrier. "Well, if you don't want me to talk, I'll talk even more. Li Chui and I are both first marriages, and even if there's some complicated history, he knows what he wants in life. You, Su Qinghu, are the one he didn't choose." She hadn't wanted to say it, seeing as Su Qinghu didn't even know how to flirt or date, but these two kids were just too infuriating. She couldn't swallow her anger. Su Qinghu had to silently nod in her heart. The original her really was dumped by Li Chui. Wu Shixin wasn't wrong. "Anyway, there's nothing for me to be afraid of now. Even if you tried to go after him, with how clear-headed Li Chui is, he'd never go along with it." Wu Shixin glanced at Chenlai, then turned back and smiled. "Your husband's a soldier, right? When it comes to interfering in a military marriage, anyone would think twice." Su Qinghu looked at Chenlai, who just smiled at her and said nothing. "Honestly, even if you wanted to mess around, no one would dare mess around with you." Wu Shixin looked at the beautiful, lively Su Qinghu, gloating. "You're stuck with this divorced man with a kid for the rest of your life." Thinking about it like that, so what if Li Chui had approached her with ulterior motives? In the end, they got married, and Su Qinghu was out of the picture. "Do you know Zhang Dong? Su Qinghu looked at the gloating Wu Shixin, a small smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. "The one you called that shady dance hall owner." Wu Shixin hesitated, not sure how to respond to Su Qinghu's look. "Never mind, it doesn't matter if you don't know him. Let me lay it out for you." Su Qinghu tapped her fingers on the table, glanced at Erden, who immediately pushed his fries toward her and gave a fawning smile. He looked just like a lackey serving his mob boss. Dayton glared at him, disappointed. Erden looked everywhere but at Dayton, pretending not to notice his anger. Su Qinghu picked up a fry, didn't eat it, just played with it like a cigarette, giving Wu Shixin plenty of pressure before finally looking up at her. "What do you think it takes to run such a big dance hall these days, besides money?" "Besides money, you need people, connections, or your own background." She'd never thought about it before. After all, in most people's eyes, those who ran dance halls were just thugs and gangsters. But thinking about it now, even if a bunch of gangsters got together to open a dance hall, even if they didn't do anything illegal, it would still take some serious ability to keep it running smoothly. Zhang Dong isn't a good person, but his father is powerful. Su Qinghu didn't elaborate on Zhang's father, just pointed at Chenlai. "My husband, his family is on par with Zhang Dongxing's father. She didn't do anything illegal, but sometimes just having a powerful father was enough to keep trouble at bay." Chenlai watched her lift her chin and show her claws and couldn't help but want to laugh. Wu Shixin's heart skipped a beat, suddenly unsure. If what Su Qinghu said was true, why didn't she live in the compound? The conditions there were so good, you could have anything you wanted, and even the people you met were a cut above the rest. "Do you think I'm lying?" Su Qinghu smiled, warm and radiant. "I'm really not. The reason my husband and I don't live with his parents is mainly for convenience." There was nothing wrong with what she said, but Su Qinghu paused right before saying convenience, making Wu Shixin, who had just experienced her own first time, instantly blush to the tips of her ears. How could someone be so shameless? Wu Shixin's mind immediately jumped to what kind of convenience Su Qinghu meant, and her whole face turned red. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. "Hey, why are you blushing?" Wu Shixin's face flushed red as she glared at Su Qinghu, who looked calm as ever. After holding it in for a while, that was all she managed to say. Su Qinghu glanced at her, looking utterly nonchalant, and lazily brought a French fry to her lips. Is Wu Shixin crazy or something? What did she say to make her blush like that? Su Qinghu lowered her head, trying to recall if she'd said anything inappropriate, when suddenly someone slapped her hand. The French fry she was about to eat was knocked right to the floor. She jerked her head up and stared at Wu Shixin, her eyes full of, "What the hell is wrong with you? What are you doing?" Wu Shixin froze too. It took her a while before her gaze shifted from Su Qinghu's face to the fallen French fry on the ground. Just now, she saw Su Qinghu slowly bringing the French fry to her red lips, and in a moment of heat, she rushed over and slapped it away. When she met Su Qinghu's "Are you insane?" look, she snapped back to her senses. Once she realized what she'd done, a chill ran through her, making her shiver, but then a wave of heat rushed from her feet to the top of her head. Wu Shixin's face was now burning red, and she had the overwhelming urge to crawl into a hole and disappear. Su Qinghu had no idea why she was blushing or why she knocked the fry out of her hand. If she ever found out, or even guessed the reason, Wu Shixin would never be able to show her face in front of Su Qinghu again. Wu Shixin's heart was pounding wildly. She regretted everything, regretted leaving the house today, regretted provoking Su Qinghu, regretted her own impulsiveness, and most of all, regretted not going shopping with Li Chui just now. Su Qinghu frowned as she watched Wu Shixin's emotional roller coaster, her face going pale, then red, then pale again. Her red lips parted. "You've definitely got something wrong with you. Go see a doctor when you have time." But before she could get the sarcastic words out, Erden came charging at Wu Shixin like a cannonball, eyes fierce, looking just like a little wolf cub. Su Qinghu quickly stood up, grabbed Erden around the waist before he could avenge her, and pulled him back. A few sharp words were one thing. After all, there was no evidence, but if things got physical and something happened. She glanced at Wu Shixin's flat stomach. That would be a real mess. It wasn't that Su Qinghu was overthinking, but in this era, there were just too many uncertainties. The impact of the reform and opening up wasn't just economic, but cultural too. Sometimes, the line between conservative and open-minded was razor-thin. Couples who got married after just a couple of months together, or rushed through the wedding, were usually doing so because of a premarital pregnancy. Li Chui and Wu Shixin met, fell in love, and got married so quickly, it was hard not to wonder. "What gives you the right to hit my mom?" Erden glared fiercely, struggling to break free and charge at Wu Shixin. "Did we eat your food? Spend your money? Waste your grain? How dare you hit my mom? You must not know who my dad is." For a moment, Su Qinghu's mind was flooded with a single thought, like a barrage of bullet comments. "Do you know who my dad is?" "Your dad is your dad." Su Qinghu let go with one hand and clamped the other over Erden's mouth, righteously scolding him. "Don't go dragging your dad into things every time something happens. A real man handles things himself. Bringing in your elders is embarrassing, not impressive. There's nothing heroic about it." Erden blinked and tried to pry her hand away, but with his mouth covered, all he could do was make muffled mmm sounds. Su Qinghu saw the look in his eyes and decided to keep her hand there. This kid looked like he wanted to debate the definition of a real man with her. Erden, seeing he couldn't shake her off, turned to Qinlai for help. But Qinlai, feeling guilty, pretended not to notice his silent plea. Erden then looked to Dayton, who hesitated for a few seconds before turning his head away, refusing to even look at him. "Why? Dad won't help, and now even his brother won't save him?" He stopped struggling and looked up at Su Qinghu, meeting her deep, unreadable gaze. Even though his new mom's arms were comfy and smelled nice, he had something to say. He had questions. "Su Qinghu, you want to say something?" "Su Qinghu, is it about being a real man?" New mom said a real man solves his own problems, and dragging elders in is embarrassing, not heroic. But hadn't Mom and Uncle Xiao Yang both used someone else's name to scare that handsome guy in the floral shirt before? And just now, Mom mentioned that Dad's dad had status, and Uncle Zhao did the same thing. But before Erden could get another word in, Su Qinghu, seeing his continued nodding, simply denied him the right to speak. Erden waited hopefully for Su Qinghu to let go of his mouth, but she didn't move her hand at all. Erden was dumbfounded. Didn't she ask him a question because she wanted to hear his answer and let him speak? Su Qinghu glanced at him and, seeing he'd given up and gone limp, finally pushed him toward Chenlai. Watch him. Chenlai quickly caught Erden, not daring to look Su Qinghu in the eye. Regaining his freedom, Erden immediately perked up and launched into his questioning and dragging others down mode. Someone bullies you, I help you, but you won't even let me talk, you cover my mouth. You're mean to me. I was the first to rush to help you, faster than Dad. You're not gentle with me at all. You don't take my side. Dad wasn't the first to protect you, and he didn't stand up for you, but you talked to him so gently. Chenlai really wanted to cover Erden's mouth, but when he met Erden's accusing gaze, he gave up. And Erden kept going. Since we went shopping at the department store today, you've smiled at Dad 10 times, but only 6 times at me. Su Qinghu was full of question marks. You even smiled at my brother 1 more time than at me. Erden, fuming, tugged at his belt. I don't like you anymore. I don't even want the belt you made for me. Go like Dad and my brother instead. The more Erden spoke, the angrier he got. And you're a liar. I don't like you anymore. A 6-year-old, red-eyed and ready to break up with someone, was both funny and exasperating. But it also made people reflect. By now, Su Qinghu was starting to guess why Wu Shixin had blushed. Seeing her looking panicked and guilty, wanting to run but unable to move, Su Qinghu frowned. Aren't you leaving? Wu Shixin's heart finally settled back in her chest. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain that she hadn't been thinking what Su Qinghu suspected, but when she met Su Qinghu's all-seeing gaze, she chickened out and turned to run. Once she was gone, Su Qinghu said coolly, How am I a liar? You said you shouldn't drag elders into things, but you used Grandpa to scare people before. Dayton, seeing Erden so deflated, pursed his lips and spoke up. And there's more. Think about it yourself. Su Qinghu raised her eyebrows slightly, staring at Dan for a while. Only when he was about to lose his composure and look away did she finally shift her gaze to Dan. Dan kept his little face tense, stubbornly meeting her eyes without backing down at all. Look at that. Even though she was talking to him, she still looked at his older brother first. When his brother told her to think for herself, she obediently did as told. Seeing his angry little face, Su Qinghu couldn't help but want to laugh. But she had barely said a word before the child exploded again. Dan shouted at her, Are you trying to scold me? Are you going to say I'm meddling? Are you going to tell me you just like Dad and my brother? Go ahead and scold me. I am meddling. If you want to like them, then go ahead. I don't want you to like me. I can be just fine on my own. By the end of his outburst, whether from exhaustion or anger, his little cheeks were flushed red, making him look especially adorable. Su Qinghu held back her laughter, suddenly stood up with a serious expression, and took a step to stand right in front of Dan. Dan nervously clenched his little fists, but still stubbornly held her gaze, his head held high, refusing to show any fear. Dan's eyes instantly turned red, but he fought hard not to let himself cry. If she hit him, he'd never forgive her. He'd cut ties with her. Even if his brother and Dad liked her, he'd never speak to her again. Su Qinghu rolled her shoulders, then bent down, hands on her knees, and met his eyes from about 10 centimeters away. He was already so aggrieved, yet still so hard-headed. She leaned in and planted a loud kiss right on his forehead. Dan was stunned, completely frozen, watching as Su Qinghu stepped back to her original spot, smiling at him, looking utterly bewildered. Su Qinghu finally let out the laughter she'd been holding in, reached out to ruffle his hair, and said gently and lightly, Keep liking me, okay? Dan was still staring at her in a daze. Why? Why did she kiss him? Wasn't she supposed to like Dad and his brother the most? She even smiled at them more. Chenlai and Dan were also shocked by Su Qinghu's sudden kiss. You couldn't blame them. People in this era rarely said things like, I like you or I love you so directly, let alone expressed affection through physical gestures. Kissing wasn't something you'd see even between lovers, much less between elders and children. At most, you'd get a pat on the head and a few words of praise. So it wasn't until she spoke again that they snapped out of their daze. When Qinlai came back to his senses, his expression was as stiff and proper as ever. Dan, on the other hand, was looking at Dan with a very peculiar expression. If Su Qinghu had seen Dan's face, she might have realized that his look was one of pure envy. But Su Qinghu didn't notice. She just looked at Dan, patted his shoulder, and said, "Keep liking me, okay?" Dan's cheeks, already red, turned even redder, but now there was no anger left, only embarrassment. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, raising his chin slightly and pursing his lips as he looked at Su Qinghu. She said he should keep liking her, so does that mean he has to? Why should he? He wasn't going to forgive her that easily. Well, are you going to keep liking me or not? Su Qinghu looked at his little act, nearly laughing herself sick, but she had to give him a way out. Fine, if you don't like me, you don't like me. I'll just find someone else to take your place. Dan's eyes widened instantly. You can just find someone else to like you? I like having lots of people like me. You used to like me, but now you don't, so that's one less person. How can that be? I have to make up for it. Su Qinghu muttered to herself as if doing the math. Dan, my liking is mine. Other people's liking isn't the same as mine. Well, different or not, it's all liking, Su Qinghu shrugged. Anyway, the number of people who like me can't go down. Dan fell silent, his little face even more tense, all his earlier pride and stubbornness gone. Qinlai watched the two of them, big and small, and sighed quietly to himself. Sure enough, no matter how old or young, when someone's being a brat, age doesn't matter. Dan, being 9 years old, understood things better. He got what Su Qinghu meant, but he didn't understand how you could just replace someone's affection. He turned to look at his father, Qinlai, but didn't meet his eyes. Dan paused, then looked back at Dan and Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu was already standing up. Come on, whether you like me or not, we still have a movie to watch. Dan didn't move, his little chest heaving with anger. I don't like you lying to me. She kissed him just now, so he'd forgive her for looking at his brother and dad more, for smiling at them more. His fondness for her had come back a little. If she could just explain why she lied, whether it was on purpose, then maybe he'd like her a little more. All warfare is based on deception. Su Qinghu waved her hand. There's too much trickery involved, and you're too young, it's too much trouble to explain. Seeing the little one getting worked up again, Su Qinghu immediately turned to the silent, handsome man. You're their father, you have a duty to educate your children. Now, please explain those 5 words I just said to them. She wasn't done. And make sure you explain it in a way they can understand. Having found someone else to do the work, Su Qinghu cheerfully turned back to the little rascal. I'll give you a choice. Do you want to finish eating first and then listen to your dad's explanation, or listen first and then eat? Dan looked at Su Qinghu, then at Qinlai, then at the fries, chicken nuggets, and soda in front of him, and was silent for a long while. Su Qinghu could practically see his inner struggle. Of course, the fact that he was struggling meant he was willing to trust her, that he instinctively believed her explanation might convince him. Dan felt like whatever he chose, his brother and dad would laugh at him. Dan watched him and sighed quietly to himself. Chicken nuggets don't taste good when they're cold. You should eat first, then let dad explain. What else could he do? If he didn't look out for his little brother, who would? Qinlai also spared his pride. Go ahead and eat. Dan, then I'll eat while you explain. That way we save time and get the best of both worlds. Su Qinghu almost choked. This little rascal. Children's emotions come and go in a flash. A single kiss, a half-hearted explanation, a few words of respect, or a tasty meal is all it takes for a child to bounce back, good as new. Dan was eating happily, his eyes sparkling with laughter. Every now and then, he'd sneak a glance at Su Qinghu, as if just one look at her filled him with celestial energy, making him feel light as air. Qinlai was explaining the phrase, war is the art of deception, to him, but when he caught sight of Dan's blissed-out, daydreaming face, he paused mid-sentence. Dad? Dan asked, confused. Why did you stop? Chinlai picked up a piece of chicken and handed it to Su Qinghu, who was sitting beside him, then replied slowly, I was just thinking, if you eat your brother's half as well, will your belt still hold up? Dan blinked. Dad, my belt is made of cloth. It was a belt 3 fingers wide, made by folding fabric and sewing it into a hollow strip, adorned with a few shiny, ash-gray buttons. Tied around his waist, the ends dangled unevenly, looking quite stylish. Dan really liked it. Ever since it was made, he'd been reluctant to part with it. That's why, in a fit of anger earlier, he'd immediately thought of giving the belt back to Su Qinghu, to show his displeasure, and to tell himself he didn't like her anymore. But now that they'd made up, the belt was once again his most treasured possession. Cloth belts don't break, Dan insisted. Then he suddenly remembered a kid about his age whose pants split when he squatted down, exposing his butt. Mom, if it does break, will you make me another one? Emboldened by that resounding kiss from earlier, Dan looked at Chinlai as he asked, showing off a little and making sure his dad heard Su Qinghu's answer. Chinlai raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Dan glanced at his little brother, then at Chinlai, then at Su Qinghu, and sighed. What is my brother thinking? Does he think a kiss solves everything? Dan sensed their gazes and looked over, puzzled. Unwilling to back down, he lifted his chin and stared unblinkingly at Su Qinghu, waiting for her to stand up for him. But Su Qinghu just raised an eyebrow and replied decisively no. What is he thinking? Sewing a belt isn't that easy. If she hadn't been worried he'd end up flashing everyone in public, would she have dusted off her long unused sewing skills to make him a belt? She didn't even want to sew her own clothes. Dan was so shocked by her answer that his eyes went wide. He stared at her in disbelief, as if to say, Are you lying to me? How could you say no? Dan looked as if to say, I knew it, and said nothing, just waiting for his brother to accept reality and let go of the pride and drama that had flared up after Su Qinghu's kiss. That laugh was like poking a hornet's nest. Dan's tears started falling instantly. He couldn't remember his son ever being this sensitive. Dan was stunned. Was this really his brother? Even when he'd gotten into fights, or when that woman had yelled at or pinched him, he'd never cried, not even red-rimmed eyes. Most of the time, he was all smiles, sometimes even grinning so much it infuriated others. But now, seeing his brother's tears, Dan was full of resistance. He didn't want a little brother who acted all delicate like a girl. Su Qinghu was speechless. She looked up at the ceiling and sighed, then lowered her head to look at Dan's tear-streaked face. What are you crying for? Weren't you watching me the whole time we were shopping at the department store? You even remembered exactly how many times I smiled at people. He had been watching her, and he did remember how many times she smiled at others, but so what? She wasn't being nice to him. If you noticed all that, didn't you see what I bought? Su Qinghu asked. Dan, he hadn't noticed. Su Qinghu could see from his tearful eyes that he was clearly saying, I didn't notice, as if it was written right on his forehead. She was both annoyed and amused. I bought you a belt. Didn't you notice? Dan's sobs stopped instantly, and he even hiccuped from stopping so fast. He looked at Su Qinghu, and she looked back at him, he, incredulous and delighted, she, looking down at him with a mix of pride and exasperation. Dan broke into a grin, scratching his head. When we were at the department store, you looked better than everyone else. In your new clothes, you looked even better than anyone. I only had eyes for you. When did she buy the belt? Was it while he was looking at someone else? What does it look like? What color is it? How much did it cost? Was it expensive? When would she give it to him? He had a million questions, but pretended to be reserved and didn't ask, just grinned foolishly at Su Qinghu. Dan couldn't stand it and turned away. Chinlai chuckled and ruffled Dan's hair. Your mom bought one for you too. Dan turned to look at Su Qinghu, then at Chinlai. But I already have one. He'd seen Chinlai and Su Qinghu pick up belts at the store, but they hadn't asked for sizes. He'd thought the 2 belts were gifts for their grandparents. It's time for a new one, Chinlai said, patting his shoulder. Dan fell silent. But Dad, we spent a lot of money today. What about the future? Living in the city, you can't get by without money or ration coupons. Chinlai said, that's not something you need to worry about. Our family has money. Dan perked up again. Brother, did you forget? Grandpa and Grandma gave us money and coupons too. Su Qinghu glanced at Chenlai but said nothing. Special circumstances call for special measures. This man didn't have much money on hand for now, so it was understandable to take some from his parents. She leaned closer to Chenlai and spoke quietly, so only the two of them could hear. When we have money, we should pay your parents back. If they refuse, we can give them extra on holidays. Her voice was soft, but Chenlai heard her clearly. He could even feel the breath of her words. The fine hairs on his ears stood up, and even the hairs on his arms tingled. He swallowed awkwardly and nodded. Okay. After she finished, Su Qinghu returned to her seat. I bought you both new clothes today too. I just didn't want you to get them dirty, so I thought you could change after we watched the movie. She found it odd these two kids had followed them around the department store, but their attention had been so peculiar. One only watched her face, counting how many times she smiled. The other absent-mindedly watched everything around them, but was always keeping track of how much money she spent. After watching the movie, the family of four took a cab straight to the compound. Once they arrived and signed in, the atmosphere was still pretty good as they walked inside together. It was the weekend, and the weather outside was fairly cool. Quite a few people were taking advantage of the time before dinner to stroll around the courtyard. Dan and Dan were a little curious, but didn't show it too obviously. Instead, it was the people idly wandering around who couldn't quite hide the odd looks in their eyes as they watched them. Su Qinghu more or less knew what they were thinking. But at the end of the day, her marriage to Chenlai wasn't a case of being a homewrecker, so she had nothing to feel guilty about. She let them look her over with a calm, open air. If she happened to catch someone staring before they could look away, she'd give them a smile. And if her smile caught someone off guard, she'd flash a few neat, white teeth. She wasn't the delicate, pitiful type. She was poised and beautiful, bright and bold. When she smiled, it was the kind that could lift everyone's spirits, a smile that made people like her instantly. So, those who'd initially suspected that Chenlai's previous divorce was due to a third party now found themselves doubting their own theories, if not dismissing them entirely. And seeing how the two kids didn't reject Su Qinghu at all, in fact, they even seemed a bit attached and happy around her, after a moment's hesitation, everyone greeted Chenlai and Su Qinghu openly and without reservation. The kids' clothes are new, and not cheap. A woman who had some ties to the Chen family whispered her suspicions to her husband after Chenlai's group had walked away. Chenlai and his new wife don't seem like they knew each other before. You mean, her husband, wary from years in his line of work, didn't look over at Chenlai, but quietly replied, Chenlai only met her after his divorce? 90% sure, the woman said with a knowing smile. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a greenhorn. What do you mean? The man asked. Oh, how can you be so dense? The woman pinched him. Don't you remember Zhang Dong's dad sent him to the station for a talking to? I remember, but what's that got to do with what we're talking about? The man was confused. Didn't Zhang Dong's dad say he ran into Chenlai that day? That means Chenlai was already back yesterday. The woman rolled her eyes. Even if they didn't have time for a wedding night, if there were real feelings between them, a little absence would make the heart grow fonder. You think they wouldn't have done anything? Had he forgotten how eager he'd been when they first got married? Once a man has his wife, what man could resist? Impossible. These two just don't look like they're in love, the woman mused. Honestly, I think those two kids mean more to her than Chenlai does. The man agreed with her earlier analysis, but was lost on this last point. How can you tell they're not in love? Just think back to when we were dating, and then look at them. With that, the woman headed home. The man hurried after her, and as he remembered their own youthful days, he leaned in and whispered something in her ear, making her blush bright red. Su Qinghu had no idea about these whispered conversations behind her back. What she did notice was that Chenlai's expression changed when he saw who opened the door. The relaxed, even slightly excited look on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a complete poker face. Su Qinghu quickly glanced between the two of them, itching to whistle to express her own little thrill. Yan, why are you blocking the door? Father Chen, who'd been chatting with his son-in-law, noticed his daughter open the door but say nothing. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately stood up. Is Chenlai back? The question was like a stone thrown into still water, instantly shattering the tense air. Qinyan awkwardly looked away and stepped aside to let them in. At that moment, Father Chen also came to the door. The first thing he saw was his tall, handsome son blocking the entrance. He turned his gaze, intending to greet Su Qinghu, but couldn't see her or even the two kids. Chenlai was blocking the way quite thoroughly. He called out, "Dad," but still didn't reveal Su Qinghu. Chenlai's back. Qian Yin, who'd stood up with his father-in-law, came over and smiled when he saw Chenlai. "It's been years, but you're still as sharp as ever." He'd only met this brother-in-law once, at Chenlai's wedding. Now, for years later, they were meeting again. "Hello," Chenlai nodded at him, then handed what he was carrying to Father Chen and stepped inside first. As soon as he moved, Su Qinghu was exposed to everyone's view. "Hello," Su Qinghu greeted them with a smile, not too warm, not too distant, striking just the right note between family and familiar neighbors. Her greeting snapped everyone out of their shock at her looks, her bearing, and even her clothes. Father Chen and the Qinyan couple were just about to greet Su Qinghu when Chenlai stepped in and blocked their line of sight. Chenlai took out a new pair of women's slippers and placed them by Su Qinghu's feet. "Change your shoes." "Thank you, Comrade Chenlai." Su Qinghu beamed as she entered, holding on to Chenlai's arm as she slipped off her little sheepskin shoes and put on the new slippers he'd found for her. Those 6 words were nothing special, but coming from Su Qinghu, with her eyes curved like crescent moons, they sounded intimate no matter how you heard them. Chenlai's Adam's apple bobbed, and the corners of his mouth finally lifted a little. She wasn't just bold, she was clever and mischievous too. That response was unexpectedly perfect. Qinyan's face went pale for a moment. Her gaze, which had been sizing up Su Qinghu, snapped away as if burned. Qian Yin didn't notice his wife's odd reaction. He just felt that these two gave off a vibe like an acid-base titration. A little too much and it's sour, a little too little and it's alkaline. Compared to the previous one, there was a lot more harmony and tacit understanding between them, something hard to put into words. Just one look between the two, and Qian Yin suddenly pictured the reaction between nitric oxide and air in a chemistry experiment. That was the exclusive blush and heart racing of the young. He felt a bit emotional and couldn't help glancing at his wife. Seeing her pale face, he paused in surprise. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He spoke softly, but Chenlai heard him clearly. He shot Qinyan a glance, then looked away to check on the kids. Seeing they'd changed their shoes, he led Su Qinghu into the living room. Qinyan was rattled by that look from Chenlai and couldn't help glancing at Father Chen. Father Chen sighed inwardly, then smiled and said to Su Qinghu, "Xiao Su, from now on we're all family. If Chenlai ever bullies you, just tell us, we'll stand up for you." "All right." Su Qinghu smiled at Chenlai, then turned to Father Chen. "I'll remember what you said, Dad." Dan pouted. "My dad would never bully you. When you smile, he even holds you up so you don't hurt your back." What on earth was this kid talking about? What did he mean by every time you laugh, he has to hold you up in case you throw your back out? She looked at Erden, thinking hard, and seriously doubted whether there had ever been a version of herself who laughed so hard she needed someone to hold her up. Erden met Su Qinghu's gaze, and a chill ran down his spine, icy dread shooting from his heels to the top of his head. Under her inscrutable stare, his innocent expression and the words he was about to blurt out vanished instantly. Oh heavens, his new mom was looking at him like a rat cornered on the stove. If it weren't for the risk of knocking over the oil bottle, she'd probably smack him with a shoe right now. He widened his eyes and blurted out a compliment. "Mom, you look so pretty when you're not smiling." Su Qinghu was stunned, her mouth slightly open as she stared at Erden in disbelief. What kind of move was this? Was this a reverse compliment? She couldn't help but want to laugh. But just as the corners of her mouth started to turn up, she suddenly remembered what this kid had mumbled earlier. Some things are better safe than sorry. For example, in a city with over a dozen dynasties worth of history, where digging a subway line could trigger a major archaeological find, You should never swear that something has never happened to you otherwise. You're just inviting fate to slap you in the face. The capital has over 3,000 years of history, after all. You have to watch what you say. Better safe than sorry. What secrets could the compound possibly hold? But if she really did laugh so hard she threw her back out, for the rest of her life, whenever anyone mentioned Su Qinghu, the first thing people would think of would be, oh, that's the Qin family's daughter-in-law who threw her back out laughing the first time she met her in-laws. Just the thought was terrifying. Su Qinghu, proud and dignified all her life, absolutely refused to let her reputation be ruined by this reverse compliment. Su Qinghu managed to hold it in, but Qinlai couldn't. Before Erden even finished speaking, Qinlai's mouth was already twitching with laughter, though he managed not to make a sound. But the more he thought about that ridiculous compliment, the less he could control himself. His face twisted as he tried to hold it back, but in the end, he gave up and burst out laughing. As soon as he laughed, Father Qin and Xian Yin immediately caught on. They didn't laugh out loud, but the amusement in their eyes was as obvious as a dam bursting. Even Qin Yan's face, which had been pale, regained some color from trying to hold back laughter. Su Qinghu, both embarrassed and annoyed, shot Qinlai a fierce glare. Seeing that he couldn't control his expression and was still laughing, she steeled herself and decided to drag him down with her. She nodded at the bewildered Erden, who was still lost amid everyone's laughter. Come on, compliment your dad. Erden was already confused, but as soon as Su Qinghu gave the order, he immediately opened his mouth. Dad, you look great when you laugh. Qinlai was silent for a second, then burst out laughing. This time, even Father Qin and Xian Yin couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. These two kids were just too funny. Father Qin had just thought those words when he suddenly remembered that Su Qinghu wasn't really a kid anymore. He cleared his throat and reined in his laughter. Erden ignored them. Seeing that Su Qinghu's eyes were no longer inscrutable but as bright and clear as Shikahai in spring, he relaxed and patted his chest with a grin, promising, Mom, from now on we'll always protect you and never bully you. Dayton shot him a look, annoyed that he'd spoken on his behalf. But now wasn't the time to say anything. He glanced inconspicuously at Qinyan. Family matters shouldn't be aired in public. If he protested now, it would just make them a laughingstock in front of outsiders. Qinlai, Xiaosu, Dayton, Erden, you're here. Mother Qin had been busy cooking and hadn't come out earlier. Now she turned off the gas, plated the food, tossed down the spatula, and hurried out. It's hot outside, isn't it? Come, sit down. Qinlai called out to her, and Su Qinghu followed with a mom, while Dayton and Erden obediently greeted her with grandma. Good, good. Mother Qin looked at Su Qinghu, her heart full of joy and satisfaction, though for some reason she felt a bit awkward in front of her. Xiaosu, are you thirsty? Su Qinghu smiled. I'm fine, thank you. As soon as she smiled, most of Mother Chen's awkwardness melted away. You all sit down. I'll just cook a few more dishes and then we'll eat. She was about to head back to the kitchen when she suddenly remembered something and turned to Qinyan. Yan Yan, your cold dishes are really good. Come help me out. In that instant, Qinyan suddenly felt like this wasn't her home anymore. Why was she the only one called to help in the kitchen? She couldn't help but glance at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu met her gaze, seemingly by chance, and smiled. Was her sister-in-law really going to start something on her very first visit? Qinyan felt uncomfortable under her gaze and turned to head into the kitchen. With her back to Su Qinghu, her emotions leaked out, and she looked at her mother with a hint of grievance. Mother Qin glanced at her daughter, seemingly unintentionally, then smiled at Su Qinghu before heading into the kitchen. Xian Yin didn't notice anything amiss. He chatted cheerfully with Father Qin and his brother-in-law, and even made small talk with the two kids. Su Qinghu stood next to Qinlai, rolling up her sleeves as she listened to him talk with Father Qin and Xian Yin. She was now almost certain that Xian Yin was an engineering guy. His attention wasn't really on Father Qin or Qinlai, but on finding ways to spark the kids' interest and curiosity about engineering. What's acid-base titration? What's nitric oxide? Why does nitric oxide turn red when it meets air? Erden was full of questions. What's the point of learning this stuff? Before Qian could answer, Dayton spoke up. Be quiet. Erden muttered, I've never seen anyone actually use this stuff. And that thing Uncle said about breaking bricks with your bare hands, who does that? Construction workers all have brick knives. He silently reached his own conclusion and fell quiet. Dayton frowned. Just because you haven't seen it used doesn't mean it's not useful in real life. Even though he didn't know exactly where this knowledge was applied, he was sure it was only his own lack of knowledge that made him ignorant. Qian didn't mind. He smiled and explained, chemistry lets us create and understand new substances. It's a field full of change and challenge. Like the questions you asked, what are these things? Why do they change? What can you do with them? All of that is for you to explore and discover. Erden, just listening to this sounded like a headache. But Dayton's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but there were so many questions he didn't know where to start. Su Qinghu thought, this was just like when a struggling student wanted to study hard and asked the top student for help. The top student would ask, what don't you understand? And after a long pause, all the struggling student could say was, I don't understand anything. Have you ever watched movies? Qian asked. Have you seen any war movies? Qian continued. Erden perked up instantly. Yeah, the ones about fighting the Japanese. Qian, have you heard of biological or chemical warfare? As soon as he said that, Father Qin and Qinlai both stopped talking and looked over. Su Qinghu could sense the sudden shift in their demeanor, which quickly faded. All right, things seemed pretty harmonious now. She turned to Qinlai. You guys keep chatting. I'll go check on things in the kitchen. Qinlai was just thinking about whether to follow her when he caught a warning look from Su Qinghu and immediately gave up. Okay. Su Qinghu greeted Father Qin and headed for the kitchen. Behind her, Qian was still earnestly explaining to the two kids, biological and chemical warfare are both forms of biochemical weapons. They're extremely dangerous, highly contagious, and uncontrollable. Qinyan stood in silence, not doing anything, nor did she ask her mother what cold dishes needed to be prepared. Mother Qin had called her in, not to put her to work, but because she had something to say. Qinyan, how old are you this year? Mother Qin didn't look at her daughter, just kept her head down, slicing vegetables as she asked. Qinyan could see her mother's expression calm, with no emotional fluctuations. Even her question was gentle, not an interrogation, but a genuine inquiry. 35, Qinyan replied. Mother Qin paused, straightened up, and turned to face her. And your brother, Qinlai? Qinyan stared at her, knowing she had to answer. Her lips moved, and she reported his age accurately, 29. Do you still remember his birthday? Mother Qin asked. Her voice was gentle, but Qinyan felt a crushing weight. Instinctively, she wanted to avoid trouble and didn't dare answer right away. You don't remember? Mother Qin looked directly at the daughter she'd doted on since childhood. Or do you remember, but you just don't dare say anything to him on his birthday? The annoyance Qinyan had felt earlier, for being called into the kitchen just to help, vanished completely. She looked at her mother, eyes pleading. Mother Qin sighed, shook her head, and went back to chopping vegetables. I'm not asking you to greet your brother with a smile, or to chat happily with Xiao. I just want you to act like a big sister. Mom, Qinyan's face crumpled, and tears started to fall. I haven't done anything to them. You always blame me. Mother Qin said nothing, but her chopping grew sharper. Qinyan, you're 35. Your kid's already in elementary school. Can you be a little more mature? Mother Qin tried to keep her temper. When I called you into the kitchen just now, that look you gave Xiao was out of line. I just looked at her. I didn't ask her to do anything. Qinyan retorted. What if she wanted to help in the kitchen too? I looked at her because if she wanted to, I'd bring her in. Mother Qin was losing patience. Qinyan, don't say things just to sound good. I know what kind of person you are, and so do you. Qinyan wanted to say more, but Mother Qin raised her hand to stop her. Save yourself some dignity, and give me some too. Don't make me spell it out. As she finished, she heard footsteps approaching the kitchen. She quickly pointed at the bowl of soaking wood ear mushrooms on the counter. Wipe your face and go clean those mushrooms. Chen saw her mother glance toward the kitchen door and immediately understood. She quickly wiped her face, turned her back, and started cleaning the mushrooms. Su Qinghu made her entrance deliberately, letting her soft house slippers make a little noise, a subtle signal to the mother and daughter in the kitchen that if they were having a private conversation, now was the time to wrap it up. These slippers weren't the typical rubber or plastic summer kind, but more like the soft, comfortable ones you find in hotels, hardly any sound. Su Qinghu had experimented with a few ways to make them audible, just enough for the kitchen but not the living room. "Mom, anything I can help with?" Su Qinghu said with a bright smile. "Today I'll be your assistant and get a taste of your cooking. Next time I'll cook, and you can try my food." Mother Chen liked girls like Su Qinghu, straightforward and open. Hearing her, the irritation from earlier faded a bit. "All right, you can help me out and try my dishes later." As Su Qinghu spoke, she noticed some garlic on the counter. She picked it up naturally and asked, "Do you want the garlic whole, or?" "Either way is fine," Mother Chen replied with a smile. "We'll use it for a cold dish and a quick stir-fry." With that, Su Qinghu understood. She quickly peeled the garlic, separated the cloves, placed them on the cutting board, picked up another knife, and with a few quick smacks, crushed them. Mother Chen was momentarily stunned. She'd meant to praise Su Qinghu for being careful and delicate, but now she wasn't sure what to say. "Mom, you're so strong." Erden, the little flatterer, came over and reached for some garlic to help. Su Qinghu stifled a sigh, resisting the urge to pop a clove of garlic into this little suck-up's mouth. She handed him 2 cloves and, as he took them, asked quietly, "Why'd you run into the kitchen?" She had to lower her head. Erden's words just now had somehow hit a nerve with his grandma, and Su Qinghu wanted to give her a moment to compose herself. "It's boring out there," Erden pouted. "Uncle's talking about stuff my brother likes, and Dad and Grandpa are listening intently. I'm still little. I don't want to shoulder the burdens of life so soon." He even sighed, as if he'd been worn down by life many times over. Su Qinghu nearly laughed out loud. "Has this kid been hanging out with too many old folks in the neighborhood? He talks like a little grown-up, even sighing like a battle-weary hero. Unbelievable." All right, Mother Chen laughed. "We won't listen, and we won't shoulder life's burdens so early." Su Qinghu snickered. When he finished peeling the garlic, she took it from him and asked Mother Chen, "Mom, do we have any tomatoes?" "We do," Mother Chen replied, bending down to fetch a basket from the corner. "They're all here." Su Qinghu leaned over and picked out 4 ripe, juicy tomatoes. As she washed them, she said, "Let's make some tomatoes with sugar." "Great, we've got plenty of sugar at home." Mother Chen glanced at Erden, who was grinning from ear to ear, and knew Su Qinghu was making this for the kids. "Wash one for the kids to eat first." Su Qinghu nodded, took the first washed tomato, made a small cut with the knife, then split it with her hands and handed it to Erden. "Share half with your brother." Erden replied happily, taking the tomato and heading out. But then he stopped, turned back, and said to Su Qinghu, "Mom, I want your cucumber salad." He even winked at her, his face full of, "I'm helping you score points, but no need to thank me." He thinks her cucumber salad is tasty, and if she makes it today, she'll win points? Praise him? Dream on. She's lucky she doesn't scold him. Is this a chance to shine? No, it's a chance to draw fire. Didn't he notice that since she entered the kitchen, his aunt hasn't said a word or even turned around? "Go eat your tomato." Su Qinghu waved him off. "I already said I'm just helping out today, so don't give me extra work." Then she turned to Mother Chen, her tone a bit more intimate. "Mom, I'm still not that skilled at cooking. Let me practice more at home before I cook for everyone." Chapter 42, tone it down a bit, Su Qinghu spoke casually and naturally, so Mother Chen didn't think much of it. She was just about to nod with a smile when Chen turned around and said, "Then you do it." Mother Chen felt her temples throb, and her smile almost slipped. She wanted to scold Chen, but was afraid that would just make things awkward for all 3 of them. As she was wondering how to smooth things over, Su Qinghu nodded, still smiling. Auntie really dotes on her niece. "All right, I'll make the cold cucumber salad the child just requested." She smiled as she said it, giving Qinyan a backhanded compliment, not caring whether the other would choke on it. She continued, gentle and gracious, you can make the other cold dishes. I bet Mom and Dad have missed your cooking. Qinyan was feeling extremely conflicted. On one hand, she realized her tone just now had been too harsh and might have made her mother misunderstand. On the other, she was deeply unsettled by how naturally Su Qinghu called her parents, Mom and Dad. Meeting Su Qinghu's gaze, she instinctively looked away, remembering she hadn't answered her question. She muttered an That was her agreement to Su Qinghu's suggestion. Mother Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, good. Division of labor, higher efficiency. This way, you can both try each other's cooking. After that, the atmosphere quieted again. Mother Chen had to find something to say. Xiao Su, are you working tomorrow? Yes, I am, Su Qinghu replied, placing the washed cucumbers on the cutting board. She was about to slice them into thin strips when Qinyan stopped her. What are you doing? Su Qinghu glanced at her, then at her own knife, and explained, my cold cucumber salad is a bit different from most people's. I don't smash them, I slice them thin and long, then mix them with the dressing. I think Mom still has one more dish to make, Su Qinghu said, glancing at the cleaned hairtail fish by the stove. She smiled, slicing them this way helps the flavors soak in better. Mother Chen's nerves settled again, but she knew this couldn't go on. She couldn't let her daughter and daughter-in-law keep butting heads, or who knew when things would blow up. But she couldn't just stay silent either, that would make things even weirder. She needed to find a safe topic. Yanen, why didn't you and Xiao Qian bring duo with you? Mother Chen thought she'd found a safe subject as she turned on the stove and poured oil into the pan, waiting to fry the fish. Qinyan replied, Mom, didn't you already ask me and Qian that before we even came in? Why are you asking again? Su Qinghu almost burst out laughing on the spot. Mother Chen could barely keep her composure. Afraid Su Qinghu would notice, she turned her back to them and said, did I? Sigh, getting old, my memory isn't what it used to be. If this weren't her own daughter, and if it weren't for the fact that this was her daughter-in-law's first visit, she'd have given Qinyan a good talking to about what it means to speak properly. Su Qinghu had to grip the knife tightly to keep from laughing out loud. She was sure that if she didn't have some external help, she'd lose it in the next second. How are you old? You just retired, and you barely have any gray hair. I heard from Dad that you learned a lot from that old accountant, and they want you to take a technical certificate this year, Qinyan said as she rinsed the wood ear mushrooms, not even looking at her mother. If someone like you has a bad memory, then there's no hope for anyone. I can't hold it in anymore. Mother Chen's face was expressionless. She knew her daughter was trying to praise her, but was this the time for compliments? This wasn't praise, this was sabotage. She had never seen anyone so bad at talking. Mother Chen, also known as Ms. Meng, was seething inside, practically grinding her teeth. How did she end up with a daughter like this? At this point, everyone except Qinyan could feel the awkwardness spreading rapidly. Just as Mother Chen was about to glance at Su Qinghu and resign herself to disaster, Erden came running in. Mom, there are strawberries in Grandma's yard. Su Qinghu quickly put down her knife and pinched herself to keep from laughing out loud, then said with genuine surprise, Wow, really? Quick, take me to see. Erden, my sweet boy, truly is his mother's lifesaver. If it weren't for the time and place, Su Qinghu would have scooped Erden up and showered him with kisses. He was saving her from disaster right now. Erden blushed a little under her gaze. Okay, sure. He could see a tiny version of himself reflected in his new mom's eyes. Su Qinghu turned back with a calm face and said to Ms. Meng, Mom, I'll go take a look. I'll be right back. Without waiting for Mother Chen's reply, she grabbed Erden's hand and dashed out of the kitchen, not even stopping in the living room as she headed straight for the yard. So, as Qian explained biochemical weapon applications to Dayton in the living room, both Chenlai and Father Chen saw a blur, and then, looking again, there were two more people in the yard. Father Chen was still puzzled when Chenlai's gaze swept from the kitchen to his wife and son. Chenlai didn't move, just narrowed his eyes and watched Su Qinghu and Erden in the yard. After 2 seconds, he was sure. His wife's body seemed to be shaking. He slowly stood up and stretched his arms. Dad, you stay with them. I'll go check on them in the yard. Go ahead, Father Chen waved, a hint of a smile in his eyes. It's sunny out. Tell Xiao not to stay in the yard too long. Chenlai agreed, took a long stride, and walked quickly toward the two in the yard. In the yard, Su Qinghu was squatting by some flowers, giggling uncontrollably. Oh my God, she had never seen anyone with such low emotional intelligence. She didn't even need to look at her mother-in-law to imagine her face, despair, disillusionment, maybe even a little crazed. Ha 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 ha. Erden looked at Su Qinghu confused. He hadn't expected his new mom to run so fast, practically dragging him out to the yard. Once there, before he could even show her where the strawberries were, she let go of him, squatted down, and started laughing. Erden looked at Su Qinghu, then at the spot where she was squatting, then shifted his gaze to the 5 strawberry plants half a meter away. His mouth opened. New mom was squatting in the wrong place. As he hesitated, a tall figure loomed over him. He looked up. Dad? Chenlai ruffled his hair, ignoring the confusion and plea for help in his son's eyes. He walked 2 steps forward, standing beside Su Qinghu, just enough to block the view from the house, and reminded her, try to tone it down. I can't. Su Qinghu was laughing so hard she had tears in her eyes, her voice low but still full of mirth, so much so that even Erden could hear it. Chenlai, your parents-in-law aren't fools, you. Before he could finish, Su Qinghu suddenly stood up, grabbed his arm, and, right in front of him, shamelessly wiped her laughing tears on his sleeve. He looked down at her but didn't move, letting her do as she pleased. After wiping her tears, Su Qinghu took a deep breath and looked up. My clothes are new. It would be too obvious if she wiped her tears on them. Chenlai said nothing, looking down at her from above. Su Qinghu wasn't the least bit afraid. She flashed him a brilliant smile, then bent down, unbuttoned his cuff, and rolled up his sleeve. Now no one will notice. Erden stared wide-eyed at Su Qinghu in disbelief. Everyone said he was naughty, a troublemaker, but even he had never dared wipe his tears or snot on Dad. Chenlai and Su Qinghu looked at each other for a moment, then he glanced at his forearm. The shirt sleeve was rolled up from the wrist almost to the elbow. He had to admit, she did a pretty decent job. Dan kept a close eye on his father's expression. Seeing that his dad was staring at his own sleeve, Dan suddenly started to worry. He was afraid his dad would get angry, or maybe it wasn't exactly anger he feared, but that his dad would turn all serious. When Dad got serious, it was truly scary. He didn't know about other people, but whenever his dad put on that stern face, Dan turned into a little quail. He sneaked a glance at his father, then at his oblivious new mom, and fell into an inner struggle. Should he give his new mom a heads up? He could, but what if Dad ended up lecturing both of them? The more Dan thought about it, the more conflicted he became. The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he got. They were just about to look at strawberries in the yard, and then Dad suddenly showed up. What for? What did this have to do with him anyway? Dan kept shooting glances at him. Could Chenlai really not notice? Of course he noticed. He turned his head and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop sneaking around. He didn't dare tell the truth, but with Chenlai staring at him, he had no choice but to speak up. Dad, do you want some strawberries? Chenlai immediately narrowed his eyes. Actually, he and his brother hadn't spent that much time with their dad. This year was the most time they'd ever spent together since they could remember. Even if they hadn't spent much time together, they'd gotten a sense of Dad's temper. He seemed easygoing and reasonable, but he didn't tolerate any tricks. Dan glanced at Su Qinghu, then, like a soldier going into battle, closed his eyes and raised his voice. I wasn't asking if you wanted strawberries. I was afraid you'd hit my mom. You kept looking at your sleeve, then at my mom, back and forth, just like you were looking for a good spot to hit her. The more he spoke, the quieter he got. You've trained, you're tall and strong, but my mom's so small and skinny, she couldn't even take a swing from you. Su Qinghu looked at Dan in confusion, then at Chenlai, suddenly questioning her life choices. Was this kid a little too honest? He usually seemed clever and quick-witted, so why was he acting like a broken record today? Did she and Qinlai really look like they were about to fight just now? Didn't they look more like a young couple in love, flirting with each other? At least from her perspective, she'd been teasing Qinlai. And she'd even felt a hint of romantic tension in the air. But now, Dan's words made her doubt herself deeply. Was all that just her own wishful thinking? That would be way too embarrassing. Unwilling to accept it, Su Qinghu struggled to ask Dan, did your dad really look fierce when he looked at me just now? He looked at Su Qinghu with an expression that was both disdainful and helpless, screaming internally, "What are you doing? Why would you ask that? How am I supposed to answer?" If he said Dad looked fierce, Dad would definitely beat him. If he said Dad didn't look at Mom with affection, wouldn't that ruin their relationship? He'd heard the old folks gossiping at the alley entrance. One of the worst things a kid could do was ruin things between their dad and stepmom, sometimes even causing a divorce. His dad and new mom had only been married a week. Dan pictured the scene of a divorce, with everyone in the neighborhood pointing fingers, and couldn't help but shiver again. "Mom, Dad didn't look fierce at all when he looked at you." He said it like he was swearing an oath. Could Su Qinghu believe him? She stared at Dan, her mind racing. Oh God, was that romantic atmosphere just her own imagination? "Mom, trust me, Dad looked at you so gently. Just like when I see something delicious." Dan blurted out, even patting his chest. "I just thought Dad wanted to hit you, that was all in my head. This little brat. What a rascal." Su Qinghu, feeling thoroughly embarrassed, wanted to smack the kid. She'd thought she was irresistible, that she'd managed to charm the handsome man before her, but in just a few sentences, this kid had shattered her illusions. Dan called out uneasily when Su Qinghu didn't respond and just kept staring at him. All right, she'd adjusted her mood. She wouldn't hit the kid. But she was still a bit embarrassed. All that seductive, enchanting, sweet flirting she thought she'd done, turns out it was all in her head. And now she couldn't stop picturing a giant elephant trying to act cute and stomp its foot at a crowd. Qinlai watched the big and little one staring at each other, completely at ease. The little one kept shooting glances at the big one, trying his best to send a message. The big one's expression didn't change, but his hands fidgeted, fingers turning white from squeezing, then suddenly relaxing, then clenching again. But he didn't seem to get the little one's signals at all. The signals just weren't getting through, and it was honestly funny. Dan was frustrated. He'd sent so many signals, but new mom just wasn't picking up. Couldn't they coordinate a plan? Otherwise, if Dad started talking, they'd really be doomed. "Mom?" Dan couldn't help but call out, "What are you thinking about?" Su Qinghu glanced at him. "I'm reflecting on life right now, thinking about how I should educate you and your brother from now on." He was totally confused. Weren't they just talking about whether Dad was going to hit someone? How did it turn into a lesson for him and his brother? New mom's mind worked faster than a plane taking off and landing. Finally, Qinlai spoke. "I wasn't thinking about hitting your mom. But I am thinking about hitting you. He wasn't the one who got Dad's sleeve dirty." "Have you ever actually seen me hit anyone?" Qinlai asked. "No, but they hadn't spent that much time together. Who knew what Dad did in private? If he hit someone, Dan wouldn't have seen it anyway." Dan hung his head and pouted. "Dad, don't ask me like that. If you hit someone, we wouldn't even know where we were. With your skills, I just don't believe you've never hit anyone. Good skills come from practice, and practice means both taking and giving hits. The old men at the alley said so." Dan started spilling secrets. "I've even seen my brother get into fights." "You're our dad, so you must have fought too. Like father, like sons, right?" "All right, at this rate, he was probably going to get a beating today. If he was going to get hit anyway, he might as well not lose out verbally. If he was going to leave a bad impression on new mom, then Dad shouldn't think he could look good either." Thinking this, Dan got a little excited. "That woman before even said you had a bad temper, that you weren't a good person." Su Qinghu took a small step back. She was happy to watch the drama, but she wanted to keep a safe distance. Dan, that little rascal, he was probably in for a beating this time. Dan immediately noticed her movement and shot her a look full of reproach. He'd only gotten caught by Dad because he was worried about her, and now all the blame was falling on him. Instead of joining forces with him against their common enemy, she actually took a step back? How is this any different from abandoning a comrade? Good thing he and his brother hadn't sworn brotherhood with her back when she'd bravely spoken up for them, otherwise, there'd be two heartbroken people today. Father Qin Bai and his son-in-law Qian Yin stood at the doorway, watching the three people in the yard with varying expressions for a while before finally speaking up. Qinlai glanced at Dan and pointed at him. "Stand up straight." Dan immediately straightened up, puffing out his little chest, looking like he was absolutely ready to obey orders. If he behaved, even if Dad didn't care about his feelings, surely Grandpa would? Grandpa would tell all the old men at the end of the alley. Weren't grandparents always softer on the grandkids? He looked hopefully at the smiling Qinbai, silently pleading for help. But Qinbai didn't look at him. Instead, he swept his gaze over Su Qinghu and Qinlai. Seeing that the two didn't seem to be arguing or in the middle of a conflict, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Qin Yan was his and his wife's first child, doted on by both them and the grandparents, but she wasn't the most considerate person. When Su Qinghu had come out of the kitchen into the yard earlier, he hadn't thought much of it. But after his son-in-law finished explaining science to Dan, and his son and daughter-in-law still hadn't come back inside, he started to feel uneasy. Now, seeing the three of them almost in a standoff, and his daughter-in-law's wet eyelashes, his heart skipped a beat. His heart was in his throat, but he still wore a cheerful smile, not letting anything show. Dan kept quiet, looking first at Su Qinghu and then at Qinlai. Su Qinghu glanced back at him, only for the little guy to humph and turn his head away. Su Qinghu raised her eyebrows. For someone so small, he sure had a big temper. He wanted her to face reality, to show her through his actions that all her so-called flirtatious moments, those pink bubbles, were just in her head, making her feel super embarrassed. So what was wrong with her leaving him to face his dad's wrath alone? He wasn't stupid, he was even a little clever, so why should she have to give in to him? Besides, in terms of relationships, Qinlai was his dad, not hers. Emotionally, Qinlai was his father, while she and Qinlai were just in a mutually beneficial arrangement. In terms of time, they'd had 4 or 5 years of father-son bonding, while she and Qinlai had only been partners for 6 or 7 days. So who is really the pitiful one here? If they started fighting, it'd just be the usual: beating means affection, scolding means love. Su Qinghu tried to justify abandoning her teammate, but when she saw Qinlai about to speak, she quickly jumped in first, just to be safe. Dan just told me a joke, and I couldn't help it. I laughed so hard I hurt myself, Su Qinghu said, glancing at Dan. That look was crystal clear. Dan immediately got the message. "You little rascal, remember this. You owe me one today, and you'd better pay it back later." That was exactly what Su Qinghu meant. On her first day meeting her in-laws, she'd self-deprecated just to defuse the tension between Dan and Qinlai. That was a big enough sacrifice, right? A big enough sacrifice meant a big favor. He'd have to pay it back. A joke? What joke? What kind of joke could make her laugh so hard she got hurt? What if Grandpa asked what the joke was? What would he say? He couldn't think of a single joke right now. Qinlai, seeing Su Qinghu had taken over, simply stood quietly to the side, watching her perform with an unreadable expression. Sure enough, Qinbai asked, "So, what was the joke?" He was just asking casually, not really expecting an answer. But the three of them didn't realize that, and all perked up. Dan looked at Su Qinghu, as if to say, "See?" he asked. Qinlai looked at Su Qinghu, who was smiling with arched eyes and a breezy air, but said nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to say something, he just didn't know what to say. There wasn't a single funny story in his head at the moment. Su Qinghu, well, it's kind of a lame joke. It's about. She couldn't think of a joke right now. Under Qinbai's expectant gaze, Su Qinghu took a deep breath, her mind working overtime. It's a joke about a fight between a steamed bun and a noodle. Dan, wow, that's a new one. A steamed bun and a noodle fighting. Qinlai glanced at her, worried for a moment that she wouldn't be able to come up with a joke that could make someone laugh so hard they got hurt. But as soon as he saw her brows arching and the spark in her eyes, he relaxed. She looked like she was about to pull off something wild. Qian, listening to Su Qinghu, started wondering what kind of chemical reaction would happen if a steamed bun and a noodle fought. Bai, a steamed bun and a noodle? Before Su Qinghu even started, she couldn't help but laugh to herself. She wondered if they'd even get such a lame joke, ha ha. So, one day, a steamed bun and a noodle got into a fight. The noodle beat up the steamed bun. The steamed bun wasn't happy, so he brought his buddies to get revenge. On the way, they ran into instant noodles and they beat up the instant noodles. Afterward, they said, "Don't think I can't recognize you just because you got a perm." Bai hesitated. The joke was over, but he didn't find it funny. So should he laugh or not? If he laughed, it'd be insincere. If he didn't, would his daughter-in-law feel awkward? While he was hesitating, Dan burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, poor instant noodles. Seeing that at least someone laughed, Su Qinghu relaxed a little. She glanced at Dan to make sure he was genuinely amused, then stepped forward and ruffled his hair. Want some instant noodles? Dan, if you want to buy it, just buy it. A pack only costs 0.25 yuan, or the fancy ones were 0.35, enough to buy a whole kilo of rice. Would she really be willing? Su Qinghu shot back, "Why else would I ask you? Dan, if you keep your word, I'll forgive you for abandoning your teammate just now." He said it quietly, but Su Qinghu heard him. Meeting his clear gaze, she hesitated, then threw out a condition. "Can you handle your brother?" Dan was like a little housekeeper. Every time he looked at her, it was as if he was thinking, "There she goes wasting money again." She couldn't even spend money happily. While he was hesitating, Bai, thinking Su Qinghu only wanted to buy instant noodles for one child because she didn't have enough money, spoke up, "Buy them. Buy them all. I'll have someone go get them later. Every kid in our family gets a whole box." As soon as those words were spoken, Su Qinghu and exchanged a glance, as if they were perfectly in sync. Somehow, this actually seemed pretty good. The surprise came so suddenly that was overjoyed. He darted in front of Bo, grabbed his hand with his little paw, and shook it. "Grandpa, you're the best." Suddenly being approached so affectionately by a child, Bo burst out laughing and rubbed Erden's head. "Grandpa will come often from now on." He could finally feel the happiness of being doted on by grandparents. What a joy! Dayton stood behind Qian, his gaze not on Grandpa Bo or his little brother Erden, but on Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu sensed his stare and glanced over, meeting his eyes. She didn't even need to guess. This kid always looked at her with that scrutinizing gaze. Dayton didn't shy away from her look either. Boldly, he let her see exactly what he was thinking. "Dad." Su Qinghu flashed Dayton a smile, then quickly turned her head and called out to Bo in the most natural tone, "Dad, Dayton really admires you. He's always wanted to hear stories about when you were young, but he's been too shy to ask." Dayton's eyes went wide, his cheeks flushing red as he glared furiously at the culprit, Su Qinghu. He had only reminded Erden on the way here not to talk to Grandpa and Grandma like he did in the morning, to show respect to the revolutionary elders. He never said anything about wanting to hear stories. Su Qinghu grinned. "Don't be embarrassed. We're all family. There's nothing wrong with wanting to hear stories." As she spoke, she edged half a step closer to Chenlai. Let's see if he dares glare at her now. Dayton was really mad, his thin little fists clenched tight. Looking at Su Qinghu, who was grinning smugly, he huffed a little, pursed his lips several times, and finally couldn't help but jab back, "Are you 6 years old or something? Kids, especially good-looking kids, are pretty cute when they're angry." Su Qinghu smiled and nodded. "You're the good-looking one, so you get to decide." Dayton's face instantly turned bright red. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't get a full sentence out. Bo watched with amusement, completely believing what Su Qinghu had just said. This kid was a little stubborn, but also quite adorable. He reached out and gently patted Dayton's head. "We've got your rooms ready at home. Don't leave tonight. After dinner, whatever you want to hear, I'll tell you." Then he looked up at Qian. "Xiao Qian, can you stay tonight?" Qian guessed what his father-in-law meant. He wanted him around in case any questions came up about biochemical weapons, so he could add his input. But, Dad, I'm afraid I can't tonight. When we leave later, Yen and I have to pick up Duo from our teacher's house. He glanced at Dayton and Erden, thought for a moment, and offered a compromise. How about this? If you have any questions, I'll come by next Sunday evening to answer them. Dayton and Erden were both really smart and at the perfect age to develop interests and hobbies. Qian had his own little ambition, to plant a seed of scientific curiosity in their hearts. Erden piped up, "Who's Duo? Is that your child? Are they older or younger than me?" Qian smiled, a father's pride in his eyes. Duo is my child. She's 4 this year, so she should be younger than you. She was also a bright kid, with strong logical thinking and a keen interest in chemistry. Since his workplace wasn't suitable for children, he sent her to his former chemistry teacher's house on weekends, where she could do hands-on experiments and see chemical reactions firsthand. Erden breathed a sigh of relief. Then she should call me Big Brother. He finally had a little sibling too, and was suddenly delighted. Qian just smiled and said nothing. Chen's mother, Madame Ming, came over just then to announce that dinner was ready, only to hear Erden's last comment. She shook her head helplessly. Whether you can be a big brother depends on your own abilities. Then she turned to Su Qinghu and the others, smiling. Everyone, come in and wash your hands. Let's eat. Su Qinghu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she'd been so caught up in everything that she'd forgotten about the cucumber salad. Erden clearly remembered too, sneaking a guilty glance at Su Qinghu. It was he who'd called her out to look at strawberries, after all. Though they still hadn't found any strawberries. Su Qinghu decided to play it cool. Since her mother-in-law hadn't mentioned it and just called everyone to eat, that meant the cucumber salad was either already done or not needed. Madame Ming finished speaking and headed for the living room. Qinbo took a child in each hand and led them inside, leaving Su Qinghu and Qinlai trailing behind. Su Qinghu leaned her head closer to Qinlai, who obligingly slowed his pace. She whispered, "It's my first day visiting, and I promised to cook but didn't. Do you think Mom will get a bad impression of me?" Qinlai paused, lowered his head slightly, and said, "Do you think Mom might wonder why you ran out like a gust of wind just now?" She was so dumb. She never should have asked Qinlai that question, or hoped he'd pick up on her meaning and help her earn some brownie points. Now, not only did she not get any comfort, she just felt even more anxious. But, by the way, how do you feel about your son's little revelation just now? Since she was in a bad mood, she might as well drag him down with her. Qinlai glanced at her but didn't respond. Su Qinghu, stubborn as ever, spelled it out. "You know, your son blurted out that your ex-wife said you had a bad temper and weren't a good person." "My temper." Qinlai raised his big hand, pressed it quickly down on Su Qinghu's head, gave it a little push, then let go and strode ahead, leaving the flustered Su Qinghu behind with just one sentence, "That depends on who I'm dealing with." Su Qinghu hadn't expected that move at all. So what if he was tall? Was showing off his height supposed to be fun? Did he think he could just pat her head whenever he wanted? Even at dinner, Su Qinghu was still a little indignant. That jerk had better not fall into her hands too soon, or he'd see what it meant to be conquered. At the dinner table, Erden was hardly ever idle, praising one dish, then another, and even trying to serve food to Qinbo and Madame Ming. If Su Qinghu hadn't stopped him, the two elders would have ended up eating Erden's saliva. "Use these chopsticks." Su Qinghu, who had only had soup so far, handed over her unused chopsticks. Erden didn't feel awkward at all, happily serving food to everyone. His cheerful mood was infectious, and the meal was lively and harmonious. Of course, Qinlai didn't do what Su Qinghu had hoped for at the dinner table. He didn't try to win her any points with her mother-in-law. After dinner, Qian and Qin Yan, who had barely spoken at the table, left together. Su Qinghu, using the excuse that the kids had school tomorrow, didn't stay either. When they got home, Zhao Liangen had already left, leaving a thank you note behind. Qinlai bathed the kids and sent them to bed. As he came out, his steps suddenly halted. Under the lights, Su Qinghu's eyes shimmered, as if she held the entire galaxy within them. When she caught his gaze, She gave him a gentle smile. The interplay of light and shadow made her look impossibly beautiful. But all Chenlai felt was danger. He stood rooted to the spot, silently watching Su Qinghu. He decided to stay still and let her make the first move. The moment she noticed him looking, Su Qinghu quickly reined in her composed expression and tried her best to smile softly. But seeing Chenlai's guarded, wary stance, she could barely keep up the act. Who said beauties under the lamplight could stir a man's heart? She believed it, but now? Isn't this just bullying an honest man? Su Qinghu snorted inwardly. So, what if he's wary and defensive? She lifted her chin, pointed at the tall, handsome man, and declared haughtily, "Don't you dare dodge." With that, she took a running start and charged at Chenlai. Let's see if he learns his lesson today. He can't just pat her head or press down on her whenever he feels like it. Who gave him the illusion that he could do that? Immature? So what? She'd get her own back. Seeing her barreling toward him, Chenlai narrowed his eyes. The moment she started running, he spread his legs, lowered his stance, and quickly calculated the distance and angle in his mind. Just before she reached him, he grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. He truly didn't dodge, but he didn't let Su Qinghu succeed either. Holding Su Qinghu aloft, Chenlai straightened his legs and looked down at her from above. Here to settle a score? Did they even have any scores to settle? Not exactly. Su Qinghu, held by the waist, showed not a hint of embarrassment. She rested her hands on his shoulders and grinned mischievously, inching her face closer to his. I just wanted to take a little advantage. If she couldn't settle a score, she'd just tease him a bit. Sometimes you have to bend to get what you want. Chenlai didn't move, letting her come closer, silently counting in his head. When he reached 3 and her face was just 5 centimeters away, as expected, she stopped. She might act bold, but she wasn't as fearless as she seemed. Chenlai met her gaze, raising an eyebrow, 9 parts skeptical of her words. Are you sure? Was he calling her bluff? Su Qinghu leaned in a bit more, staring at his eyes, then suddenly kissed him on the tip of his nose. With looks like his, he really was blessed by the heavens. Chenlai's hair stood on end. His grip loosened instinctively, and he almost dropped her. Su Qinghu was quick, her hands, which had been on his shoulders, immediately wrapped around his neck, locking behind his head as she hung onto him. Then she glared at him fiercely. The moment Chenlai let go, he felt the sudden weight on his neck. Realizing what was happening, he quickly grabbed her waist again to lift her up, only now noticing how soft and flexible her waist was. He'd been playing around, treating her like a kid, not thinking much of it. But now, as the phrase hot potato flashed through his mind, he let go again. Su Qinghu clung to his neck, their bodies pressed together. Su Qinghu glared back, her attitude downright defiant. After a moment of silence, Chenlai spoke. Let go. Su Qinghu, like a fiery beauty, stared him down. I'm afraid of heights. She was completely unmoved by his words. Neither would back down. Su Qinghu refused to let go, and Chenlai let her hang there. With her strength and weight, how long could she possibly hold on? Su Qinghu admitted she'd just taken advantage of Chenlai. She was just an ordinary woman, and his magnified handsomeness had gone to her head. The fact that she'd only taken a tiny liberty was already a testament to her self-control. But why was his reaction even bigger than hers? You know, you're really lacking in manners right now, Su Qinghu threatened as she clung to him. If you don't set me down gently and safely, don't blame me if you regret it later. If her arms got tired, she'd have to wrap her legs around his waist. Then, we'll see who gets embarrassed first. Chenlai's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he met her challenging gaze. He sighed helplessly. Weren't you the one taking advantage of me just now? Between husband and wife, who's taking advantage of whom? Su Qinghu's eyes switched from provocative to innocent in a flash, her long lashes fluttering. This kind of innocent provocation made Chenlai want to lump her in with Erden and give her a good lesson. But in the end, he still reached out, gently pried Su Qinghu off, and set her carefully on the ground. What got you so worked up? Chenlai looked down at her, trying to reason. If you'd run into someone who didn't know how to absorb the impact, you could have ended up with a fracture or, at the very least, some bruises and bleeding. Su Qinghu didn't answer, instead asking curiously, "You've never been kissed before?" It was just a peck on the nose, and he reacted like that. Chenlai was about to turn away and ignore her, but somehow found himself asking, "Have you ever been kissed?" "Nope," Su Qinghu replied crisply, without a second thought. "But I have plenty of theoretical knowledge." Blinking, she met Chenlai's scrutinizing gaze, forced a smile, and stood there like a well-behaved schoolgirl. "Theoretical knowledge?" Chenlai pressed, his expression serious. "Where did you get all this theory from?" For a moment, Su Qinghu wondered if he was thinking about her past with Zhang Dong. But honestly, her theoretical knowledge wasn't acquired in this era at all. If she didn't want the original owner to take the blame, how could she explain it reasonably? "As far as I know, the only places you could get that kind of information are video halls, dance halls, or banned books." Chenlai blocked off every escape route. At this point, forget subtle hints. He was being merciful not to slap handcuffs on her. Which one is it? Or is it several? Given the situation, if she said anything, he might drag her off to bust some illegal den. But how would she know about any illegal dens? The only one she knew of was Zhang Dongxing's dance hall, and as far as she remembered, it was just a place for entertainment, selling drinks, singing, dancing, having fun, nothing shady going on. Of course, just because he didn't offer those services didn't mean people wouldn't hook up on their own. But what did that have to do with him? "Come on. Confess and you'll get leniency, resist and you'll face severity," Chenlai urged. "The sooner you talk, the sooner you can go to bed. You don't want to be late for work tomorrow." Su Qinghu's eyes widened. "Are you really going to go head-to-head with me over this?" "What, I can't sleep until I confess." "I'm telling you, Chenlai, if you keep this up, you'll have a hard time finding a wife, you know," she grumbled. "All I did was say one flirty line, and you're treating it like a criminal case. Isn't that a bit much?" Chenlai stood ramrod straight, ignoring the last thing she'd said. He simply nodded, all seriousness. "Go ahead." That attitude was infuriating. Su Qinghu glared at him. "Go ahead with what?" "There's nothing to say. Can you not be so stubborn? Do I have to say whatever you want to hear?" She said she had a lot of theoretical knowledge, and he just believed her? "So if I said I was a goblin, would you believe that too?" Chenlai's expression tightened, his gaze turning sharp. "Su Qinghu, you know you're not telling the truth." Su Qinghu was fuming. Yes, she hadn't reacted quickly enough just now, and that split-second pause while recalling things had given her away. She hadn't told the truth because the truth was hard to say. She'd gotten careless, really careless. She was used to being unrestrained, and for a moment, she'd let her guard down. Now it was just awkward. Really awkward. Whatever she said would be wrong. She glanced at Chenlai and sighed. In the future, if things got intimate between them, would he always wonder if she'd seen those things before? Or worse, would he ask her for advice? Ask where she'd learned it? Just imagining it made a chill run up Su Qinghu's spine. She shivered, and her gaze at Chenlai turned wary. Terrifying. This was way too terrifying. Maybe they should just get a divorce? Chenlai noticed the hesitation in her eyes slowly hardening into resolve, as if she was really considering leaving. He frowned. "I just asked you a question. What are you thinking about?" Su Qinghu answered honestly, "I'm thinking about whether I should divorce you." He pressed his lips together, forcing down the surge of anger rising inside him. He took a step forward, looking down at her, his eyes flickering with fire. "What does marriage mean to you?" Su Qinghu's heart thudded wildly. Oh God, Chenlai was scary like this. She was just talking, she hadn't actually done anything. Besides, hadn't he already been divorced himself? Why was he so worked up? During the whole divorce and remarriage process, he'd never shown this much emotion. The more she thought about it, the more deflated Su Qinghu felt. She wanted to snap back at him, but his imposing aura made her swallow the words. "You want a divorce?" Chenlai regained his composure, but his voice was still icy, the chill unmistakable. He wasn't loud, but his presence was overwhelming. Why? They'd both had their own reasons for marrying. She didn't have feelings for him, so it wasn't surprising she could bring up divorce so casually. Chinlai told himself this and calmed down. Now, he just wanted to know her reason. After all, she'd clearly had other feelings for him before. Su Qinghu was exasperated. Why? Wasn't it just because she was afraid he'd bring up the past and slap her with a not decent label? All those flirtatious words she'd said, would she have to become some model of virtue and propriety in front of him from now on? She didn't dare imagine it any further. She swallowed, shook her head, and just thinking about that kind of life made her feel suffocated. She didn't want to live like that. Her head shaking in Chinlai's eyes was a refusal to answer. He was silent for a moment. Have you made up your mind? Su Qinghu suddenly looked up at him, meeting his eyes. For a moment, she felt reluctant. Something her best friend once said popped into her mind. Her friend had said if she ever met a husband who was good-looking, fit, had good habits, was ambitious, and didn't fool around, she'd spoil him rotten. Maybe not be totally submissive, but if they ever fought, she'd be the first to kneel on a washboard and apologize. Now, looking at Chinlai, Su Qinghu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had sharp brows and eyes, was tall and upright, clean, and would even take the initiative to bathe the kids. She didn't know if he was ambitious, but he definitely didn't fool around, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly when she kissed his nose just now. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head decisively. No, I haven't made up my mind. Forget it, forget it. No need to think so far ahead. She hadn't even gotten her hands on this swan yet. Why worry about the future? Chinlai had already prepared himself, even thinking about how to fill out the divorce application so soon after marriage, and how to get it processed quickly. But her answer left him momentarily speechless. I was thinking about divorce just now because I was afraid you'd think Su Qinghu carefully chose her words, wasn't doing anything serious. Yes, not doing anything serious sounded better than not decent. Chinlai was truly exasperated by her. He raised his hand and pointed at her in the air, but couldn't get a word out. Don't even think about it. You think you can get divorced just because you want to? Did Dan, wearing his boxer shorts, walked out from behind the bedroom door he shared with Dan, looking at Su Qinghu with a mocking grin. As long as my dad hasn't done anything wrong, you can forget about it. Su Qinghu's face went blank. How long had this kid been eavesdropping? If you mess up during the marriage, as long as my dad wants to, you'll be in court in no time, did Dan sneered. Otherwise, Xiao Yang wouldn't have behaved herself before the divorce. Su Qinghu ignored the brat's comments for now and turned to Chinlai, whispering, How long has he been listening? Chinlai glanced at her and lowered his voice as well. Since you started thinking about divorce. Su Qinghu let out a sigh of relief. Good, good. At least the kid hadn't heard anything inappropriate. Who's Xiao Yang? Now that she'd gotten what she wanted and Chinlai wasn't sulking or giving her the cold shoulder, Su Qinghu had the energy to be curious about other things. Your ex-wife. He really wanted to ask if Su Qinghu was a bit slow. Why did she always see things differently from them? Well, Su Qinghu pressed. Is she? Did Dan glanced at Chinlai. Seeing his dad wasn't stopping him, he reluctantly answered, Yeah. Su Qinghu crossed her arms, pinching her chin, her eyes starting to wander. Seeing this, Chinlai immediately interrupted her train of thought, calling out, Su Qinghu. His voice wasn't loud, but it was deep and magnetic, snapping her back to attention. Once she looked over, Chinlai continued, Go wash up. Su Qinghu blinked. Though she found his calling her name a bit odd, she still went to wash up. Now was the perfect time to escape, before he started interrogating her about where her theoretical knowledge came from. Once she was gone, Dan stood there, lips pursed, watching Su Qinghu's back with a complicated mix of disappointment and resignation. Chinlai walked over and ruffled his hair. Why aren't you asleep? Dan fell asleep as soon as he lay down. I was about to doze off too, but then I remembered I hadn't checked his backpack, Dan grumbled. So I got up. And then he'd overheard them talking about divorce. Don't be upset, Chinlai smiled. She just graduated college, she's still young, still a bit childish. Dan looked up. But she's not a kid. She's already 20. Author's note: posting one chapter first, another will be posted tonight. Chenlai was momentarily at a loss for words. He sighed, looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky, and after a while, lowered his head to meet Dan's curious gaze, and gave him an answer. No matter how old a person is, everyone has the potential to be a troublemaker. Of the two kids, Dan was the more rational one. But sometimes he was a little too rational. Before doing anything, he'd always imagine the worst-case scenario. Still, he wasn't so much of a handful that Chenlai ever needed to discipline him. Thinking of how Dan had tried to provoke him in the courtyard earlier, trying to drag him into trouble, Chenlai fell silent. Dan was mischievous, but unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't show his claws to Chenlai. On the other hand, Su Qinghu, an adult, never bothered to hide her claws in front of him. Not only did she show them, she even wanted to scratch him. If a naughty kid does something wrong, they get punished. But what about adults who act like naughty kids? Don't they get punished too? Dan asked Chenlai. Clearly, he didn't count himself among the naughty kids. Su Qinghu had just finished brushing her teeth and washing her face, and was about to take a shower when she realized she hadn't brought a change of clothes. As she stepped out, before she even reached the living room, she overheard Dan's question. She immediately burst out laughing. If a naughty kid does something wrong, they get punished. If an adult acts like a naughty kid, they get punished too. Dan looked at Su Qinghu in disbelief. Did she know what she was saying? Of course Su Qinghu knew. She kept walking inside as she spoke, drawling, if a naughty kid does something wrong, they get their butt smacked. So if an adult acts like a naughty kid, do they get their butt smacked too? Chenlai warned her, Su Qinghu. Yeah, I know. Su Qinghu waved him off and went straight to the bedroom to get her clothes, so she didn't get a chance to finish her sentence. Honestly, if the kids weren't around, Su Qinghu really wanted to say, if a naughty kid does something wrong, they get their butt smacked. So if an adult acts like a naughty kid, do they get their butt smacked too? But would your dad even dare to lay a hand on me? Of course, she never got the chance to say that. Su Qinghu didn't have many clothes. She'd bought a new outfit today, but that was just for appearances. So when she went to the bedroom, she didn't have to rummage around. She just grabbed a soft shirt and was good to go. Luckily, most of her clothes were cotton, and since it was summer, any shirt could double as pajamas. She really needed to find time to buy some clothes. If nothing else, she at least needed a proper set of pajamas. When she came out of the bedroom, Dan was still in the living room. Chenlai, seeing her come out, tried to hide his pained and helpless expression, but since Su Qinghu came out so quickly, he didn't quite manage to cover it up. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Because Dan was still in the living room, she was a little self-aware. She figured both she and Dan were the sources of Chenlai's headaches. Dan, time for bed. If you stay up late, you won't grow tall, Su Qinghu called out as she headed straight to the bathroom. Dan's mouth hung open. He looked at her, then at Chenlai, finding it hard to believe what he was seeing. Did she not reflect on her actions at all? They'd just had an argument, and now she was acting like nothing happened, talking to whoever she wanted, not the least bit embarrassed. Go check your school bag. Once you're done, go straight to bed. Chenlai patted him and walked over to the thermos to pour himself a glass of water. As Chenlai poured water, Dan suddenly said, Dad, I used to think she was really impressive, that you couldn't keep her, and that you weren't really a good match for her. Chenlai's hand paused, and his expression became a bit complicated. But now, I don't think she's that impressive anymore. Dan knew Su Qinghu was in the shower and couldn't come out for a while, and the sound of running water would cover his voice, so he spoke more freely. At first, her only flaw was spending too much money. Now she's shameless and likes to argue. He went on and on, finally concluding, so now, maybe you two are actually a good match? Chenlai was holding his cup, about to take a sip, but when he heard this sudden twist, he put it down and couldn't help massaging his temples. Right now, go check your school bag for anything you might have forgotten. I want to see you lying in bed in 5 minutes. Chenlai issued the order directly. Seeing Dan's rare look of confusion, he urged, "Move it." Dan was dumbfounded. Why did things always take such a weird turn? They were just having a normal conversation, and suddenly he was being told to do something. But seeing Chenlai's serious expression, his legs moved on their own, and he jogged off to check his school bag. Chenlai let out a long sigh. He'd been wrong, he'd made assumptions. There were 3 little troublemakers in this house, and all of them were pretty bold. Dan's attacks were verbal. At first, they seemed harmless, but in the end, they really hit home. He listed several of Su Qinghu's obvious flaws from an outsider's perspective, then suddenly changed tack and said that made them a good match. Chenlai sat in the living room, watching Dan calmly but hurriedly check his school bag, then finally took a sip of water. After Dan finished, he thought he'd use any extra time to help Dan with his bag. But as he was about to ask his dad for the time, he noticed Chenlai's wrist was bare. "Dad, I'm done," Dan called as he ran to the bedroom, reminding Chenlai, "Help Dan check his bag too." Chenlai waved him off, signaling he understood and telling him to go rest. After finishing his water, he got up to check Dan's school bag. When Su Qinghu came out from her shower and saw Chenlai still in the living room, her heart skipped a beat. "No way, right? He's not going to try to have another talk about that issue, is he?" Chenlai stood up, pointed to the chair beside him, and was just about to speak when Su Qinghu cut him off. "I don't want to talk, and I don't want tea." "Drinking tea late at night is bad for your kidneys," Su Qinghu said warily, watching his every move. Fresh from her shower, her lips were a rosy red as she started rambling. "You know, you're good-looking and your voice is nice too, right?" Su Qinghu ignored his exasperated expression and continued seriously, "If we talk and you're too gentle, I might just end up staring at your face and listening to your voice, and whatever you say will just turn into a string of ellipses in my head." Before Chenlai could put on a stern face, she went on, "But if you're too sharp with your words, I'll get all deflated, and when I'm deflated, I won't want to talk. If it's really bad, it might even affect my rest. If I don't sleep well, I might not perform well on my first day of work tomorrow. If I don't do well, I'll embarrass you and the teacher." Chenlai turned straight around and headed for the bedroom. At the bedroom door, he stopped, turned back to look at the lazily smiling Su Qinghu trailing behind him, and said, "Have you read the international conventions? The ones about spreading and trafficking certain kinds of information. Had you read past chapter 49, Su Qinghu?" "Of course not. The memories I received from the original owner are all fragmented and incomplete. Details like this, unless they were extremely significant, wouldn't have been preserved for me to pick up on. Actually, when I say I'm well-versed in theory, it's because there are so many couples at school. I don't know what it's like on the boys' side, but among the girls, there are hardly any secrets." Su Qinghu's eyes were full of sincerity. "And besides, people complain that I'm too good-looking, so during college, no one wanted me to tutor their kids. The nicer ones would turn me down gently, but some would just flat-out say that pretty women are all about seducing men and don't know how to behave. If you ask around, you'll see how many times I hit a wall trying to find tutoring jobs in college and what my success rate was." Su Qinghu took a deep breath, a little indignant. "It's so strange. Don't they ever think that a highly educated, attractive, ambitious, hardworking, independent woman like me would never be interested in those out-of-shape, unattractive, unfaithful old men?" Chenlai, who was nearing 30, subconsciously tensed his muscles, checking the vitality and tone of his body, and quietly disqualified himself from the almost 30 category. His body was young, and after all her repeated, enthusiastic compliments on his looks, he had a pretty good sense of himself now. Realizing what he was doing, Chenlai's Adam's apple bobbed. When he looked at Su Qinghu again, his gaze was no longer as stern or severe as before. "By the way, since we're on the topic, I should be honest with you about something." As Su Qinghu spoke, she beckoned him into the bedroom. Su Qinghu went into the bedroom and, seeing he was still standing there, patted the big bed. "Come sit here." Then she picked up a comb from the dressing table and started brushing her fluffy hair, waiting for Chenlai to come in. It was hot, and once her hair was loose, a few strands inevitably stuck to her neck, trailing down and disappearing under her clothes. The contrast between the bare skin and those winding strands of hair was strikingly beautiful. Su Qinghu frowned. Come on, really? I mean, I do appreciate your looks and physique, but I haven't done anything inappropriate, have I? If anything, I just kissed your nose. At this point, Su Qinghu's expression turned odd. She finally sighed and gave in. All right, fine. From now on, unless I have your permission, I absolutely. What are you trying to say? Qinlai interrupted her, taking 2 steps and sitting exactly where she'd indicated, back straight, hands on his knees, a classic, habitual posture. Seeing how guarded he was, Su Qinghu wilted a little, fiddling with the comb, her enthusiasm gone. I don't know if you ever looked into how I met Zhang Dong, but whether you did or not doesn't matter now. I want to tell you from my perspective. Qinlai sensed her low spirits, pressed his lips together, and listened without interrupting. These past few years, there's been a craze for going abroad. Even students from less well-off families in our year were considering it. At the very least, everyone wanted to learn a foreign language well, to try for a job with international connections. The college assignment system started reforming last year, but since it was gradual, the impact wasn't that obvious. This year, our teachers said some employers were dissatisfied with certain students' professional skills and had complained to higher-ups, even wanting to return the assigned graduates. But since there was no precedent, it was mostly just talk. No one actually sent anyone back. Our teachers analyzed the situation for us, saying that if things got worse, the authorities might speed up the reform or even abolish the assignment system altogether. If that happened, job competition would become fierce. So, learning a foreign language to boost our competitiveness was the best option for students like us from less privileged backgrounds. Even if we didn't have overseas connections and couldn't go abroad, mastering a language might help us snag a spot as a government-sponsored exchange student. At the very least, it would add value and help us advance faster in our jobs. That's why Li Chiwei and I started saving up early and systematically studying spoken foreign languages. Su Qinghu tossed the comb aside and ran her fingers through her soft, fluffy hair. We did pretty well, so we started thinking about whether we could self-fund going abroad. Li Chiwei's skills were about the same as mine, but because he's a guy, he got way more tutoring gigs, almost never failed to land one. I was different. Because I'm good-looking, people didn't want me as a tutor. Su Qinghu emphasized the reason parents kept passing her over, then continued, so I had to look for other jobs, either ones unrelated to my skills, or ones where they specifically wanted a good-looking girl. The thing was, even the good-looking ones didn't want to work with her. Anyone with a decent side hustle kept it to themselves, and they definitely wouldn't bring along someone who was better looking than them. Just thinking about it made Su Qinghu feel stifled. In this day and age, you couldn't even rely on your looks to make a living. Of course, part of it was the original owner's fault. She was too honest, not good at networking, and totally clueless about money-making opportunities. Qinlai was amused by her puffed-up, pufferfish-like indignation and couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. The reason Zhang Dong kept chasing after me was because a friend who'd helped me find work said a group of foreigners were looking for attractive, foreign language-speaking college students to act as interpreters and tour guides in Beijing, with great pay. Su Qinghu propped her chin on her hand, looking deflated. Who knew it was a trap? Those foreigners were a trap, the friend who didn't tell her the truth was a trap, and that jerk Zhang Dong was a trap, too. The foreigners' intentions were never pure. They only revealed the extra conditions once they arrived. Su Qinghu, coming from a small town and having received a proper education, would never agree to that. She refused on the spot. Forget it. Not worth mentioning. The interview was held at the dance hall Zhang Dong owned, so it's no surprise he saw me there, right? Su Qinghu looked at Qinlai, but before he could respond, she continued, as for what happened next, I won't say, but I'm sure you can guess the gist. Her voice was lazy and casual. She glanced at her watch. If you have any questions, ask now, it's already after 10. Qinlai shook his head slightly. Su Qinghu felt liberated, stood up and headed for the bed. If you want to stay young, good sleep habits are essential. Unless absolutely necessary, she wasn't planning to stay up late in this life. Chinlai called out. Su Qinghu opened her eyes. What is it? Have you prepared everything you need for work tomorrow? Chinlai asked. Su Qinghu thought for a moment and replied, the document folder is in the bookcase, my ID card is in my bag, and the household registration booklet is in your bedside table. Could you put them all in my bag for me? June 8th, the second day of the 5th lunar month. Su Qinghu woke up feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. Seeing that Chinlai was already making breakfast, she headed straight to the bedroom door of Dan and Dan and shouted inside, You're late. You're late. Get up, hurry. A flurry of chaos erupted inside. In less than 3 minutes, the two kids had thrown on their clothes, opened the door, and dashed to the table in the living room to grab their school bags, ready to bolt out the door. Su Qinghu said, It's only 6:30.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
The two of them froze. Dan shot Su Qinghu a fierce glare, his carefully maintained little adult image crumbling in an instant. Dan put his bag down, clutched his chest, and flopped into the nearest chair. Oh, my poor little heart, you've had such a fright. Dad's useless, can't even afford to buy you a treat to calm your nerves. He kept sneaking glances at Su Qinghu between his dramatic lines. Su Qinghu waved her hand. We'll talk about pocket money later. Go wash up first. Okay. Dan cheered, jumping off the chair and running over to Su Qinghu. He grabbed her hand. Let's go, my little heart is all better now. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. Your little heart sure is tough. Of course. He patted his chest and lifted his chin proudly. Then he turned to Dan, come on, bro, let's go wash up. Dan frowned and stepped forward, about to say something, but Dan pouted and shot him a reproachful look. Meeting Dan's eyes, Dan swallowed his words about being thrifty. You can't expect to get pocket money every day, let it go for today, let her be extravagant just this once. What Dan didn't know was that in the days to come, not only would Su Qinghu keep giving them pocket money, but she'd give them more and more. For now, though, he just kept his thoughts to himself and followed the two to wash up. After washing up, the three of them came out of the bathroom. Dan and Dan were about to head to the kitchen to find their dad when Su Qinghu pulled them back. Wait, you haven't put on face cream yet. Dan struggled. I don't want to. That's something only little girls like, it smells kind of nice, and it's not manly at all. Dan blinked and let Su Qinghu steer him back into the room. We never did this before. They'd never used anything scented before, and their new mom didn't seem to use it either. Mom, when did you buy it? At the department store, Su Qinghu replied casually. Just some little things, you probably didn't notice. There are all kinds of face creams at different prices. Not wanting to hear Dan nag, she'd found an excuse to have Chinlai watch the kids, picked out a slightly pricier cream, and bought it without much of a wait. This explanation blew Dan's mind. As Su Qinghu dragged him by the collar back into the room, he was still in a daze. When did she spend the money? He hadn't noticed at all. Su Qinghu opened the children's face cream, scooped out a bit, and dabbed it on their faces. Rub it in yourselves. Then she opened her own and started applying it. Dan rubbed his face with both hands, grinning. It smells a little, but it's not like the girls in my class. Dan rubbed his face in silence. He was still so young. Even if he went high to help people look at things for money, it wouldn't be enough for her to spend. Su Qinghu had no idea about Dan's complicated thoughts. She just smiled and said, I picked one especially for boys, it won't smell too strong. This kind of subtle scent is tasteful and elegant, Su Qinghu said, tilting her head. In a few years, when our country's developed a bit more, I'll show you more about this stuff. Or, when I start working, maybe I'll ask if there are any perfumers in the capital and take you to learn a thing or two. Dan stayed silent. Go broaden our horizons? Isn't that just another excuse to spend money? Su Qinghu gave Dan a mysterious look and chuckled inwardly. Just wait, If she couldn't cure his miserly ways that were affecting his quality of life, she wouldn't be worthy of her surname. Just then, Qinlai walked in and caught Su Qinghu's mischievous grin. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but all he said was to call everyone to breakfast. Su Qinghu waved him over. "Come here." With his long legs, Qinlai crossed the room in 3 steps. "What is it?" Before he'd finished speaking, Su Qinghu stood on tiptoe and smeared some cream on his face. "Rub it in." This man was several years older than her. She couldn't control what he did outside, but at home, she called the shots. He had to take care of himself. Good looks are one thing, but time spares no one. You have to take care of yourself, just like a machine needs oil. He froze, staring at Su Qinghu, looking utterly lost. In his whole life, aside from smearing on camouflage paint, he'd never done anything so girly. "Rub it in," Su Qinghu said, baffled by his reaction. "One hand or both, whatever." Qinlai swallowed, opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally just let out a heavy sigh, rubbed the cream into his face in a couple of quick motions, and turned to leave. No, he really couldn't stand it. He felt awkward all over. He needed to go outside and do a set of punches, or his muscles wouldn't cooperate. Su Qinghu was amazed. She looked down at the 2 kids. "Seriously? Your dad's never used face cream before." Su Qinghu was full of envy. No skincare, always out in the wind and sun, and still such good skin? Not to mention, his good looks didn't suffer one bit. "We haven't either," Dan said, looking up with bright eyes. "Today's the first time for all of us." Su Qinghu looked at Dan's face, then at Dan's, and sighed dramatically. Some people really are just favored by the heavens, huh? Both kids' faces were clean and smooth, not a trace of chapping or roughness. Or maybe they were just dark, so you couldn't see it? Thinking this, Su Qinghu bent down and examined Dan's reluctant but unyielding little face, then looked at Dan, who grinned up at her, totally cooperative. Now she was sure these 3 father and sons were all heaven's favorites. Their skin was amazing, even if they were a bit dark. "Mom, what are you looking at?" Dan asked curiously. "If we use this cream, will we get even better looking?" If you listened closely, Dan said even better looking. The even was the key, meaning he was already confident about his looks. Su Qinghu caught that and shot him a look from above. "Nope. What are you thinking? Then why do we have to use it?" Dan grumbled. "Only little girls need smooth, pretty faces." "Wow!" Su Qinghu exclaimed. Dan even knows little girls have smooth, pretty faces. Dan turned and walked out. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're just a grown-up brat." Su Qinghu burst out laughing. Finally, this little rascal got a taste of how helpless she felt when he nagged her. After dinner, Su Qinghu waved her hand and called to the 2 kids, "Come help clear the table." At her words, Qinlai, who had just started to get up, sat back down solidly and watched the 3 of them tidy up. Dayton and Erden were clearly used to being put to work. Without a word, they got up and skillfully gathered the bowls, chopsticks, and plates, organizing them neatly and carrying them to the kitchen with Su Qinghu. In the kitchen, Erden set down the chopsticks and watched his new mom and big brother work together seamlessly, one washing, the other putting dishes away in the cupboard. He hesitated, unsure if he should wash the chopsticks himself. "Give them to me." Dayton took the chopsticks from his hands and washed them without missing a beat. Su Qinghu wiped her hands and glanced at Qinlai, who was standing at the kitchen door, then waved him away. Qinlai was easygoing. He didn't ask any questions and just headed to the living room. The 2 kids watched Qinlai's retreating back, their faces full of, "Oh, our poor old dad, you've suffered so much." Su Qinghu shivered, waving her hand in front of their faces. "Snap out of it." "Snap out of it?" Erden asked. "Mom, what are you going to say? Why can't Dad hear?" Dayton just looked at her silently. "Is this about pocket money?" "We're talking about pocket money." Su Qinghu glanced at him. "With your dad not here, we can negotiate." "If he were here," she drew out the last words dramatically. Erden immediately switched sides, looking at Su Qinghu with a fawning smile. "Mom, let's talk now. How much pocket money do you want to give us today?" There was a pretty girl in his class who got 50 cents in pocket money every day, plus tasty snacks to bring to school. The whole class envied her. How much do you think is appropriate? Su Qinghu didn't give a number right away, just smiled mysteriously at the two of them. Think carefully before you answer, because you only get one chance. Dayton said, no need, as long as you don't waste money. Other people's moms are frugal, stretching every penny. Their mom, on the other hand, spends money like water, doing whatever she wants. Bro. Erden turned and glared at Dayton. Mom doesn't waste money. Think about it. Where has she wasted money? Dayton replied, she buys clothes even though we already have some at home. Doesn't that count as wasting money? We're both boys. Why buy face cream? Isn't that a waste? But those things are useful. Erden was incredulous. Bro, are you a total cheapskate? Su Qinghu nearly choked. If people weren't so innocent in this era, she'd have told Erden, if you're going to say chicken, don't say ba, let's all be civilized. We could do without, Dayton said calmly. If we don't want to do business, we could save the money in the bank. The interest isn't bad. Su Qinghu looked at Dayton in surprise. This kid? So young, and he already knows about this stuff? Who told you that? Su Qinghu was curious. Or, did you look it up yourself? Maybe she could nurture him in finance in the future? But as soon as she had that thought, she dismissed it. Her sister-in-law seemed to have high hopes for Dayton, wanting him to go into scientific research. She shouldn't interfere and disrupt his interests. I heard it from someone, Dayton said with a straight face. Over at Hohai, some uncles and grandpas were talking about bank interest. Erden was there too. Erden said, huh? I didn't hear that. He liked hanging around the people telling ghost stories and history. He didn't pay attention to the money talk. He was still young, other than earning a few cents here and there. He couldn't make big money, so it didn't interest him. Su Qinghu looked left and right, deciding to give up trying to figure out their interests. As for teaching according to their aptitude, she'd leave that to the teachers. She'd just make sure they had a happy, exciting childhood. So, how much pocket money do you want? As soon as Su Qinghu finished, Erden hurriedly grabbed Dayton. Bro, didn't you want to save money in the bank for interest? Then don't refuse pocket money. We need money to put in the bank, right? Dayton opened his mouth, but Erden cut him off. I know you want to say we should pool our money and save it, right? But does it really matter if we save it or Mom saves it? Dayton's face darkened, a little annoyed at Erden for interrupting him again and again. Erden grinned at Su Qinghu. Mom, I'll go talk to my brother, okay? He dragged Dayton outside, and once he thought Su Qinghu couldn't hear, he started earnestly persuading him. Bro, if we leave the money with Mom, she might spend it. If we keep it ourselves, under your supervision, we'll definitely save some. Dayton was a bit annoyed. She's not working yet. The money she gives us comes from what Dad gave her before. We need money for food, and our school fees too. She can't give us much pocket money, just a few cents. How long will it take you to save up? Erden said, but she said we could decide how much we want, didn't she? Dayton really wanted to knock his brother on the head, but finally gave in. You speak for me. Whatever amount you say, I'll go with it. Great. Erden beamed. Thanks, bro. They finished their discussion and went back to the kitchen. Su Qinghu asked, have you decided? Erden replied, we have. Mom, today we want 5 yuan in pocket money. As soon as he said it, Dayton nearly slipped, staring at Erden like he was crazy. That's not asking for money, that's asking for a beating. He actually dared to ask for that. Does he know how much 5 yuan is? Does he know how much you can buy with 5 yuan? Erden's voice had been a bit loud, so even Chinlai, who was bored in the living room and pacing near the kitchen door, turned his head. 5 yuan, that's a year-end bonus for an average worker. Dayton shot Erden a look, gesturing clearly. If things go south, run for it, and he'd hold Su Qinghu back. This was a code they'd developed when facing Yao Yingying's punishments. Erden understood, grinned at Dayton, and shook his head. If there was really going to be a beating, it should be Dad holding back the new mom, not the other way around. Besides, he didn't think the new mom would hit them. Dayton was exasperated. If Erden got beaten and had to go to school afterward, he definitely wasn't going to help him carry his backpack. Is that okay? Erden looked up at Su Qinghu like a little sunflower, full of hope. Isn't there a saying, the bolder you are, the richer you get? Aim high, maybe she'll agree. And even if she doesn't, there's still room to negotiate. Under the kids' expectant and nervous gazes, Su Qinghu nodded crisply. Okay. Are you crazy? Dayton practically jumped up, glaring at Su Qinghu and roaring. Do you even know how much 5 yuan is? How are we supposed to live in this house? Chenlai, hearing his son's outburst, realized that if he didn't step in, the kid might just pass out from anger, so he strode toward the kitchen. Erdan was stunned too. He stared at Su Qinghu, his eyes wide as saucers, and suddenly clutched his chest. His heart was pounding like a rabbit kicking its legs, making him feel all flustered. Weren't we supposed to bargain? Now it's just settled. No bargaining at all? Right now, Su Qinghu was facing Dan's wrath head-on, so she didn't have time to look at Erdan. She knew exactly how much 5 yuan was worth, and how much it could buy. Hadn't she just browsed the department store yesterday? She had at least some common sense about the purchasing power in this era. Once Dan finished his loud complaints, Su Qinghu just spread her hands. What are you saying? You think this little bit of money could make me lose my mind? A little bit of money? You call this a little bit of money? Dan gritted his teeth, his little face stern. This isn't a little bit of money. Even the best student at our school doesn't get this much pocket money. Erdan mumbled, glancing at Dan. Just because some kids get more, doesn't mean they go around telling you about it. You shut up. Dan snapped, lashing out indiscriminately. What do you need so much money for? You have enough to eat and drink. It's not like you're lacking anything. Are you planning to bury the money in the ground and wait for it to sprout, grow, blossom, and bear fruit? Dan was furious. He never expected his little brother to be so wasteful. Erdan shut his mouth and quietly edged closer to Su Qinghu. His big brother was scary when he got mad, but with his eyes all red, was he about to cry? He tugged at Su Qinghu, hoping she'd watch her words and not upset his brother any further. She got nervous. Hey, don't cry. She absolutely hadn't meant to bully a kid. Tears started welling up into Dan's eyes. Su Qinghu was at a loss. It's not that big a deal, really, it's just 5 yuan. But her attempt at comfort only made Dan's tears fall in a rush. I told my dad you were good enough for him, but today you just spent money recklessly again, and you were so fierce about it too. You're not good enough for my dad anymore. Su Qinghu wanted to laugh at first, but then she just felt speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? Good enough, not good enough. What was that supposed to mean? Chenlai stepped inside just in time to hear, "You're not good enough for my dad anymore," and froze on the spot. Sensing Su Qinghu's gaze, he forced himself to look over. Su Qinghu gave Chenlai a once-over from head to toe, then turned to Dan, who was trying hard to stop sobbing and steady his emotions now that Chenlai had come in. "You're right," she said. Dan choked on a sob, staring at Su Qinghu, completely dumbfounded. When he finally processed what she'd said, he let out a sudden hiccup. Chenlai felt awkward all over, his fingers twitching at his sides. Meeting Su Qinghu's appreciative look, he hesitated, then finally said, "You're not lacking." Huh? Su Qinghu pouted, her voice low. So in your eyes, I'm just not lacking and that's it? He studied Su Qinghu's expression and little gestures, trying to figure out if she was teasing him again, but he couldn't tell for sure. After a moment, he said, "You're outstanding." Su Qinghu immediately latched onto his words, beaming. Oh? Then what's so outstanding about me? All traces of disappointment vanished. She was positively glowing now. In Chenlai's eyes, she looked vibrant, even a little overexcited. So, she really was teasing him just now, wasn't she? Su Qinghu pressed on, "Hey, comrade Chenlai, come on, tell me. I don't even know what's so great about me. If someone asks me what my strengths are, I need to have an answer, right?" Dan really wanted to jump in and say, "Your strengths are spending money, being shameless, and not taking things seriously." But he was still reeling from his dad's "You're outstanding," so his mouth wouldn't open and his legs wouldn't move. Chenlai glanced at her. "I think you know better than I do." Huh? Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow, delighted. This man was starting to fight back. She figured thick-skinned was definitely one of her strengths. With his answer, she immediately slotted thick-skinned into her list of virtues. "All right, you all have work and school soon. Let's wrap this up and deal with the matter at hand, Qinlai said, turning away from Su Qinghu. Every time he faced Su Qinghu, he felt like he couldn't keep his emotions in check. Qinlai shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qinghu called out to the kids, "Come on, let's stand in a row so your dad can take charge." Qinlai almost choked, but managed to keep a straight face. Fine, fine, at least she knows how to do things properly. Dan quickly responded, standing next to Su Qinghu. Seeing his brother still frozen, he stepped forward and pulled Dan over. Dan was already numb from Su Qinghu's antics. He stood in line with them, face expressionless, staring at Qinlai. "Ready?" Qinlai asked Su Qinghu, the self-appointed organizer. Su Qinghu replied crisply, "Yep, ready. Go ahead." Qinlai looked at Dan. "You go first." Dan didn't want to talk anymore. Just now, when things were so serious, his dad had said Su Qinghu was outstanding. What was the point of saying anything now? He stayed silent. Qinlai just waited, no impatience, no sternness, just a quiet pressure that said, "If you don't speak, we'll just stand here all day." As the sunlight grew brighter, Dan got anxious. He'd already missed several days of school to help take care of Su Qinghu. The teacher had said there'd be a quiz today, and the top student would get 2 softcover notebooks. He didn't want to miss it. She said she'd give Dan and me pocket money and let us decide how much. I didn't want any, but Dan did. We talked it over and decided to ask. I figured Dan would ask for 50 cents, and then she'd bargain down to 10 cents or 5, Dan said, glancing at Dan, who was scratching his head and grinning. Qinlai said nothing, so Dan continued. But Dan asked for 5 yuan, and she didn't even try to bargain, just agreed right away. Didn't even ask. Didn't even consider our family situation. Since she hadn't been called out yet, she decided to keep quiet. Qinlai nodded. Anything else? Qinlai turned to Dan. Your turn. I don't have much to say. I really did ask for 5 yuan in pocket money, Dan scratched his head. I just didn't expect Mom to be so nice, agreeing without even bargaining. He looked at Qinlai. Dad, if you think Mom was wrong, then I was wrong too. If you're going to punish someone, punish us both. Qinlai couldn't help but laugh. So you know what loyalty is, huh? Of course. Dan patted his chest. All those stories I've heard weren't for nothing. Like the oath of the peach garden, sworn brothers, friends who die for each other. They all say you have to be loyal and stick together through thick and thin. Qinlai, you know all those idioms? Of course. If Mom wasn't my mom, I'd want to swear brotherhood with her. Dan looked at Su Qinghu, his eyes full of pure admiration. Su Qinghu lifted her chin and shot him a look that said, "Kid, you've got potential." Dan instantly broke into a wide grin, a little shy but clearly pleased. After all, he'd meant every word he said. The 2 bystanders watched as Su Qinghu and Dan exchanged flattery with just their eyes, not knowing what to say or do. The only thing they could do was not interrupt. Dan, at this point, was already numb. He just wanted to wait until the 2 of them were done before asking the ultimate question. Sensing the sudden quiet around her, Su Qinghu paused, turned to look at Dan first, and saw his little face frozen in a blank expression. She cleared her throat, quickly straightened up, and looked seriously at Qinlai, who was standing opposite the 3 of them. Qinlai looked at Su Qinghu. Dan is just talking nonsense, asking for the moon. What about you? What do you think? Me? Su Qinghu beamed, then turned to look at Dan's wooden little face. Dan felt a chill run down his back under her gaze, getting nervous despite himself, his eyes widening a bit. Su Qinghu withdrew her gaze and looked back at the unflappable Qinlai, blinking. I want to give it. I knew it. I knew it. She has no intention of changing her mind. She still wants to give it. And she's not even giving a discount. Qinlai nodded and shot her a warning look, telling her not to provoke the child any further, then continued, How much do you want to give? That amount. Su Qinghu pointed innocently at Dan with her chin. 5 yuan. Qinlai glanced at Dan's little face, then looked helplessly at Su Qinghu. Can you give a little less? Why should I? Su Qinghu puffed out her cheeks and shook her head. I don't want to give less. In fact, not only do I not want to give less, I want to give Dan 5 yuan too. Su Qinghu waved her hand, grinning like a little devil, completely ignoring Dan's look of the sky falling down. I like both kids, so I have to treat them the same. So, they both get it. Her voice was sweet and cute, but to Dan, it sounded scarier than the golden snake spirit in this year's cartoon. He blurted out, "I don't want it." "Nope, you can't refuse." Su Qinghu shot him down immediately, even doing the math for him. "There are 30 days in this month, and 7 days have already passed. The money I'm giving you now is for the next 23 days. Tomorrow, when I get change, I'll make up for the 7 days you missed." Dan's expression grew more and more desperate, until he finally let out a hiccup. The shock even cured his habit of hiccuping when scared. Chenlai was utterly helpless. He told her not to tease the kids, but it was like she hadn't hurt him at all. She was teasing them to death. "Mom, we're family, not real brothers who need to keep accounts." Dan finally managed to get a word in, waving his hand and grinning as he tried to help her round down the total. "You don't need to make up for the 7 days. At this point, Dan felt he didn't even have the energy to argue with Su Qinghu anymore. He didn't even want to scold his brother. He could only pin his hopes on Dad, hoping Dad would stop these two troublemakers. Chenlai caught his eldest son's look and sighed inwardly. Even if he could stop them now, once he went back to work, wouldn't she still be in charge at home? Chenlai called her name. Su Qinghu quickly turned to look at him, and, before he could say anything, she preempted him. "You know I'll just pay lip service and do what I want anyway, right?" Just as he'd thought, no matter what she promised now, once he left, things would go back to how she wanted. "Be serious," Chenlai said, face stern. "Tell us why you agreed. What's your reason? At the very least, give the kids a reasonable explanation, so the devastated child can, maybe, smile again." "Su Qinghu, I don't want to say." Chenlai frowned and stepped forward, about to press her to be serious, when Su Qinghu also took a step toward him, grabbed a belt loop on his pants, and gave it a little tug. "If you really want to know, I'll tell you later." Chenlai resisted the urge to pull away, looked down at the hand on his belt loop, then up to meet Su Qinghu's beautiful eyes. For a moment, he was speechless. Su Qinghu tilted her head up, lowered her voice, and met Chenlai's deep gaze, blinking. "Not now." With that, Su Qinghu mentally stamped a "read and approved" label on Chenlai, turned around, and pulled out 2 crisp 5 yuan bills. Knowing Dan needed time to recover from the shock, Su Qinghu handed one bill to Dan first, just like giving out New Year's money, smiling as she did. Then she offered the other to Dan. Dan didn't reach out, just glared at Su Qinghu in silent reproach. Su Qinghu sighed. Just as Dan thought she might change her mind and take the bill back, Su Qinghu cupped his head and planted a gentle kiss on his forehead. It happened so fast that Dan was completely stunned, mouth open as he stared at Su Qinghu, eyes full of disbelief. Did that just happen? His brain froze. Before he could process being kissed, Su Qinghu stuffed the bill into his hand. Looking down, he saw it was 5 yuan. "All right," Su Qinghu clapped her hands, looking very pleased with herself. "You two can go to school now." Dan chirped, "Okay," and dashed off toward the living room. 5 yuan. It's really 5 yuan. How should I spend it? My friends are going to be so jealous. This is almost as much as those few kids everyone envies at school. Dan was still in a daze, staring at the money in his hand. Su Qinghu just watched him, smiling with squinty eyes. "Kid, that was a shock, huh?" Chenlai watched Su Qinghu grinning mischievously at the kids for a long moment, then sighed inwardly and reminded her, "Shouldn't you get ready for work too?" "No rush," Su Qinghu replied without even looking up. "I've timed it out. I know exactly how long it takes to get there." Chenlai shook his head and discreetly patted his belt loop, brushing away the lingering sensation of being tugged. "Bro, let's go." Dan, looking comical with his backpack slung over both shoulders, grabbed Dan and pulled him along. "Today I'll carry your bag all day. You don't have to carry anything. After school, wait for me, I'll come to your class and carry it for you. You won't have to lift a finger all day." Dan tugged hard, dragging Dan out the door, chattering nonstop. As they walked out of the yard, Su Qinghu could hear Dan's angry threats to beat up Dan drifting back. Su Qinghu smiled at Chenlai. Do you want to hear my reason? Su Qinghu said, but it's already 7:15. How about you come with me to work, and I'll tell you on the way. Maybe she could train Chenlai to become the kind of husband who takes the initiative to drive his wife to and from work. Su Qinghu was a little tempted by the idea. Chenlai narrowed his eyes slightly, studying Su Qinghu's expression. Under her gaze, he finally said, "You can tell me when you get back." Failed to cultivate a disciple. Su Qinghu gave Chenlai a meaningful look, shook her head, and walked away. She let it go for now. After all, they weren't that close yet. But once they got a bit more familiar, if he still dared to refuse her like this, well, she'd see about that. Chenlai instinctively went on the defensive after catching Su Qinghu's look, even preparing to dodge in case she tried anything physical. But in the end, she didn't do anything out of line. Instead, she stepped back, grabbed her bag from the living room, waved her hand, so fair it seemed to outshine the sunlight, and left without looking back, her departure full of flair. Chenlai stood quietly in the yard for a moment. He quickly locked the door and hurried after the kids along the route they usually took to school. With his long legs, he walked fast even without training, let alone with it. Dan and Dan didn't notice Chenlai following them. Dan was feeling down and walked slowly, while Dan was bubbling with excitement but didn't dare show it, even unconsciously matching his pace to Dan's. Chenlai watched them all the way to the school gate, only leaving after seeing them step into the campus and waiting 5 more minutes. Once inside, Dan wanted to dash off, but Dan grabbed his backpack before he could take off. Dan frowned and warned him seriously, "Don't show off to anyone. Not even your best buddies." "Why not?" Dan pouted, clearly unhappy. "My bros are all our own people." Showing off to your own people, can you even call that showing off? That's just sharing the joy. I said no, so no. Dan shot a glare at him, grabbing his own backpack strap as he spotted the old man who usually rang the school bell walking by. "If you dare tell anyone, I'll beat you up. And don't spend that money either." With that, he turned and ran toward his classroom. Then, remembering something, he looked back at Dan, who was still standing there dazed. "Run." The warning bell's about to ring. Dan took a deep breath and sprinted toward his classroom. The teacher had said that students with good grades and fewer than 5 tardies a year would get a softcover notebook and a pencil as a reward. Thinking this, Dan reached his classroom door and looked at his classmates, letting out a sigh. "Brothers, it's not that I don't want to show off about the huge allowance. I just can't. My brother won't let me." He was still small, not as tall or strong as his brother, so he'd just have to hold it in. At the same time, Su Qinghu strolled into her workplace 15 minutes before the official check-in time. Everyone in her assigned department had already arrived, some were even busy with their tasks. Hearing the click of heels on the floor, they knew the new university graduate had arrived. Even those with work on hand glanced up. In recent years, only 2 new hires had shown up in heels. The clack-clack sound was light and full of youthful energy. Back when they first started, no one cared so much about appearances, nor were people so tolerant about dressing up. Only after getting familiar with the workplace did they dare to make small, barely noticeable changes to their style. Things were better now. The country's progress really showed in every aspect. Even in the newsroom, more and more young women were wearing high heels. Originally, it was just a quick glance in the middle of a busy day, but when they saw her, everyone froze. She was beautiful, stylish, sophisticated, but there was nothing showy or ostentatious about her. It was as if this was just how she was meant to look. Pleasing to the eye, harmonious and comfortable, both in attitude and appearance. "Good morning, everyone. I'm the new hire reporting in today, Su Qinghu." Su Qinghu gave a slight bow and greeted everyone with a smile. "You can call me by my full name, or Xiaosu, or Qinghu, whatever you like." Sisterly smiled. "Xiaosu, is it? Go check in with the director and see which team you'll be assigned to." Yuan Heng pointed the way, smiling as he spoke to Su Qinghu, That's the director's office. I hope you get assigned to our team. We're really short-handed. Su Qinghu nodded with a smile and headed in the direction he indicated. As soon as she left, Sisterly raised an eyebrow at the young Yuan Hang. Don't go dragging her into your team right away. She just got here. Give her some time to settle in. They all knew why the photography team was short-staffed. The girl's resume was impressive, but her family background might not be enough to support her. Yuan Hang grinned. I get the feeling she's not short on money. That's just your feeling. Sisterly shook her head and went back to her work. Don't go pestering the director just yet. This girl came from a remote small town, lost both her parents, and only got into the newsroom through her teacher's connections. The director had mentioned it to Sisterly before, hinting that she should look out for the girl. Su Qinghu entered the director's office, smiled, greeted him, and waited for her assignment. The director waved her off with a smile, telling her not to be nervous. Normally, you'd rotate through several teams to get familiar with everything. But our photography team has been shorthanded for a while now, and Yuan Hang keeps pestering me about it. It's driving me crazy. He said it with a smile, though. Su Qinghu understood. Yuan Hang was one of the director's favorites. She smiled too, but didn't comment. The director nodded to himself. This girl could keep her cool. He continued, I'm happy to have you here. Partly because of your teacher, and also because she said you've helped her organize and format materials, and even had some experience with cameras under her guidance. Su Qinghu nodded. I haven't used it much, just learned about focusing and basic composition. That's great. With a foundation, it'll be easy for the team to train you up. The director smiled. Are you up for a challenge? Su Qinghu, what kind of challenge? Go out on assignment today. The director grinned. We'll have a meeting soon to assign topics. You can follow Sisterly to cover a story at the Women's Federation. How about it? Su Qinghu smiled. Photography. That's right, the director said. See if you can capture our female comrades looking spirited and confident. But photography isn't easy, and I don't have enough experience yet, Su Qinghu said modestly. Director, I'll need a mentor to guide me. Yuan Hang, the director said with a wave, making the decision on the spot. He's got an assignment today, a big one. You two can get acquainted today, and you'll start learning from him tomorrow. This was Su Qinghu's first time working at a newspaper. She held a camera in her hand as she left the office with Sisterly, still finding it hard to believe even after they'd arrived at their destination by bus. No matter how much she'd played with cameras before, she was still a rookie in this field. Yet the photography team had just shoved a camera into her hands, waved goodbye, and gone their separate ways, without even giving her a chance to ask about any important details. Sisterly, do you have any requirements for the photos later? Su Qinghu slung the waterproof camera bag over one shoulder, trying her best to phrase her question in a way Sisterly would understand. Like lighting, composition, whether the interviewee's face needs to be fully visible, things like that. Sisterly glanced at the camera bag dangling from Su Qinghu's hand and couldn't help but remind her, Xiao Su, you need to be careful with that camera. They're all accounted for. If you bump it and it breaks, not only will we be short a camera, but you'll also have to take some responsibility. She almost spelled it out. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Su Qinghu smiled gratefully at Sisterly and obediently hugged the camera to her chest. Only then did Sisterly speak up. This assignment isn't too serious, and the workload isn't heavy. The main goal is to showcase the spirit of women in the new era. I'll do the interviews, you take the photos. Just capture these women looking energetic, optimistic, and upbeat. Don't worry. If it really doesn't work out, I'll take a backup photo of them at the end. Su Qinghu accepted the kindness with a smile. Thank you, Sisterly. She didn't know if Sisterly was just naturally helpful or if the editor had given her special instructions, but Sisterly treated her with a warmth reserved for one of her own. When they reached the entrance of the food factory, someone was already waiting for them. Seeing Su Qinghu and Sisterly approach, a man who looked like the factory director hurried over, shaking Sisterly's hand with a smile. Thank you, reporterly. Sorry to trouble you both to come all this way. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Qinghu, who was following behind Sisterly, and froze. He'd lived most of his life and met plenty of people, but he'd never seen a young woman quite like this. Beautiful, warm, and with a presence that instantly put people at ease. "Hello, Director," Su Qinghu said, noticing his dazed look and worried he might embarrass himself later. She smiled and offered a compliment. "Your factory is really clean." Hearing her praise, the director snapped back to his senses, grateful for the save. He glanced at Su Qinghu, then proudly followed her gaze around the factory. "We're a food factory. Cleanliness and hygiene are our top priorities." After a few pleasantries, Sisterly and the director walked ahead, with Su Qinghu following half a step behind. She kept her eyes straight ahead, but the women who had been standing with the director earlier kept sneaking glances at her, their eyes full of obvious admiration and excitement. Su Qinghu suppressed a smile, then mischievously turned her head and met their sparkling gazes head-on, her eyes crinkling as she smiled. The women froze for a second, then broke into broad smiles and edged closer to her. One woman with a short bob asked softly, "How old are you? Are you a college student? Have you graduated?" Who doesn't like hearing that? Even though her original self was only 20, being complimented for her youth still felt good. "I've graduated from college, just this year. Having an education is great. Right after graduation, you get to work in an office," sighed another woman, a bit older than the one with the bob. "If only we could have gotten a higher education back then." She trailed off, shook her head, and fell silent. Su Qinghu said, "As long as you can read and do basic math, if you want something, you can always achieve your goals. My mother-in-law is studying accounting. Her teacher says she's sure to get her certificate." "Your mother-in-law is studying too?" The older woman was clearly interested. "Where is she studying? What books does she need? Where do you sign up? Where do you take the test? Do you have to enroll in school after passing? How much does it cost to study accounting?" Another, more delicate-looking woman chimed in. They chatted as they walked deeper into the factory, and by the time the three women finished their questions, the group had arrived at the meeting room. Su Qinghu was a bit overwhelmed by all the questions. She really didn't know the answers. She was just about to ask Sisterly for help when the director turned around and said, "I know about this. My granddaughter is studying for that certificate. Let's do the interview first. Afterward, I'll go to my daughter's place and get all the details for you." Sisterly glanced at Su Qinghu and smiled without saying anything. Young people are never short on enthusiasm and drive, but they do lack a bit of practical wisdom. Su Qinghu noticed Sisterly's look, glanced back calmly, and then looked away. Now wasn't the time for a Q&A session. The director and the women to be interviewed led Su Qinghu and Sisterly around the factory. Sisterly stopped at an area off-limits to unauthorized personnel and asked Su Qinghu to stand back a bit to take photos. The group stood by a window while Sisterly asked her prepared questions, and the women answered as they looked at her. Inside the window, workers in white uniforms and hats were busy at their tasks. In that instant, Su Qinghu understood what Sisterly wanted. She looked up at the sunlight and the shadows on the ground, thought for a moment, and found a gentle angle that could capture everyone. When they smiled, she pressed the shutter. With a click, Su Qinghu checked the shot and flashed Sisterly an okay gesture. Sisterly glanced at her, then continued the interview as they walked. She didn't know why, but this young woman made her feel especially at ease when working together. She couldn't even bring herself to worry about whether the photos would turn out usable. When the interview ended, Sisterly put away her notepad and pen, then called Su Qinghu over with a smile. "Come take a look." Su Qinghu handed Sisterly the camera and took the notepad from her. As she glanced down, she frowned in confusion. She couldn't understand part of it. "Which question did you like best? Which answer was your favorite?" Sisterly looked up, put the camera away, and asked with a smile. Su Qinghu replied honestly, "I liked the 11th question best, and the answer to it as well. Because it was the most genuine, and it's a problem others might face too. Since the newspaper is a major channel for information, if this article is written well, it could help a lot of people take their first step, and it also gives the factory a positive image." Su Qinghu looked at Sisterly, blinked, and smiled. "You didn't say it, but I know you're looking out for me." The factory's own hard work and progress was one positive image. The director providing information about further education for female workers was another. Even though the focus was on women, the director's presence was never overbearing. It's not easy for a factory to train a skilled worker. When you mentioned getting certificates, that's actually a loss for the factory, Sisterly said, pausing and shaking her head thoughtfully. But if you look at it another way, when these women learn new skills and move on, their positions open up for other women with less education. That's a kind of help too. Sisterly looked at Su Qinghu and suddenly smiled. Just keep doing things your way from now on. If you ever need someone to cover for you, I'll do it. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Su Qinghu and Sisterly exchanged a glance and, with tacit understanding, got back to their work. The factory director walked in. Seeing Sisterly and Su Qinghu tidying up, he knocked on the door and said with a smile, reporterly, "Xiao Su, are you finished? Let me take you to the canteen for a meal." Sisterly politely declined with a smile, "No need. We have to hurry and write up the interview draft, so we won't stay any longer." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Qinghu. "Xiao Su, are you ready?" The factory director was clearly a bit surprised. You're not staying for a meal." "Our interview is finished," Sisterly replied cheerfully. "Director, you'd better make sure to ask about the accounting certificate. I'm going to write about how much you value workers' further education." The director was overjoyed. Of course. My daughter's at work, so I can only see her in the evening. Don't worry, I'll ask her tonight, and tomorrow morning, before the workers come in for the early shift, I'll post it on the bulletin board." Getting featured in the newspaper was almost as good as bringing honor to his ancestors. Sisterly nodded with a smile. "With your character, I have nothing to worry about. Then, aside from the accounting certificate and the cultural learning stuff, should I also arrange some technical training?" The director, buoyed by Sisterly's praise, suggested eagerly. "Like repair work or weaving?" Hearing this, Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. Sisterly smiled and said, "Just post the cultural learning opportunities for the workers to see. The Women's Federation handles skills training." The director agreed enthusiastically. He genuinely liked reporters like Sisterly and Su Qinghu, who didn't stay for meals or ask for favors, and were going to write good things about them. He personally walked them all the way to the factory gate. If Sisterly hadn't stopped him, he probably would have seen them off to the bus stop. Su Qinghu and Sisterly had just walked about 10 meters past the factory gate when they heard someone calling from behind. Su Qinghu turned to see the short-haired woman and the slightly older woman waving and running toward her. In the sunlight, Su Qinghu could see the fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. "Reporter Xiao Su," the short-haired woman said with a shy smile, reaching out to hand her something. "I bought this with my own money. It's for you." It was food from their factory. The older woman didn't hand her food from the factory. Instead, she offered 6 white rabbit candies, her tone gentle and almost parental. "My daughter is 6 this year and loves white rabbit candies. I don't know why, but I feel like you'd like them too." Su Qinghu's eyes crinkled into a bright, radiant smile. "Haha, I'm not a child anymore." Sisterly hadn't said anything, but just as Su Qinghu was about to reach out, she spoke up. "Life is better for everyone these days, but these things are still hard to come by. You should take them home and let your families have a taste." As for Xiao Su, Sisterly patted Su Qinghu with a smile. "It's her first day on the job. I have to set some rules." The two women froze, then looked a little embarrassed. Watching them, Su Qinghu suddenly felt like a heartless jerk. But since Sisterly had said so, there must be some internal rule. Thinking of something, she opened her bag and pulled out a few colorful paper clips, handing half to each of them with a smile. "I can't accept your gifts, but I really admire how hardworking you are. Here are some colored paper clips for you. You can use them to mark your study materials." Their earlier embarrassment faded, replaced by delight as they accepted the paper clips. Looking at Su Qinghu, their eyes were full of surprise and joy. Su Qinghu said, "Work hard. If you pass the exam, come find me and I'll treat you to a meal." Even after Su Qinghu and Sisterly had walked a long way, the two women were still standing there watching them. While waiting for the bus, Sisterly chuckled, "You carry little trinkets with you?" "Not really. I meant to leave those paper clips at the office, but I left in a hurry and forgot." Su Qinghu hugged her camera. I like to organize things by category and add little labels. Makes it easier to find stuff. It would be a long time before everyone had their own computer. Since you couldn't quickly search for what you needed, it was best to organize and label everything from the start. That would make work easier in the future. That's good. You're just starting out, so it's easier to keep things organized. Sisterly sighed. For those of us who've been working a long time, it's hard to tidy everything up. Su Qinghu laughed. Sisterly, you have such a good memory. When the director asked you for something today, you found it right away without even thinking. It was like those dormitory aunties in college who could tell at a glance whether you belonged in that building or not. The two of them chatted and complimented each other all the way back to the newspaper office. After lunch with Sisterly, Su Qinghu sat at her assigned desk, flipping through the materials Sisterly had given her. When Sisterly finished her draft, she called Su Qinghu over to explain what to watch out for in writing, then handed her the draft. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs polishing or if there are any typos. Without a computer to annotate directly, Su Qinghu went back to her desk, pulled out a sheet of paper, and as she read, jotted down which paragraph and line had typos or needed editing. She had good comprehension and enough background knowledge, so the work was easy. In about 15 minutes, she finished her handwritten notes, then watched the clock for 5 more minutes before going to Sisterly's desk. Sisterly took the notes and compared them to her own draft, nodding as she read. Su Qinghu thought she'd be done for the day, but then the other reporting teams came back and immediately assigned her to write up their stories. She didn't even have a press card yet. She thought she'd just be helping out, but now they wanted her to write the actual articles? She looked at Sisterly, who neither nodded nor shook her head, just tapped her pen on the paper. The message was clear: accept the assignment. Su Qinghu said, "This is my first time writing something like this, so my writing might be a bit rough. Please bear with me." "I believe in you," said a man about Sisterly's age, smiling. As he left, he added quietly, "Your teacher was my teacher too. Does everyone in this department know she's Professor Sun's student? Does that mean they all know she got in through connections too?" No matter how turbulent her emotions were, like wild horses galloping or stormy seas raging, since Su Qinghu had taken on this task, she had to see it through. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Su Qinghu handed in the third draft she'd revised as requested. The supervising editor nodded approvingly. "You're picking things up quickly, young lady. Looks like you'll be able to handle assignments on your own soon." Su Qinghu let out a quiet sigh of relief. "As long as there are no issues, that's good. Thank you for your hard work." Praise or not wasn't the point. What mattered was, from the looks of it, she'd be able to get off work on time. Back at her desk, Su Qinghu started reviewing the day's work. As a student from an unrelated major, wasn't the first month, or at least the first 15 days, supposed to be mostly observation? How had she ended up jumping right in? She didn't exactly have a mature, experienced face, did she? Touching her own face, Su Qinghu couldn't help but wonder. These people just handed her tasks directly. Weren't they worried they'd end up having to fix her mistakes themselves? "Xiao Su." Sisterly called out to her. Su Qinghu looked over. Sisterly was smiling. "Tomorrow at work, you'll need to pitch some story ideas. Not too many, just 2 will do." Seriously? She was still unfamiliar with the newspaper office. She'd only figured out what a story pitch was by watching the morning meeting. Sisterly asked, "Any problem?" "I guess not." Su Qinghu sighed, both curious and helpless. She asked, "Do all new reporters here start working right away?" This process felt a little odd. Su Qinghu drew a half circle in front of her face, then pointed to her own eyes. "Also, is it normal for everyone to stare at newcomers like this?" She hadn't noticed anything strange in the morning, but by afternoon, she'd lost count of how many people had come by to observe her. Their looks weren't exactly amazed, and their words were polite and reserved, so it wasn't like she was some rare animal, nor were they just admiring her looks. So maybe it was a tradition for senior staff to check out the newbies? Ha ha. Sisterly laughed so hard she nearly teared up. When she finally stopped, she explained, "They heard there was a pretty girl in our department, so they found excuses to come by and have a look. But they didn't want to scare you, so they tried to act restrained." The air went quiet for a few seconds. Su Qinghu sighed. They could be a bit more obvious about it. Their facial expressions were so well controlled. That was what had made her uncertain, thinking it was some kind of office tradition. Sister Li was amused by her. After wiping her eyes, she tapped Su Qinghu and said, "By the way, you should work on your physical fitness. You need to build up your strength." Su Qinghu instantly grew wary, even a little cautious. "Sister Li, we're just reporters, right?" "We are," Sister Li said, her smile fading as she looked at Su Qinghu seriously. "But if there's an urgent assignment and we want to beat other newspapers to the story, we have to run faster. Sometimes, you need to be able to protect yourself." Su Qinghu, so being a reporter isn't at all like she'd imagined? "Don't worry, Sister Li. I'll work on my fitness." "Oh, right, Sister Li, at today's interview, those two women wanted to give me something. Why couldn't I accept it?" Su Qinghu hesitated, then asked, "It seemed like even if I paid for it, you wouldn't have let me take it?" "We're on different sides. There was no third party present. Even if you paid, who could prove it?" Sister Li shook her head. "If something happened, how would you prove your innocence?" "Xiao Su, you can never be too careful. When we're out on assignment, we have to protect ourselves, no matter what, now or in the future." Su Qinghu saw her fall briefly into memory and felt a chill. She'd been too naive. People in this era might be honest, hardworking, and optimistic, but it was only because the majority kept the minority of bad actors in check that things seemed so positive. Where there are people, there are all kinds. "Thank you for the advice, Sister Li," Su Qinghu said sincerely. Sister Li smiled, then confirmed, "You'll be able to pitch 2 stories tomorrow morning?" Su Qinghu replied with a bright smile, then went back to reviewing her materials. She hadn't been given any detailed assignments yet. Even though she'd been told to start in the photography team, her mentor wasn't around, so she could only do her best as a newcomer. Time ticked by. At 5:30, Su Qinghu started to get excited. It was almost time to get off work. She'd been free for years, so this kind of clock-in, clock-out job was a novelty. But who doesn't like getting off work on time? At 5:40, Su Qinghu began quietly tidying her desk, aiming to be able to drop everything and leave the moment the clock struck quitting time. "You two aren't busy right now, are you?" The director walked in from the doorway, looking at Sister Li and Su Qinghu, and got straight to the point. "Where to?" Sister Li stood up. "It's Xiao Su's first day. She's not familiar with the paper yet, and probably hasn't told her family about the flexible hours. Let her go home first. Don't make her family worry." The director didn't nod or disagree, just gave them a location. Before Sister Li could react, Su Qinghu smiled. "I'll go with Sister Li. That place is close to where I live." The director nodded. "All right, you two go together. After the interview, Su Qinghu can go straight home. Sister Li, just bring the materials back." With that, Sister Li and Su Qinghu grabbed their gear and headed out. On the way to the bus stop, Sister Li quickly reviewed the interview outline in her head, then quietly went over it with Su Qinghu, asking if she had anything to add. Su Qinghu had read plenty of reports about catching thieves, but Sister Li was a veteran reporter. She'd probably done many interviews like this. Even without notes, every question she listed was clear and logical, step by step. Su Qinghu shook her head. "Nothing for now." "That's fine. If you think of anything during the interview, just let me know," Sister Li reminded her, then pulled her onto the bus without even checking the route. She got on, called out their stop, paid, and tucked away the ticket the conductor tore off. "Sister Li, have you memorized the city map and all the bus routes?" Su Qinghu asked quietly. Sister Li laughed. "Not all of them, but I know the main areas pretty well." They got off at the nearest stop. As soon as they stepped off, Sister Li took off at a run. "Keep up. Hurry." Su Qinghu was stunned for a moment, but didn't have time to wonder why. She just grabbed her camera and dashed after the charging Sister Li. "Sister Li, why are we running? We're all old friends here, shouldn't we at least hug?" A tense female voice called from behind. "If nothing else, we could at least shake hands." Without looking back, Sister Li urged Su Qinghu to speed up, then called out, "Come on, we're old friends. No need to get all touchy-feely." Su Qinghu turned her head and saw a short-haired woman about the same age as Sisterly sprinting at full speed. Behind her was a skinny young woman who looked a bit like a student, probably, like Su Qinghu, a recent university graduate assigned to the work unit. Could this be the legendary news chase? Su Qinghu tightened her grip on the camera in her arms and dared not slow her pace. Since Sisterly doesn't want to catch up, then, the short-haired woman gave a confident smile, her voice rising, shouting, "Run faster." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qinghu felt a blur flash past her, even stirring the loose strands of hair by her ear. She blinked, watching the slim figure weave through the crowd of people getting off work, quickly disappearing until only her head was visible. So that smile from the short-haired woman just now, it was the smug, victorious kind. Su Qinghu kept running, glancing at the girl called Xiao Ding, then at herself, and took a deep breath. If it's a race, well, why not give it a try? Seeing Su Qinghu catch up and even start to pull ahead, Sisterly grabbed her. "Just stay behind me." She was actually quite curious how, growing up in that kind of environment, little Su could develop such a graceful figure and such fair, glowing skin. She sped up, and Su Qinghu kept close behind. Glancing at the short-haired woman, Su Qinghu, panting, asked Sisterly, "Actually, we could just sprint ahead too, why?" Before she could finish, Sisterly chuckled and said without looking back, "I'm worried someone might take advantage of you." It was rush hour, with lots of people riding bikes and walking home, men and women alike. A pretty girl like Su would probably attract attention from even the women, let alone. Su Qinghu was stunned, then burst out laughing. "I thought you were worried about my new clothes." Sisterly shook her head with a smile. "How far are we from that woman now?" Su Qinghu looked back. "About 4 meters." Sisterly nodded and, to save her strength, said no more. Up ahead, the girl called Xiao Ding was slowing down, probably because she'd bumped into someone and was being held up, nodding her head in apology. At Sisterly's command, Su Qinghu perked up and followed without hesitation. As for Xiao Ding, who was apologizing to someone, well, she did bump into someone, so she should apologize. Besides, her mentor was catching up, no need for them to worry about her. After that run, Su Qinghu felt both amused and exhilarated. When they finally stopped in a small alley, she braced her hands on her knees, gasping, Sisterly, I really think you're right about me needing to exercise. With a strong body, you could run for news stories and fend off hooligans. You'll find exercise even more necessary in the future," Sisterly said, taking a deep breath to steady herself before stepping forward to knock on the door. The door opened. Before Sisterly could say anything, an old lady with a head of white hair smiled and said, "Looking for my righteous son? He's not home. Too many people. The house can't fit them all, so I sent him out to talk." "Auntie, do you know where he might have gone?" Sisterly asked. "We heard about his act of bravery and wanted to interview him." The old lady thought for a moment. "Is it going to be in the newspaper?" "Most likely, yes," Sisterly replied with a smile. "Could you tell us where he might be now?" No matter how anxious she felt, Sisterly's expression remained calm and composed. The old lady pondered and pondered, until both Sisterly and Su Qinghu could hear hurried footsteps approaching. Was that the short-haired woman and shouting catching up? Even Sisterly looked a little anxious now. Su Qinghu thought for a moment, ready to try a little charm and persuasion. She stepped forward, shaking her camera. "Auntie, I'm really good at taking photos." "You're so good-looking, your son must be too." "It's so hot today, he's probably sweated it out by now. It'd be great to take a nice photo of him for everyone to see." The old lady looked at Su Qinghu and smiled. "What's good-looking about me? I'm already old. You're beautiful in every way. Even your hair is so smooth and shiny. I bet when you were young, you were a stylish and elegant lady, maybe even an expert in calligraphy and painting," Su Qinghu said with a grin. The old lady laughed heartily. "How can you tell I'm an expert in calligraphy and painting?" "There's a faint scent of ink about you," Su Qinghu said, not just flattery. She really could smell it and see it. And the old lady spoke slowly and elegantly, with the air of an old-school artist. "Come in, let's talk," the old lady said, her gaze lingering on Su Qinghu and Sisterly before stepping aside to let them in. Su Qinghu and Sisterly exchanged a glance and followed her inside. The old lady closed the door and led them in, saying directly, "This act of bravery, it's not so easy to talk about. My son's a teacher at a school. That thief was once a student, dropped out in junior high. Oh wow, this situation really isn't easy to talk about." Her flattery just now was a complete fail. Sisterly paused, glanced at the old lady, and habitually furrowed her brows. How is she supposed to write this story? That's how it is. How do you expect him to accept an interview? The old lady sighed and shook her head. He can't get over it himself. He's basically put himself in timeout. Su Qinghu knew it was inappropriate, but she couldn't help thinking of how sensationalist new media in the future would handle this. If they got hold of this story, they'd blow it up for sure. Shocking. Teacher catches student stealing. Teacher, I caught my own student. Years later, teacher and student meet again like this. Student caught stealing by teacher. Was it the teacher's fault? Teacher, sorry, student, but I had to catch you. Su Qinghu shivered, shook her head, and cleared her mind of all those messy thoughts. How old is this student now? Sisterly asked. The old lady replied, 16. Started preschool at 6, entered junior high at 12, dropped out at 14. So he's been out of school for 2 years? Dropped out in 8th grade? Sisterly nodded and continued, when he dropped out, did your son try to visit the family and persuade them? He did, but it didn't help, the old lady said calmly. His family had already found him a master to learn a trade from. They had plans for the boy, so there was nothing they could do. Su Qinghu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness there was still a way out. Otherwise, in the future, people would criticize, your family's not poor, why not just pay for him to keep studying? If this article were handed to her, how would she even begin to write it? Su Qinghu thought about it. Aside from skipping over the fact that the child involved was once a student who acted bravely for a just cause, she couldn't think of any way to truly make such a person be praised as they deserved. But the main characteristics of news are just those 3: authenticity, timeliness, and accuracy. If she put down on paper the teacher-student relationship between the child who stole and the teacher and didn't handle it well, it could deal a heavy blow to the teacher, maybe even hurt innocent people. As Su Qinghu pondered, Sisterly was thinking about the same thing. The old lady saw that neither of them was speaking and chuckled. At my age, I've been through a lot. I've seen all kinds of people and all sorts of black, white, and gray things. You two look kind and upright. The old lady led them to a window outside a room. I've said so much, but it's no use. I don't know how to persuade my old boy. If you can, please help talk some sense into him. As she spoke, the old lady knocked on the window. Liangzi, there are reporters here for an interview. Do you want to come out and meet them? I'm not accepting interviews. A voice came from inside. The old lady looked at Su Qinghu and Sisterly, smiled helplessly, and said, You see how it is. Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the gate outside. The old lady glanced at the two of them, then at the courtyard gate, shaking her head. I don't know where you got your information, but I guess those are your people too. Sisterly said nothing, just watched as the old lady went to the gate, not stopping her. Su Qinghu was a bit surprised, but didn't say anything. After a moment's thought, she knocked on the window and asked the person inside, Sir, do you remember who the victim was? There was silence from inside. Su Qinghu thought for a moment and said, Your mother is very worried about you. She wants us to try to talk to you. We don't really know where to start, but we'll do our best to ease her worries. Sisterly wanted to shake her head, to tell Su Qinghu not to waste her breath. She'd seen plenty of stubborn people like the old lady's son, especially those with ideals and a bit of backbone, intellectual types. Unless they figured things out on their own, there was no persuading them. Your mother's worried that your act of bravery will get written up in a report and end up cold and impersonal, lacking any humanity, and that it might bring you trouble. Su Qinghu smiled. It's true, this is a tricky thing to write about. If it's not handled well, it might even drag in some teachers with a bit of property. After she said this, a voice finally came from inside. If you don't inject your own emotions and just report the facts, there's nothing tricky about it. That's where you're wrong. Su Qinghu's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Even just a headline, Mr. Liangzi of such and such street did such and such on such and such day, can cause trouble. People living here can't really be called poor, can they? And if the old lady has some status, even better. If someone with an agenda starts digging, oh, there's a courtyard house here, no matter how big or small, they'll slap a label on you. The rich feast while the poor freeze outside, accuse you of being a cold-hearted capitalist. Hearing Su Qinghu's meaning, the person inside fell silent again. So, if you tell us who the victim was, we can start the story from their gratitude towards you. As Su Qinghu spoke, she suddenly paused and glanced cautiously at Sisterly beside her. Sisterly's expression was unreadable. She didn't tell Su Qinghu to stop, but she didn't tell her to continue either. Su Qinghu thought, does this mean I can handle it as I see fit? As she was guessing, the old lady at the door suddenly raised her voice. Don't you understand? My son's not home. Auntie, the two people who just went in are my colleagues, came the voice of a short-haired woman. Please let us in for an interview. We won't take long, just 20 minutes. I said he's not home, the old lady insisted. Auntie, I have really good hearing. I heard my colleagues' voices. Please let us in. He's not home, the old lady repeated. Auntie, just let us in. My two colleagues are both women, and I heard a man's voice in your yard just now. Auntie, we really won't take up much of your time. 15 minutes, just 15 minutes, that's all we need. Seeing the old lady was about to close the door, the short-haired woman grew anxious. Sisterly, say something. Sisterly looked toward the door but said nothing. Su Qinghu glanced at Sisterly. She didn't know the ins and outs of this business, or what unspoken rules there were, so she left it to Sisterly to handle. What do you think? Sisterly asked softly, nodding toward the door. Su Qinghu lowered her voice as well. I think, except for matters of the heart, which can't be decided by who comes first, everything else should have an order. In this situation, the choice and the decision are in the old lady's hands. There's nothing more for us to say. Before Sisterly could respond, Su Qinghu added, oh, and even with matters of the heart, there's still a moral baseline. If someone messes around while married, they should just get lost. No need for any of that true love is never wrong nonsense. Sisterly let out a low laugh, but before she finished, the man inside spoke up, you can come in. Had he finished weighing things up? Su Qinghu's eyes curved in a smile. She made a pleased gesture, letting Sisterly go in first. The room was a bit dim, but since it was summer, even after 6 in the evening, it wasn't too dark. The old lady's son nodded when Sisterly entered. Clearly, when he wasn't being stubborn, he was quite well-mannered. Then he looked at Su Qinghu, who followed Sisterly in. He paused in surprise. Were reporters always this good-looking nowadays? Su Qinghu finally got a good look at the man before her. He didn't look old, but judging by his calm demeanor, he was probably 35, not yet 40. Hello, sir. Su Qinghu smiled and nodded. You really do have your mother's poise. Sisterly almost choked. She knew Su Qinghu could give compliments, but seeing her praise a man's poise in person, this was a first. Complimenting women was nothing special, but to so naturally compliment a man, she actually got goosebumps. The old lady's son was also taken aback, then smiled, a little helpless, but clearly pleased. Go ahead and ask your questions. Sisterly thought for a moment, then pointed to Su Qinghu. You do it. She really doesn't. They say the capable do more work, but it's only her first day on the job. Can't she get a break from that already? Sisterly, could you let me observe for a bit longer? Su Qinghu put her hands together in a pleading gesture. I'm new here. Sisterly smiled and let her off the hook, but the elderly lady's son, the heroic teacher, wasn't having it. You should always be willing to try new things. Don't shrink back before you've even started. Is this the educator's instinct kicking in? She had just opened her mouth when the old lady's son waved her off encouragingly. Give it a try. Believe in yourself. Su Qinghu was completely thrown. Come on, sir, do you even know what we're doing right now? We're conducting an interview. This isn't some kind of live teaching session. I don't need encouragement. All she wanted was to quietly blend into the background, take a few photos, and hand in her negatives before leaving. As for the capable do more work, she hadn't reached that level of enlightenment yet, and she really didn't want to shoulder that burden right now. You ask, and I'll answer. The old lady's son smiled calmly, his expression full of patient encouragement, like a teacher dealing with a mischievous child. Su Qinghu, why did this look and gesture seem so familiar? All right then. Su Qinghu decided to compromise. Shall we start the interview? Compete in patience with a teacher? That's like an ant trying to shake an elephant. She wasn't about to do something that foolish. Go ahead, the old lady's son nodded. Ask your questions. Where and when did you catch that child? Su Qinghu almost blurted out the thief, but managed to swallow the words at the last second. The old lady's son began to answer, his tone almost entirely objective, never highlighting his own role. Once she'd finished asking about him and the child who'd stolen, Su Qinghu moved on to questions about the victims. The old lady's son said they were 2 elementary school students, both good-looking and neatly dressed. The older one was more steady, while the younger one was clearly more lively. As soon as he said this, Su Qinghu had a bad feeling. Did Dan and Dan were both good-looking, had been bathing regularly these days, and today they were wearing new clothes. Dan did seem steadier, and Dan was obviously more energetic. Su Qinghu wanted to clutch her chest. Why was her heart beating so fast right now? The older child was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, and the younger one had on a more colorful short-sleeved shirt. At the time, I was focused on watching my own students and didn't notice when they left. The old lady's son shook his head. So I can't provide you with any more information about the people who were helped. Su Qinghu wanted to howl at the sky. It was her first day at work, and these 2 kids had delivered her a story. The worst part was, this was the last thing she wanted. If it weren't for the ongoing interview, Su Qinghu would have scratched her head in frustration. Right now, she really wanted to borrow a phrase from the old lady. Acts of heroism are hard to talk about. Seriously, it's just not easy. She didn't even know if she should turn into Dan and Dan. It was just too hard. Way too hard. Xiao Sisterly noticed Su Qinghu's silence and gave her a reminder. Su Qinghu said, Sisterly, I don't have any more questions. She turned again to the old lady's son. Sir, I don't have anything else to ask. If I missed anything, could my teacher follow up with more questions? The old lady's son was quite pleased that Su Qinghu had taken her first step in interviewing and readily agreed. Sisterly asked a few more questions, then glanced around the room before finally looking at one of the walls. Su Qinghu followed her gaze, and when she saw clearly, she looked at the teacher in shock. That wall was divided into small squares, many of which were laminated, each labeled in black marker with the year, grade, and class, all student information. The only part not laminated was a larger blank section, covered with small sticky notes listing the students' basic details. Or, more accurately, not just basic details, but analyses of student personalities, records of their hobbies, birthdays, a whole wall of love and care. There were even notes on ways to get students interested in learning, how to implement them, and which methods proved most effective. So, this wall was a record of all the students he'd taught over the years, all documented in such detail? Sisterly was also a bit stunned. Without waiting for the old lady's son's permission, she walked right over. Can we? Sisterly pointed at the wall, her nose tingling with emotion. Can we take a photo of this? The old lady's son clearly hadn't expected this request. Seeing the glimmer in her eyes, he paused. If you'd like to take a photo, go ahead. I'm sorry. Sisterly pointed at the wall. This habit of yours is just like my father's. Liang, the old lady's son, said sincerely, your father. My father passed away in 76. Sisterly managed a smile. It's been 10 years now. Back then, I wasn't able to be with him. My condolences. Liang hadn't expected such a story. He opened his mouth a few times before finally managing to say those 4 words. Sisterly said, it's all right. My father always hoped that teachers would be treated better and respected. These days, while teachers' salaries aren't high compared to other jobs, at least they don't have to live in fear or be scolded anymore. Su Qinghu looked at Chen Liang, then at Sisterly, and quietly continued to play her role as the background. The interview ended, and Chen Liang saw them out of the study. "Thank you for accepting our interview today." "No need to see us out," Sisterly said, then hesitated for a moment before turning to Chen Liang. "People change, especially when they leave a simple environment. 2 years is enough to change someone. You don't need to blame yourself." Su Qinghu wholeheartedly agreed. "I did blame myself at first, and couldn't figure it out," Chen Liang said, "but now I understand. When you find a problem, you solve it. That's what matters most. So, I just want to do better in my future teaching, guide students more effectively, and help them understand what's right and what's wrong." When they reached the courtyard gate, the short-haired woman and the girl called Xiao Yang were still trying to get in for an interview. The old lady stood firm. She was elderly, and the two didn't dare force their way in, nor would it have been proper. Seeing the two come out, the short-haired woman and Xiao Yang both felt a pang of frustration. Why did the old lady let them in? "Come on, old friend." As soon as she came out, Sisterly put her arm around the short-haired woman and led her aside. Xiao Yang looked at the old lady, then at the short-haired woman, but in the end stayed put. Her teacher had told her, news always comes first, because it's time-sensitive. No one knew what Sisterly said to the short-haired woman, but after a moment's hesitation and a scrutinizing look at Sisterly, the short-haired woman finally waved her over and called Xiao Yang to follow her. Once they'd left, Sisterly turned to the elderly lady and said, "Sorry to trouble you today." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," the old lady replied with a cheerful smile. After a pause, she asked, "Reporter Xiaoli, Reporter Xiaosu, when will your article be published?" "I'd like to buy a copy of the newspaper that day." Sisterly couldn't make any promises. The newspaper would usually reserve space for important breaking news, but if there wasn't enough room, other articles would have to be pulled to make space for the big stories. "How about this? If our interview gets published, I'll bring you a copy, or have Xiao Su drop one off after work. Would that be okay?" Sisterly offered. The old lady hesitated, then shook her head. "No, I'd better keep an eye on the newsstands nearby these next couple of days. That way it's easier for you, and I can see it as soon as it comes out." Sisterly nodded, jotting down the approximate delivery time for the newspaper as she spoke. "That works too. I'll write down the time for you so you know when to check." Normally, Sisterly's handwriting was wild and flamboyant, but today she took the trouble to print neatly. Once finished, she handed the note to the old lady with both hands. The old lady smiled gently, exuding the elegance of a well-bred woman from the Republican era. She even invited them to visit her home when they had time. Once they were out of the old lady's sight, Sisterly waved Su Qinghu along. "Hurry home, and don't forget to bring 2-story ideas tomorrow morning." Sisterly looked at her, shaking her head with a smile. Young people really do have active minds and endless ideas. She just asked her to come up with 2-story pitches, and she seemed so cheerful about it, as if it was no big deal. It was hot and crowded, with both the buses and taxis full, or else going the wrong way. By the time Su Qinghu walked home on her own 2 feet, it was completely dark. Summer nights are short and days are long, and with streetlights, the darkness didn't feel so oppressive. Wiping the sweat from her forehead and nose, Su Qinghu stood at the gate for a while before finally pushing it open. Chenlai was the one who opened the door. Before he could say anything, Su Qinghu shoved her bag into his arms, looking wilted like a sun-baked seedling, and gazed up at him pitifully. "Chenlai, I worked overtime today, and after that I had to walk all the way home." Chenlai took her bag in one hand. "Tired?" "Yeah." Su Qinghu nodded, grabbing his arm. "Is there any cold boiled water?" Chenlai paused. "Dinner's ready. Can you have some porridge?" "Cold boiled water." He hadn't prepared any. There wasn't any. Su Qinghu paused in the middle of taking off her heels and looked up at him. "I'm thirsty." She wouldn't drink raw tap water. Maybe it was the courtyard lights, but Chenlai thought Su Qinghu's eyes were almost too beautiful, like the starry sky he'd seen during night drills, sparkling, delicate, mysterious, and serene. "There's hot water in the kettle," Chenlai started to say. about to suggest she add some cold water to it, but then stopped and tried, "Want me to cool a cup for you?" Su Qinghu nodded vigorously, then flashed him a radiant smile. "Right now, you are just impossibly charming." Chenlai was about to help her inside, but at her words, his hand trembled. If he hadn't been so well trained, his reflexes would have failed him, and he would have stumbled right there. He swallowed, glanced at the living room to make sure no one was around, and finally let out a silent sigh of relief. "Try to talk more normally in the future," Chenlai said with a slight frown, supporting her as they walked toward the living room. Su Qinghu tightened her grip on his arm. "What do you mean, more normally? Which of my words wasn't normal? Which one?" Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes. "Go on, say it if you dare." Chenlai opened his mouth, wanting to repeat what she'd said, but found he just couldn't get the words out. "No," Chenlai quickly changed tack. "Everything you say sounds nice." This man really knew how to dodge a confrontation. If he'd said, "Everything you say is normal," she would have immediately shot back. "Then why did you just tell me to talk more normally? Are you saying I'm usually not normal?" And given him a full performance of what it meant to be unreasonable. But he'd changed his wording and even slipped in a compliment. How could she get mad at that? Throw a tantrum? Not happening. Su Qinghu praised him sincerely. "Comrade Chenlai, you're good with words too." Chenlai let out a quiet breath and, as they walked, asked, "Did you have an assignment today?" Su Qinghu finally gave up on taking off her heels and just walked barefoot into the house, leaning her weight on the arm Chenlai was supporting, sharing her day with him. "I thought my first day would just be about getting familiar with the workflow and my new job, sitting in the office listening to the seniors explain things, not having to do anything. But in the morning I went out on assignment with Sisterly, then wrote up the article in the afternoon, and just as I was about to get off work, another urgent task came in." She spoke at an easy pace, but her tone was so infectious that it was hard not to be drawn in. There was a soothing, comforting feeling to her words, like lying back in a chair on a warm spring afternoon, enjoying the gentle breeze. The director is an old classmate of Teacher Sun, and Sisterly must have gotten a heads up from him, so she's been looking out for me, Su Qinghu continued, then seemed to remember something and turned to look at him. "And there's another guy who said Teacher Sun was also his teacher. I even wrote an article for him. So, in the end, who did Teacher Sun ask for help? The director? Or that senior who graduated a few years before you?" They'd reached the living room. Chenlai reminded her to watch the threshold, and once she was inside, he said, "I asked my parents for help. If I'm not mistaken, they went straight to your department director." Chenlai spoke quietly, just loud enough for Su Qinghu to hear. "Teacher Sun was talking to students about your job, and the director overheard." "No wonder," Su Qinghu nodded. "Now that I know how everyone's connected, things will be easier going forward." With that, she urged Chenlai to go cool some boiled water for her. Chenlai didn't move, hesitated, and finally said in a flat voice, "The kids got into a fight today and ruined the clothes you bought for them." Su Qinghu gave a half smile. "A fight? Was that really a fight? More like they got robbed." But from the way he said it, it seemed Luong either didn't mention the ruined clothes or he hadn't noticed. Sensing something off in Su Qinghu's tone, Chenlai repeated to her what Dayton and Erden had said earlier. Su Qinghu drew out her voice, glanced at the bedroom with the lights on, and asked Chenlai, "What are they doing in the bedroom? Isn't homework usually done in the study or the living room?" Chenlai replied, "I made them do horse stance as punishment." "Is their punishment time up?" Su Qinghu shook her watch with a bright smile. "If not, you go cool the boiled water and I'll supervise them for you. 10 more minutes." Chenlai didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Qinghu not siding with the kids. He nodded at her. "I'll go get your water ready." With that, he turned and walked out. His tall, upright figure was striking, and the faint lines beneath his shirt were equally attractive. Su Qinghu raised her eyebrows, almost whistling. In this world, it's not just men who like to look at beautiful women. Women also love to admire clean, handsome men. After catching her breath, Su Qinghu took off her heels, slipped on her slippers, and went to the bathroom. She washed and dried her feet before returning to the living room. She knocked twice on the door to Dayton and Erden's bedroom, her voice rising playfully, "Comrades, I'm coming in." With that, she lifted the curtain and walked right in. "Oh, not only are you being punished to stand, but you've also been beaten?" Su Qinghu said gleefully, "Serves you right." Dayton's forehead was covered in sweat. He didn't even look at Su Qinghu, just trembled as he stubbornly held his horse stance. Grown-up troublemaker. Clearly, the two had been holding the stance for a while. Erden's skinny little face was shaking with effort. "Dad didn't hit us," Erden blurted out, then quickly shut his mouth and tensed up. Only when Su Qinghu raised her eyebrows at him did he add, "We got hurt fighting." "You really got into a fight?" Su Qinghu strolled over as if she were taking a walk in the park. Seeing neither of them answered, she poked at their sore spots with a smile. "Don't tell me you got targeted while showing off your wealth?" Dayton pressed his lips together and glared at her. "Of course not." Erden hesitated, feeling embarrassed. He glanced at Dayton and said nothing, tacitly agreeing with his brother. "Really?" Su Qinghu turned and leaned her face close to Erden's, startling him into yelping, "Don't get so close. If I can't hold on, I'll have to start the horse stance all over again." They'd already had to restart twice, each time resetting the timer. Su Qinghu pulled over a stool and, obligingly, didn't get too close. She sat right in front of them. "Come on, you've got 5 minutes left. Let me tell you a story to help you relax." Dayton, "No need." "Not listening." Erden hesitated, unsure whether to listen. He looked at Su Qinghu with curiosity in his eyes. For some reason, his new mom at this moment reminded him of a big tiger basking in the sun on the grass. "Erden, want to hear it?" Su Qinghu asked. Erden shivered. "Maybe not now. We're about to eat. How about after dinner?" He gritted his teeth, holding the stance. "Mom, please don't talk to me. I'm running out of strength. Neither of you want to listen?" Su Qinghu sighed, as if to say, "If you don't want me to tell it, then I won't." Dayton didn't move, but Erden nodded in agreement. "Yeah, not now." Su Qinghu, "No way. I'm telling it right now." Dayton, "See? Still a troublemaker, even grown up." Erden pressed his lips together, biting his molars, and said nothing. Since the new mom insisted, so be it, just as long as it's not too funny. "I'm starting now," Su Qinghu said, sitting on the little stool. She glanced at the two little rascals on either side, chuckled, and began their heart-pounding journey. "Today was my first day working at the newspaper, and as a reporter, I went on 2 assignments. Do you know what reporters do?" Su Qinghu asked and answered herself. From national affairs to petty theft, reporters can cover anything. Dayton's expression didn't change, but Erden's arms, held out in front of him, trembled, his heart beating faster. Su Qinghu noticed Dayton's legs pause for a moment and smiled. "Look at you, pretending to be so calm. Your body's already given you away." She shifted her gaze from Dayton's trembling legs to Erden's uncertain eyes and smiled. "Erden, what's wrong? You look pale." Without thinking, Dayton's eyes shot to Erden, only to realize he'd been tricked when he saw Erden's dark face. With Erden's skin tone, how pale could he possibly get? If Su Qinghu asked why he looked at Erden, what was he supposed to say? His mind raced anxiously, but Su Qinghu didn't ask. Instead, she kept teasing poor Erden. "Erden, stop rolling your eyes around," she said, lying with a straight face. "When your eyes dart around, I just know you're trying to lie to me." Erden started to doubt himself. I wasn't rolling my eyes." Su Qinghu was about to say more when Dayton interrupted impatiently. "Are you going to tell the story or not? If you don't start, the 5 minutes will be up and we won't need any relaxing." If she kept dragging this out, it was only a matter of time before Erden collapsed. I'll tell it," Su Qinghu said. "Since Dayton wants to hear it, I'll tell it. How could I not dote on my eldest son?" Dayton curled his lip in disgust. If he weren't holding the horse stance, he'd be rubbing away the goosebumps by now. "The story I want to tell is," Su Qinghu paused, then grinned mischievously. "Sorry, my dear student, but today I have to catch you." Chinlai came in with a glass of cold boiled water and stopped in shock. He looked at Su Qinghu, for a moment unable to find the right words to describe his feelings. "Why is the title so long? So weird?" Dayton's eyes widened as he stared at Su Qinghu. Erden also looked at her, mouth agape. Why does the teacher have to catch their dear student? Su Qinghu suppressed a laugh and tried to make her expression look serious. This happened one summer. Oh, right, that summer was just like today. Su Qinghu smiled innocently. A man saw two kids being robbed and beaten. His sense of justice flared, and without a second thought, he rushed over and pinned the thief to the ground. Erden's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening even wider. Then, the two kids took the chance to snatch their money back and ran off without even saying thank you. The teacher, seeing they were safe, let it go and didn't mind that the kids hadn't thanked their rescuer. But when the teacher looked down, he saw a familiar face. It was a student he'd taught 2 years ago. Chapter 63, Top Tier Service ***. Did Dan and Erdan were both utterly bewildered. This sounded way too much like them. The children the teacher saved never thanked him, and the person he caught turned out to be his former student. The teacher had a heart attack. Su Qinghu paused here, slowly looking up at the ceiling, letting out a long, heavy sigh. The sigh left all 3 people present stunned. Did Dan and Erdan both looked vaguely uneasy, but to say they felt guilty, well, not really. Behind her, Chenlai's face had completely darkened. He gripped his cup tightly, his expression unreadable as he stared at the 2 kids. After finishing her sentence, Su Qinghu fell silent, just staring at the ceiling. Every now and then, she'd shake her head regretfully or sigh with a drawn-out "ai." Anyone with half a brain, after hearing the whole story and seeing Su Qinghu's current performance, would be led by the nose straight down the path she'd set. Erdan swallowed nervously and asked, and then? What happened after that? Su Qinghu drew her gaze back from the ceiling, looked at him, and sighed again, her voice soft and distant. Tell me, if the teacher had received some gratitude from the child he saved, maybe he would have. Erdan stared at Su Qinghu. So did the teacher die? Did Dan visibly flinched? Compared to Erdan, he understood much better what life and death meant. Sensing the pressure mounting behind her, Su Qinghu stood up and walked over to Chenlai, reaching for his water. Su Qinghu finally met Chenlai's lowered gaze. Loosen up a bit? Chenlai narrowed his eyes at her actions and expression, the oppressive air around him easing a little, but he still didn't let go. With Su Qinghu, this overgrown child, if he let her drink water now, who knew when she'd ever finish her story? Su Qinghu pursed her lips, puffed out her cheeks. I'm thirsty, my throat's dry, I don't want to talk. What kind of tone was that? What kind of attitude? Did she not know who she was talking to? Chenlai stared her down for a moment. Seeing she wouldn't back down at all, not the least bit intimidated, he pressed his lips together tightly. After a long moment, he called her name in warning, Su Qinghu. Here. Su Qinghu blinked and saluted him. How's my form? Pretty standard, right? For a second, Chenlai felt utterly exhausted. He really wanted to punish Su Qinghu, make her run laps around the city wall, and add more if she didn't finish. Take a sip. Chenlai relented a little, bringing the cup to her lips. Su Qinghu's eyes went wide in disbelief as she looked at him. Good heavens! What a pleasant surprise. She'd been thinking about training this man, making him realize that you can't go head-to-head with a woman, because a woman's tenacity is unmatched. She never expected such a delightful turn. Chenlai was feeding her water? How was this any different from being pampered by a top-tier man? Even if it was just a sip, even if it wasn't quite how she'd imagined, it was still worth it. But what pose should she use to drink? Elegant? Flirtatious? Innocent? Fiery? Cool and sassy? Before she could decide, Chenlai pinched her chin and, with a deft twist of his fingers, pried her mouth open and poured in a mouthful of water. She blinked, realizing what had just happened. Her eyes went wide, and her anger shot up like a rocket. Ruined what could have been a beautiful memory. Top-tier man, my ass, it was all an illusion. There was no top-tier man, no choice of drinking style, no romantic atmosphere. All that was left was the mess of her shattered daydreams. She suddenly felt like crying. Su Qinghu sniffled, holding back the tears that threatened to well up in her eyes. I don't want to tell the story anymore. Qinlai frowned. Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu glared at him, chin held high. I just don't want to, so what? You gonna hit me? Qinlai watched as her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her lashes damp but not a single tear falling, the corners of her eyes tinged red. He let out a sigh. No crying. Can you not? I'm not even crying. Su Qinghu took a deep breath, even managing to feel a little grateful that the man in front of her was tall. She had to tilt her head back, which helped keep the tears from falling. Don't slander me. By now, Dan and Dan's legs were shaking from holding their horse stances for so long. Qinlai rubbed his temples and waved his hand, dismissing the two. You two go eat. Dan and Dan didn't move. They wanted to know what happened to the teacher and whether Su Qinghu and Dad would start fighting. Go eat, Qinlai repeated, turning to them with a stern look. This is grown-up business. You don't need to be here. Su Qinghu took a deep breath and turned to Dan and Dan. The teacher was fine, because he had his mother to guide him and a strong heart to face everything. After she finished, Su Qinghu almost wanted to applaud herself through her tears. What a wonderful stepmom she was. Even now, she didn't forget to comfort and educate the kids and to deliver the moral of the story. Qinlai watched her in silence, just in time to see a crystal-clear tear pause on her lower eyelid before rolling down her cheek. Wasn't she thirsty? If she didn't move, wasn't that a sign she wanted him to feed her? What are you looking at? Su Qinghu shot him a glare, grumbling, I know I look good when I cry. Dan. Looks like everything's fine now. Dan, wow, the new mom really does look pretty when she cries. Su Qinghu, I'm not thirsty. I don't want it. Just seeing the cup made Su Qinghu want to cry again. She remembered a video she'd seen once, where a vet was treating a beautiful horse. They'd boiled up some herbal medicine and forced it down the horse's throat. She felt like that horse now a rare and beautiful Akaltech, but when it came time for medicine, no one cared how pretty you were. They'd just pry your mouth open and pour it in. Su Qinghu looked up at Qinlai, swallowing her pride and her supposedly pure heart, and said sincerely, Has anyone ever told you that a man like you would have a hard time finding a wife on your own? Su Qinghu choked. She had? When did she say that? She didn't remember at all. Forget it. She'd just chalk it up to doing a good deed today. No point arguing with this damn man. You drink the water yourself. With that, Su Qinghu spun around and headed for the door. Qinlai grabbed her. Where are you going? It was pitch dark outside now. It wasn't safe to go out, and while she could be mad, she needed to stay home. Where am I going? Where else would I go? Su Qinghu puffed up like a pufferfish. Sir, can I go eat now? Can you let go of me? After a whole day's work and a fight, she was starving. Nothing else was wrong with her. Qinlai, feeling a little guilty, quietly let go of her wrist. What's with all the Just because your voice sounds nice, you think you're all that? Big egg, little egg, you two are on dish duty tonight. Su Qinghu stomped out a couple of steps, then turned back with a scowl. I'm in a bad mood today, so I'm not going to talk to you much. Tomorrow, we'll have a proper chat. Big Egg didn't finish what he was saying, but under her fierce glare, he just nodded quietly. Little Egg was much more straightforward. We'll come straight home after school tomorrow. Su Qinghu withdrew her gaze and gave a curt without looking back. Heh, as if only some people can nicely. She can do it too. Once Su Qinghu left, Little Egg let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. That was terrifying. New mom was really scary just now. Big Egg watched Su Qinghu go, feeling a bit more at ease inside. So she does lose her temper sometimes after all. The two of them were still reeling from the close call when Qinlai spoke up. You too. His voice was low, and his gaze at them was downright dangerous. Playing word games with me? Turning a scuffle with a thief into a simple fight sounds reasonable enough. Who are you fighting? A kid. That's not wrong either. Why were you fighting? Because he tried to take my stuff, and I wouldn't let him. Makes sense. After all that, they'd covered up the truth and avoided a beating. Smart, Qinlai nodded slightly. It sounded like praise, but his eyes were so cold it made their teeth chatter. Big Egg and Little Egg froze on the spot, watching Qinlai walk out, their hearts starting to panic. As far as they could remember, this was the first time Dad had ever gotten angry. Meanwhile, Su Qinghu was happily eating in the kitchen, her anger mostly gone. When she saw Chenlai come in, she hesitated between turning her back or facing him, but finally decided to stay put. Eating in the kitchen? Chenlai asked. Su Qinghu, should I answer him? He doesn't look like he's in a good mood either. Let's eat in the living room. Su Qinghu finished her last bite of bun, washed her hands, and couldn't help asking, these buns, did you make them? They really were delicious. Even though they were vegetarian, they were full of flavor. Chenlai nodded and started serving rice and setting out bowls and chopsticks. I'm leaving tomorrow. After dinner, I'll write down the bun recipe and proportions for you. Oh. Su Qinghu instantly deflated. I'll be the only adult left at home. She asked Chenlai, are your parents the quiet type? Can I bring Big Egg and Little Egg over for meals often? Chenlai was amused by her bluntness, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Of course. Phew, that's good. Su Qinghu stood to the side, watching Chenlai serve the food, sighing. I'm still a kid myself, you know. I want someone to spoil me too. Big Egg and Little Egg had been quietly standing at the kitchen door for a while, listening to the harmonious sounds inside. They were just about to go in and see if helping with the food and chopsticks might earn them some points, when they heard Su Qinghu boldly declare she wanted to bring them to their grandparents' house for meals, and that she was still a kid who wanted to be doted on. Little Egg didn't think anything of it. He just wondered if maybe he should buy her something tomorrow to make her happy. Big Egg's expression turned odd. Was Su Qinghu acting cute with Dad? Or complaining? Chenlai glanced over, and Big Egg and Little Egg immediately got the signal, hurrying forward and calling out in unison, Dad. The two of them sprang into action, one grabbing chopsticks, the other carrying dishes, quickly getting everything ready. Chenlai and Su Qinghu followed behind, one carrying 3 bowls of porridge, the other a basket of buns, walking side by side into the living room. Dinner was a quiet affair. Su Qinghu didn't speak, Big Egg and Little Egg ate nervously, and even Chenlai seemed a bit out of sorts. After the meal, Big Egg and Little Egg went to wash the dishes, while Su Qinghu stood at the kitchen door watching them like a supervisor, but not really doing anything a supervisor would do. So, about what I said earlier, waiting until tomorrow to talk, forget it. Su Qinghu lifted her chin proudly. We'll talk now if you don't mind? What could they say? Big Egg stayed silent, which was as good as agreement. Little Egg nodded directly. Su Qinghu said, the first lesson I want to teach you today is about public opinion and the dangers of manipulating it. The two of them looked completely lost. Public opinion? What's that? Public opinion is short for the state of public discourse. There's a line in the records of the 3 kingdoms, if one is arrogant and harsh, with no real ambition, one must fear the unspoken public opinion and harbor caution. Su Qinghu explained calmly, public opinion acts as a voice. Just one sentence can change the course of events. That's why the country requires journalists to report truthfully and accurately. After Su Qinghu finished her explanation, she smiled sweetly at their bewildered faces. So, still want to play word games? You little brats, trying to outsmart adults. Big Egg said, we don't understand a word you just said. What's the point of all that? Waste of breath. Why should I spell it out? You're not stupid. I even gave examples. Maybe you don't get it completely, but you have a rough idea. Su Qinghu tilted her head. From now on, if you hear someone's little secret or gossip about others, or stories that sound convincing but aren't verified, you should check for yourself and compare it to what I told you today. Think more, observe more, ask more questions. Even if you can't avoid being fooled, at least you'll develop independent thinking and won't just follow the crowd. Little Egg pouted, a bit dissatisfied. But you were just arguing with my dad, and now you're helping him save face? What, you got a problem? Su Qinghu smiled. Even if you do, keep it to yourself. Don't forget, you two are still on your dad's blacklist. Big Egg pressed his lips together, washing the dishes seriously. Clearly, Su Qinghu's words hit a sore spot. Little Egg finished rinsing the dishes, put them away, then turned to Su Qinghu at the door and asked, so how do we get Dad to take us off his blacklist? No idea. Su Qinghu shrugged. Either figure it out yourselves or go ask your dad. You really don't have any ideas? Little Egg didn't believe her. I think you're smart. Su Qinghu, I'm not smart, you two are. You even managed to play word games with your dad. Me? I just got my chin grabbed and forced to drink water by your dad. Just thinking about it made her mad. That wasn't really forced, was it? Little Egg pouted. When I was little and sick and didn't want to take medicine, Dad would crush the pills, mix them with water, grab my cheeks, and pour it down my throat. Man, I almost choked to death. All this, Little Egg glanced at Big Egg, my brother told me. With new mom looking at him like that, Little Egg grinned, all tough and cheeky. Okay, that last part one made up myself. Thank you all for your support since the book began. Special thanks to readers 201707523125470, Zhiji, Munanji, Black, Yi Mao, Fei 10, 20170720190420086. Ningri Dongsheng, Red Comet, Old Book Soul, 429, 4304, Endless Horizon, Shifei Guangji Lian, Jonagai, Ziyu Xiao Bao Baozi, HX134520, WYB 489, Mo Shang Wu. Hey, Chen Xiang, Bookworm Qian, Spore 5406, HH and Amp, XX, Xiao, I'm a Country Girl, Wang Xiaoyu, Blood Soul, Amiar, Great Sunshine, Ranching Jishang, San Wali, Broken Flute Rusty Sword. Sam, 20210318105447646, Disney Runaway LSP, Zhuojiyu, 20200323184050880, Tianqing Fantasy Wolf, Mercy, Tang Simu, Poor Lovesick Person, Xiao 1580, Orange Flavored Lip Gloss, 20170408104924682, C and Amp. C looking back at beauty greater than or equal to, Mio 7 Mio, EU God. Cat again MQ, No More Clown, MSU, Cute Little Biao Bei, Always Book Shortage, Liao Di Hong, North Tea Island, Uchiha Blind, Angry Cotton, Lu Xiaoyu, Castle in the Sky Li, Is There Any Other Name, Peach Loving Girl, Axel Fire, Sunset Bridge. Chenzi _Mr. and Tyne Wang Fu Ming for your rewards. Thank you all for your monthly and recommendation votes. Su Qinghu, so, you're saying that move just now is a traditional Chen family move? You guys are just so used to force-feeding people medicine and water? Did Dan shot his younger brother a look? You've got it wrong. Really? Dan sounded uncertain. I'm so smart, how could I remember it wrong? Did Dan? I was the one who got force-fed medicine. When he was 5 or 6, he had stomach problems, so their dad took him to an old Chinese doctor for treatment. The doctor prescribed herbal medicine. Their dad personally brewed it and fed it to him. But back then, he was just in kindergarten. How could he possibly cooperate and drink that dark, bitter stuff? So, in the end, their dad just held him down and poured it straight in. As for Dan, his medicine was Western pills, crushed into powder, mixed with a little warm water in a spoon, and then fed to him by pinching his cheeks. So far, in his memory, only Su Qinghu was gentle. She fed him medicine without spilling a drop, and never rough at all. Ha. Dan scratched his head. So I really remembered wrong? Turns out it was my big brother who got force-fed by Dad. Dan was secretly delighted. So he wasn't the poor little kid who got force-fed medicine after all. Did Dan glanced at Dan's smug little face and snorted. Heartless. And to think he even shielded him when that thief smashed into them. Bro, I'll buy you a white rabbit milk candy tomorrow, Dan promised. Make your childhood sweet and happy. Did Dan, do you even have any ration tickets? If you want it, I can get it. Dan patted his chest. Didn't we get the doctor to write us 3 certificates saying we need big bones for nutrition? We can trade those for tickets, and then I can buy you candy. He looked at Su Qinghu. Mom, you still have those certificates, right? Of course, Su Qinghu kept them, but she wasn't too keen on handing them over. Weren't those certificates issued in my name? Technically, they belong to me, don't they? Did Dan and Dan looked at her in unison. Was she refusing to give them up? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Qinghu was speechless. The bones these days are so clean they're like they've already been gnawed on. What, do you think I'm hoarding a bit of meat off the bones? The only reason I kept them was so I could smash the bones and make some broth. When I don't feel like cooking or eating out, we can just have some noodles and bone soup. Meat these days might smell good, but without ration tickets, she wasn't interested in these bones so clean you could slide down them. Dan turned to Dan. Bro, I'll find another way to get you milk candy. Let's just forget about those bone certificates. Chenlai came out of the shower, his short hair still damp. He looked nothing like his usual strict self, just wearing an army green tank top and loose shorts. He walked into the kitchen and casually asked, "What bone certificates?" Su Qinghu turned her head and her eyes lit up. He was practically radiating testosterone from head to toe. Chenlai felt a bit awkward under her gaze. As a man, he couldn't show he cared too much, so he just repeated his question. Su Qinghu, I know, just ask me. Look over here, look over here, look over here. Chenlai didn't even turn his head. Let the kids explain. It's good practice for their logical thinking. Did Dan and Dan glanced at Su Qinghu, then at Chenlai, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Su Qinghu likes good-looking men. What are you looking at me for? Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. Go on, answer your dad's question. The boys quickly looked away. Dan started explaining to Chenlai, with Dan chiming in now and then. At the end, Dan added, "It was the first day I wanted to become sworn siblings with Mom." Su Qinghu, don't even think about it. It's never going to happen, not in this lifetime. You'd better watch it. Last time you said that, your dad didn't hit you only because he was being merciful. Dan sneaked a glance at Chenlai and fell silent. He couldn't tell if Dad was happy or not right now. After clearing the table, the family of 4 left the kitchen. The 2 kids went to shower, and Chenlai followed them. Su Qinghu went to the living room, sat for a while, then decided to use the free time to go to the bedroom and work on tomorrow's article submission. As soon as she entered, she noticed 2 cardboard boxes stacked in the corner. Huh? Su Qinghu walked over and finally saw what they were. Her in-laws were really generous. These kinds of instant noodles sold for 35 cents a pack, and they actually sent over 2 whole boxes. Su Qinghu sighed, left the boxes unopened, picked up her softcover notebook, scribbled a few lines, capped her pen, and zoned out for a while. When she heard noise from the yard, she got up and wandered over. Did Dan and Dan had already showered, their hair still wet, clearly washed along with the rest of them. The 3 of them walked toward the living room. Su Qinghu was heading out, and the 4 of them met eyes. Su Qinghu almost whistled out loud. All with short, wet hair, arms and legs exposed, looking full of energy. Plus, with their looks, it was a real feast for the eyes. And just then, Su Qinghu made a new discovery. Did Dan's face, no, his features, why are they so defined? Is Dan mixed race? Su Qinghu asked in surprise. After checking out Dan, she looked at Chenlai for confirmation. She didn't notice that as soon as she asked, Dan tensed up, bristling like a little cub trying to look fierce. Chenlai paused for a moment, then nodded. A little. Dan's mother's grandmother was a mixed-race child with Chinese heritage. Her generation married a Chinese man and had Dan's mother, who then married another Chinese man and had Dan. At this point, you could hardly see any mixed-race features in Dan's face. Chenlai said it so matter-of-factly that Dan immediately clenched his fists. Su Qinghu looked like she expected as much. Chenlai watched her expression closely. Seeing no obvious reaction, no anger, no probing about overseas connections, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Dan was still tense, lips pressed together, stubbornly holding on to his pride. Dan edged closer and quietly grabbed his hand. No matter what, Big Brother is still his big brother. Dan glanced down at him, said nothing, but relaxed a little. No wonder his features are so defined and good-looking, Su Qinghu sighed. When he's in a good mood, his eyes aren't so dark, they look a bit amber. I thought I was seeing things. She paused, then looked at Dan in disbelief. So, ever since I married your dad, you've been in a bad mood. What kind of suffering is this? Dan's smile froze on his face. Weren't they just talking about how handsome his brother was? How did the conversation suddenly jump to whether his brother was happy or not? But the new mom married Dad, and his brother isn't happy? He's been unhappy all this time? For so long? He blinked and looked at Su Qinghu. That's not true. When you were in the hospital, it was my brother who cooked for you. If he didn't like you, why would he cook for you? Even though his brother didn't like listening to stories as much as he did, when he was hanging out at the alley entrance or in the park listening to the old folks tell stories, his brother was always nearby. His brother wasn't deaf. Even if he was doing his homework, he must have heard them. They'd listened to plenty of stories about taking advantage of someone's illness to finish them off. But his brother never planned to starve the new mom. But he still wasn't happy, was he? Su Qinghu blinked innocently at Dan. Look at his eyes. They're always such a deep color, hardly ever amber. Except for that one time when she stood up for them and fought with Lu Guifeng, he was happy for a bit at the beginning, but after he gave her money, his mood turned cloudy again. Well, even when you weren't around, my brother's eyes hardly ever changed color. Dan stared right into Su Qinghu's eyes. Don't you feel happy? Because of you, my brother's eyes changed color once. Kids' way of thinking and looking at things can be so adorable sometimes. Su Qinghu blinked, then nodded vigorously and looked at Dan, shamelessly drawing a conclusion about his changing eye color. So you like me? You do. Su Qinghu grinned and rushed over, hugging Dan. Since you like me so much, I'll take you both out to see the world this weekend. As soon as Dan heard you both, he immediately chimed in, okay. I'm not going. Dan struggled a bit, but couldn't break free. His ears turned red as he kept a straight face. You just want to spend money again. Su Qinghu just smiled, ruffled his hair, and stepped back. People always say mixed-race kids are good-looking. Make sure you don't grow up crooked, just keep optimizing your looks the way you are now. She was looking forward to seeing what he'd look like when he grew up. She wondered if his eye color would change as he got older. Lost in her thoughts, Su Qinghu didn't notice Dan's lips twitching slightly. Dan glanced at his dad Chenlai's handsome face, then lowered his head. Sure enough, Su Qinghu liked good-looking people. If he didn't turn out handsome, would she nag Dad to send him away? Dan, feeling a sense of crisis, touched his own face, then looked up at Chenlai, feeling a bit more at ease. Dad was good-looking, new mom was good-looking, being around good-looking people, he probably wouldn't turn out ugly, right? What about you, Dan? Su Qinghu looked over his tanned little face, but didn't notice anything special. You're not mixed, are you? Before Chenlai could answer, Dan scooted closer to Su Qinghu, tilting his little face up for her to see. Mom, I'm good-looking too. Su Qinghu cupped his face, looking him over seriously from left to right, and nodded. You are good-looking. You and your brother are each good-looking in your own way. You've got great taste, Dan flattered her. You can tell at a glance you're someone special. He was street-smart, quick to learn, and knew how to say the right things. Now that he'd been complimented, he didn't even have to think before returning the favor. Su Qinghu, with a personality like his, no wonder he gets along with everyone, no matter who they are. Chenlai replied in a proper, serious tone, he's not mixed. Both his parents are Chinese. Dan grinned, looking especially likable. Su Qinghu reached out and gave him a light smack on the head, pushing him forward a couple of steps before letting go and patting his thin shoulder. Go do your homework with your brother. You have to be in bed by 9:30, so you have an hour and 20 minutes to finish. If you don't finish, there's no extra time. Su Qinghu made the decision directly, without consulting the other parent involved. Chenlai, the other parent, just stood quietly to the side, impossible to ignore, watching the three of them bargain. Dan, if I don't finish, you really won't give me more time? Aren't you afraid the teacher will call for a parent? My dad's leaving tomorrow, you know. Once Dad left, she'd be the only one to face the teacher, no one else to take her place. You're the one who should be worried, Su Qinghu said with a mischievous smile. I love going out for walks. If you don't finish, I just won't take you out. Dan huffed proudly, then don't think you can shake me off when you go out. When I get serious, no one can beat me. What about your brother? Su Qinghu exposed him. Dan really did do his homework quickly and well, barely even glancing at the questions, like a giant harvester sweeping through a field, neat and efficient. Dan pouted, "I thought I was bad, but you're even worse." With that, he stomped over to the table, grabbed his backpack, and shot Su Qinghu a look before sitting down. His meaning was obvious. "It's just homework, right? Just watch me." Dan walked over unhurriedly, picked up his homework, and got started. With the two kids finally quiet, Chenlai felt Su Qinghu's gaze on him. Suddenly, he felt a little awkward, debating whether to watch the kids do homework or go for a run. Then he saw Su Qinghu poke his arm and beckon him over. She had something to say. Once they were in the middle of the courtyard, Su Qinghu cleared her throat and flexed her hands. "I've practiced a bit of Sanda, Chinese kickboxing." Chenlai raised an eyebrow, looking her up and down, already estimating how much strength he should use if they sparred. "What's with that look?" Su Qinghu bounced on her feet, warming up, and gave Chenlai a look that said she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You don't think I want to spar with you, do you?" "Don't you?" Chenlai's gaze fell on her moving hands and feet. She'd already gotten herself all pumped up. Wasn't that the idea? "I'd have to be crazy to spar with you," Su Qinghu said, exasperated. "I don't know how strong you are, but I do have a sense of danger." She bounced in place a couple of times, her voice light and cheerful. "Come on, teach me some self-defense moves. Sisterly said our job as reporters can be dangerous sometimes. Just teach me a move or two that can take someone down in one shot." Chenlai frowned. "Those kinds of moves shouldn't be used lightly. If you really use them, you could kill someone. You might not be able to control it. Just teach me." Su Qinghu flicked her ponytail, her eyes sparkling. "I'll only use it in emergencies." "You might not be able to control it," Chenlai repeated. Just as Su Qinghu thought he wasn't going to teach her, he added, "But I can teach you some non-lethal moves that can still disable someone." Thank you to book friends 20170715231254070 and Mercy for your tips, and thanks to everyone for your monthly and recommendation votes. Smiley face. This man is seriously, terrifyingly earnest. Su Qinghu opened her mouth, at a loss. Did she really need to explain to him that when she said take them out in one move earlier, she didn't mean to kill someone with a single blow, but just to temporarily disable them, like he'd said? And then he'd probably lecture her again, telling her to be precise with her words in the future? Su Qinghu imagined that scenario and quickly shut her mouth. Forget it, she really didn't feel like arguing right now. "Fine, let's do it your way." Su Qinghu stopped her warm-up. "Just make sure it's something that'll give me enough time to escape in a dangerous situation. A crime reporter and a war correspondent. There's got to be some difference in the self-defense skills they need, right? We crime reporters sometimes have to face some pretty nasty characters too. You know." Su Qinghu's tone rose playfully, her brows arched, her whole demeanor lively and spirited. "Even if there are good Samaritans around, when you're up against real evil, it's better to rely on your own ability to escape." Chenlai nodded and began explaining how combining strength and technique could double the effect, demonstrating the moves as he spoke. Su Qinghu put aside her playful side and earnestly learned these potentially life-saving skills. As he taught, Chenlai frowned, watching Su Qinghu with a scrutinizing gaze. She was learning way too fast. Some of the finer points she picked up without him even having to mention them. "Have you trained before?" After teaching her 6 simple, practical moves and having her demonstrate them, Chenlai finally voiced his suspicion. Su Qinghu denied it flatly. "Nope." Before he could analyze whether her movements were too practiced, she added, "The reason I'm learning so fast is because my teacher is just too handsome. So handsome, in fact, that the student can't help but pay attention to every little detail." Su Qinghu clasped her hands behind her back, winked at him with a grin, and shamelessly flirted. Chenlai gave her a long, searching look, then turned to leave. Su Qinghu grabbed the back of his shirt, forcing him to stop. He turned his head slightly. "What are you doing?" "Teach me another set of exercises for fitness," Su Qinghu said, eyes fixed on his handsome profile, smiling sweetly. "Something simple, so after you leave, I can easily teach to Dan and Dan." Since she was getting into working out, the whole family might as well join in. This time, the set Chenlai taught was new to Su Qinghu, so she learned more slowly and had more questions. Seeing Chenlai frown, she took a deep breath, reset her stance, faced him squarely, and asked seriously, "Who am I?" Chenlai glanced at her, not sure why she was asking, but answered anyway, "Su Qinghu." Su Qinghu choked, almost unable to get her next words out. "And besides that?" She steadied herself and pressed on. Seeing her increasingly annoyed expression, he suddenly had a flash of insight. "My wife. Since you know I'm your wife, why are you still so uptight? What, you think I'm going to eat you or something?" Su Qinghu glared at him, her beautiful eyes blazing with fire. "Even monks and priests teaching martial arts aren't this prudish." Chenlai sighed and reached out. "Do the moves again. I'll correct your form." "I don't want you correcting me right now." Su Qinghu shot him a fierce look, turned away, took 2 steps, then spun back and ordered, "You'd better stay right there." Chenlai watched her retreating back, standing with his hands behind him. It was summer, and her clothes were thin. As she moved, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her face and neck, stray strands of hair curling damply against her skin, looking. His mind filled with indescribable images, shimmering with a mysterious allure that defied words. Now, sweat had soaked through the back, shoulders, and front of her silk-blend blouse. Chenlai pinched the bridge of his nose. How was he supposed to avoid physical contact later? Where did Su Qinghu go? She headed to the living room, pulled open a drawer, and took out a wooden ruler. Dan, who was doing his homework, jumped in fright, eyes wide as he watched Su Qinghu turn the ruler over and over under the light. Dan, hearing the sudden silence of Dan's pen, glanced up at him, then followed his gaze. Seeing Su Qinghu, Dan kicked Dan under the table. Dan snapped out of his panic, ducked his head, and started writing furiously, his homework suddenly bold and vigorous. Satisfied that his warning worked, Dan was about to look down again when he unexpectedly met Su Qinghu's gaze. He gripped his pen a little tighter, meeting her eyes without flinching. Su Qinghu lifted her chin slightly and suddenly smiled. "What, did you think I was going to use this ruler on you?" Startled by her smile, Dan swallowed, about to protest that he hadn't done anything wrong and the homework deadline wasn't up yet, when she snorted and said loftily, "Don't even think about it." This ruler looked pretty old, solid, but who knew if it would snap if she really used it hard. Dan had expected her to say something threatening or dramatic after their stare down, but all she said was those 4 words. The thing was, the more he thought about it, the weirder it sounded. Did she mean if she didn't hit them, they'd beg her to? After saying her piece, Su Qinghu strode out of the living room. Dan, seeing her shadow disappear, let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, I thought she was coming to hit me. Thank goodness, thank goodness." Dan watched her imposing retreat and frowned, whispering to Dan, "Hurry up and write. Don't give her a reason to hit you." "Su Qinghu's not going out to hit Dad, is she?" Dan didn't get Dan's worry. He just grinned. "She said if we want her to hit us, we can forget it." "Didn't you hear what she said before?" Dan frowned. "She said she won't use the ruler." "That means she could use something else." Dan froze, then quickly bent over his homework again. As for why Su Qinghu had taken the ruler, neither of them had time to wonder. Dan kept half an ear out for any commotion outside, but after a while, hearing nothing, his attention drifted back to his homework. Out in the yard, Su Qinghu handed the ruler to Chenlai. Chenlai didn't take it, just looked at her. "It's just teaching a set of exercises, no need to go so far as to bring out a ruler for discipline." "Take it," Su Qinghu said with a half smile, pushing the ruler toward him. "Didn't you want to keep things proper? Then use this ruler to correct my mistakes. From now on, no one touches anyone. Let's see who breaks the rule first." Chenlai looked at Su Qinghu, who was speaking clearly and logically, her eyes curved in a bright smile, and suddenly felt a sense of caution rise in his heart. Su Qinghu couldn't care less what he was thinking. She simply grabbed his hand, placed the ruler on it, and said, "Come on." "You're angry," Chenlai frowned, his gaze shifting from the ruler in his hand to Su Qinghu. There's no need for the ruler. If she couldn't learn it in one go, she could just practice a few more times. With her intelligence, she'd get it eventually. The ruler was mainly for disciplining children who hadn't yet developed a sense of right and wrong. At her age, words were enough. Even now, Qinlai thought Su Qinghu had handed him the ruler so he could punish her. Su Qinghu had already felt something off about his words earlier, but hadn't figured out what. Now, seeing him put away the ruler, clearly not intending to use it, she finally realized what was wrong. You thought I gave you the ruler so you could punish me? Su Qinghu was incredulous. He looked at her, his expression unreadable, but there was an inherent authority about him. Su Qinghu almost burst out laughing. Take a good look at my face. Does it say masochist anywhere? Why would she, living a perfectly good life, ask someone to hit her? If that were really the case, she wouldn't be stupid. Someone else's imagination was just running wild. Qinlai lowered his gaze, silent, his eyelids tightening slightly as he tried to discern her emotions. Su Qinghu's eyes sparkled, bold and a little provocative. Sir, you're overthinking it. The ruler is for your peace of mind. She'd switched back to calling him sir. Qinlai pressed his lips together. Su Qinghu grinned. I'm definitely learning boxing today, and you have to teach me. If my movements aren't right, don't worry about physical contact when correcting me. We'll just use this ruler to fine-tune the details. Suddenly, the ruler felt a bit hot in Qinlai's hand. He glanced at Su Qinghu, who was smiling beautifully with a hint of mischief, weighed his options, and casually tossed the ruler onto the coal briquettes covered with a felt cloth. Su Qinghu was stunned, blinking as her eyes widened. Qinlai, do you know what you just... Before she could finish, Qinlai grabbed her arm. She felt the rough, dry, and warm touch on her arm and was momentarily dazed. He definitely wasn't going to hit her. Even when she'd made him so angry before, he hadn't laid a hand on her. She couldn't bring herself to be afraid now. Your elbow was too low just now. Besides correcting that, you need to rotate it outward a bit. Qinlai got hands on, helping her into the correct posture. This is the right position. Pay attention and remember the key points. Su Qinghu tried to speak. Just now, when you threw. She wanted to remind Qinlai that the ruler he'd just tossed onto the coal briquettes might actually be a collectible. But Qinlai was in full-on instructor mode, not giving her a chance to talk, cutting her off directly. Since you'll be teaching the kids in the future, take it seriously. She struggled internally for a moment, then gave up. Fine, whatever. Who cares if it's a collectible? It's already been thrown, what's done is done, and it's too late to worry about it now. With Qinlai's hands-on guidance, correcting her posture directly, Su Qinghu improved rapidly. After 3 rounds, aside from lacking a bit of strength, her form was already quite decent. Of course, this was partly because Qinlai's earlier attempt to avoid suspicion made Su Qinghu less inclined to tease him, so she could focus on the boxing itself. Did Dan and Dan finish their homework but didn't go to bed? Instead, they quietly stood by the living room door, watching Su Qinghu practice. Did Dan said, Dad's got real presence. Dan stared intently, not looking away. Unsure how to praise Su Qinghu, he just said, Dad's a man, he's strong. But did Dan give a fair assessment? Her moves are okay. Dan turned, incredulous. You're praising her? Did Dan glanced at him, but said nothing, continuing to watch the two in the courtyard. Heh, Dan grinned, feeling awkward. His big brother was definitely being awkward. He likes her but won't admit it, ha ha ha. Su Qinghu followed Qinlai's movements for another round, then closed her eyes to mentally review the steps. Once she was sure she hadn't missed anything, she flicked her ponytail and said, Go check if they've packed their homework into their bags. I'm going to shower. With that, she went to the bedroom, grabbed her pajamas, and headed straight to the bathroom. Qinlai walked into the living room, but before he could say anything, Dan piped up, Dad, we've packed all our homework. Nothing's missing. Qinlai glanced at the tidy table and nodded. Go get some rest. Dan turned and happily headed to the bedroom. Did Dan lingered a moment, hesitantly looking at the man before him. Dad, are you going to be gone for a long time again? Qinlai patted his head. Go to sleep. Watching Dan go into the bedroom, Chinlai finally left the living room and retrieved the ruler he'd tossed onto the coal briquettes covered with felt. The ruler was ordinary in size, with some words carved on it, but no signature. That alone made it seem pretty normal, but the wood was nice and fragrant. It probably did have some collectible value. How could he not know what Su Qinghu wanted to say when he threw the ruler? But her reaction was interesting. She didn't get angry or anxious, just calmly accepted it. Chinlai put the ruler in a prominent spot in the living room, then went to the bedroom to find an army green tank top to wear after his shower. When Su Qinghu came back from her shower, she immediately saw the tall man in the bedroom doing push-ups. Good thing the room was big, otherwise, with those long arms and legs, there wouldn't be enough space for him to move. Sensing movement in his peripheral vision, Chinlai instinctively looked over. He saw her pale, round toes lifting and lowering, full of lively energy. He quickly looked away, only to find his gaze landing on her shapely calves. Chinlai quietly took a breath, quickly averted his eyes, and pushed himself up with one hand in a smooth motion. Go ahead and rest. I'm going to take a shower. With that, he grabbed his army green tank top and strode out of the bedroom. Su Qinghu was tired now, her mind and senses dulled. She nodded absently and went straight to bed. Whatever, she'd rest first. Since he was leaving early tomorrow, whether or not she saw him off at the station, she should at least get up and make him something to eat. If she didn't rest well, she was afraid she'd oversleep. In the bathroom, Chinlai, still unaware that Su Qinghu had already fallen asleep, finished his shower, changed into his tank top, took a deep breath, and mentally prepared himself before stepping out. If Su Qinghu said anything outrageous later, he'd go along with her if he could. If not, he'd just try to ignore it or stay calm. When Su Qinghu woke up, daylight was already streaming in. She caught sight of the light peeking through the window cracks and was startled awake, sitting up abruptly. As she scrambled for her clothes, she grabbed the watch from her bedside table. Seeing where the hour hand pointed, she let out a long sigh of relief. She wasn't late for work, and she hadn't made the kids late for school either. Su Qinghu pressed a hand to her still-thumping heart, feeling the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. As she relaxed, something felt off. She turned her head to look beside her. Chinlai was already gone. The spot where he'd slept was neat and tidy. Su Qinghu scratched her sleep-mussed hair, feeling a little guilty. She hadn't seen him off, nor made him breakfast. She sat there in a daze for a moment before getting dressed. As soon as she stepped out of the bedroom, she noticed something different about the living room table. Usually, the table was spotless, aside from the kids' backpacks, nothing else was ever on it. But today, there was a wooden ruler lying there, half hanging off the edge, just a few millimeters from falling. Su Qinghu froze, then remembered the ruler Chinlai had tossed onto the coal briquette mat the night before. She took a deep breath and hurried over, reaching for it before she'd even reached the table. Only after gripping the ruler did Su Qinghu feel at ease, finally able to pay attention to other things. Beneath the ruler was a page torn from a softcover notebook. Su Qinghu picked it up. A few strong, concise lines of writing met her eyes, Chinlai's handwriting listing 4 things. Second, he'd retrieved the money from teacher's son and left it under her pillow. Third, she could take the kids to the compound anytime. Fourth, he'd written down the date he'd transfer money to her each month. 1 item per line, clear and to the point, not a word wasted. Su Qinghu, not bad. She liked this kind of straightforward communication. Mom, what time is it? What time is it? Erden, still bleary-eyed, was pulling on his t-shirt as he anxiously asked Su Qinghu, "Oh no, if I'm late without asking for leave, I won't get any pencils or softcover notebooks this month." Su Qinghu paused in folding the note, glancing at the panicked Erden who looked about ready to bolt. She didn't tease him. "It's 6:50. Erden let out a dramatic, "Ah," and plopped down on the floor. "Scared me to death, scared me to death." The money he made selling those pencils and notebooks was his little stash. Dayton, on the other hand, was calm as ever. He strolled out of the bedroom, glanced at Erden sitting on the floor, and gave a slow, dismissive humph before looking away. Not exactly hurtful, but definitely insulting, that was the vibe. Erden puffed out his cheeks, but said nothing. His older brother was a good student, had neat handwriting, and was in charge of the class bulletin board. Even if he was a few minutes late, the teacher would never scold him, only ask with concern if everything was okay. Erden wasn't a bad student, but his handwriting wasn't as nice as his brother's. His homeroom teacher, who also taught Chinese, loved to catch him. If he was late by even a few minutes, he'd have to write out several pages of characters as punishment. Su Qinghu finished folding the note and looked at the two of them. It's almost 7 now. If we cook, it'll be 7:30 by the time we're done. She waved her hand. Go wash up. We'll eat out this morning. Yay! Erden cheered, leaping up from the floor, brushing the dust off his clothes, and scampering off to the bathroom. Dayton looked at Su Qinghu. Is that a letter from Dad? After a brief silence, Dayton met her gaze, pursed his lips, and decided to be self-reliant. Can I read it? Sure. Su Qinghu handed it over without a second thought. Here, take a look. Dayton finished reading and handed it back. Su Qinghu took it, a thoughtful look on her face. I feel like you only asked to read the letter because it was addressed to me. If it were someone else, maybe he wouldn't have. That was the impression Dayton gave her at that moment. Dayton said nothing, turning to go wash up. Su Qinghu called after him, by the way, what were you and Erden up to after school yesterday? We weren't up to anything, Dayton replied, turning back. We were just helping people. Hard to believe, but she nodded and praised them sincerely. Then she added, next time, take me with you. I want to help people too. You don't believe us? Dayton immediately picked up on the exaggeration in her tone. So you want to check for yourself? Su Qinghu stretched lazily, her tone casual. No, I just think we're a family, and whatever we do, we should do it together. If you're both out helping people, as your parent, I want to join in too. Dayton eyed her suspiciously, not buying her the whole family should do good deeds together line. What? Su Qinghu bent down to meet his eyes, smiling innocently. Is there something fishy about your good deeds you don't want me to know? They were all mischievous kids once, who didn't know the tricks. Dayton pressed his lips together. No. He looked her straight in the eye, not flinching. Do you know what you look like right now? Su Qinghu patted his shoulder, straightened up, and grinned slyly. Ever heard the story of no silver buried here? Dayton's fingers curled, his confidence faltering for a moment. Haha, relax. Su Qinghu suddenly ruffled his hair and winked. I just want to make sure the people you're helping aren't dangerous. As for the rest. Dayton clenched his fists, watching her walk back to the bedroom. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, slowly settled, but not quite all the way. Su Qinghu put the note in her bedside drawer, then happily lifted her pillow. Sure enough, there was a wad of cash and some vouchers underneath. There was more cash than vouchers. She counted it, took some for her bag, locked the rest away, and then went to wash up. By the time all three of them were ready and had their bags on, it was already 7:10. After locking the door, Su Qinghu led the kids toward the breakfast shop. On the way, she asked, so, how did you two get targeted? Dayton looked at Erden, and Erden, cheeks puffed out, reluctantly confessed, after school, I wanted a soda. Big brother said I couldn't let my buddies know about our pocket money, so I went far away to buy it. When I took out the money, a pickpocket saw me. Erden grumbled, he's got hands and feet, why steal? And the money? Su Qinghu asked. Erden instantly stopped complaining, eyeing her warily before cautiously asking, why? Was she going to confiscate his pocket money? Su Qinghu didn't press, just asked, do you still have it? Yeah, Erden replied, clearly unwilling. Dayton, listening on the side, felt exhausted. It seemed like whenever they faced Su Qinghu, his little brother could only tell the truth. Su Qinghu reached out her hand. Dan's eyes instantly widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Qinghu. He had trusted her so much, thinking she was different from those other parents who took their kids' New Year's money and pocket money and never gave it back. So she's just the same after all? He hung his head, reluctantly and even a little aggrieved, as he dug into his pants pocket. All that happiness for nothing, it was just empty joy in the end. Here you go, Dan said, handing her the 5 yuan. Su Qinghu asked, Didn't you already buy a soda? That was with the money I'd saved up before, Dan mumbled, not even looking up, scuffing his toes on the ground, his voice listless. He thought with 5 yuan now, it wouldn't matter if he spent his savings from before. Who knew he'd end up with nothing at all? Su Qinghu nodded, praising him. Not bad, you actually managed to save up some money. Then she turned to Dan and held out her hand. Dan obediently handed over his money without protest or question. This weekend, Su Qinghu put the money into her bag. I'll take you both to the bank and open a savings account for each of you. From now on, whenever you get New Year's money or gifts from elders, once you save up 5 or 10 yuan, I'll take you to deposit it. Dan looked at her suddenly, shocked and a bit suspicious. Dan gasped, staring at his brother in disbelief. No way. Did his brother spill everything to her? Dan felt Dan's gaze and, worried he might let something slip, looked at Su Qinghu and said, We're not old enough yet. So what? I'm your guardian. I'll get the necessary documents sorted in the next few days, and we'll handle it this weekend. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes. Why are you so nervous? I'm not. Dan denied flatly. But right after denying it, he felt a little annoyed at how quickly he'd answered. Su Qinghu tilted her head back and laughed heartily. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Su Qinghu had already spotted the breakfast shop ahead and said with a smile, You can keep your own secrets, I won't ask. But remember, if there's ever something you can't handle, you must tell me. I'll help you solve it. Without waiting for a reply, Su Qinghu strode ahead to the breakfast shop, getting in line before anyone else. Dan, quick as lightning, darted over to grab a seat the moment the previous customers stood up. Su Qinghu turned and asked, What do you two want to eat? Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. I want them all, Dan said bluntly. Anything's fine, Dan replied. Su Qinghu nodded knowingly and ordered steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and plain porridge. She carried the food over to the seat Dan had snagged and sat down. Eat up first. If it's not enough, we'll order more. She handed over the change, giving each of them a dime. If you get hungry, go buy something from the shop. These two kids, like the children of other dual-income families, now had their lunches at the home of a retired teacher near the school. They paid by the day, with fees collected every 3 months. If there was any leftover at the end of the 3 months, it would be rolled over or refunded. Su Qinghu remembered Chenlai mentioning this after they got married. Thinking of something, Su Qinghu paused, fried dough stick in hand, and asked, Do you need to pay for lunch again before the holidays? No, Dan answered. At the end of the month, just prepare the tuition and fees for me and Dan in advance. He didn't want to be laughed at again for being late with school fees. Su Qinghu nodded. No problem. How much do you need? The teacher said there's been an education reform this year. Compulsory education has started, so there's no tuition, but there are still miscellaneous fees. We'll know the exact amount at the end of the month. Dan spoke calmly, showing no sign of having ever worried about school fees. Dan didn't join the conversation, happily munching on fried dough sticks and sipping soy milk, content and satisfied. Hurry up and eat, Su Qinghu tapped the table, reminding Dan if it's convenient. Help me ask your teacher. I'd like to meet them. Dan nearly choked on his soy milk at that. Cough, cough, cough. Did his new mom just say what he thought she said? Meet the teacher? Why? What's so great about meeting the teacher? That's not necessary, is it? Dan hesitated. The teachers never asked to meet our parents before. Only the naughty kids who don't like studying have to call their parents in. Seeing how nervous they both looked, Su Qinghu thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, we won't go. Apparently, at this time, having your parents meet the teacher wasn't exactly an honor. After breakfast, the 3 of them went their separate ways, off to work and off to school. Not long after Su Qinghu arrived at the newspaper office, Sisterly hadn't even had time to check her story ideas before the department called everyone for the morning meeting. Let's get started. Xiaosu, you go first. Su Qinghu was caught off guard, not expecting to be the first to present her topics. But since she was prepared, she nodded to everyone and said, Okay, director, I'll go first. I have 2 topics. The first is, why should we learn first aid? The second is, which exercises cause the least joint wear? After she finished, Su Qinghu nodded slightly to everyone, then looked at the director. Director, that's all for my topic report. The director thought for a moment. Both are health-related? Yes, Su Qinghu nodded. Seeing the director didn't say anything, she hesitated for a few seconds, then added, I also have one about students showing respect for the elderly. You have an idea for that one? The director encouraged her. Or have you already found interviewees? Sort of. I haven't confirmed the specific interviewees yet. Su Qinghu stood up again. Right now, I'm thinking of reporting on elderly people who don't live in nursing homes. You mean why choose this group? Su Qinghu clarified, and the director nodded. Yes. Su Qinghu replied, there are some elderly people living alone who don't want to be a burden to the state, so they choose not to go to nursing homes. I thought if we report on them, maybe it'll draw attention from caring people in society and help improve their lives, whether materially or spiritually. The director listened and then smiled. I feel like I know this group well. They're mostly retired veterans, right? These people's outlooks are already quite different from the average citizen indeed. Let's assign this topic to the men, the director said. If there's heavy lifting to do on site, they're tougher and can handle it. After assigning that topic, the director asked if Su Qinghu could finish her 2 topics today. Su Qinghu hesitated, then finally voiced her doubt. Aren't I supposed to be learning from teacher Yuan today? Wasn't she assigned to the photography team? Why did this work not feel much like a photojournalist's job? Recommendation: Chuhi's Chronicles by Jingji Jiga, a female author on this site. Summary: a tough, straightforward heroine slaps the face of the so-called chosen one. Quick transmigration, small worlds, and scum-bashing. The director chuckled. Ha, I forgot, look at my memory. Here's what we'll do. Yuan Hang, you take her over there. That way neither of you will be delayed. 2 photographers? Su Qinghu was a bit confused. Then who's doing the interview? Usually, every assignment pairs 1 reporter and 1 photographer, right? You 2 can work it out. Practice makes perfect. I believe you can handle it. Su Qinghu had no choice but to nod. She glanced at Yuan Hang, who grinned. I'm best at photography, director. You know how my writing skills are. If you don't mind. The director scratched his head as soon as he heard that. All right. Say no more. Xiao Su, pick one of the topics from earlier. After all, she was new and doing 2 assignments in 1 day would be a challenge, so he'd lighten her load. Do the other one tomorrow. Su Qinghu chose which exercise is least damaging to the joints. If she had time, she'd tackle the other topic as well. Swimming was definitely at the top of the list for joint-friendly exercise. She had her own little motive. She wanted to know which public swimming pool here was the cleanest, so she picked this topic. The director nodded and moved on to the next person's assignment. The morning meeting was over in a flash, so fast that Su Qinghu felt a bit dazed. In her previous life, meetings that didn't drag on for 2 hours didn't even count as meetings. After leaving the conference room, Yuan Hang asked Su Qinghu if she wanted to draft her interview outline in the office before heading out, or just think about it on the way and do it when they got there. Su Qinghu replied, I'll do the interview outline on the way. These days, just contacting interviewees was a challenge. The easiest way was by phone, but both the department and the hospital only had a limited number of landlines. Even in their own department, you had to wait your turn, let alone at the hospital. Even if you got through, whether the hospital was willing to accept interviews and whether the doctors had time were all up in the air. Might as well just go in person. Maybe you'd catch a doctor moving between clinic and ward and get the interview done right then. Besides, she figured doctors wouldn't refuse her topic. Why was Su Qinghu so confident? That was easy. These days, in every park, you could see people practicing exercises, sitting or standing. Yuan Hang and Su Qinghu headed out. On the way, he shared some photography tips and his own insights. Then he asked, for the first aid topic, maybe we can do it together, and after we leave the hospital, we can go to the swimming pool. Sound good? We'll see when we get there, Su Qinghu replied, not giving a direct answer. We'll have to coordinate with the doctor's schedules, after all. In the newsroom, Only doing one assignment a day was considered underperforming. Usually people did 2 or 3. As a newcomer, she didn't have any grand ambitions yet, so there was no need to steal the spotlight. As long as she did each assignment well, there was no need to chase quantity. Yuan Hang looked her up and down. How come you, a newbie, seem a bit. But facing Su Qinghu's bright, delicate face, he just couldn't say those words out loud. The new colleague was too good-looking. He couldn't bring himself to use any negative adjectives in front of her. You mean a bit down-to-earth? Su Qinghu beamed, praising herself. I don't have many big strengths, but if I had to name one, I guess it's being honest. Yuan Hang, actually, I'm pretty honest too. They took a car to the hospital. When they arrived, they first went to pay their respects to the department head and, after getting permission, went to find the doctor. Su Qinghu had already finished her interview outline on the way, so the interview itself wasn't difficult, and the doctor even demonstrated some things during the process. Yuan Hang was clearly a pro at photography. He didn't need the doctor to pose or pay special attention, and still managed to capture great shots. When they finished, he didn't hold back, explaining why he chose certain shots, what he considered, the lighting, composition, and so on. As Su Qinghu listened, her eyelids drooped a little. With your way with words, how could you possibly not be good at interviews? When I'm interested in something, my brain automatically comes up with the words I want, Yuan Hang said, straightforward as ever. Photography is what I love. Other things, not so much. All right, playing hardball, huh? You love photography so much. You must have your own gear, right? Su Qinghu asked. Yuan Hang, you want to use it? Or buy it? Not buying for now, just want to borrow. Su Qinghu was direct. Yuan Hang, I could lend it to you. What do you need it for? Want my help? Oh, just to take pictures of my kid. Su Qinghu smiled. No need for your help. Yuan Hang was stunned. You're married? And you have a kid? Surprised? Su Qinghu grinned. I am married. As for whether she had a kid, she did, but that was nobody else's business. Why did you get married so young? Yuan Hang looked crestfallen. Just a moment ago, he'd thought they got along well, and maybe he could try pursuing her. Now, all those thoughts vanished. Su Qinghu, heaven only knows. Seriously, only heaven knew why she'd arrived in this world already married, but it wasn't so bad. Chen Lai's looks were really something. Whenever she saw him, she wanted to flirt a little, take advantage if she could. Unfortunately, he didn't play along and kept his distance. But that made it interesting, teasing him to see how long he could hold out. I was just thinking, maybe you could be my muse for life, and I could be your exclusive photographer, Yuan Hang sighed, shaking his head. Sure enough, the heavens were fair, giving him talent in photography, but making him unlucky in love. Su Qinghu didn't dwell on it. She just asked, which swimming pool are we going to next? Before he could answer, she added, I want to go to a really clean one. I want to go to, Yuan Hang started, but Su Qinghu's sudden serious expression made him stop. What's wrong? Mr. Yuan, our assignment this time is to show people healthy ways to exercise, not to expose any scandals. Her reminder made Yuan Hang pause. He patted his head and laughed. Force of habit, sorry about that. Yuan Hang led the way to the swimming pool. He was clearly very familiar with the place, and Su Qinghu observed as they walked in. Yuan Hang seemed laid back about everything, but when it came to his personal life, he had standards that weren't immediately obvious. If he was this familiar with the pool, he must come here often. That was good, meant the hygiene and facilities were probably up to par. She could bring Did Dan and Air Dan, her kids, swimming on the weekend. She wanted to capture photos of them splashing around in the water as keepsakes. When they grew up, she could show them and enrich their childhood memories. In this era, transportation and communication were both inconvenient, and a lot of time was spent just getting to interviews and communicating with the interviewees. On her first day, Su Qinghu had sisterly to guide her. On the second day, she had Yuan Hang, who seemed to get along anywhere, leading the way. The interview assignments really weren't heavy. They took a few photos of the inside of the swimming pool, of course. They also made sure to include the safety equipment and warning signs, and finally snapped a couple of shots of people swimming. That was it. This time, Yuan Hang only took one photo of each subject. The rest were all taken by Su Qinghu under his guidance. Su Qinghu came to understand that while everyone could agree on composition in this era, when it came to capturing the essence of a subject, Yuan Hang, who had grown up in these times, was still a cut above. Usually, one article needs to be paired with one photo, Yuan Hang said, coming out with the camera, Su Qinghu following behind. He glanced sideways at her, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "How long do you think it'll take you to finish an article from today's interview?" Su Qinghu sensed there was more to his question, so she didn't rush to give a time. Instead, she probed, "Could you elaborate? If you can finish an article in 30 minutes or an hour, then we can take a different route back to the office," Yuan Hang said as plainly as possible. "Just now, you asked my friend those questions because you wanted to buy a swimsuit, right?" He was basically saying outright, "If we take a different route, it'll be convenient for you to run your errand." Su Qinghu laughed. "Let's take a different route. It's good not to retrace our steps." Yuan Hang packed up the camera, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "The more I look at you, the more you seem like an old hand who's been working for years." He'd already tempted her with benefits, but she still hadn't told him how long it would take her to write an article. She was slippery, really slippery. Not easy to squeeze anything out of her. There weren't many swimsuit styles available these days, and kids' suits were even simpler. Su Qinghu bought the swimsuit, folded it up as small as possible, stuffed it in her bag, and no one could tell from the outside. Back at the office, she wrote her articles and submitted them for review. By the time she finished both articles, it was already 5:20 in the afternoon. Sitting at her desk, Su Qinghu silently prayed, "Please, let there be no urgent assignments, please, no urgent assignments." Yesterday she'd been lucky, the interviewee happened to live near her home. If another urgent assignment came up today, well, who knew what would happen? "Your pass rate is pretty high," Yuan Hang strolled over to her desk. "There's hardly anything that needs revising." Su Qinghu replied, "That's all thanks to Sister Li's teaching, and your good photos." Both articles this time had used Yuan Hang's photos, which made Su Qinghu feel a little down for a moment. But after clarifying the standards, she had to admit she was convinced. They fit the theme, and not just that, they went beyond. Yuan Hang looked at her, shook his head helplessly, and walked away. "This little fox is slippery as can be," he thought. "It's really hard to get anything out of her. Squeezing her for more, that'll be tough in the future." As soon as the end of the workday arrived, Su Qinghu let out a long breath, grabbed her bag, and the moment she saw someone else stand up, she immediately got up and rushed out. "How wonderful, no urgent assignments today." Sister Li and Yuan Hang watched her dash out, laughing. Yuan Hang said, "See? That's how scared she is of the chief." The poor girl had just started and was already being sent all over the place, even expected to keep up with the veterans. Not easy at all. Sister Li smiled, "Don't just blame the chief. Can you honestly say you didn't play favorites when picking photos for today's articles? How is that playing favorites? She had one of her photos in there. I just didn't tell her, so she wouldn't get cocky. I wanted to humble her a bit," Yuan Hang said, laughing as he walked out of the office. Looks like it didn't humble her at all. Su Qinghu really was interesting. When it came to work, she was all business, always keeping things just right, not pushing too hard, but not slacking off either. Sister Li just smiled and said nothing. With Su Qinghu's work standards, even without help from her husband or teacher, she'd stand out if given the chance. When you have real skills, you can stay calm and collected at work. That's a rare quality in any field. Whatever they were saying, Su Qinghu didn't know. She was just happy that when she arrived at the bus stop, the bus she needed happened to pull up. To Su Qinghu, this kind of thing was a little surprise in life. Of course, many people wouldn't see it that way. They'd just think it was something perfectly ordinary. But most of life is plain and uneventful. If you can find little surprises in everyday moments and make yourself happy, that's a blessing in itself. When she got home, the sun hadn't fully set yet. She was just about to knock on the door when a familiar voice called out from the side. Su Qinghu froze, sucking in a breath. "Big Eggs, Mom? What kind of weird nickname was that?" "Call me Su Qinghu," She turned around and said sternly to Lu Guifang, "Or Comrade Su." Lu Guifang's heart skipped a beat. She clutched a string of little baskets tighter, her voice stammering, I brought you the little baskets you wanted." She'd been so protective of the kids before, and now she didn't even want to admit she was their mom. Lu Guifang looked at Su Qinghu, her confidence slowly returning, even a bit contemptuous. A stepmother is a stepmother, her true colors show after just a few days. Su Qinghu noticed the change in her expression, but didn't bother to respond. She just gestured for her to come in. Big Egg and Little Egg were doing their homework in the yard. When they saw Su Qinghu come home, Little Egg instinctively wanted to run over, but Big Egg pressed him down with a firm hand. "Brother." Little Egg turned to look at Big Egg. "Isn't it rude not to say hello?" Big Egg replied coldly, "This is how we say hello." Little Egg fell silent, sighed, and gave in. Then he broke into a smile and waved at Su Qinghu. "Mama." "Hey," Su Qinghu answered, waving. "Come here, both of you." Little Egg grinned, showing his white teeth, and whispered to Big Egg, "Brother, you can let go now." Big Egg let go and stood up, while Little Egg dashed over. "Mom, what is it?" Little Egg ran up, looking up at Su Qinghu, a human sunflower once again. Su Qinghu smiled. "Come, check if there's anything wrong with these little baskets." As she spoke, she naturally handed her bag to Big Egg, who had just walked over. "Help me put my bag away and grab the receipt from the drawer in my bedside table." He stared at the bag in front of him, hesitated for a moment, but still took it and silently headed to the bedroom. Lu Guifang handed Su Qinghu the string of little baskets. "There are 20 each of the bamboo, rattan, and straw ones. Count them." All these little baskets had been made according to Su Qinghu's drawings. Some were chubby and cute, others slender and elegant. Just looking at them, you could tell they were adorable and delicate. 3 designs, 60 baskets, with all the material and labor costs covered by Lu Guifang's family. Su Qinghu already felt more than satisfied, but she didn't expect there was even more to come. "Technically, we should have delivered all the baskets to you today." Ever since she decided Su Qinghu was the type of stepmother who acted one way in public and another in private, Lu Guifang's tone with Su Qinghu had become much more direct. She stood with her arms crossed, eyes clear and steady. "But our family does things thoroughly, we never cut corners. The remaining 20 baskets will be delivered to you this weekend." Su Qinghu was stunned. "There are still 20 more baskets?" With material and labor costs added up, each little basket doesn't even cost 70 cents. Is this really the going rate these days? Or did someone tip Lu Guifang off, and now she's afraid I'll retaliate, so she's trying to show weakness? But the look in Lu Guifang's eyes was clearly that of someone who thinks, "I look down on you, but I won't say it out loud," a kind of proud disdain. "So, is this really just the market price?" Seeing Su Qinghu silent, Lu Guifang got a bit flustered. "Hey, don't think making baskets is easy. Just picking out the materials takes a lot of effort." Su Qinghu looked at her, took a deep breath, and confirmed it. Lu Guifang wasn't trying to show weakness. This was just the current market rate. Isn't this a little too cheap? Back when she used to visit night markets, a single cricket cage with a little cricket inside would cost 50 yuan. Even if you bargained, just the cage alone would still be 10 yuan. These little baskets in front of her were way bigger than those cricket cages. Honestly, it made her, someone who always played by the rules, feel a bit guilty for getting such a bargain. "You don't have to look at me like that." Lu Guifang couldn't stand being stared at. "We're not going to stiff you. If we said we'll deliver this weekend, we'll deliver this weekend." What's with the silence? Would it kill you to say something? Su Qinghu let out a breath, nudged the starry-eyed Erden, who was staring at the baskets, and said, "Go get Mom some paper and a pen. I need to write a receipt." They hadn't even specified exactly how many baskets they wanted, and now there was this unexpected bonus. Since Lu Guifang said there were 20 more baskets, Su Qinghu wasn't going to be polite. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Guifang with a bright smile. "If I need more in the future, can I come to you for custom orders? And the quality is great too." Su Qinghu felt moved by the Guifang family's honest spirit. She even wanted to give the currently suspicious-looking Lu Guifang a hug. Lu Guifang couldn't help but twitch her lips. These useless baskets, can't eat them, can't drink them, at most they hold 2 big steamed buns, what good are they? Is her brain broken or something? If you want more, just come to us, Lu Guifang replied with a smile. Doesn't matter if she's crazy as long as she pays. Honestly, with these baskets, their family was still making a profit. The materials cost nothing, the father-in-law just foraged for them outside the city. The 2 women exchanged a glance and shared a subtle smile, reaching a strange mutual understanding. Dayton put down his bag and came out with the receipt. Erden also ran over with paper and pen. Mom, here you go. Dayton paused, looked at his brother, then at Su Qinghu, who was already writing away, and suddenly felt something was off. He grabbed Erden, who was still trying to please, and pulled him aside, gritting his teeth. What's she up to now? When Su Qinghu asked him to go inside earlier, was it just to get him out of the way so she could spend money? Just the thought made Dayton angry. Bro, what are you thinking? Erden looked at him, eyes full of curiosity. You're not mad again because you think she spent money, are you? Dayton kept a stern face and repeated, what's she up to now? Erden scratched his head. Bro, you can't control her anyway. Why keep asking? In the end, you're just making yourself mad. He really didn't get it. His brother was so smart. Why couldn't he figure this out? Nope. Erden sighed like a little grown-up. Don't worry, she didn't spend any money today. Only then did Dayton let go, but then Erden added, she didn't spend money today, but that doesn't mean she won't spend tomorrow or the day after. Dayton was left speechless, lips pressed tight. Bro, Erden tried to pat his brother's shoulder, but his arms weren't long enough, so he settled for his arm instead. Listen to me, enjoy life while you can. Dayton, you're not going to the alley or the park to listen to those old men's nonsense this weekend. I wasn't planning to anyway, Erden grinned. Didn't Mom say she's taking us to open bank accounts this weekend? From now on, he'd have his own account too. He's no worse than his brother. After being out-talked by Erden a few times, Dayton was feeling pretty defeated. He looked at Erden, itching to do something. Remember, we agreed, no fighting in front of others. Erden saw the look in Dayton's eyes and immediately sounded the alarm. There are outsiders here. Su Qinghu quickly finished writing the receipt. Both sides stamped their fingerprints, and that was that. Lu Guifang took the receipt and left without even waiting for anyone to see her out. Su Qinghu just raised her eyebrows and let her go. Once the door was closed, Su Qinghu finally turned her attention to the 2 boys whispering to each other. She smiled, clapped her hands to get their attention. Dayton's heart started racing. He had a gut feeling Su Qinghu was about to announce something that would make him mad. Erden's eyes were shining, looking at Su Qinghu expectantly, ready to cheer her on. Under their gaze, Su Qinghu's smile widened, her lips curling up. When she sensed Dayton was at his limit, she cleared her throat. I have an announcement. Erden, what is it? Good news or bad news? Su Qinghu looked at them both, her eyes curving into a mischievous smile. It's not a big deal. Whether it's good or bad depends on how you see it. The more she said it was nothing, the more nervous Dayton got. Erden scratched his chin, then looked at Su Qinghu, steeling himself. Go ahead, I'll try to think positive. This weekend, I've got your schedules all planned out. Would you call that big news? Erden was confused. Didn't you already tell us? Dayton just stared at Su Qinghu in silence. Is this the big reveal? Is she about to drop the bomb? Su Qinghu, this weekend, besides taking you to open bank accounts, there's something else. Erden was scratching his head, getting anxious. She'd been talking so long, why not just say it already? Swimming. I'm taking you both swimming this weekend. Su Qinghu beamed. I've already got your swimsuits ready. Surprised? The surprise was definitely surprising enough, and the unexpectedness was unexpected enough too. The first part refers to Erden, who was so excited by the surprise that he was practically buzzing, and this state lasted all the way until school ended on Saturday. Dayton, on the other hand, was so caught off guard that he ended up giving Su Qinghu the cold shoulder. Aside from necessary communication, he barely spoke to her. Su Qinghu wasn't fazed at all. To be precise, she didn't even realize Dayton was giving her the cold shoulder. These past few days, besides leading the two of them in evening craft sessions, she also had to cram in some foreign language tutoring. Her mouth was so busy yapping, it was about to get chapped. How could she possibly have the energy to notice anything else? Come on, hurry up, bro. Erden clutched his crossbody school bag and dashed home. We've got a mission today. Hearing this, Dayton quickened his pace, still wearing a stern expression. Once home, they opened the door, tossed down their school bags, and immediately started moving the flower arrangement baskets they'd made earlier into the tricycle. Bro, you take care of the last two, Erden said, then dashed into the living room, dumped out his school bag onto the table, grabbed the now empty bag, and ran out to the yard. After finishing up, Dayton went to the kitchen, filled a jug with cool boiled water, and waited in the yard. Seeing Erden holding just the bag's shell, he frowned. What are you doing? Huh? Erden blinked, looked down at his bag, then at his brother. To collect the money, obviously. Dayton pressed his lips together, his little brows still tightly knit. Erden's eyes widened. Bro, you can't be that clueless, right? Our pants pockets can't hold that much money. Dayton turned to lock the living room door, then walked over to the tricycle, still wearing his stern little face. Are you ready? Can we go now? Erden grinned. Let's go, let's go. Today I'm gonna make a fortune. After their new mom said she'd take them swimming over the weekend, she'd taken them out early the next morning to the countryside to dig and scavenge for things. Then, in the evenings, she'd have them make crafts and even set up a plan for how to split the money. Before leaving for work today, she told them to bring their stuff to the newspaper office after school and wait for her. As soon as she got off work, she'd take them to set up a stall and make some money. Dayton pedaled the tricycle in silence, while Erden sat on the edge, happily daydreaming about the future. Once I have money, All right, save it until you actually sell something. Dayton really wanted to give Erden a smack to snap him out of his daydreams. The so-called crafts were just little baskets woven from bamboo or rattan, filled with mossy stones or small tree roots, and a few twigs with pomegranate flowers glued on, or some long, thin grass. The simplest ones were just baskets lined with 3 centimeters of flower petals or cotton, with some quirky little trinkets Su Qinghu had picked up these days placed on top. The kicker was, last night when they were discussing prices, Su Qinghu had actually decided the minimum price would be 5 yuan. Wouldn't 3 jin of pork be a better buy for that money? No matter how impossible he thought it was to sell them, he still had to bring the stuff and wait for her. The tricycle tires had been pumped up that morning, and aside from Erden, there wasn't much weight on the bike, so 9-year-old Dayton had no trouble pedaling. When they got to the newspaper office, Dayton looked around, found the meeting spot Su Qinghu had mentioned, and steered the tricycle over with a push of his foot. Bro, what time is it? Erden swung his legs, his little face flushed with excitement and his eyes full of fighting spirit. I'm so impatient. The earlier they got there, the more time they'd have to hawk their wares. More time hawking meant maybe selling 1 more basket, and 1 more basket meant at least 5 more yuan. These things might not sell, Dayton frowned, his young face serious. If they don't sell, you better not start crying. Erden's eyes widened and he stopped swinging his legs. How could they not sell? These are crafts. I think they're cute and pretty. And Erden jumped off the tricycle. I even learned all the phrases to talk to foreigners. Nothing was a problem. With his clever little brain, how could he not sell anything? Bro, we haven't even started selling yet, don't jinx us. Erden couldn't stand hearing the words not sell. Didn't Mom say? Whoever sells something gets to keep the money. Aren't you thinking about how to sell them? Even at the lowest price, selling 2 would be 10 yuan. A whole big bill. Dayton opened his mouth, but still said what Erden didn't want to hear. That's just a trick. What's a trick? Erden jumped in front of his brother, puffing out his chest and pouting, a little annoyed. She wouldn't lie. Whoever sells something gets the money. I mean, Dayton glanced at the newspaper office exit, saw people coming out, must be quitting time, then leaned in and whispered, the stuff itself is a trick. All of it was made from things that cost nothing. Even the baskets, if they cost money, were only a few mao. That's not true, Erden retorted. There's an old man in the park, the one with those long eyebrows. They have stuff made from straw at home, and he treasures it. Dayton, that's the work of a famous master. Ours isn't the same. How's it not the same? Their straw stuff is a treasure, but our bamboo and rattan baskets aren't. Erden was indignant. We made them look nice too. The baskets are pretty, and the stuff inside is pretty. Tree roots are pretty? Mossy stones are pretty. Dayton asked calmly. Erden was stumped, and suddenly recalled the scene of them digging up tree roots and picking wildflowers in the countryside. But to admit these things were worthless, that they were a trick, he just couldn't accept it. So he stiffened his neck and insisted, I don't care. If other people's tree roots and mossy stones can sell, so can ours. Whether they can or not, it's too early to say. Su Qinghu came over, smiling with her bag in hand. Let's just go try setting up a stall and see for ourselves. No need to assume it won't work. Today's just for practice, getting some experience. Whether we sell anything isn't important. She shoved her bag into Dayton's arms, rolled up her sleeves, hopped onto the tricycle, and turned to the two stunned kids. What's wrong? Get on. Mom, that's not what you said this morning. Erden protested in disbelief as he climbed onto the tricycle. Dayton, so you're not sure we can sell this stuff either? In this blazing heat, was she just taking them out for fun? What's so surprising about that? Seeing them both get on, Su Qinghu gave a strong push with her foot and the tricycle shot forward. Don't be so serious. After a week of running all over the city with Yuan Hang and Sisterly, even Su Qinghu, who used to be a complete stranger to Beijing in this era, could now easily find her way around. All right, we're here. Su Qinghu braked, hopped off the tricycle, stretched her arms and legs, and looked at the two who'd been silent the whole way. According to the numbers you two reported this morning, take your share, find a spot, and get started. How do we sell? Who do we sell to? For how much? That's up to you. Su Qinghu held up a finger. Just remember, there's no upper limit, but you can't sell for less than 5 yuan. In this heat, making crafts at night and digging up tree roots and moss stones in the early morning is no easy feat. Erdan stared at the playful curve of Su Qinghu's lips and the teasing look in her eyes, took a deep breath and grumbled, pointing at a silk shop in the alley. Then, can you help me carry the crafts to the tree next to that shop? Su Qinghu didn't mind. She told Dan to watch the tricycle, then hooked 2 baskets with each hand, her slender fingers deftly lifting them. You take 2 more. Erdan watched her fingers hook the baskets and couldn't help but think how nice they looked. Can we work together? How do you mean, work together? Su Qinghu was curious. This kid's got potential. He already knows about teamwork and win-win cooperation. You help me sell. I'll split the money with you. Erdan blinked. I'll take all the baskets you brought. Just think of it as me buying your stuff wholesale. Erdan didn't notice Su Qinghu's eyes narrowing slightly as he kept talking. Is that okay? If Su Qinghu's hands weren't full of baskets, she'd probably have smacked him upside the head right then. Wishful thinking isn't supposed to be this wild, and trying to get something for nothing isn't supposed to be this blatant. Listen to him. I'll buy your stuff wholesale, you help me sell it, and then I'll split the money with you? If she's doing all that, why not just sell it herself? You want to buy my stuff wholesale? Su Qinghu's pretty face broke into an almost motherly smile. Where's the wholesale payment? I'll pay you after I sell everything, Erdan said, looking every bit the little boss. Don't worry, I won't short you a single cent. It's just that, Erdan scratched his head, frowning as he thought, the wholesale price can't be the same as the minimum price we set before, right? Su Qinghu said nothing, her expression inscrutable. To Erdan, that meant she was considering it, so he went on, we're all on the same side, and we know the cost, so we can't count it as 5 yuan each, right? Afraid someone might overhear, he leaned in closer to Su Qinghu and lowered his voice to discuss the wholesale price. I think, 1 yuan? 1 yuan each for wholesale. He'd heard from people in the alley that the more you buy, the cheaper the price for small business owners. Su Qinghu almost laughed in exasperation. You're buying wholesale from me, and I'm the one selling? Yeah. Erdan looked completely innocent. I'll split the money with you. Su Qinghu almost kicked him. So after I sell everything, then you'll give me the money? Dan, you'll get your money sooner or later, I won't stiff you. I think Su Qinghu took a deep breath, holding back her urge to kick him, and smiled dangerously. You're especially beautiful today. Dan, standing next to Su Qinghu, was frantically signaling to Dan, but when he got no response, he quietly moved behind Su Qinghu, trying to face Dan directly so his silly brother would notice the warning. Unfortunately, he'd only taken 2 steps when Su Qinghu noticed and pulled him back, putting herself between him and Dan. Dan finally realized something was off. He looked at his brother, then at Su Qinghu, then at his brother's hand signals, and suddenly sucked in a breath. He and his brother had their own secret signals. Right now, his brother's signal meant maximum danger. Dan's mind raced as he replayed everything he'd just said, and finally realized what was wrong. Oh heavens, he'd tried to get something for nothing. And that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was what his new mom must think of what he'd just said. He really didn't think she was a fool. Dan took a step back, swallowed, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. What to do? What to do? What should he say? What could he say to make his new mom happy and not think he was treating her like an idiot? Why aren't you asking me what's beautiful about me today? Su Qinghu held onto Dan, ignoring his hand signals to Dan, and just smiled at Dan. Her expression was as dangerous as it could get. Dan's scalp tingled. He couldn't help scratching his head, then forced a pure, innocent smile. Beautiful is for describing women. For men, you should say handsome. Mom, your beauty is beyond words. Dan watched Su Qinghu nervously, ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. He never used to think his new mom would hit anyone, but now he wasn't so sure. Hurry up and ask me, Su Qinghu said, smiling sweetly, her meaning clear as day. Dan got the message, puffed out his cheeks, and pleaded with his eyes. Can I run away in a minute? He meant, if you hit me, can I run? Su Qinghu lowered her voice. Are you going to ask or not? I'll ask. Dan surrendered instantly, lips trembling. What's beautiful about me today? In your dreams. Su Qinghu gave him a little kick. Who do you think you're fooling? I did most of the work on these crafts, and you want me to sell them to you cheap, help you sell them, and then wait for you to pay me after you're done? Not even in your wildest dreams. Dan hung his head. You're not the fool I am. I just say whatever pops into my head, didn't even think about whether I'd get hit for it. And now you're feeling wronged? Su Qinghu looked at the tears welling in his eyes, incredulous. I'm telling you, you'd better not cry. Or I'll hit you. Dan crying was one thing, but now there was going to be another crybaby? Su Qinghu rolled her eyes to the sky. What a mess. She let go of Dan and pushed him. You go. No, Dan refused. Whoever made him cry should comfort him. You really won't go? Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes. Then I'll cry too. Not only will I cry, I'll write to your dad and tell him you two ganged up to bully me. Her shamelessness left Dan and the crying Dan completely stunned. Dan's mouth fell open and his tears stopped in their tracks. Dan saw out of the corner of his eye that Dan had stopped crying and quickly said to Su Qinghu, he's not crying anymore. Su Qinghu turned to Dan, still crying. Dan looked at her, wiped his tears, and rattled off a string of foreign words. It was the daily vocabulary Su Qinghu had drilled into them before. Su Qinghu and Dan were both taken aback for a moment, then seemed to realize something and immediately turned around. It was a slightly plump foreign woman. She was watching Dan, her eyes full of encouragement, patiently listening to him speak, occasionally letting out a few exclamations. The more Dan talked, the smoother he got. If there was something he didn't understand or didn't know how to say, he just gestured. Su Qinghu and Dan stood quietly to the side, silently watching him communicate with the foreign lady. The more Dan listened, the more astonished he became. Although he didn't understand everything, with the help of gestures, he could guess about 80% of it. Su Qinghu, on the other hand, wasn't all that surprised, but she did gain a deeper appreciation for Dan's adaptability. Half an hour later, Dan beamed with joy, stuffed 20 yuan into his crossbody school bag, patted it proudly, and let out a couple of hee-hee laughs. Yes, after 20 minutes of talking and gesturing, he'd managed to sell 3 baskets. The price was 7 yuan each, but since the woman bought all 3, he gave her a discount of 1 yuan. This is mine. Suddenly sensing 2 gazes on him, Dan snapped out of his happiness, clutched his bag defensively, and looked at the 2 of them warily. I sold them myself. He sold them himself, so the money was his alone. That was the deal they'd made earlier. Dan still felt like he was dreaming. We didn't say we wanted your money. So, it was that simple? Just chatting and someone bought these worthless trinkets? Su Qinghu gave him a big thumbs up. Not bad. Caught off guard by the praise, Dan reflexively wanted to smile, but remembering his earlier grievance, he forced his mouth back down and pursed his lips, staring at Su Qinghu for a while before finally saying, I don't want to talk to you today. She kicked him earlier, not that it hurt, but it made him feel bad inside. He still felt bad now. If he didn't want to talk, then so be it. Who doesn't have a bit of a temper? She turned to Dan, what about you? Have you decided where you want to sell? I'll sell with my brother. Dan looked up at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu nodded, took down Dan's 4 baskets, put them together for the 2 brothers, gave them a few reminders, then rode off on her tricycle to another spot. Once she was gone, Dan finally looked after her. She just left like that? Dan, what else? Stay here and steal your business? Or do you want to ride her coattails? That foreign woman's attention was on Su Qinghu at first, but then she turned to Dan, asked for the price, and wondered why someone so young was doing business. How did Dan answer? He said their mom brought them here for a social experience, to see if they could sell the handicrafts they'd worked so hard to make. That made it clear to the foreign woman who the real seller was. Catching the meaning in his brother's words, Dan scuffed his toe on the ground and mumbled, can't we just do what she said before, cooperate for a win-win? Win-win? The way you talked before, was that really win-win? After a week of making crafts and scavenging, Dan was no stranger to Su Qinghu's constant mutterings. What you wanted was to get something for nothing, be greedy, sell her out for money, and still expect her to count the cash and hand it over to you with a smile. Dan got annoyed. But I didn't think that far. I just thought it'd be faster to make money that way. With more people, we'd sell out quickly. Brother, didn't you notice at the cinema? Dan looked up at him seriously. Movies with pretty girls on the posters always sell out fast. Dan couldn't deny it, he'd noticed too. He just couldn't understand why so many people liked those movies. Wasn't tunnel warfare better than those films? She's good looking. If she stood here with our crafts, even without saying a word, people would buy. If there were foreigners, and she spoke a few words in their language, we'd sell even faster. Dan imagined the scene. Dan, that's her. If it were someone else, would they want to partner with you? She's the one who controls your supply. Dan sighed. That's why I was just thinking about it. He wasn't shameless enough to force her to stay or make her do business with him. Why does she sound so good when she speaks another language? Dan sighed. When she was talking to that foreigner, I could see she was struggling to understand. Struggling? If she knew more, she'd be talking nonstop. We've already sold 3. If we keep working hard, every extra one we sell is more money. Anyway, we're not losing out today. Dan was delighted. When we meet up later, I'm definitely going to show off to her. Dan, didn't you say you didn't want to talk to her today? Dan twisted the knife. And she agreed. Dan, I did say that and she agreed, but can't I change my mind? Now it was Dan's turn to be speechless. If you change your mind, does that mean she has to change hers too? Why not? Dan lifted his chin, eyes shining. I'll talk to her about shopping. His face changed instantly. No way. Why not? Dan looked at him. We made so much money, what's wrong with spending a little? There were so many baskets at home, even if they sold each at the lowest price, 5 yuan, that was still a lot of money. Dan, how many baskets can we actually sell? The ones we don't sell don't count as money. That foreign woman was a fluke, just lucky timing. Could they really keep running into rich, patient foreigners like her? Then let's work hard to sell them. Dan was optimistic. There are lots of places here where foreigners go. Even if we sell just one at each spot, plus what we've already sold, we'll still make a profit. Dan didn't say anything else. He just took a deep breath, looked at the passing crowds, and searched for potential customers. When Dan finally sold one too, Su Qinghu still hadn't returned. A familiar female voice rang out. Dan and Dan turned their heads in unison. Qinyan stared at them in disbelief, her tone full of shock. "You're running a street stall?" Dan pursed his lips. "What's wrong with running a stall? It's not like they're stealing or robbing anyone. Is our family short on food or drink? Why are you out here running a stall?" Qinyan asked angrily, lowering her voice. Dan pressed his lips together. "We're here for social experience." "I don't care what kind of experience you're after. You can't do something so embarrassing. Pack up your stall and come home right now." Qinyan was almost out of breath. What kind of people run stalls these days? Doesn't Su Qinghu know any better? Dan and Dan's faces immediately tensed up. They looked at Qinyan, their hands unconsciously clenching into fists at their sides. "What, you're not convinced?" Qinyan was fuming. "This so-called social experience, it's just a trick to fool kids like you who don't know any better. These days, even laid-off workers doing small businesses will hide when they see acquaintances. If that's how laid-off workers act, what about those street vendors who aren't even retired workers? Who were they before? What did they do? Don't you ever think about that? If any of the old friends of the Qin family saw this..." Qinyan didn't even dare to imagine it. She simply started helping to pack up the stall. "I really don't know what Su Qinghu is thinking. At your age, with your little bodies, even if you don't consider anything else, even if you manage to sell something, can you even keep the money safe?" Dan and Dan were about to stop her. Just as they reached out, they saw someone silently standing behind Qinyan. The two of them instantly froze. "Mama, please don't say anything." Just as Qinyan reached for the little basket, someone tugged at her sleeve. She turned around but didn't see anyone. "Mama, I'm down here." Qian Duoshu tugged her sleeve again. Qinyan looked down and finally saw her own son. "Why are you here alone? Where's your dad? Where are your grandma and grandpa?" "I'm not alone." 4-year-old Qian Duoshu frowned, glanced back to make sure the beautiful, smiling Su Qinghu was still there, then turned back and said, "I came with Auntie." Following her son's gaze, Qinyan finally noticed Su Qinghu dressed in loose black pants, a blue silk shirt with floral prints, her hair styled in voluminous waves. Su Qinghu smiled and waved, "Hello, big sister-in-law." There was a teasing undertone in her greeting. How could Qinyan not pick up on it? She did, and it made her a bit embarrassed. But looking at Su Qinghu, so dazzling and drawing glances from passers-by, her embarrassment faded, replaced by a surge of dissatisfaction at Su Qinghu's appearance and style. But just as she was about to say something, Su Qinghu's gaze shifted away. She shot a playful look at the two kids, tossed her fluffy waves, and asked, "Do you like it?" Dan stared at her freshly styled waves, lips pressed tight, saying nothing, but the shock in his eyes was impossible to hide. So, when you think someone is already beautiful, they can become even more beautiful. Dan's eyes sparkled as he responded loudly, "You look amazing." He'd noticed her as soon as she arrived. No one's mom was as pretty as theirs. Su Qinghu was already fair-skinned and beautiful, with a long neck, elegant collarbones, and a tall, slender figure. Her overall presence was striking. With her hair in big waves and the top 2 buttons of her silk shirt undone, revealing a hint of her delicate collarbone, she lifted her chin slightly, radiant enough to dazzle anyone. Being admired by the two kids, Su Qinghu's red lips curled higher and higher, finally revealing a row of pearly white teeth as she beamed, "You've got great taste." When it comes to selling things, you have to find your target customers, tell them a few stories, whether emotional or mysterious, throw in some praise for the country's economic development and national pride, and once you've made them happy, the rest comes naturally. It's just like in tourist cities nowadays. Having beautiful scenery and cultural sites isn't enough. You need famous people, passionate or romantic stories, even if it's just a few rocks on a mountaintop. If you can find an angle to make them look like people or animals, you've got a selling point. Once you have a selling point, everything else falls into place. So, there's a saying about how local tourism resources and tour guides complement each other. Whether the scenery is beautiful or not, it all depends on the guide's mouth. When Su Qinghu picked up the little basket to start selling, she deliberately gave each item a unique story or meaning. That way, there was atmosphere, there was a story, and the selling point was clear. With good products and smooth communication, once people are happy, they're more likely to buy. So, Su Qinghu quickly sold out her goods, then took a customer who'd helped her find buyers to a hair salon, guided the stylist, and helped the foreign lady customer get a hairstyle everyone was happy with. Of course, to build rapport, she got her own hair done too. The result was unexpectedly fantastic. Su Qinghu was delighted with the money she'd earned and even happier to spend it, and she ended up buying a few lipsticks and other things with her new friend. Zhang Anyan, little friend, Su Qinghu winked at Dan. I spent money again today. Zhang Anyan, Dan, gritted his molars. He'd originally planned to ignore her spending, but being called out so provocatively, he couldn't help himself. He unclenched his jaw, put on a stern face, and said, "Can I control how you spend your money? Would you even let me?" Su Qinghu grinned, "Of course not." "Then why are you telling me?" Dan puffed his cheeks in frustration, glaring at Su Qinghu. "Do you want me to praise you or something?" "Huh?" Su Qinghu feigned surprise, teasing him, "Do you want to praise me?" Dan immediately turned his head away, refusing to look at her. Su Qinghu scooted over, deliberately moving into his line of sight. "If you want to praise me, just do it. You have freedom of speech, you know." "Zhang Anyan, please, don't hold back. Praise me as much as you want." Dan's face turned red. After holding it in for a while, he finally muttered, "You're so shameless." "Thank you for complimenting my youthful skin." Su Qinghu shamelessly reinterpreted his words, then reached out to ruffle his hair. Changing the subject, she asked, "How many are left?" Dan puffed out his cheeks, lips pressed tight, watching Su Qinghu ruffle his brother's hair and smile at him, but not talking to him. He felt utterly left out. "I sold 3. Big brother sold 1, so we have 6 left," he mumbled, drooping his head. This time, Su Qinghu looked at him, but didn't say anything. Under her gentle, smiling gaze, Dan gradually gathered his courage and decided to take back his earlier silent treatment. "Can we make up?" Before Su Qinghu could reply, he hurriedly added, "I can go shopping with you, too." Looking at his hopeful eyes, Su Qinghu wagged a finger, "Nope. A real man keeps his word." "I'm not a real man, I'm just a kid." Dan's pride was like summer weather in a southern city, sunny one moment, raining the next. As long as they could make up, he'd say anything, flexible as could be. Su Qinghu took a step back and pointed at Qian Duoshu, who'd been quietly listening. "Now that's what a real kid looks like." Dan stared at the little kid in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't argue back, so the look he gave the little bean was a bit unfriendly. Where did this little thing pop up from? Whose kid was this? And why did he look so unmanly? The little bean, Qian Duoshu, looked at Dan and called out crisply, "Big brother." Dan felt stifled. Right now, he didn't want to be a big brother, he wanted to be the younger one. "Auntie," Qian Duoshu walked forward, naturally grabbing Su Qinghu's hand, and pointed at Dan, "Is this one also my brother?" The chubby, soft little hand in hers made Su Qinghu's eyes curve into crescent moons with delight. She squatted down and looked at his obedient, adorable face, nodding, "Yes, that's your big brother." "Hello, big brother." Little Qian Duoshu looked at the serious Dan, flashing a few tiny baby teeth as he smiled, then introduced himself. "My name is Qian Duoshu, and I'm 4 years old." Dan replied coolly, "You should have heard my name just now, but you're not allowed to call me by it. From now on, whenever you see me, you have to call me Big Brother. Qian Duoshu nodded sweetly, "Okay, Big Brother." Then he turned to look at Dan, his eyes shining, waiting for him to introduce himself. Dan pouted, not wanting to answer, not wanting to be called Big Brother. He glanced at Su Qinghu, who was watching them with a smile, and struggled internally. If he didn't answer, she'd probably think he was less polite than a little kid. "My name is Gao Haixing," Dan said. "I'm your brother." Qian Duoshu looked at him, then at himself. He was taller than him, so he should call him brother. Mama, should I call him second brother or third brother? Qian Duoshu was clever. Since Dan didn't say his age, he just asked Qinyan directly, is he older than brother Hang? She knew that her second brother's son, Qin Hang, was 5 this year. But as for Dan's age, she really wasn't sure. He's 6 by Western age. Su Qinghu caught Qinyan's eye and smiled. Dan is 7 by Chinese counting. Dan nearly choked. 6 is 6, why add the extra year? With the Chinese way of counting, he was now 3 years older than this little bean. I'm 6. Dan protested, my birthday hasn't come yet. If it hasn't come, I'm still 6. Only after my birthday can you say I'm 7. Qian Duoshu nodded, calculating carefully, so you're 2 years older than me. Dan, might as well have said nothing. Su Qinghu looked at Dan's expression and almost burst out laughing. Then she glanced at the innocent Qian Duoshu and wanted to shout brilliant 3 times. Second brother, Qian Duoshu called to Dan, have you sold all your baskets? He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to find a stinky sock to stuff into this annoying little bean's mouth. Su Qinghu clenched her fingers, shifting her gaze slightly to distract herself, afraid she'd lose control and laugh out loud right there. Kids really are the cutest creatures in the world at times. Dan stared at little Qian Duoshu, starting to suspect this kid was full of mischief. Otherwise, how could every word hit right where it hurt? You're just a little kid, don't worry about grown-ups. Dan put on a stern face. Can't you see I'm still selling? Qian Duoshu tilted his little face up at Dan. Second brother, do you need me to help? You. Dan scoffed, do you even go to school? Can you do math? Can you speak a foreign language? Su Qinghu almost applauded Dan. What a great set of questions. The slap in the face was going to be loud and clear. Even Qinyan, who was usually annoyed at Su Qinghu for embarrassing the family, now looked a little proud. Qian Duoshu tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then rattled off a string of foreign words, answering Dan's 3 questions perfectly. Oh, he didn't quite understand that. He sneaked a look at Su Qinghu, and seeing she wasn't paying attention to his reaction, he turned his shocked gaze back to the little bean in front of him. For years old and already speaking a foreign language? And so adorably, too? Duoduo's dad has been teaching him bilingually since he started talking, Qinyan said, her pride obvious. Later, he also interacted with his dad's teachers and classmates, so he picked up even more. Qian Duoshu didn't understand the adults showing off. He explained seriously, I'm too little, so I haven't started school yet. When I'm a year older, Daddy says I can skip kindergarten and go straight to 2nd grade. This time, he spoke in Mandarin. But because he understood, it stung even more. This little kid hasn't even started school and already knows so much. Isn't he afraid his brain will get tired? You're not growing taller because you're learning too much. Your brain's too heavy. It's weighing you down. Dan, feeling defeated, offered advice. You should study less and exercise more. That way, you'll grow taller. Qinyan didn't like that. He's smart, learning isn't hard for him, and he has plenty of playtime, probably more than you guys. What does he play? Dan was sure Qian Duoshu didn't like sports, so he relaxed, Big Brother mode on, and said loftily, I mean real exercise, like running and jumping, not just sitting and drawing or doing crafts. Qinyan was momentarily speechless, wanting to say something but not wanting to lose her dignity as an elder, so she let it go. Qian Duoshu nodded. Second brother is right, I should exercise more. See? Kids are more honest than adults, Dan said proudly, lifting his chin and, without realizing it, taking a jab at Qinyan. Most kids are more honest than you grown-ups. Su Qinghu's eyes sparkled. Here it comes, the good part. Sure enough, Qian Duoshu's soft little voice piped up, I really need more exercise. Auntie invited me to go swimming tomorrow, and I agreed. He needed to exercise more and grow taller, so he could go to school and meet new teachers and learn new things. After he finished, he smiled sweetly at Su Qinghu and shook her hand. Auntie, you have to keep your word. We'll go swimming together. Dan's dissatisfaction was written all over his face. He puffed out his cheeks and glared at Su Qinghu. Wasn't this supposed to be a family weekend? Why bring an outsider? Of course. Auntie almost never lies to kids, Su Qinghu said with a smile, holding out her pinky. Come on, pinky promise. Qian Duoshu cheered, stuck out his chubby little finger, and hooked it with hers. Standing off to the side, Erdan was about to die of jealousy. A pinky promise. When she held out her finger just now, he thought she was going to pinky promise with him and make up. He was just about to reach out, but in the end, it wasn't for him. Do you have a swimsuit? Erdan's little face could no longer hide his feelings. Do you even know how to swim? Before Qian Duoshu could answer, Erdan started pestering Su Qinghu again. He's so little, what if there's a flood? He's just a kid, we can't afford to pay if something happens. By the end, his tone grew more and more aggrieved, and the look he gave Su Qinghu was practically spelling out, don't bring that little brat along, our family would have way more fun without him. Su Qinghu took a deep breath, pinched herself, and finally managed to stifle the laughter threatening to burst out. Erdan thought she was seriously considering his concerns and relaxed a bit, his mind spinning faster. How about we wait until he's older to bring him along, okay? Seeing his earnest, grown-up expression, Su Qinghu almost laughed again. To keep from cracking up, she had to stay silent and do her best to keep a straight face. He's so smart and cute, I bet he's his parents' and grandparents' little treasure. Erdan struggled to suppress his true feelings and forced himself to find some nice words for the little rascal he was sure was full of mischief. Such a cute, clever, and good-looking kid, if he got brain damage swimming, his whole family would be heartbroken. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Erdan, with all his little schemes, actually managed to compliment another kid? That was truly eye-opening. Erdan was stunned by her laughter, staring at her in confusion. What was going on? Why didn't this feel like he expected? Duo knows how to swim. Before Chen Yan could say anything, Qian Yin, who was walking over with a pile of ice creams, heard Erdan's words and grinned. He was playing in the water with a swim ring when he was 2. He learned to swim last year, and he's already been swimming a few times this year. As he spoke, he shoved the ice creams in front of Dayton and Erdan. Here, take one. Dayton and Erdan, still reeling from Qian Duoshu's many talents, couldn't even muster up excitement for the ice cream. One each, Su Qinghu said, ruffling Qian Duoshu's little head and looking at Dayton and Erdan. Let's not sell the rest for now. Let's pack up and go meet up with your grandparents. As luck would have it, Su Qinghu had barely left the shop when she was called over by Chen's parents and Qian Yin with Qian Duoshu. If she hadn't needed to show Mrs. Chen, Meng, the way to the perm shop, there probably wouldn't have been any conflict between Chen Yan and the kids. As for Chen Yan, she'd left her parents, husband, and child to buy something for them, and maybe a little treat for her son, planning to meet up at their reserved table. Who knew she'd run into Dayton and Erdan playing street vendors? Her temper flared, and the rest was history. Luckily, when Su Qinghu took her mother-in-law Meng to the hair salon, she knew Chen Yan was headed this way. So after dropping her off and telling the hairdresser what Meng wanted, she hopped on her tricycle and rushed over with the kids. Sure enough, the 3 had gotten into it. But this time, even if she didn't step in, someone else did, and it was a total knockout. Even if the problem solver was just a little kid, the effect was pretty good. When Su Qinghu said they wouldn't sell the rest, Erdan started an internal tug-of-war. If they stopped selling, that little rascal would definitely make fun of him, maybe even say something snarky in front of his new mom. But if he insisted on selling everything, who knew how long it would take? Would there still be time to eat out with Grandpa and Grandma? Dayton looked at Su Qinghu. If we go now, it'll cut into our selling time. How do we make up for that? Qian Yin waited until the 2 had taken their ice creams before handing them out to the others, including Qian Duoshu, then smiled at Dayton. Chen Yan frowned when she saw Qian Yin give her son ice cream and was about to say something, but her son patted her shoulder. I'll just have 3 bites. Chen Yan immediately fell silent and watched Dayton, who was negotiating with Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu said, "What do you mean? How do we make up for it? Whatever you don't sell today is still yours. Tomorrow, you'll keep selling from what's left at home." If you don't finish today, sell it tomorrow. And Su Qinghu paused. Are you sure you can sell the last 6 today? Dayton said, if we pack up now and we can't sell the rest later, will you help us sell them all? Sure, Su Qinghu waved her hand. I thought it was something serious. As long as it didn't involve money, she was fine with anything. Erden reached out to stop Su Qinghu, looking up at her. I have another request. Su Qinghu pulled her hand back and looked down at him with a teasing smile. You have to make up with me, Erden said, clearly determined not to let anyone pack up until she agreed. Erden pressed on. I said sorry to you. Can you forgive me? Will you talk to me? Erden's eyes lit up and he quickly said, I'm sorry. Do you think I'm sorry is enough? Su Qinghu's smile faded. Just because you say sorry, I have to accept it? Erden stared at her, stunned, his heart pounding uncomfortably. Seeing his involuntary fear, Su Qinghu finally let him off the hook. Remember, before you say or do anything, think it through. Think about whether you can follow through, and whether others will want to make up with you right away even if you do. Erden's eyes turned red. He retreated behind Dayton, refusing to look at Su Qinghu. For a moment, Su Qinghu wondered if she'd gone too far and scared the child. But apologizing to him didn't seem quite right. Hey, Gao Haixing, Su Qinghu took a step forward and called him. Su Qinghu advanced, Erden retreated, and just like that, she backed him into a corner. She stuck out her pinky. Do you want to make up or not? If you do, let's pinky swear. Erden hung his head, refusing to look at her or speak. Hurry up. If we make up, you can try on your new clothes, Su Qinghu coaxed. Erden's head snapped up. Really? She actually bought him new clothes? Brand new? Hurry, I only managed to buy them for you thanks to a foreigner's help, Su Qinghu urged. Erden quickly stuck out his hand and hooked his pinky with hers, shaking hard. Pinky swear. 100 years, no changing. Su Qinghu laughed. Okay, no changing. Whoever breaks it will turn into a poop head when they grow up. Erden declared, staring at Su Qinghu's pretty face and playing his trump card. Getting bold, huh? That pitiful look from before, was that even you? Say it. Erden urged when Su Qinghu hesitated. Say it, and we're really made up. Su Qinghu took a deep breath. Fine. Whoever breaks it will turn into a poop head when they grow up. Silly boy, she was already an adult. Unless she did something drastic, she wasn't going to turn ugly. Su Qinghu just smiled without saying more. He was only 6 or 7, still a decade away from his looks being set. Hopefully, in these 10 years, he wouldn't really turn into a poop head. Chunyan watched their childish interactions, utterly full of disdain. This feeling of disdain lingered all the way until they left the bustling commercial district. It still hadn't faded. It was one thing for kids to speak without manners, but for her to join in their nonsense too? It was just speechless. If Su Qinghu weren't busy pedaling a tricycle with 3 kids on board, she would have given Chen Yan a fitting description after seeing her expression, like that meme of the old man on the subway staring at his phone. Of course, the looks she was getting from passers-by weren't much better. Here she was, a stylish and modern beauty, riding a somewhat worn-out tricycle with 3 clearly different-aged kids, all of them cheerful, slowly making their way down the street. No matter how you looked at it, it was just odd. Who is this girl? Someone whispered. She was undeniably good-looking, but what she was doing didn't match her appearance at all. Someone chimed in. Maybe they're filming something? The women on TV are always pretty, and this one is too. Only on TV would you see a pretty woman doing something so out of character, right? I've seen people filming over by Hohai, but they had cameras. There's nothing like that here. Maybe she just thinks riding a tricycle is fun? There were a lot of people in this area, and it was noisy. Although Su Qinghu couldn't make out what they were saying, she could feel the curious stares directed at her. Seeing that the road ahead was clear, she turned to look, only to meet the bold gaze of a young woman. The young woman was startled when Su Qinghu looked back, her eyes widening as she stared for a while. The moment Su Qinghu looked away, she rushed forward and asked directly, "Where did you get your hair and clothes done?" Su Qinghu gripped the handlebars, glanced at the girl's face and gave her the name of the hair salon, then said, "I bought the clothes at the department store." The young woman said, "But I've never seen anything like that at the department store." "Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it's not there, big sister." Little Qian Duoshu stood up, placed his small hand on Su Qinghu's back, and said to the young woman, "I've seen it before." The young woman wasn't annoyed. She even turned to ask the little guy, "You remember? Can you tell me where exactly?" She was just joking, but Qian Duoshu started chattering away, explaining everything clearly, and even added, "If you still can't find it, it probably means it's sold out." Chen looked at her son, her pride barely contained. "My son has a good memory. If he says he saw it, he definitely did." The young woman looked at him, then at Su Qinghu, and felt there was a real chance it had sold out. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then I'll just have to check back a few more times." She looked so good that even if no one asked her directly, people would definitely remember and go looking for the same clothes. That was her plan anyway, to remember the style and look for it later. She hadn't expected to make eye contact with the person herself. Since they'd made eye contact, it was much faster to just ask where the clothes and hair were done. After answering, Su Qinghu continued forward with the kids, while Chen Yan and Qian Yin walked beside her, keeping an eye on the children and chatting with Su Qinghu. Inside the tricycle, Dan and Dan sat on either side, with Qian Duoshu in the middle, full of curiosity. He kept asking questions, calling each of them Big Brother. He was full of questions, but so polite that no one could get annoyed. Dan didn't want to pay him any attention, but Qian Duoshu especially liked talking to him. "Second brother, are you coming to sell things again tomorrow?" Qian Duoshu asked, "Can I come too?" Dan finally spared the little guy a glance. "Ask your mom." His dad's sister didn't seem to like their family much, so she probably wouldn't want her kid tagging along either. If that was the case, he'd let the little troublemaker's mom be the bad guy. Qian Duoshu turned to Dan, "Big brother, if my mom agrees, will you let me come with you?" Dan was lost in thought and was caught off guard. After a pause, he said, "Ask your mom first, then ask our family." Su Qinghu, facing away from them, was both amused and exasperated by Dan's awkwardness. "Just listen to that answer, TSK. But Qian Duoshu was still a child. He immediately turned to Chen Yan. "Mom, can I?" Chen Yan opened her mouth to refuse, but Qian Yin stopped her. "It's rare for the kid to have a request. Let him go, it'll be a good social experience." The words social experience made Chen Yan reflexively look at Su Qinghu and Dan. Both boys looked right back at her. She was the one who just said social experience was just a trick to fool kids. Now it was her own child's turn. Let's see what she'd say. Chen Yan's gaze shifted to her son, then, under the boy's stares, she pretended to be calm and looked away. Just pretend that never happened." "Okay." Chen Yan forced a smile and said gently to her son, "Then remember to bring your own water bottle tomorrow." Hearing Chen Yan speak like that, Su Qinghu instantly got goosebumps. At this moment, Chen Yan felt to her like a tigress suddenly retracting her claws and softly going meow. As they walked, Qian Yin said, "I have to host a few friends tomorrow, and Duoduo's mom will be with me. How about letting Duoduo's grandma watch the kids with you tomorrow?" With Chen Yan's personality and her views on certain things, Su Qinghu was more than happy for her not to come. Chen Yan still felt uneasy, especially when it came to Su Qinghu, who always seemed unreliable. But with her own mother there, she felt a bit more at ease. "Is there anything Duo can't eat?" Su Qinghu stopped the tricycle, got off, and asked Chen Yan and Qian Yin. Chen Yan wanted to list the things her son didn't like, so Su Qinghu could pay attention, but her husband spoke first. "He's not allergic to anything, and there's nothing he especially dislikes, so you and Mom can just feed him whatever tomorrow." Su Qinghu nodded, turned around, and helped Qian Duoshu off the tricycle. Dan hopped off as well. That left only Dan in the tricycle. Su Qinghu looked at him, signaling with her eyes for him to get down. Dan pursed his lips, looked at the ever-fickle Su Qinghu, and, without even blushing, said, "It's too high. I'm scared." Su Qinghu choked, coughed a few times, and finally caught her breath. Looking at the proud, attention-seeking Dan, she was at a loss for words. Thanks to readers 20170715231254070 asterisk and 20190604140241578 for the rewards. And thanks to everyone for your monthly votes. In the end, it was Su Qinghu who carried Erden out of the car. The moment Erden was lifted out, Dayton's expression nearly cracked. Back when he was butting heads with Xiao Yang and tailing her, he and his silly little brother had climbed trees together, scaled courtyard walls, even clambered over gate roofs. But now, this kid who didn't even dare jump down from a tricycle, was this really his brother? For a split second, Dayton was almost superstitious. Had his brother bumped into something supernatural? Su Qinghu, whose mind was a tangled mess, set Erden down and, seeing the proud look on his face, like a peacock about to fan its tail, suddenly felt like laughing again. Huh. Turns out when kids act up, their drama is no less than adults. Once on the ground, Erden tugged at his brother Dayton, and when he snapped out of it, Erden announced loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Brother, from now on I'll call you Yan Yan, and you call me Xing Xing, okay?" Dayton almost spat right then and there. If the situation allowed, he would have doused his brother in boy pee to wash away whatever bad luck he'd run into. As for Su Qinghu, she was so stunned she went blank, just staring at Erden as her mind quaked with aftershocks. There's no most dramatic, only more dramatic, huh? The calmest ones were actually Qian Yin's family, who didn't quite understand Su Qinghu and Dayton's reactions, their eyes full of confusion. "Dayton and Erden sound nice," Qian Duoshu said, frowning in thought, his little voice milky and sweet. "You can tell right away they're brothers." Dayton swallowed, staring at Erden, afraid he'd pull another stunt before he could stop him. Erden was unhappy. "You get to be called Duo, so why can't we be NN and Xing Xing?" Su Qinghu couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed Erden's head and gave it a rough rub. Dan, from now on, zip it, okay?" "I don't want to be called Dan. Every boy born in the Hutongs was called Dan by their parents or grandparents. There were so many Dan who'd know who you were calling. Su Qinghu, just shut it, Gao Hai Xing." Called by his full name, Erden instantly quieted down. Su Qinghu shot him a look, firmly suppressing this competitive, attention-seeking behavior of his. Once he'd settled, Su Qinghu turned to Dayton, who finally looked away from Erden and met her gaze. Seeing his clear eyes and upright expression, Su Qinghu carefully said, "You." "I'll stick with what I've always been called." Dayton immediately understood what she meant and cut in before she could finish. "Dayton or Zhang Anyan either is fine." Su Qinghu gave him a look of approval. "Good kid, you get it," and finally relaxed. Having at least one normal child wasn't so bad, even if this one was stingy and hated letting people spend money. The two reached an understanding and turned to look at Erden. "Erden, fine, call me whatever you want." Just as they stepped over the threshold of the barbershop, Qian Duoshu, who was holding Qian Yin's hand, suddenly blurted out, "Daddy, is second brother jealous of me?" Qian Yin stumbled. Where did you learn to say that?" Duo, who taught you to talk like that?" Qin Yan scooped up her son and stared at him. "Do you even know what that means?" As she questioned him, she shot a suspicious look at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu cleared her throat. "I was only alone with your son for a few minutes." Thinking back, Qian Yin had said earlier that he and his son had followed Su Qinghu over, and just before arriving, he'd asked her to take the kids while he went to buy ice cream. So really, they'd barely been alone. She glared at Qian Yin. "Which teacher have you been taking Duo to visit lately?" Last week, when he picked up his son from a teacher's house, there'd been a friend of the teacher there, someone a bit uninhibited. "You." Qin Yan, seeing his guilty look, was furious. "You'd better not let Duo's grandparents find out, or I'm not saving you from whatever they do." Qian Yin cleared his throat, hinting for Qin Yan to watch herself. Following his gaze, Qin Yan looked over and met Su Qinghu's face, so pretty it made you want to curse heaven for being unfair. Can't let others see a joke at her expense. Qian Duoshu, after watching everyone's reactions, turned to Su Qinghu. "Auntie, am I not supposed to say that?" It's not that you can't. Su Qinghu had barely started when Chen shot her a glare sharp as knives. She reconsidered. It's just that the wording isn't quite right. Maybe we should use a different phrase, or say it another way. Big sister-in-law, can you put away those dagger eyes now? Su Qinghu smiled sweetly at Chen. Big sis, my literary skills aren't that great. When we get home, you can explain to Duo how to say it more accurately, okay? Kids ask a million questions, one answer leads to 10 more, then it's the chicken and the egg, never ending. Especially a smart kid like Qian Duoshu, raised bilingual from the start, whoever his parents are, they can handle his questions themselves. She wasn't about to take on that headache. Chen choked, replaying her son's words in her mind, and, oddly enough, found them quite fitting. She couldn't even think of a better term. Looking at Su Qinghu, Chen suddenly thought of her brother, Chenlai. A little demon like Su Qinghu really needed someone as cold and detached as Chenlai to handle her. Seeing Chen displeasure, Su Qinghu was delighted and led the kids into the hair salon. Qian Duoshu broke free and dashed in cheerfully. Walking behind, Chen pinched Qian. You're in charge of teaching the kid when we get home. I'm not dealing with it. It didn't hurt. Qian just smiled good-naturedly and nodded. Don't worry. If I can't come up with something better, I'll ask the teacher. When it came to the child, no matter how much he wanted to keep family matters private, Chen could only agree. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Chen lowered her voice, eyes on Su Qinghu ahead, and said to Qian, when I first saw Dayton and Erden selling things on the street, I got a bit mad and said some harsh things. Tomorrow, if she and Mom take the kids out, will she scold the kids, make them feel bad? Qian understood what she left unsaid. This kind of thing happened often enough that even a science guy like him knew what she meant. He said, our sister-in-law doesn't seem like that kind of person. She looks unreliable, and she holds grudges. Just thinking about how Su Qinghu called her big sis made Chen fume. This is already the second time she's called me that. Qian reminded her, do you remember how you addressed her? Chen shot him a look and strode ahead, leaving him behind. Good thing he was slow on the uptake and hadn't noticed her private feud with Chenlai. The reason Su Qinghu dared to treat her this way was largely because Chenlai indulged her. Heard that on the first day of release, you need a 10,000-word update, cry laugh. Here's a new chapter for you all. A lively group of people made their way to the hair salon and then, just as energetically, headed to the private restaurant that Chen had reserved earlier. Originally, there were supposed to be 5 people, but suddenly 3 more showed up, and they were late. The owner wasn't too pleased about this. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at the 3 extras, paused in surprise, and then his eyes lit up. He seemed to wake up from his lethargy, becoming alert and spirited. 1 adult and 2 kids, all good-looking, and each with their own unique charm. And that little one, those eyes really were bright and clear. It had been years since he'd seen so many people who could truly be called gifted and beautiful all at once. The owner shook his head, full of emotion. After watching them for a while, he waved his hand and had his young apprentice arrange seats for them. Su Qinghu was amazed. This owner, she thought, looked like someone with a bit of a temper. Of course, she could also tell that, just like her, the owner had a weakness, a natural soft spot for good-looking people. While Su Qinghu and the kids sized up the owner, he was sizing them up too. After looking them over, he turned to Qian and Chen, then finally looked at Chen's father and mother. Are they all yours? Chen Bo grinned and nodded. They're all ours. Incredible. The owner gave a thumbs up. So many gifted and beautiful people gathered in one family, you must be something special yourself. Chen Bo just kept smiling, neither confirming nor denying it. The owner, however, stared at Chen Bo for a while, then suddenly bent down, opened a drawer, and took something out, handing it to him with both hands. My place is small and I have a lot of regulars, so reservations aren't always easy. Take this. Next time you and your wife come, someone will bring you straight in. Chen Bo declined, and Mrs. Chen, Meng, also smiled and politely refused. Seeing her parents' refuse and the owner not offering it to the younger generation, Chen didn't say anything either. One side insisted on giving, the other insisted on not taking. Even the apprentice who came over to report didn't dare to interrupt, just stood quietly to the side. Besides Su Qinghu, Xian tugged at her pant leg and whispered, "Auntie, I'm hungry." Dan wanted to retort, but the faint aroma of food wafting in from the courtyard made his mouth water, and his mind started to drift toward what Xian had just said. "The food here must be delicious," Dan whispered to Su Qinghu, swallowing his saliva. "Grandpa and Grandma, when are they going to accept it? If this kept up, when would they ever get to sit down and eat?" Dan didn't mind either way. He stood obediently next to Su Qinghu, glancing between his grandparents back and forth and the curios on the shelf behind the owner, entertaining himself. The two kids looked at her expectantly, so Su Qinghu turned to the apprentice. The apprentice looked like he hadn't even come of age yet. When Su Qinghu fixed her gaze on him, his face immediately turned red. Su Qinghu gestured silently in the direction he'd just gone, asking if they could go ahead and be seated. The apprentice clearly understood but shook his head, then sneakily pointed at the owner before quickly retracting his finger. Disappointed, Su Qinghu looked away and back at her in-laws and the owner, who were still locked in their standoff. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Boss, do you think I could have the honor of receiving your little bead?" The tug-of-war paused. The owner straightened up, didn't say a word, and tossed the wooden bead to Su Qinghu. Then he stretched, told his apprentice, "Go on, get everyone settled," and rolled up his sleeves, heading down a little path toward the kitchen. Once the owner left, the apprentice perked up a bit, cheerfully leading the way and introducing the features of the courtyard as they went. Su Qinghu, holding the wooden bead, brought up the rear, feeling more and more that something was off. She had just made a joking remark, and the owner had tossed her the bead without a second thought. She turned the bead over and over in her hand, unable to figure out how it had ended up with her. The owner had gone back and forth with her in-laws for so long. If he was annoyed, he should have put it away or asked one of the younger ones to take it, right? The owner didn't seem the least bit impatient. At first, he was enjoying the back and forth, and only at the very end, maybe a bit tired from the refusals, did he start to look a little uninterested. After examining the bead a few more times, Su Qinghu finally tucked it into her bag. Seeing everyone else head into the private room, Su Qinghu hurried to catch up, but just as she reached the door, Chen Yan stopped her. "Do you know who we are?" Chen Yan looked at her steadily, getting straight to the point. Su Qinghu smiled at her. "Of course." And then, Chen Yan frowned when Su Qinghu didn't continue, scrutinizing her. Did she really know what she was asking? Su Qinghu blinked. And then what? With nothing else to do, she felt like teasing her sister-in-law a bit, to bond. Chen Yan fell silent, watching her joke around, her temper rising. "Don't play dumb." "Sis, I'm not playing dumb." Su Qinghu looked at her with pure sincerity. Just as Chen Yan's temper was about to explode, she added, "I'm really dumb." Chen Yan's anger practically froze in place. She stared at Su Qinghu, utterly incredulous. "Really, I'm dumb. I only know that sis gets awkward around Chenlai, but I didn't know you'd be like this with me too." Su Qinghu frowned slightly, putting on a delicate, pitiful look, her eyes shining as she said softly, "Sis, I really am dumb. Honestly." Chen Yan's anger shot straight to the top of her head. Was Su Qinghu dumb? Look at her now, listen to what she's saying. Not only is she not dumb, she's clearly provoking her. Chen Yan took several deep breaths. "Su Qinghu, can you be serious for once?" "Okay, sis. I will, sis." Su Qinghu straightened up with a grin. "Sis, do I look serious now?" Chen Yan was so angry she forgot why she'd stopped Su Qinghu in the first place. She pointed at her from a distance, took a deep breath, glared fiercely, and strode off. Su Qinghu followed her a couple of steps, concerned. "Sis? Are you okay? Don't follow me." Chen Yan turned and snapped, "Don't expect me to remind you of anything in the future. If you embarrass yourself and people talk behind your back, don't come crying to us. And don't ask us to bail you out." Not worried. Su Qinghu put on a cocky, fearless look, as if she had the world backing her up. "Sis, don't worry, I've still got Chenlai. I'll go to him." Yan's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She looked at Su Qinghu like she was a clueless idiot spouting nonsense. Su Qinghu blinked and had just called out to Yan when Yan abruptly spun around and stormed off. Huh. Watching Yan stomp away in a huff, Su Qinghu couldn't help but flash a bright, toothy grin. Big sister-in-law's composure really isn't up to par, just a few words and she's already lost her cool. Feeling quite pleased with herself, Su Qinghu practically skipped back toward the private room, only stopping short of whistling a cheeky tune. Before she even reached the door, she saw the three kids file out one after another. Dan led the way. Dan followed close behind with a face full of menace. Su Qinghu glanced further back. Sure enough, little Duoshu was clutching Dan's shirt, happily being dragged along. Even as Dan picked up the pace, Duoshu just laughed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Need me to come with you? Su Qinghu stepped aside to make way for them. Dan shot a look at the little tag-along behind him, then turned to Su Qinghu and flatly refused, no need. With Duoshu's height, he definitely couldn't reach the sink. If his new mom were here, she'd definitely pick him up to wash his hands. All right, off you go then. Su Qinghu waved them off with a smile, remember, don't leave the courtyard. All three answered in unison, then set off in their original formation, one after another. Chuckling to herself, Su Qinghu didn't go into the private room either. Instead, she walked a little further out, stopping only when she could see the courtyard gate. Talk is talk, but you still have to keep an eye out. If these kids sneak out and run into a human trafficker or something, trying to find them again would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. That's why, after technology advanced, you'd see news of cases from the 80s and 90s finally being solved. And, even then, some suspects are still on the run. Dan and Duoshu came back hand in hand. Seeing Su Qinghu standing outside, they looked a bit puzzled. Su Qinghu didn't bother explaining, just waved them toward the private room. Duoshu didn't want to go, but Dan gave him a gentle push and managed to get him inside. So, what was Dan up to at this point? He'd said he needed the bathroom and told his brother and Duoshu to go wash their hands first. Once they'd left, he changed direction and headed straight for the kitchen. He'd barely reached the corner when he was stopped by another of the boss's apprentices. Hey kid, you can't go in there. I want to see your boss, Dan said solemnly. I have a business proposal for him. He's busy, right? Dan continued, acting like he belonged there. I won't take up much of his time. I can just talk to him at the kitchen door. This apprentice was about 24 or 25, not really the age to be playing along with kids. He was about to refuse when Dan gave him a deep bow, stopping him in his tracks. Uncle, could you please let your boss know I'm here? What could the apprentice do? He shook his head with a helpless smile. All right, but you wait right here. Don't go running in the moment I turn my back. There had been others who'd tried to sneak in after being refused, hoping to pull off some 3 visits to the thatched cottage or standing in the snow at the gate kind of drama. He looked Dan up and down. Can you really do that? Of course. Dan straightened up and patted his chest. If you can keep your word, so can I. The message was clear. If you keep your promise and pass on my message, I'll stay put. But if you trick me, I won't play by the rules either. The apprentice got the point, smiled, and went in to tell the boss. The boss was amused and actually agreed to meet Dan, even giving him a chance to try to persuade him. Unfortunately, the boss was a seasoned old hand and Dan, still a green kid, ended up leaving empty-handed. Dan was disgruntled, but seeing dishes being carried into the private room one after another, he decided to call a temporary truce and try again after eating. He was about to dash back to the private room when he remembered he hadn't washed his hands. He quickly stopped and headed for the sink. The men's restroom was just ahead of the women's. To get there, he had to pass by the women's restroom. Just as he was about to walk past, he heard a familiar name. He blinked, tiptoed back a few steps, and pressed himself against the wall to eavesdrop. The women's restroom was single occupancy, so apart from herself, there was no one else around. Yan, still fuming after using the toilet, was muttering through gritted teeth, practically hopping with anger. Chenlai again? Huh. Chinlai. You think just because you act all coy, Chinlai is going to back you up. If he were that kind of man, there'd be a line of women stretching from the house to the lake. She grumbled for a while, then lowered her voice and let out a few frustrated groans before saying viciously, Su Qinghu, just you wait. When Chinlai comes back and sees you acting all flirty, if he doesn't put you in your place, he's not Chinlai. Dan heard all this loud and clear. He let out a sigh of relief, replayed it in his mind to make sure he remembered, then swaggered off to the men's room. Inside, Qin Yan paused at the sink, her gaze following Dan's swaggering figure. It took her a moment to realize she should give chase. Sensing someone coming after him, Dan darted to the men's restroom door, stood just inside, and flashed Qin Yan a toothy, mischievous grin. Qin Yan's face darkened. Did you just hear what I said? Nope. Dan widened his eyes. I didn't hear anything. Qin Yan felt a strange sense of relief. But just as she let her guard down, Dan added, I didn't hear you talking, but I did hear you cursing someone. Qin Yan froze, realizing she'd been played. She lunged to grab Dan, but he dodged back, made a face, and taunted, come on, come on. If you dare come in, I'll scream. Let everyone here know a woman barged into the men's room. Who? Who's coming into the men's room? Who's coming into the men's room? Before Qin Yan could say anything, there was a rustling sound from inside the men's room. Someone inside was pulling up their pants. Startled, Qin Yan spun around and practically fled back to the private room. 5 minutes later, everyone was seated. Su Qinghu had Dan on her left, and Qian Duoshu, who'd switched seats with Dan on her right. Next to Qian Duoshu was Dan, then Qianin, then Qin Yan, Mrs. Meng, and Qin Bai, in that order. As luck would have it, Qin Yan was seated almost directly across from Dan. Catching Qin Yan's eye, Dan grinned smugly. Qin Yan was fuming inside. Throughout the meal, she barely spoke, except to remind her son to eat his vegetables. Of everyone present, only Su Qinghu and Mrs. Meng noticed anything odd about Qin Yan. And Su Qinghu noticed one thing more than Mrs. Meng Dan. Not that she was deliberately paying attention, but Dan kept glancing at her. Every time their eyes met, he'd lift his chin, his gaze clearly saying, I know something about you, want to hear it? After dinner, they chatted for a while before finally paying the bill and leaving the private kitchen restaurant. Qin Yan, still worried about her son, refused his request to go home with Su Qinghu. She first called a car for her parents and sent them off before turning to Su Qinghu. How are you getting home? Qin Yan looked at the tricycle, frowning. Do you need a ride? Qian Duoshu, who was being held in Qian Yin's arms, said seriously, It's late, it's not safe. We should take Annie Su home first, then get a cab to our own place. Qin Yan shot him a glare, then said sternly, Even if you're taking her home, don't think you can use this as an excuse to stay over. Qian Duoshu pouted and fell silent. No need for you to give me a ride, Su Qinghu glanced at her watch. It's only 9:30, what's there to be afraid of? As she lifted her hand, her fair skin and the watch on her wrist stood out, catching Qin Yan's attention. Qin Yan squinted, uncertain. As she hesitated, the watch seemed to loom larger in her vision. She paused, then followed Su Qinghu's delicate wrist upward, meeting her sincere gaze. Have you seen this watch before, sister-in-law? This watch is from Chinlai. Su Qinghu pulled back her wrist, turning it over to check for any marks, but found none. She continued, the strap used to be too long, so he cut off a section. Now it fits just right. Her brother, Chinlai, did this? Not only did he give away a watch he'd worn for years, but he just cut the strap without a second thought? Is this really the Chinlai she knows? Su Qinghu noticed her shock, but there was no time to tease her now. Spotting a taxi approaching, she quickly waved it down. As the taxi stopped, Su Qinghu urged Qin Yan and Qianyin, you guys should head off. Tomorrow, just drop Duo at Mom and Dad's, or at my place, either is fine. Don't forget his swimsuit. They'd already agreed on this, whatever was most convenient. Once everyone gathered, they'd eat, then go to the areas with the most foreigners to sell their handmade crafts. Whether they sold out or not, At 3 p.m. they'd go to the bank to open savings accounts for the two kids, then head to the swimming pool. Qian didn't like the idea of Su Qinghu and the kids walking home at night and was about to say something, but Su Qinghu just directed the kids to push him into the car. Afraid of hurting Duo, he had no choice but to get in. Be careful, don't walk in dark alleys. Got it. Su Qinghu smiled, closed the car door for him, and waved. See you tomorrow, Duo. Once it was just her family left, Su Qinghu gathered up her fluffy, curly hair, pulled a yellow-brown ribbon from her bag, and quickly tied it up. She clapped her hands and urged the two kids, let's go, get in the car. Dan stared in awe as Su Qinghu's hairstyle change gave her a whole new vibe. He was completely stunned. Su Qinghu was amused by his little face, mouth agape in shock. She reached out to ruffle his hair. All right, I know I look great. Now get in the car. She let go and looked at Dan. Want me to help you up? Dan's face turned red. No need. With that, he quickly climbed into the tricycle and sat down. Dan, I want. Carry me. Su Qinghu, always accommodating, scooped him up and set him in the tricycle. You're only small enough for this now. Soon, I won't be able to carry you. The kids had put on a bit of weight lately, making them heavier to lift than before. At least the food wasn't going to waste. Once they were settled, Su Qinghu pedaled off quickly. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I ordered milk for us. Starting Monday, the three of us will have fresh milk to drink. Can I put sugar in the milk? Dan frowned. It's tasteless without sugar. This time, Dan just furrowed his brows, but didn't protest or get angry. Over the past few days, he'd realized he couldn't control Su Qinghu. There was no way she'd stop spending money. If she was ever going to learn to budget, it'd probably only happen if they ran out of food at home. Zhang Anyan, little friend? Su Qinghu teased as she pedaled. Any comments? Now, when she spent money, little Zhang Anyan didn't get angry anymore, let alone cry about it. He glanced at Dan, who was staring at him expectantly, then coldly looked away into the distance. They have too much time on their hands. Summer nights, especially with a breeze, were truly comfortable. The only pity was that you couldn't see the stars. With few cars and people, they barely had to stop, so the three of them got home quickly. After parking the tricycle, Su Qinghu told the kids to go shower. You two go wash up, I'll get your clean clothes. Dan went off without a word, but Dan stayed put, looking up at her with a mischievous grin. Mom, I have something to tell you. Just looking at Dan's mysterious expression, like he'd caught someone's secret, anyone would expect some juicy gossip. So, is her good son about to share some fun with his dear mom? Dan blinked, and under his new mom's expectant, encouraging gaze, he began mysteriously, when I was in the bathroom today, I heard Dad's sister talking about you. Oh wow, bathrooms really are the gossip hubs of every era, huh? Su Qinghu played along. And then? Let me show you. Dan thought it best to imitate it exactly, so he cleared his throat and, mimicking Chen Yan's tone, began his performance. He pinched his voice. Su Qinghu, just you wait. When Chenlai comes back and sees you looking all flirty and charming, if he doesn't teach you a lesson you'll never forget, he's not Chenlai. Su Qinghu. What the heck? She blinked, her pupils widening, and was so startled she choked, then started coughing hard. Seeing this, Dan sensed danger and quickly ran off, tossing back 2 lines as he escaped. She said a few things before that, but I didn't catch them. If you want me to testify, I can do that too. Meanwhile, Su Qinghu, eyes brimming with tears from choking, couldn't help but blush. What her sister-in-law said was just too embarrassing. It was one thing to praise her for being beautiful, lively, and charming, but that last line was just too much. If he doesn't teach you a lesson you'll never forget, he's not Chenlai? No matter how you hear it, it just sounds so suggestive. Su Qinghu couldn't control her thoughts, so now all she could picture was Chenlai's ever-ready, muscular physique. Stop. Don't think about it anymore. But unfortunately, no matter how much she tried to stop, her mind kept running wild, out of control. Su Qinghu teared up. She suspected her sister-in-law was being suggestive, but she had no proof. Night fell and all was silent. Half asleep, Su Qinghu vaguely sensed someone entering the room, even approaching her. The sense of danger jolted her awake. A clearly masculine figure emerged from the darkness, striding unhurriedly toward her bed. With every step, an invisible aura seemed to spread. Su Qinghu could even make out the powerful lines of his thighs, outlined by his pants, full of explosive strength and tension. It was enough to make her scalp tingle. The man stopped at her bedside, looking down at her with a cold glint in his eyes. Su Qinghu sucked in a breath. Who the hell was this? Why did he look so much like Qinlai? But Qinlai had already left. He wouldn't be back anytime soon. Su Qinghu wanted to run, but her limbs wouldn't move. She could only watch as the man pulled off the belt from his slender waist. What the hell is going on? Somebody save me. As she panicked, the man let out a cold laugh, raised the belt, and swung it at her. Tonight, I'm going to rid humanity of you. In that instant, Su Qinghu could move again. Not only that, she sprang straight up onto the ceiling beam. Foolish human. Did you forget us demons can fly? Clinging to the beam, Su Qinghu's mind was a tangled mess. Oh God, what was this? Why was she saying such cringeworthy, childish lines? The man sneered, and with a wave of his hand, another person appeared beside him. Su Qinghu looked closer and was shocked. It was Big Egg, Zhang Anyan. Big Egg snapped to attention. Dad, tie her up, the man commanded. Big Egg lifted his shirt, revealing his belly button, and shot out spider silk, binding the unsuspecting Su Qinghu. In a flash, as she was being pulled toward Qinlai, Su Qinghu flipped midair and locked her arm around his neck, her mouth blurting out, "If you don't want your dad to die, take back your spider silk." Big Egg shouted, and suddenly a smaller child appeared beside him. It was Little Egg. Little Egg put his hands on his hips and sprayed water at Su Qinghu. Demon. Let go of my dad. Let go of my dad. Drenched like a drowned rat, Su Qinghu stared at Little Egg, so shocked she woke up with a start. She stared at the ceiling, replaying the dream in her mind, wishing for a cigarette. Qinlai she could understand, he was at least human, and it made sense for him to want to destroy her, the demon. But what was up with Big Egg and Little Egg? One was a spider demon, the other a calabash kid, and they were both trying to take her out? They're all demons, why fight each other? In the darkness, Su Qinghu blinked, sleep completely gone. She sat up, turned on the light, spaced out for a while, then lay back down. Glancing at the ceiling, she paused, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. As bizarre and absurd as the dream was, it was also kind of fun. She got up, dug out a new softcover notebook, and jotted down the entire dream in one go. Of course, as she wrote, she kept replaying the dream dialogue in her head and couldn't stop laughing. Afraid of waking the two little demons, no, two kids, she had to stifle her laughter. The next morning, Big Egg and Little Egg got up first. Seeing that Su Qinghu was still quiet, they thought it was still early, but when they checked outside, the sun was already up. Su Qinghu had actually woken up at almost the same time. Just as her hand reached the door, she heard the knock. She raised an eyebrow, opened the door, and greeted them with a barely suppressed smile, mentally matching them to their dream roles. The younger one, a calabash kid. Big Egg looked at Su Qinghu, feeling a little creeped out for some reason. She seemed off. Little Egg blinked and tentatively called Mom. Did she run into something unclean last night, coming home so late? How did the old folks in the neighborhood deal with this kind of thing again? Ha ha. The moment Little Egg spoke, Su Qinghu's mind flashed back to her dream. She couldn't help it. Whenever Little Egg spoke, she half expected him to spray water like the calabash kid. Ha ha. Little Egg shivered at her laughter, goosebumps rising. He blinked, then turned and bolted outside. He suddenly remembered how the old folks handled this kind of thing. Su Qinghu watched Little Egg dash out in a panic, puzzled, then turned to Big Egg, her lips twitching upward. If Big Egg suddenly lifted his shirt to reveal his belly button. Ha ha ha, the image was too much, she dared not even imagine it. Big Egg forced himself to stand his ground, staring at Su Qinghu, whose gaze was getting weirder and weirder. He even wanted to leave, but hurriedly called out, You. Su Qinghu turned back, and he pointed outside. The sun's out. Huh? Su Qinghu followed his finger. With sunlight this strong, I think I can tell. Even before she got up, she could feel the heat and see the light streaming through the curtains. It was obviously a blazing sunny day. You, Big Egg, suddenly remembered her earlier nagging. Don't go outside, you'll get tanned. Su Qinghu suddenly leaned in, scrutinizing him. After a moment, she said, You're acting weird today. Except for when he was in the hospital or just discharged, this kid was always nagging her about not spending money and managing life better, or giving her accusatory looks. But today, he was reminding her about the sun, worried she'd get tanned. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? Su Qinghu faced him, staring him down. Is it about that helping others thing? Meeting her gaze, Big Egg suddenly relaxed. This was Su Qinghu, not some weird thing. He breathed a sigh of relief, but just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Little Egg rushing in with a bowl. Before he could stop him, Little Egg dumped the whole bowl of water over Su Qinghu's head, soaking her completely. Su Qinghu was stunned. She turned in disbelief, just in time for Little Egg to spray another mouthful of water right at her forehead. Su Qinghu looked at the water dripping down her clothes, touched her soaked hair, and was instantly furious. Gao Haixing! Su Qinghu took a deep breath, grabbed him, and just as her anger was about to explode, she saw his scared but stubborn face. She took another deep breath, calmed herself a little, set him down, and glared down at him. You'd better give me a good reason not to spank you. Otherwise, today you'll find out your butt can be as red as a flower. It was just a dream. Did it really have to come true in real life? If only she could dream about winning the lottery and have that come true too. 5 minutes later, Su Qinghu gritted her teeth as she looked at Erden. She pointed at him in the air, then pointed again, finally taking a deep breath. As she walked outside, she wiped the water from her face and said without looking back, Go wash up. Dayton and Erden exchanged glances, like mice seeing a cat. They tiptoed toward the bathroom, barely daring to breathe. In the courtyard, the towels Su Qinghu had washed and hung out to dry yesterday were already crisp and dry after a night, carrying a faint scent of soap. As Su Qinghu dried her hair, she felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, it was just clean water, no need to wash her hair, just dry it off and it would be fine. Su Qinghu let out a long sigh toward the sky. These two really had no principles. Erden often ran around the alleys and parks, so it wasn't surprising if he started believing in superstitions. But Dayton, who was so interested in science, how did his thinking end up aligning with Erden's? With no hairdryer, Su Qinghu resigned herself to drying her hair with a towel. Looking at the bright sun, she sighed again. Yesterday, she'd sold her crafts for 8 yuan each. After getting her hair permed, buying 2 lipsticks, and picking up a few other things, she'd spent nearly 50 yuan. She still had some money left, but as for a hairdryer, that would have to wait. After drying her hair, Su Qinghu changed her clothes. As soon as she stepped out of the bedroom, she saw the 2 kids, one with a broom, the other with a rag, cleaning up the living room. That's more like it. Whoever made the mess should clean it up. Once they'd finished washing up, Su Qinghu called the 2 over and had them load the remaining 46 delicate, charming little baskets onto the tricycle. Then she asked, yesterday Dayton had 3 left and Erden had 3 left. Those are still yours. Today, how many more do you want to add to your totals? Yesterday, Dayton had sold one by chance. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not adding any more. Dayton glanced at him, but didn't change his mind. Erden, who had sold 3 yesterday, was a bit overconfident. He'd even thought last night about begging Su Qinghu for a few more. But seeing his brother not increasing his quota, his excitement cooled a bit. After thinking it over, he raised his hand and gestured, I'll take 6 more. With 3 left from before and now 2 sets of 3, he figured he could sell them in batches of 3 and finish quickly. You sure? Su Qinghu reminded them, once you decide, you can't back out. However many you take, you have to sell that many. If you can't sell them all in 1 day, then 2 days. If not in 2, then 3, until you sell them all. During this time, I'll only follow you from a distance. I won't help you hawk your wares, understand? Dayton and Erden exchanged glances and nodded in unison. And if you haven't sold them all by 3 in the afternoon, I'll deduct the cost for however many are left. Su Qinghu smiled at their startled faces. Don't worry, I won't deduct much, just 2 cents per basket per day. Erden opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he just closed it with a determined look. Su Qinghu said, "You have 2 minutes to reconsider. After 2 minutes, you can change your mind." Erden immediately wanted to speak, but Su Qinghu shot him a look. No rush. I said 2 minutes, so 2 minutes it is. She glanced at her watch and was about to go to the bedroom to get her bag when she heard a knock at the door. She was about to tell the kids to answer, but suddenly thought of something and went herself. Sure enough, it was just as she'd guessed. Lu Guifeng stood at the door, holding a string of little baskets in each hand, looking a bit disgruntled. Where did you all go? I came by after work yesterday to return the leftover baskets, but you weren't home, so I had to make another trip. She didn't want to come in, just handed the baskets to Su Qinghu. Check if there's anything wrong with them. If not, I'll be on my way. She still had food cooking at home. Su Qinghu glanced at the baskets, saw the count was right, and called out to Dayton without turning her head, "Go get the receipt. You know where it is." Hearing Dayton's reply, Su Qinghu took the baskets, checked that they were in good shape, and nodded. No problem. Lu Guifeng breathed a sigh of relief. On her way over, she'd been worried Su Qinghu would make a fuss about late delivery or defects and try to dock her pay. Now that she could relax, she noticed something else. Hey, did you get your hair done? Su Qinghu smiled. They'd just been face to face a moment ago. Oh, and you're wearing lipstick too. Lu Guifeng acted like she'd discovered a new continent, clicking her tongue. You know, a couple years ago, someone like you would have. She trailed off, giving a knowing smile, but didn't finish. If it hadn't been for yesterday's shopping trip with that foreign woman, Su Qinghu might not have realized what Lu Guifeng was insinuating. Let's not talk about a couple years ago, let's talk about now. Su Qinghu looked Lu Guifeng up and down until the woman's face turned green, then finally spoke, as if bestowing mercy. The things you just said, don't say them to anyone else. At worst, people will laugh at you. At worst, you might get into real trouble. A couple years ago, our country issued a policy. You didn't see it? Su Qinghu feigned surprise. Never mind, I'll tell you. The policy says you can't ban women from wearing high heels, lipstick, or getting their hair permed. Lu Guifeng was stunned for a moment, but then remembered that there had been talk of such a rule at her factory, though it was only mentioned vaguely and no one dared bring it up, so nothing came of it. Now, I hear there are beauty and daily makeup booklets for women. If you have time, see if you can find one and give it a read. Su Qinghu finished, reached out to Dayton for the receipt, and handed it to Lu Guifeng, settling the account. With that done, Lu Guifeng turned and left. She didn't even know why, but every time she saw Su Qinghu, she just wanted to say something to her, not out of malice, just couldn't help herself. Su Qinghu had no idea what Lu Guifeng was thinking. Watching her hurry away, she started to reflect. Was she being a bit too much, a dimensionality reduction strike, when dealing with someone as simple and thrifty as Lu Guifeng from this era? Of course, that thought only flashed by for a moment before she dismissed it. Dimensionality reduction strike or not, if someone tried to mess with her, she'd strike back, no point holding back. Su Qinghu carried the 2 strings of baskets into the yard and set them down under the eaves. Erden watched her. Mom, aren't you going to process these baskets? Why did it seem like his new mom wasn't as careful with the baskets as before? These 20. Su Qinghu glanced at them. They're yours now. Do whatever you want with them. The 3 of them finished getting ready and were just waiting for Ms. Meng. Around 7:30, Ms. Meng arrived with Qian Duoshu, and trailing behind them was Qin Yan, who seemed awkward and avoided eye contact. Su Qinghu didn't misread the situation, nor did she misunderstand it. Qin Yan really didn't dare look at her. It wasn't because Su Qinghu was being coquettish, but because Qin Yan was sure Erden had tattled to Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu greeted Ms. Meng, then formally said hello to little Qian Duoshu, and finally, with a carefree wave, beckoned to Qin Yan. Chen was floored right under her own mother's nose. Su Qinghu still dared to call her sister-in-law. She glanced at her mother, Ms. Meng, hoping to find some reaction, but her mom acted as if nothing was wrong, not even sparing her a glance, just pulling Duo along to greet Dayton and Erden. Sister-in-law, what brings you along today? Su Qinghu teased with a smile. Are you worried about Duo, or are you worried about me? She denied it immediately, but her answer was so quick it seemed suspicious. Su Qinghu chuckled. Noticing Ms. Meng wasn't paying attention, she decided to tease Chen further. Why do you look so preoccupied, sister-in-law? Why won't you look at me? Who says I'm not looking at you? Chen snapped her head up and glared at her. Aren't I looking at you right now? Did Erden actually tell Su Qinghu about what happened yesterday? The more she talked to her, the less sure she felt. Meeting Chen angry gaze, Su Qinghu smiled. Last night, when I got home, Erden told me. She paused here, giving Chen time to imagine the worst. Chen heart skipped a beat. She knew Erden would tattle, but now that it had actually happened, she couldn't quite keep her composure. Erden told me, Su Qinghu drawled, speaking so slowly that Chen felt like she was being tortured, that you almost walked into the men's restroom yesterday. The anxiety that had been choking Chen suddenly dropped, then shot right back up. I did not. I can read, you know. How could I possibly walk into the men's room? Compared to being accused of entering the men's restroom, Chen almost wished Erden had tattled about her saying bad things about Su Qinghu. Erden, who had been ignoring Qian Duoshu, perked up at the sound of Chen voice and hurried over, tugging at Su Qinghu's sleeve. Mom, what did you just say? Did you say it went into the men's restroom, or almost went in? Last night, after his bath, he'd told his new mom all about eavesdropping. Almost, Su Qinghu replied, smiling at him. That's what I said. Isn't that what you told me yesterday? Erden, ever the sidekick, burst out laughing. You scared me. I told you so much yesterday. Chen looked at Su Qinghu and Erden, uncertain if Erden had told Su Qinghu about her badmouthing. What's this about the men's restroom? Ms. Meng frowned at Chen and asked directly, when did this happen? Did you see? Realizing the kids were around, she abruptly stopped herself. Chen was exasperated. I said I didn't. Didn't Erden just say it was almost? Not actually. Qian Duoshu sighed and shook his head. Mom, the more you protest, the more everyone will think you really went in. Chen was at a loss for words and looked at her son, who seemed like a little grown-up. Qian Duoshu said seriously, Grandpa Chung always said, the more calmly you describe something, the more convincing you are. Even Ms. Meng looked at him in surprise. Su Qinghu clapped her hands and praised him generously. I didn't expect our duo to be even more impressive than I thought yesterday. Well done. Auntie, you look even prettier today than yesterday. Qian Duoshu flashed his baby teeth in a sweet, adorable smile, trotted over, grabbed Su Qinghu's hand, and invited, Auntie, can you come visit our house? Su Qinghu shook his little hand and smiled, her eyes crinkling. How about you come to Auntie's house instead? Qian Duoshu immediately turned to Chen. Mom, when big brother and second brother are on summer break, can I go visit Auntie's house? There was still about a month until summer break. Chen wanted to brush him off, but when she met her son's clever gaze, she gritted her teeth and replied as gently as she could, that's not something Mom can decide alone. Remember? Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad all said our family is democratic. For things like this, we have to vote or discuss it together before making a decision. Qian Duoshu nodded. Mom remembers very well. Su Qinghu almost burst out laughing at that. Chen had tried to use a family rule to stall for time, but instead, her son had turned it right back on her. Once they got home, if it really came down to a vote or a family discussion about whether he could go visit, whatever the outcome, Chen would have to accept it. Of course, it also helped Chen save face, indirectly proving her innocence. Whether intentional or not, you had to admit, Qian Duoshu was a clever kid. Chen wasn't stupid either, she caught on quickly. Looking at her son's eager little face, she almost wanted to cry, but held it in. If he went to visit, it'd only be for a few days. He was still her son, no one could take him away. Su Qinghu said, Mom, Why don't you take the kids to the place we talked about yesterday? I'll catch up with you in a bit. Ms. Meng had no objections. Just be careful when you're riding. Ms. Meng and Qinyan took the 3 kids by taxi to their agreed meeting spot. Su Qinghu tied her hair back with a ribbon, transforming instantly into a vibrant, fashionable young woman. She locked the door, hopped on her tricycle, and sped off, taking a shortcut to catch up. When she arrived, the 3 kids were each munching on a meat bun. As soon as they saw her, they waved from afar. Qian Duoshu was about to run over, but Dayton stopped him with a firm hand. Dayton said, "Your legs are too short. By the time you run over, she'll already be here." Qian Duoshu blinked, then blinked again, looking down at his own chubby legs, then at Erden, who was already charging over like a cannonball. He pouted and stayed put. His legs were a bit short and a bit chubby. What is it? Su Qinghu, worried about bumping into him, gauged the distance, gripped the handlebars, and braked, eyeing him critically. You're being a little too enthusiastic today, you know that? Of course Erden knew. He ran over and shouted so loudly just to show that little rascal Qian Duoshu that his mom was still his mom. No matter how enthusiastic you are, any baskets we don't sell today, you still owe me 2 cents each. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. No discounts. Extra chapter for monthly votes will be posted tomorrow. There were 60 baskets in total. 14 were sold yesterday, leaving 46 now. Today, they were redistributed, 3 for Dan, and with yesterday's leftovers, Dan had 9. The remaining 34 all belonged to Su Qinghu. After chatting idly with the kids for a couple of minutes, she left both the baskets and the tricycle with them, told Mrs. Meng she was heading out, and walked away from the alley with an easy, carefree air. Dan stared blankly as she got into a taxi, blinked, and then finally went to check the tricycle's cargo bed. Inside, not too many, not too few, exactly 12 uniquely crafted decorative baskets. So, did that taxi just carry off more than 30 handicrafts? So, where is new mom going to sell them? Dan was so envious, he was practically drooling. Yesterday, she was the first to sell out, and at a higher price than any of them. Are you 3 okay on your own? Mrs. Meng stood to the side, watching the youngest move over to the pedals to give himself a bit of height to peek inside, and couldn't help but smile. Do you need to move to another spot? If not, we'll stand farther away. Her daughter-in-law had just said that letting the kids run the stall was for social experience, to train their adaptability and problem-solving skills, to see if they could quickly find breakthroughs and adjust strategies to sell their goods. She'd especially emphasized that neither she nor Qinyan should interfere. Dan and Dan nodded. We're good. Qian Duoshu looked at Dan and Dan, realizing they hadn't included him in their we. After a moment's thought, he nodded too, his voice soft and earnest. I'm good too. Qinyan glanced at Dan and Dan, feeling a bit sorry for her son being left out. She wanted to say something, but under Mrs. Meng's calm gaze, she held back. The 2 adults retreated 10 meters away, found a spot with a good view, and watched the 3 kids. Dan and Dan scan the crowd, searching for foreigners. Qian Duoshu looked at them, then around, noticing there weren't any small stools nearby to borrow. He tugged at Dan and pointed at the edge of the tricycle bed. Big brother, can you lift me up there? Seeing that it wouldn't block the crafts, Dan picked him up and set him on the edge. Half an hour later, Dan frowned. There don't seem to be many foreigners today. Even when there were, they didn't even take a look before refusing. Qian Duoshu nodded. 3 foreigners. All 3 turned us down. Dan shot him a look, feeling deflated. Was it really necessary to say it out loud again? He already knew, no need to rub it in. Dan said nothing, just kept scanning the crowd, hoping to spot a buyer. Not all foreigners are rich, Qian Duoshu piped up in his soft, childish voice. Just like not everyone in our country is poor. He was still young, with a limited vocabulary, but he tried his best to express himself. Big brother, look at their clothes, watches, and shoes. Foreigners and people who look a bit like us, look at them all. Dan blinked and turned to look at the little guy. Asians? Qian Duoshu nodded. Dad's teacher said a lot of our compatriots are coming back to invest and do business now. Dan stepped forward and gave his head a rough, affectionate rub. Once we sell these, Big Brother will buy you a soda. Thank you, Big Brother. Duoshu beamed like a little sunflower. Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa all said he couldn't have soda, but now that he'd made friends, he needed to celebrate with something. Before Duoshu spoke up, Dan had already been watching not just foreigners, but also locals in long robes. Now, with Duoshu's reminder, he had a new idea and suddenly thought of something else. Everyone loves good fortune. In the tricycle bed, there were 3 especially unique pieces: a gourd-shaped stone planter with pennywort inside, a toad-shaped one also with pennywort, and a persimmon-shaped one with a woven grasshopper beside it. The first 2 were obvious in their meaning, even without explanation. The last one could be described as success right away. Business people loved that. A jolt ran through Dan, as if a tightly closed door had cracked open before him, and dazzling golden light shone through. While the kids were brainstorming and gearing up, Su Qinghu had arrived at her destination. She asked the driver to wait a moment, then walked straight into a tea house. Seeing her enter, the receptionist was momentarily stunned, then quickly came out to lead her to the boss's private lounge. The boss had given special instructions. If a particularly beautiful woman came in, so beautiful she seemed to glow, bring her straight to the lounge. At the time, the receptionist had wanted to laugh. Was the boss's eyesight failing? Who could possibly glow like that? Now she was sure there really were people this beautiful in the world. She glanced at Su Qinghu, suppressing the urge to reach out and touch her, and tried to keep her voice steady. Our boss has been in the lounge having tea these days. You'll definitely find him there. Su Qinghu smiled and thanked her. When she reached the lounge, the tea house boss was indeed there. As soon as he saw her, he stood up with a hearty laugh, strode over, and cupped his hands in greeting. Comrade Xiao, thank you so much. Come, sit. I've got preaching Ming teas from several regions, have a taste. As he invited her to sit, he cheerfully asked about the handicrafts. I won't sit, thank you, Su Qinghu smiled. My schedule's packed today. Let's catch up another time. The goods are at the entrance. I'll have to trouble your staff to move them. The boss asked the receptionist to find someone to help, but still insisted Su Qinghu have a cup of tea. You're really patient, not even asking how my business is going. Your receptionist looks radiant, and you've changed your prayer beads, Su Qinghu replied with a smile. It's obvious things are going well. I'm afraid if I ask, you'll get so excited you'll tell me your whole day's takings and leave me stunned. The boss burst out laughing. Then, Comrade Xiao, come by often, your bill's on the house. He'd met Su Qinghu by chance. He was at the tea house when she, just finished with an interview and clearly tired and hungry, walked in. Their eyes met, and she turned into his tea house. He gave her a discount. She came back to thank him, and even proposed a business deal. That's how they got to know each other. To be honest, the crafts weren't the real value. The true treasure was her ideas and strategies for running the tea house. After some small talk, seeing Su Qinghu was about to leave, he handed her a red envelope. Thank you, Comrade Xiao. From now on, you're always welcome here, no charge. Of course, Su Qinghu knew what was really valuable. But in this era, most people still needed something tangible to attach value to. Only then would they pay for your ideas. If you make it free, I might not dare to eat my fill here, Su Qinghu said with a laugh, accepting the red envelope and gauging its weight and thickness. Her smile grew even brighter, and she didn't hold back her praise. I really love your tea snacks. I haven't tried them all yet, still working on picking the very best. Who doesn't know how to give a compliment? But if you want your compliment to really make someone feel good, you have to hit the right spot. And if the person giving the compliment is capable, good-looking, and reliable in both words and actions, well, that's even better. The tea house owner already admired Su Qinghu, and now, being praised by her, he couldn't help but beam with pride, feeling the same joy he had as a child when the principal singled him out for praise in front of the whole school. Come, eat as much as you want, it's all on the house. The owner's eyes crinkled into a peacock's tail as he grinned. Of course, if you could give me some feedback after you're done, that would be even better. It hadn't been obvious in previous years, but lately, the country's economy was growing at an unstoppable pace, attracting foreign capital from all over. The fastest movers had already set up shop in provincial capitals. Western restaurants were among those quick to act. The influx of foreign culture had made Western restaurants a symbol of status and a high-end dating spot in many people's eyes, to the point where they were so packed that unbelievable lines formed outside. Spending 50 or 60 yuan for a meal, at a time when many people's monthly salary was still hovering around 40 or 50 yuan, was something people still flocked to. Of course, the owner had tried Western food more than once or twice. But aside from the upper-class atmosphere created by suits and ties, he didn't find the food all that tasty. Su Qinghu's sudden appearance had cleared up his confusion and given him practical advice for the tea house's future development. This made him more confident about moving forward and about turning the tea house into a gathering place for young people. The owner called over his son, who had just entered the tea house, introduced them formally, and personally walked Su Qinghu to the door, inviting her to come again. Su Qinghu agreed with a smile and got into a taxi. Watching the taxi carrying Su Qinghu disappear into the distance, the owner sighed with emotion. Looks like I need to hurry up and embrace new things too. After his sigh, the owner looked at his son and shook his head. What a pity. What's a pity? Li Zhaohua asked his father, Li Ruishuan. Li Ruishuan replied, It's a pity she's married. Otherwise, you could try to pursue her. If you manage to win her over, our family's next generation would be set. With looks like that, a brain like that, and such a good personality, if she became family, Li Ruishuan thought of Su Qinghu's smile, the kind that made everyone around her feel at ease, and her measured way of speaking. He clicked his tongue in admiration. That would be a blessing. Li Zhaohua, who had just been dumped by his girlfriend, said, People get divorced even after getting married. If you think she'd make a good daughter-in-law, I can try to break them up and see if I can make it happen. Rascal. Li Ruishuan frowned and scolded. If you dare do something like that, I'll break your legs. After speaking, he noticed his son seemed different from usual. After a moment's silence, he asked, What's wrong? Weren't things going well with your girlfriend? Girlfriend? What girlfriend? I don't have one anymore. Li Zhaohua took a deep breath. I broke up with Su Baixue. You broke up with her? Li Ruishuan looked at his son, frowning. I've never met the girl, but from what you've said, she sounded smart and good-looking. Zhaohua, don't aim too high. She broke up with me. Li Zhaohua's mother had passed away early, so he'd always been open with his father. After a pause, he added, She probably found someone better. Li Ruishuan said nothing, just patted his son on the shoulder. Come on, I'll make you some tea. As he turned, he met Zhao Yanliang's gaze, which the other man hadn't managed to withdraw in time. Zhao Yanliang smiled. Just came out for a smoke. Of course, that was just an excuse. The real reason was that he'd seen Su Qinghu upstairs. He hadn't been sure at first, but when she smiled and lifted her face, he recognized her. The girl with the wavy ponytail, full of youthful energy, was indeed Su Qinghu. He'd wanted to say hi and ask if she was having any difficulties lately, but as soon as he came downstairs, he overheard this father and son discussing his brother's wife. And that brat who'd just gotten dumped was shamelessly thinking of stealing his brother's woman. Li Ruishuan and Li Zhaohua nodded at him and went into the tea house. As soon as they left, the cigarette in Zhao Yanliang's hand snapped in two. He cursed under his breath and dashed upstairs. Less than a minute later, he reappeared at the tea house entrance and headed straight for the nearby post office. His brother had to hear about this. Not only did someone want to steal his wife, but Su Qinghu had gotten a new wavy hairstyle and looked even prettier. He had to tell him everything. Zhao Yanliang rushed to the post office, bought stamps, envelopes, and paper, and wrote the letter at lightning speed. After sealing and mailing it, he muttered curses as he walked back. He'd just gotten rid of that shameless Zhang Dong, and now here was another newly dumped, would-be scumbag with a bit of money trying his luck. What a pain. Su Qinghu had no idea she'd almost run into Zhao Yanliang, or that he had already rushed to write to Chenlai. She sat in the taxi, reached into her bag, felt the thickness of the envelope, and couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. There must be at least 1,000. She got out of the car with a grin, handed the driver 10 yuan, and pulled out an extra 1 yuan note. "Thank you for waiting for me here. Have some tea." They'd agreed on 10 yuan for the ride from the start. But the driver had been kind, waiting while she talked to the kids and again for a long time at the tea house, even helping her carry things. Giving him an extra yuan was just a little tip for his trouble. The driver waved it off with a smile. "I'm happy to have you as a passenger, no need to pay extra." It was rare to meet such a pretty, cheerful young woman. He didn't mind a little less. After picking up a new passenger, he drove off. Su Qinghu walked away with a spring in her step. With money in her pocket, everything looked adorable. She'd planned to meet up with the kids and her mother-in-law, Mrs. Meng, but suddenly changed her mind and took a different route. Close to noon, Su Qinghu finally appeared in the children's line of sight. Erdan was nearly in tears. Other than the gourd-shaped craft his brother made, nothing else had sold. He was having a hard time. There were only 3 hours left before he'd have to pay a fine of 0.18 yuan. Dan also saw Su Qinghu and not only noticed her cheerful expression, but also the new bag in her hand. A new bag, one he hadn't seen before. He looked away, telling himself not to interfere or say anything. When the family ran out of money, she'd figure it out. Qian Duoshu felt no pressure. The moment she saw Su Qinghu, she ran over, tilted her little face up, and beamed, "Auntie. Today there will be 2 extra chapters for monthly ticket rewards, delivered a bit later." Su Qinghu bent down to catch Qian Duoshu as he ran over, ruffled his little head, and cheerfully responded. She picked up the little guy and walked over to Dan and Erdan. Chen Yan and Mrs. Meng saw Su Qinghu return and came over from 10 meters away. Chen Yan reached out to take her son, but he refused to go to her. Mrs. Meng looked at Su Qinghu's radiant, slightly rosy face and the way her grandson hugged her so affectionately, and smiled. "You left without breakfast earlier. Did you get anything to eat on the way?" Su Qinghu hadn't felt it before, but being asked by her mother-in-law, she suddenly realized how hungry she was. "Now I'm starving." Being looked at by those 2 pairs of eyes, Mrs. Meng's heart softened. "Then let's pack up and eat first, shall we?" Su Qinghu looked at Dan and Erdan. "What do you two think?" Dan said, "I'm fine with anything." These days, he'd been eating well, and with Su Qinghu's orders to use children's cream, Dan wasn't as dark as before. Now, you could see his face was a bit red from the sun, and sweat had soaked through the shoulders of his short sleeves. A slender young boy, standing there steady and calm, you could already imagine the refined man he'd grow up to be. Dan looked dejected. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Qian Duoshu's chubby little legs and felt even more frustrated. Does our mealtime count against our selling time? If it did, he didn't want to go eat. Yesterday, eating at a restaurant, with all the chatting and drinking, took over an hour. Su Qinghu was taken aback. She really hadn't thought of that. "We can extend your time by 3 hours or waive today's penalty." Dan immediately perked up. "How does the 3-hour extension work?" "We eat first, then go open your bank accounts. Once that's done, you can go back to selling for 3 more hours, Su Qinghu considered. "Or after swimming, you can come back and sell for 3 hours. "Then I'll pick waiving today's penalty," Dan chose without hesitation. Su Qinghu put Qian Duoshu down, glanced at the tricycle, and noticed one was missing. She smiled and praised. "Dan, you did great." Dan accepted the compliment without much expression. "Why didn't you guess it was me who sold it?" Dan pouted. Su Qinghu laughed at Dan's jealousy. "If you'd sold it, you'd have run over to show off as soon as you saw me." Since he hadn't, it meant he'd been discouraged. He hadn't sold a single one. Su Qinghu shook her head with a smile. She'd just started to push the tricycle when they were surrounded. In that instant, she thought of the city inspectors and even considered jumping on the trike and pedaling away. "It's here," someone pointed at Su Qinghu. "It's her." Su Qinghu felt a chill in her teeth. Hiss, this really looked like someone coming to settle a score. "I'll take all of these," the person said bluntly. "Come with me and deliver them." Is that okay? Huh? Why the price hike? Someone nearby, clearly aware of the price, asked directly, wasn't it 7 yuan each just now? 8 yuan each if I deliver them to you, Su Qinghu replied with a bright smile. If you want them for 7, ask these 2 kids. If they're willing to deliver, you can have them at the original price. Su Qinghu wasn't worried they'd refuse. The man was in a suit and looked anxious, probably needing to set up a venue or something on short notice. The man gritted his teeth and asked, did Dan and Dan? They nodded without hesitation. Selling everything at once and not having to worry about future penalties, why not? Only a fool would say no. Pay half up front, Su Qinghu reminded lazily. The rest when we get to your venue. The man was startled, looked at Su Qinghu suspiciously, but after a moment changed his mind. We'll do it ourselves. If we're doing it ourselves, you should give us a discount, 6 yuan each? Su Qinghu didn't answer, just pointed at Dan and Dan, signaling them to negotiate. Dan, let's meet halfway, 660 each. 6 all the best, very lucky. The man clearly did the math, saw Su Qinghu's indifferent attitude, took a deep breath, let's not bother with the change, 70 yuan for all. Dan frowned and called out timidly, big brother. Dan didn't even need to look at his signal, just shook his head. No. But I'm so hungry, big brother. Dan clutched his stomach. Aren't we in charge of these? Let's just sell them to uncle. The two put on a little act and, in the end, sold everything for 70 yuan. Once the buyers left and Su Qinghu led them away, Dan let out a howl and did a little disco dance in excitement. Second brother was about to cry before Qian Duoshu stood in the tricycle bed, clinging to Su Qinghu's back, sharing what happened while she was gone. He kept doing math. Math? What math? Su Qinghu asked. 9 baskets, 2 cents each. If he sells 1 a day, how much penalty by next weekend? If 1 every 2 days, how much penalty? If he never sells any, how much penalty by next weekend? Can he get out of paying? Qian Duoshu was funny, spitting out 4 or 5 words at a time, and if the sentence was too long, she had to swallow before continuing. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. So, did you work it out? Dan glared at Qian Duoshu. This little thing was a troublemaker, and with such a good memory, she'd practically repeated everything he'd said. We worked it all out. Qian Duoshu grinned. Auntie, aren't we good at math? Su Qinghu nodded approvingly. Very good. Then can we have popsicles and soda? Qian Duoshu had just asked hopefully when Qinyan shot her down. No. Kids have weak stomachs, you can't have too many cold things. Qian Duoshu wanted to argue, but remembering past battles, she gave up and hung her head. Su Qinghu couldn't stand adults depriving kids of their fun. No popsicles, but we'll buy room temperature soda. Qinyan was about to refuse, but Su Qinghu shot her a look. Don't worry, sister-in-law, my treat. 1 bottle each, no one gets out of it. Qinyan was speechless. Was this like drinking poison together? And no one can escape? The group found a restaurant, waited about 10 minutes to be seated, and after eating, headed en masse to the swimming pool. Su Qinghu pulled out her new swimsuit and even managed to coax Mrs. Meng into the water. At the pool, the 3 kids jumped right in. Su Qinghu stood silently, eyeing Dan and Dan suspiciously. Weren't they supposed to be non-swimmers? Didn't they say they couldn't swim? Big sis-in-law, you stay with mom and help her get used to things first, Su Qinghu turned back and said to Qinyan. She quickly finished her warm-up, got into the water, and swam after the 3 little rascals. Today she was absolutely going to crush these 3 little troublemakers who didn't play by the rules. With a push off the wall, Su Qinghu glided straight over to the kids, shot them a cold smirk, and swam ahead without even looking back. Watching Su Qinghu's receding figure, they snapped out of it just as they were about to choke on water, hurriedly started paddling, and chased after her. By the time they reached the finish, Su Qinghu was already waiting with her arms crossed. Haven't you learned how to warm up? She looked down at the kids, who were floating like frogs, kicking their legs, her voice dangerous. Do you know how risky it is to get in the water without warming up? Qian Duoshu swam a bit closer, grabbed Su Qinghu's arm, kicking his little arms and legs occasionally, and panted, Duo forgot. I'll remember next time. Did Dan and Erdan exchanged a guilty glance? Their dad had taught them to warm up before swimming, but nothing bad had happened when they skipped it, and it had been a long time since they'd come to the pool, so they just forgot. Su Qinghu patted Qianduoshu's head, supported him in the water to save his strength, and then looked at Did Dan and Erdan. If I remember right, you two told me you couldn't swim, didn't you? Yeah. We didn't want you to spend money, Did Dan admitted directly, his tone calm, not a hint of guilt. Going to the pool cost money, and knowing how Su Qinghu liked to do things properly, buying swimsuits was a must. The total cost for the three of them could easily wipe out their already meager savings. Su Qinghu looked at him, raising her eyebrows almost imperceptibly. Erdan was so anxious, he was practically scratching his head. He tried signaling his brother with his eyes, but Dan didn't respond. So Erdan swam over and grabbed Su Qinghu's other arm, changing the subject. Mom, when are we getting the bank books? Su Qinghu let it go for now. Tuesday. On Monday, ask your teacher for leave. She realized she hadn't considered how few bank branches there were these days, or how limited people's options for saving money were. After lunch, just a quick glance at the crowd waiting in the bank lobby was enough for Su Qinghu to give up on getting the kids' bank books done today. She'd just ask her supervisor for half a day off when the time came. That should be enough. Looking at the two boys, Su Qinghu smiled meaningfully. Of course, you could also bring out your little stashes, and I'll deposit them for you. Did Dan's eyes flicked left for a split second, but quickly returned. Dan just played dumb, staring at her without blinking. Su Qinghu watched them, marveling inwardly at their composure. These kids had nerves of steel. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of extraordinary parents they had, to give them both such looks and smarts. She withdrew her gaze and nodded at the opposite side. All right, let's race one lap. I'll give you a 20-meter head start. Whoever comes in first, I'll round up the amount in their bank book. As she spoke, she let go of Qianduoshu. Of course, Duoduo's included too. Did Dan, for once, spoke up. You can't push off the wall and you can't use freestyle. Both were fast swimming techniques and adults already had more stamina. If it was going to be fair, there had to be restrictions. Su Qinghu nodded. All right. Any other requests? Before he could finish, Su Qinghu supported him and walked him forward about 10 meters, then looked back at Did Dan and Erdan. He'll start from here. Any objections? Did Dan and Erdan shook their heads in unison. No. Okay, you two back up to the pool edge. That's your starting position. When I say go, the race starts. As soon as Su Qinghu finished, Did Dan and Erdan exchanged a look and quickly retreated to the starting point. I have 33 yuan. If she rounds it up, she'll have to give me 67. Did Dan tugged at Erdan in the water. Got it. Erdan got it instantly. Earlier, they'd sold 11 crafts for 70 yuan. Since it was hard to split, their new mom chipped in 7 yuan, so each was worth 7. Did Dan had 4 crafts, so 28 yuan, plus 5 yuan pocket money, making 33. He himself had sold 20 yuan's worth before, and today's 9 crafts made 63, plus pocket money, totaling 88. If new mom rounded up and Did Dan won, he'd get 67 yuan for free. If Dan won, he'd only get 12 more. So of course, Did Dan should win. Dan quickly made an okay gesture underwater, thought for a second, then looked at Su Qinghu and whispered to Did Dan, barely moving his lips, then share 12 yuan with me, I want a round number 2. Did Dan, eyes on Su Qinghu, also barely moved his lips and softly replied, Su Qinghu watched them, narrowing her eyes. These two were definitely up to something. Mom, we're ready. Dan called from the starting point. The moment the word left her mouth, Su Qinghu let go of Qianduoshu, checked he was fine, then quickly turned and rushed to the starting point. When the kids reached their set distance, she caught up in a flash. Chenyen watched her son paddling desperately, itching to rush over, but Mrs. Meng stopped her. If you're worried, just walk along the poolside. With 3 kids in the water and the strikingly beautiful Su Qinghu, they instantly drew a lot of attention. Many people stopped to watch their race. After one lap, the 3 kids, panting, looked at Su Qinghu with eyes full of accusation. Su Qinghu's face, lashes, and slender neck were all beaded with water, droplets falling from her delicate earlobes onto her collarbone, making her so beautiful it made hearts race. She tilted her head and grinned smugly. I won. It was a kind of dazzling, flamboyant beauty. She amazed the kids, the onlookers, and even Qin Yan and Mrs. Ming felt like they were seeing her in a whole new light. Can someone really be this good-looking? Still basking in the joy of defeating the kids, Su Qinghu laughed heartily. I won. I'm first. Did Dan and Air Dan blinked, still a bit dazed, they saw she'd won. Air Dan edged closer to Did Dan and whispered, does she want us to applaud for her? Did Dan didn't answer, unsure. Seriously? She's an adult. Does she really want kids to applaud her for winning? No. Qian Duoshu gripped the handrail, tilted his head, and mimicked the two, his voice small. Auntie said she's first. Did Dan and Air Dan glanced at him, then looked away. Did this little guy even know what they were talking about? His answer didn't even make sense. The impatience on the boys' faces vanished the moment they turned around. What does that mean? Erden stared wide-eyed at Dayton, shocked. Could it be? No. He refused to believe that guess. Dayton felt like he'd swallowed a stone, remembering what Su Qinghu had said earlier, whoever's number one, I'll round up their savings account. Whoever's number one, I'll round up their account. So, who's rounding up for whom? Seeing the boys practically bristle with anxiety, Su Qinghu finally smiled and said, all right, you don't have to round it up for me. You two can pick between washing dishes or cleaning. Decide together, and starting tomorrow, each of you does your job for 30 days. Dayton, true to his word, accepted his loss. Erden protested, but you didn't explain it clearly before. 30 days of cleaning wasn't a big deal, but it felt unfair. You didn't notice and you didn't ask, Su Qinghu said, blinking innocently. You two are always listening to people chat in the alley and the park. Haven't you ever heard of all's fair in war? This isn't war, it's word games, Erden pouted. You're an adult. We're just kids who don't know much. You're just taking advantage of us. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow, giving off a what are you gonna do about it vibe that made Erden want to stomp his feet. Are you helping Dad get even? Erden suddenly had a flash of insight, remembering the conversation after they'd caught the thief, and looked at Su Qinghu like he'd uncovered a secret. You are, aren't you? Su Qinghu instantly understood what Erden meant, but said, you're overthinking it. Erden gave her a knowing, magnanimous look, as if to say, don't bother denying it, I know everything, and flashed her a mysterious smile. That smile made Su Qinghu uneasy, like something bad was about to happen. Erden, you know I have a bad temper, right? Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes, giving him a little warning. Erden replied, you have the best temper of anyone I know. She never hit or scolded them, gave them pocket money, even took them out to earn money, and whatever they earned was theirs. What he liked most was that she included them in everything, always letting them try new things together. Su Qinghu could see Erden's sincerity, and her heart softened. She talked herself out of her worries. Forget it, let them stir up trouble. As long as it wasn't anything serious, she could handle it. Depending on how much mischief they made, she'd decide whether to set a trap for them in return. With that settled, Su Qinghu took the 3 kids to find Grandma Meng. With the kids cheering her on and Su Qinghu's careful explanations and demonstrations, Grandma Meng finally managed to float and swim a couple of meters. Swimming isn't that hard after all, Grandma Meng said, as if a whole new world had opened up to her, full of enthusiasm. Come on, Su Qinghu called, summoning the 3 little ones. Swim across with Grandma. At her command, the kids cheered and chattered around Grandma Meng. Once she'd swum a few meters, they chased after her, laughing. Su Qinghu glanced at Qin Yan. Aren't you coming? Qin Yan shot her a look, but didn't answer. She never even used a polite title. All right, I'm off then, Su Qinghu said, and shot off like an arrow, quickly catching up to Grandma Meng and the kids. Mom, just focus on swimming. Don't worry about the kids, I'm right behind you, Su Qinghu called out as she trailed behind. Since Su Qinghu had taught Grandma Meng to swim, there was nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Grandma Meng focused on comparing her movements to her daughter-in-law's, slowly improving her technique. Meanwhile, Qian Duoshu stopped swimming forward, turned around, and swam over to Su Qinghu. "Auntie, I'm tired." Su Qinghu stopped and scooped him up, massaging his arms and legs to relax his muscles. She was so practiced at this that she had Qian Duoshu sprawled out like a kitten, limp and content, almost purring. Qinyan, seeing her son swim over to Su Qinghu, hurried over and gently took him back, soothing him softly. Su Qinghu just smiled and waved Erden over. "Come here, I'll give you a massage too." Erden was delighted, swimming over and throwing his arms around Su Qinghu's neck. Su Qinghu nearly lost her balance. That's a bit much. One was nearly 4, the other almost 7. Both were little kids, but their weights were definitely different. After finishing with Erden, she set him on the edge of the pool and gave the sulking Dayton a massage too. When she was done, Su Qinghu sat with them by the pool, watching Grandma Meng swim more and more confidently. Qinyan stood in the pool with her son, waiting for Grandma Meng to finish. Qian Duoshu patted Qinyan's shoulder. "Mom, can I open a savings account on Tuesday morning too? I have a lot of money." Su Qinghu and the two boys turned to look at little Qian Duoshu in unison. So young and already has a lot of money. You couldn't blame them for staring. This kid was smart and had a clear sense of numbers. If he said he had a lot, he really did. Qinyan said, "Then I'll have your grandparents take you on Monday." "I want to go on Tuesday." Qian Duoshu pointed at Su Qinghu's family sitting together. "I want to go with Auntie." Qinyan felt a pang in her heart. "Is that okay, Mom?" Qian Duoshu persisted. "Auntie is smart, she won't lose my money." Su Qinghu waved him over. "That's right, not only will I not lose it, I'll round it up for you." As soon as she said it, she felt 2 daggers in her back. She turned to see Dayton and Erden's sour faces and laughed. "Of course, I'll round up yours too." Dayton turned away, refusing to look at her. They were just an afterthought. Erden said, "You never know. What if you lose the kid's money? Wouldn't you have to pay him back?" "No need," Qian Duoshu said. "Even if she loses it, she doesn't have to pay me back." Just as Erden was about to pout, Qian Duoshu flashed a toothy grin. "I'll just stay at your house and eat until I've made up the money, then go home." Qinyan felt another pang. Her precious son actually wanted to move out. "Second brother, you can spend my money," Qian Duoshu said, eyes crinkling with joy. "Dayton and Auntie too." He was just a little angel, shining bright. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Erden scoffed. "I don't need to spend your money. I have someone to take care of me." His parents had already given him plenty. Ever since they left the hospital, his new mom had been generous. Whatever other kids ate or wore, he and his brother got the same. If others didn't have something, they still did. Just his pocket money this month was more than what the top student in the whole school got. He was proud, a little smug even. But Qian Duoshu, who had yet to develop such strong emotional awareness at his age, looked up at Erden from Qinyan's arms and tried to sell himself. Duo has lots of money." Erden replied, "So do I. I can even earn my own money. But you have to save your money in the bank when it adds up." Qian Duoshu blinked and said seriously, "I put some of my money in the bank, but I still have lots to spend." Erden stared at Qian Duoshu in disbelief. This little guy was only 4, just 2 years younger than him. How did he have so much money? "Big brother, having one more person to spend money on you." Qian Duoshu gazed at Erden from across the way. "Isn't that good?" Qinyan couldn't take it anymore. Her son was in her arms, yet he was negotiating with someone else about leaving her. Duo, did you forget?" Qinyan reminded him. "Aren't you supposed to go to Shanghai with your dad's teacher during summer break?" "All right." Qian Duoshu drooped his head. Grandpa and Grandma had said that if you promised someone something, unless it was one of a few special situations, you had to keep your word. Su Qinghu watched Qinyan and Qian Duoshu with amusement, barely able to hold back her laughter. Her sister-in-law was actually competing for affection with a child. Just as she was laughing, she suddenly felt something brush against her back, and the nape of her neck was tugged. She narrowed her eyes and whipped her head around, catching sight of a middle-aged man about to walk past her. Without getting up, she used the emergency move Qinlai had taught her and kicked him straight into the pool. A huge splash erupted in the pool, drawing everyone's attention. The young man who'd come with the middle-aged man froze for a second before jumping in to pull him out. Su Qinghu watched with a blank face as the man choked on a few mouthfuls of water. The corners of her lips slowly curled up. Bastard, how dare he try to take advantage of her? Erden was the first to notice Su Qinghu's move. Watching her cold smile, he blinked, stood up, got ready, and then leapt at the flailing man, pushing him under the water again. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh, her anger instantly dissipating. At this point, Dayton also stood up and scolded Erden. I told you before, you can't just rush in to save someone in the water. With that, he dove in, sending up another spray, making it impossible for the nervous young man to keep his eyes open. I'm here to save you. Dayton swam over, exaggeratedly trying to pull the middle-aged man, flailing his limbs, and shouted, Uncle. Uncle, work with me. The water isn't deep, stop thrashing. Just as the man was about to lift his head, he suddenly let out a howl, clutching his groin and curling up. With that, he sank under the water, his mouth and nose filling with water. The middle-aged man let go and struggled to the surface, but now he couldn't even shout. Qian Duoshu stared, his mind a little muddled. Why did the big brother say they were saving someone, but their actions didn't look like saving at all? Chen Yan looked at the mischievous Dayton and Erden, then at Su Qinghu sitting calmly by the pool, and a phrase suddenly popped into her head, birds of a feather flock together. These three, just like Chen Lai, were definitely not good people in the traditional sense. Ms. Meng frowned, finally sensing something was off. She looked at the chaotic scene of adults and children, made sure her own family was fine, and called out, You two, come back. He's a grown man, what can you kids do? Dayton and Erden didn't wait for her to finish and swam back. Dayton stood in the water, face up, frowning and complaining, Grandma, that uncle clearly doesn't know any first aid. I tried to save him, but he wouldn't calm down and cooperate, and even tried to grab me. That's the most dangerous thing. Yeah, I heard from the grandpas who swim in winter that if someone falls in the water, you can't grab the rescuer, or both people will be in danger. Erden nodded seriously. That uncle grabbed my brother, and I couldn't pull him off. It was so scary. After the two finished complaining, the young man dragged the middle-aged man out of the pool. The man was still in pain, just gritting his teeth and glaring at the boys, unable to speak. The young man glanced at Su Qinghu's group, then quickly looked away. Just their looks alone, adults and kids alike, were enough to make anyone wary. What kind of family had every member, young and old, looking so good? Anyone with a brain could tell these people weren't to be messed with. Staff. Where's the staff? The middle-aged man finally caught his breath, his voice hoarse. I want to call the police. I want to file a complaint. The staff member in charge of pool safety came over, speaking politely, Sir, what would you like to complain about? If you want to call the police, I can help. What's the reason? The middle-aged man, forgetting his own behavior just moments ago, blurted out, I want to complain that your pool staff didn't rescue me in time. And I want to report these kids for attacking me. The staff paused, giving the onlookers a chance to react. Then an old man spoke up, We all saw the staff come over in time. By the time he got here, your friend had already dragged you out. Yeah, what's it got to do with the staff? And those kids were trying to save you. You didn't know what to do after falling in and started grabbing at them. If they hadn't done something, you would have dragged them under too. Have a conscience. With people like you twisting the truth, who'd dare save someone in trouble in the future? You don't know anything, the middle-aged man shouted. These kids attacked me. Didn't you see? They were saving you. How can you be so ungrateful? The middle-aged man, now furious and almost spitting blood, couldn't hold back anymore. Call the police. Get the police. The young man had no choice but to call. The police arrived quickly, checked the scene, found nothing amiss, and told everyone to take their conversation outside so as not to disturb other swimmers. Su Qinghu went outside, grabbed a piece of lightweight silk she'd cut earlier, and in a few quick moves, wrapped it into an off-shoulder short dress, striding out confidently. The policewoman following her tried to keep a straight face, but was inwardly delighted. What a beauty! Even her shoulders were so pretty. It was her. She tripped me. The middle-aged man, still in pain, glared at Su Qinghu, all other thoughts gone, and shouted angrily, "She's the one who tripped me into the pool." The male police officer followed the man's gaze, suddenly froze, then looked at Su Qinghu a couple more times before uncertainly looking away. Compared to the real person, that 2-inch photo was way off. After asking a few routine questions, the officer got to the point. Just 2 or 3 questions in, the middle-aged man started to panic. "Comrade, are you all right?" "Please answer truthfully," the officer said. "The area where those women were is not on your way out of the swimming pool, and this female comrade was sitting right at the edge of the pool, barely a foot wide." "You?" I was just trying to measure the perimeter of the pool." The middle-aged man blurted out a foolish answer in his panic. "The pool already has the length and width marked." Xian Duoshu blinked. "Uncle, do you even know how long your average step is?" The man was stunned, looking at Xian Duoshu as if she were some rare creature, full of disbelief. How old was this kid? She already knew about perimeters, lengths, widths, and average step lengths? "Officer, I fell in by myself. I don't want to report it anymore." Realizing something was wrong, the man glanced at Su Qinghu and her group, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. He turned to leave. Damn. Why would rich and powerful people come to a public swimming pool like this? Can't they pull some strings to use the fancy pools in the compounds? "Wait a minute," the officer called after the man, his tone official. "Comrade, this constitutes a false police report. Please come with us for further education." He had his colleagues escort the man out first. The officer lagged a few steps behind, and once the others were out of sight, he raised his hand smartly and saluted Su Qinghu. "Sister-in-law." Su Qinghu was taken aback. "You know me?" "I recognize your photo," the officer, Xiao Yang, smiled. "I just transferred here at the end of May. I've been getting used to the new job and environment, and haven't had a chance to visit your home yet. But Captain Chen already came to see me, so I know about you." Su Qinghu was still confused. "Photo?" She didn't have any photos except for the marriage certificate. "Your marriage certificate photo," Xiao Yang grinned. "If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. Captain Chen already gave me a heads up." Su Qinghu's eyes crinkled with a smile. "All right, if I really need something, I definitely won't be polite." The marriage certificate was locked safely in her bedside drawer, and it didn't look like it had been touched. "So, when did Chenlai take it out?" Kai Huaying chatted a bit more, then strode off. Su Qinghu, in high spirits, chuckled softly, withdrew her gaze, bent down and cupped the heads of Dan, Dan, and Xian Duoshu, kissing each of them on the forehead. "Thank you, my 3 little men, for protecting me." Dan beamed and boasted to Chenlai, "Daddy protected you too." Your dad protected me too." Su Qinghu nodded, her smile bright and radiant. "When he comes back, I'll reward him too." Chen Yan had been shocked that her brother Chenlai had greeted the officer and looked after Su Qinghu. Now, hearing Su Qinghu say she'd reward Chenlai after kissing the kids, she nearly lost it. Is she going to kiss Chenlai too? Did she have to say it out loud? Even if the kids didn't get it, their mom was right there. Wasn't she embarrassed at all? At first, Mrs. Meng had mixed feelings when the young officer mentioned her son had told him to look after Su Qinghu. Now, hearing Su Qinghu say she'd reward her son with a kiss, she felt a bit embarrassed to witness this little marital affection. But then she thought, maybe it's good that her daughter-in-law expresses her feelings openly. The next second, she couldn't help but smile. It's nice, this vibrant, lively energy is truly refreshing. After leaving the pool, no one planned to go back in. They quickly showered and tidied up, then left the swimming center together. It was still early, but Chen Yan was getting restless. She was a bit worried about how Qian Yin and her in-laws were handling the guests, so after telling her mother, Mrs. Meng, she took a reluctant Qian Duoshu and left. Mrs. Meng looked at Su Qinghu, who smiled. "Let's go to my place first, return the car, then head to the compound to see Dad." She had everything arranged nicely, which made Mrs. Meng happy. She followed Su Qinghu home and waited while she returned the car. But Su Qinghu didn't return the car right away. First, she went to the kitchen to fetch the watermelon she'd put in the cold water bucket that morning, planning to share it with everyone. Just as she came out holding the watermelon, she saw Dan dart out of the living room at lightning speed. She could practically feel the wind he stirred up. Watching him disappear out the door, Su Qinghu entered the living room, puzzled. "Where did Dan go?" Mrs. Ming said, "I don't know. I just poured myself a glass of water, turned around, and he was gone." Dan met Su Qinghu's gaze and shook his head without hesitation. Dan had gone into her bedroom before running out. That wasn't something he should tell her, right? Su Qinghu knew Dan wasn't telling the truth, but didn't press further. It was hot outside, and all she wanted was to enjoy some cold watermelon and cool down. Meanwhile, Dan had already dashed to the nearest post office. He handed his sweaty, crumpled money to the clerk, asked for paper, an envelope, and a stamp, then wrote a dozen lines in a mix of Pinyin and Chinese characters. He folded a paper square from his pocket, stuffed it in, and grinned as he handed it over. "Uncle, please send my letter quickly." The clerk glanced at the address and smiled more warmly. "I will. Now hurry home, it's hot outside." Dan answered loudly and scampered home. They were cutting watermelon at home. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who'd been worrying about Chenlai, finished writing a 3- or 4-page letter, sealed it, put on a stamp, and mailed it out. Chenlai, who was no longer in the country, had no idea what kind of earth-shattering surprises would be waiting for him when he returned. Dan ran home, gobbled up several pieces of watermelon, and finally collapsed contentedly in a chair. When Su Qinghu asked where he'd gone, he didn't lie. He said he'd mailed a letter to his dad, Chenlai. That was a kid's private business, so Su Qinghu just nodded and didn't ask what he'd written. Later, they went to the compound, had dinner, and brought the kids home. After sending the children to bathe, Su Qinghu finally had time to check the red envelope Li Ruixuan had given her. It was a thick stack, all 10 yuan bills. Su Qinghu counted them 100 bills. 1,000 yuan, just as she'd expected. She put the money away, took out the cash Chenlai had left for her, sorted out the amount she wanted to set aside for the kids, then stretched and smiled. She needed to plan out this 1,000 yuan well. Her goal was to earn 10,000, to become a 10,000 yuan household. Ever since Monday, Erden had been a little restless. This state lasted until the bank book was sorted out and Su Qinghu managed to scrape together a full 100 yuan to deposit for him. Only then did he finally calm down. But once he was back to normal, he started acting a bit floaty, his words and actions radiating a nouveau riche vibe that you could practically see with the naked eye. Dayton tried to talk some sense into him a few times, but when it didn't work, he just gave up in frustration. Su Qinghu had noticed these past few days that the kid was practically floating when he walked, but putting herself in his shoes, she thought, if someone had suddenly deposited 10,000 yuan for her back in her childhood, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't be strutting around like she didn't recognize her own family. Let him enjoy it, she thought. The excitement would pass. It wasn't until Saturday, when Su Qinghu came home from work and was greeted not just by her 2 kids, but also by a strange woman, that she belatedly realized this might be serious. Seeing how awkward the kids looked in front of this woman, Su Qinghu didn't even have to think. She immediately pegged her as a teacher. Su Qinghu wanted to turn around and walk right back out. She'd never been called in for a talk with a teacher in her life. "You're Gao Haixing's parent, right?" The teacher stood up and looked at Su Qinghu, who had frozen at the door. "I'm Zhou Jiaqi, Haixing's Chinese teacher and his homeroom teacher." Su Qinghu forced herself to smile normally. "Hello, teacher." Just a second before seeing Zhou Jiaqi, Su Qinghu had still been in that easygoing, let the kids be happy mood. But when she realized Zhou Jiaqi wasn't smiling at all as she greeted her, Su Qinghu started to feel a chill. Just what kind of trouble had Erden gotten himself into this time? With zero experience as a parent or in dealing with teachers, Su Qinghu was panicking inside. "Yan En, Shengxing, why didn't you invite the teacher into the living room?" Dayton was so shocked by the Yan En that he froze on the spot, staring at Su Qinghu as goosebumps broke out all over him. He opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't get a word out. Erden was just about to chirp a cheerful response, but then he caught sight of his homeroom teacher next to him and quickly shut his mouth. Seeing his brother stay silent, he stammered, "Teacher said you weren't home, so she waited in the yard. She said she'd go into the living room to talk with you when you got back." The further he got, the softer his voice became. By the time he said the last two words, he was starting to get nervous himself. One of his little buddies who sat at the back of the class had gotten a home visit from the teacher, and his parents had spanked him so hard he didn't dare sit down for days. He'd had to stand for class for almost a week. Erden sucked in a breath, looking at Su Qinghu with a mix of fear and suspicion. Was she going to beat him after the teacher left? Su Qinghu also drew in a sharp breath. "A talk, huh? Mrs. Gao, would you prefer we talk here in the yard or go to the living room?" Zhou Jiaqi's expression hadn't changed since the beginning, her tone flat and unreadable. "This might take a while." Su Qinghu's heart started to float, but she kept a bright smile on her face as she quickly stepped forward to welcome the teacher into the living room. "Please, Teacher Zhou, let's talk inside." The teacher hadn't said anything yet, no need to scare herself. Zhou Jiaqi hadn't expected the student's parent to be so young, but no matter how young, she still had to take responsibility. So her attitude softened just a touch, then hardened again. "Please have a seat, teacher," Su Qinghu said, ushering her to a chair and instructing Dayton to pour her a glass of water. Only then did she smile and say, "Thank you for coming all this way in this heat." Zhou Jiaqi was in her early 30s and didn't seem to smile much. There were barely any lines at the corners of her eyes. She finally sat down and replied, "It's my duty." Su Qinghu had never faced a teacher as a parent before, so she could only go with her gut. "Sheng, what happened?" It didn't feel right to call them Dayton and Erden in front of the teacher, but using their full names felt weird too. As she was debating what to call them, Erden's earlier Yan Sheng popped into her head, so she just went with it. Awkward as it was, it didn't seem too out of place. Maybe just a little sappy? "What happened?" The teacher glanced at Erden and said calmly, "He recruited a few underlings." "Oh, and he started a gang." The teacher looked at Su Qinghu and dropped another bomb. "The gang even has a name, a Qing Yanhai." Cough, cough, cough. Su Qinghu choked so hard she started coughing uncontrollably. The teacher continued, "I checked. The children's father's name isn't in the gang name. So, is there someone in your family whose name starts with the first character of the gang's name?" Tears sprang to Su Qinghu's eyes as she looked at Teacher Zhou. She really wanted to say, "Teacher, you already know the answer, so why ask?" She was one step away from being asked to state her name. The kids may be young, but the gang name is actually quite nice. It has a sense of vastness, like the 5 lakes and 4 seas, and a bit of heroic chivalry, the teacher said, looking at Su Qinghu. Whether it's in business or naming, the first character is always significant. It carries meaning. Su Qinghu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. What was the teacher getting at with this slow, methodical analysis? She wasn't their ringleader, or even a member, for crying out loud. Gao Haixing's older brother is Zhang Anyan Yen comes first, then Hai. That suggests the order is based on some sequence, or maybe the importance of each person in his mind. The fact that Qing comes first means the person with that character in their name holds a certain weight in his heart. Su Qinghu, who cares about importance? The real question is, am I about to take the fall for this? Dayton kept his head down, not looking at the teacher, Su Qinghu or Erden. Erden, on the other hand, wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked a little impressed. If it weren't for the situation, he might have applauded the teacher. So cultured. Having his gang's name analyzed like that made it sound so grand and impressive. Noticing the look of admiration directed at her, Zhou Jiaqi paused, then looked at Su Qinghu even more sternly. "You understand what I mean, right, Mrs. Gao?" Su Qinghu's head was spinning. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Erden's expression and almost laughed in exasperation. Understand? What was there to understand? She didn't want to understand at all. "Don't worry, Teacher Zhou, I understand. I'll make sure to educate him properly," Su Qinghu said solemnly. "When school starts on Monday, I promise you'll see a brand new Erden." Erden was dumbfounded, staring at Su Qinghu as alarm bells rang in his head. Was she really going to give him a beating and make him turn over a new leaf? There's one more thing besides forming a gang and recruiting underlings, Zhou Jiaqi said. Did you know he's been skipping school? Even Dayton, who'd been embarrassed by his brother, suddenly looked up and glared at Erden. You skipped school. Half an hour later, Su Qinghu finally saw her teacher off. The teacher just wouldn't stop talking, and Su Qinghu couldn't find a way to cut her off, so she had to keep walking her, all the way to the bus stop before the teacher finally, mercifully, let her go. She walked home with a strange look in her eyes, feeling a bit lightheaded, almost floating. By now, Big Egg had already finished beating up Second Egg and was standing there with his hand out, face stern, staring at him. Second Egg stammered, not daring to fight back, and started digging through his school bag. Big Egg was all business. Not a single cent left. Okay. Second Egg was afraid of making his brother angry, and he knew he was in the wrong, so he obediently handed over all his money. It's all here. Big Egg took the money and turned to leave, but Second Egg grabbed him. Bro, is she going to hit me? Big Egg stopped and looked at him without saying a word. Su Qinghu, who had just reached the front gate, let out a cold snort, then closed the courtyard door behind her and started flexing her hands as she walked toward the two of them. Close the door and beat the dog. Seeing Su Qinghu's movements, Second Egg's hair stood on end. His mind was suddenly filled with images of dumb dogs barking their heads off. Was he about to become one of those dumb dogs? Big Egg wasn't sure if Su Qinghu was really going to hit anyone, but in the next second, he stepped in front of Second Egg and made a hand gesture. It meant, play it by ear, and if things go south, climb the wall and run. Second Egg swallowed nervously as Su Qinghu got closer and closer. He wanted to run, but for some reason, his legs just wouldn't move, as if they'd grown roots. Big Egg saw that Second Egg had lost all his usual quick-wittedness and was just standing there like an idiot. Without thinking, he stepped forward and blocked Su Qinghu's path. I already gave him a beating. Su Qinghu glanced at him expressionlessly, walked around him, and left. Second Egg's mouth hung open as he stared blankly at Su Qinghu's back. She just left like that? Big Egg pursed his lips, watching Su Qinghu walk into the living room and then into her bedroom, equally stunned. She's not going to hit anyone? Then what was with all that wrist flexing just now? Bro? Second Egg called out to Big Egg. Is she just going to stew in her own anger? Big Egg frowned and glared at him. Go reflect on what you've done. With that, he went back into the yard, pulled out his homework, and started writing furiously at the table. Second Egg tried to reflect for a while, but couldn't come up with anything, so he tiptoed into the living room, glanced at his brother who was hard at work, and quickly pulled out his own homework to do the same. He'd started a little gang, sure, but he hadn't done anything wrong. He didn't charge anyone protection fees, and he even took them out to earn money together. Where else could you find such a good deal? Chewing on his pencil, Second Egg started reviewing everything he'd done this week. Right, he'd skipped school, but he hadn't fallen behind. He understood everything the teacher taught and always answered questions correctly. Meanwhile, Su Qinghu threw herself onto her bed, buried her face in her pillow, and started pounding the mattress, whining. Qing Yanhai, Qing Yanhai, Qing Yanhai my ass. Why not call him Lai Yanhai, huh? Wasn't Qinlai supposed to be their beloved father? Didn't he hold a high place in their hearts? So what's going on now? He's still important? Still has a place? Do they have to mess with her like this? If Qinlai or her in-laws ever found out about this. Su Qinghu covered her face. So embarrassing. But for now, embarrassment was the least of her worries. The most important thing was figuring out how to get Second Egg back on track. The kid was too smart. If she tried to scare him into dropping out and working a street stall to experience the hardships of life, he might not only fail to learn any lesson, but actually thrive out there. She ran through all sorts of scenarios in her head, only to reject them one by one. Lying on her back, Su Qinghu stared at the ceiling, her mind going blank. If only Qinlai were here, she could just dump the problem on him, and whether he wanted to or not, he'd have to deal with it. Closing her eyes, Su Qinghu thought and thought, and before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep. 3 hours later, after finishing all their homework and reciting every passage they'd learned this semester, the two brothers were finally spent. They exchanged a glance, then looked towards Su Qinghu's bedroom door. Big Egg stared at the door, his well-shaped brows furrowing. An uncontrollable thought crept into his mind. She wouldn't do anything stupid, would she? Second Egg didn't think that far. He just sighed, clutching his growling stomach, and said weakly, "Bro, I'm hungry." "Then go eat outside," Big Egg snapped, his nerves frayed by his own worries. "The money's on the table, take it yourself." Second Egg looked at the allowance his brother had confiscated, then at Big Egg. "You want me to go alone? You're not coming. You think you're that spoiled brat Duoshu or something?" Big Egg glared at him. "Eat if you want, don't eat if you don't." His little brother wasn't like this before. He used to be tough, none of this whiny, wishy-washy stuff. What's with all this yen shushing nonsense? Not manly at all. Second Egg grabbed the money and headed for the door, wanting to prove he wasn't a little kid. But after a couple steps, he stopped, turned back, and asked, "You're really not eating? Then I'll ask Mom." Under Big Egg's incredulous gaze, Second Egg walked back, stopped at Su Qinghu's bedroom door, and knocked. "Mom, it's time to eat. What do you want?" Big Egg watched him, his expression growing strange. Second Egg waited a while, pressed his ear to the door, and listened. No response. He blinked, knocked again. Second Egg turned to Big Egg. "Bro? I think Mom's asleep. Should I keep calling her?" Big Egg didn't answer. Instead, he stood up, went outside, and peered through the window. Su Qinghu had gotten off work at 6, chatted with the teacher for about an hour, and the two brothers had done homework and recited texts for about 3 hours. It was now 10 at night. Looking through the window, he could only see darkness. Taking a deep breath, Big Egg rushed to Su Qinghu's bedroom door and started pounding on it. Second Egg looked at him, baffled. "Bro, isn't that a bit much? Go find the flashlight." Big Egg barked at his brother as he kept banging on the door. Second Egg didn't dare ask more. He found the flashlight in their room and handed it over. "Here." Big Egg took the flashlight, rushed to Su Qinghu's window, turned it on, and shone it inside. The beam swept across and landed right on Su Qinghu's ghostly, staring eyes. Big Egg's hand shook. Before he could even gasp, Second Egg shrieked and leapt onto him, knocking them both to the ground. As they fell, Big Egg was still thinking, she's definitely alive, right? Su Qinghu sat on her bed, clutching her wildly pounding heart, feeling like she'd almost died from fright. She had no idea when she'd fallen asleep. When she first heard the knocking at the door, she subconsciously thought she was dreaming and just drifted back into a hazy sleep. It wasn't until the urgent, heart-stopping pounding on the door exploded in her ears that she jolted upright. Then she saw the beam of a flashlight shining in from outside the window. "You too," Su Qinghu, shuffling out in her slippers, squinted at the two troublemakers who were just getting up. "What are you up to?" Dan stood up, patted the dust off himself, and said nothing. Dan said, "We wanted to wake you up for dinner." Su Qinghu blinked in confusion, raised her wrist to check her watch, but it was too dark to see the time. Just as she was about to give up, Dan shone the flashlight over for her. Su Qinghu glanced at him, then looked down at the time. 10:11? Su Qinghu looked up at the sky in disbelief, but all she saw was darkness. She started to feel guilty. Why didn't you go out to eat at dinner time? She felt like she'd only napped for a little while. Dan replied, "We were doing homework too late and forgot about dinner." "I'm punishing myself," Dan said earnestly, looking at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu almost rolled her eyes. "You're punishing yourself? Do you even know what you did wrong?" "I shouldn't have skipped school." Dan quickly added, "Big brother already beat me up, and I know I was wrong. I definitely won't skip school again." Su Qinghu crossed her arms and looked down at him. "Skipping school isn't the end of the world, but getting caught by the teacher and making them come for a home visit, that's where you messed up." Dan's mouth fell open, not sure if he'd heard her right. Did Dan really wanted Su Qinghu to stop talking? What was she saying? They already had a record of skipping school, and now she was encouraging Dan to keep doing it? People in the alley said some stepmothers just want to ruin kids, never scolding or punishing them when they do wrong, even encouraging and praising them. Do you know what kind of student can skip class without the teacher making a fuss? Su Qinghu leaned down, looking at Dan. Dan tensed up. I don't know. Only if you're so outstanding that no one else can compare, then the teacher won't care. At that point, whatever you do, the teacher will think it's all to make yourself even better. Su Qinghu straightened up as he stared at her in shock, then added, "Actually, there's another situation." Su Qinghu continued, "Another situation is if our family is rich, like, at least the richest in the provincial capital. If money is just a number to us and your mom gives the teacher a heads up, saying we have so much money we can't even count it, and even if you turn out to be a good-for-nothing, the family will never let you starve, then sure, skip class all you want." Dan's mouth dropped open. The richest person in the provincial capital, just how much money was that? Of course, there's a risk you have to consider with that second scenario. Su Qinghu took a couple of steps, then smiled. Dan, use your smart little brain and think, what's the risk? Dan finally shifted from anger at Su Qinghu's earlier words to thoughtful consideration. Dan thought hard, really hard, but in the end, under Su Qinghu's gaze, he could only shake his head. "I can't figure it out." "What about you, Dan?" Su Qinghu asked. Dan thought for a moment. "If you rely on a mountain, it can collapse. If you rely on people, they can leave. If the parents get divorced and neither wants the kid, then the good-for-nothing might starve to death." Dan's eyes went wide. He was looking at Su Qinghu, but his mind was already picturing the scene his brother described. Su Qinghu was momentarily speechless at Dan's answer. "Well, he's not wrong. That scenario isn't impossible. What you said could happen, but it's not the worst." Su Qinghu's face turned serious. "The worst is if the family goes bankrupt, everyone's eating gruel, and debt collectors are chasing you down. The debt is so big that it'll take your parents, you, and your children's children to pay it off." Dan sucked in a sharp breath. The old men in the park had told them the story of Yugong moves the mountain. If paying off debt was like digging a mountain. Just thinking about it made Dan shiver. "Are you thinking of Yugong moves the mountain?" Su Qinghu glanced at Dan with a fake smile. "Don't even think about it. Yugong didn't have anyone interfering. If you owe money, crowds of people will be camped at your door every day, so you won't even have time to go out and earn money. You'll be worn down until you die." Dan gulped. I'll call the police. They're just collecting debts, not doing anything illegal." "What can the police do?" Su Qinghu kept hammering it in. "Good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. With so many people chasing you for money, it'll be hard to find a job, and if you want to start a business, people will doubt your credit and might not want to work with you." "Tsk tisk," Su Qinghu shook her head. "That's just miserable." Dan stood there in a daze. If the debt collectors came in droves, even if he had 500 little followers, they couldn't hold them off, right? Even Dan felt a chill down his spine at Su Qinghu's words, unable to stop himself from picturing that debt collection scene. "Sigh, you two think about it." With that, Su Qinghu headed for the kitchen. At this hour, there was probably nowhere open to eat, so she'd have to cook herself. Tomatoes, eggs, seasonal vegetables, flour, rice, and other easy-to-store root vegetables. Tomato and egg drop noodle soup, then. Easy to make and easy to digest. She put flour in a bowl, added water, mixed enough for 3 people, stir-fried tomatoes until juicy, added water to boil, dropped in the dough bits, poured in the beaten eggs. In less than 20 minutes, the 3 of them were sitting at the table, each with a bowl, quietly eating their soup. After eating, the 2 boys went to wash the dishes and clean up. Su Qinghu stood to the side, watching them, her mind elsewhere. Soon, as they finished tidying up the kitchen, Su Qinghu spoke. "Tomorrow, I'm taking you 2 somewhere." "Where?" Dan's mood perked up a bit. Tomorrow was the weekend. Was their new mom taking them out to play again? Su Qinghu said, "The police station." She said it so casually that the 2 boys almost choked. Dan's eyes went wide. Why are we going to the police station? I didn't commit a crime. He started babbling. Okay, I did start a gang, and I do have little followers, but I'm not collecting protection money or doing anything bad. Why was she taking him to the police station? Even if I sent your painting to Dad without your permission, that's not a crime, right? The little brat sent the painting to Chinlai? Was it the one she'd been searching for days and still hadn't found? That's it, she was going to beat this kid. There will be a bonus update for monthly votes later. If you hit me, I won't celebrate your birthday for you. Dan tilted his little face up, glaring at Su Qinghu's twitching hand, just as angry. Puffing out his cheeks, craning his neck, he shouted indignantly, and I won't give you your present either. Su Qinghu almost blurted out, fine, don't. Who even cares about your birthday celebration? But the words got stuck in her throat. Looking at Dan, her anger just wouldn't rise any higher. If she couldn't even get angry, how was she supposed to discipline the kid? She'd never actually hit a child before. She'd just wanted to use her anger to give Dan a lesson in love. But now, she'd imagined all sorts of reactions from Dan. Maybe he'd accuse her, maybe he'd run wild around the yard, or maybe he'd climb over the wall and escape, then come back later with a cheeky grin and try to laugh it off. But she hadn't expected him to play such a risky card. This move, Su Qinghu really hadn't seen it coming. And, because she hadn't, she was a little stunned. After all, she didn't even know when her own birthday was. Yet this 6-year-old, who'd only been with her for less than a month, had remembered it. Not only that, he'd even prepared a birthday present for her. Su Qinghu looked at Dan, wanting to tear her hair out. This kid had really stumped her. Now she had no way to back down gracefully. How was she supposed to calm down naturally? But now, backing down felt a little unsatisfying. That painting. Su Qinghu wanted to cry but had no tears. Just thinking about that painting made her heart race uncontrollably, and it was so embarrassing. You two, right now, immediately go to bed. Su Qinghu snapped, exasperated. If you're a minute late, I'll tan both your hides. Forget it, she told herself. No need to hit the kids, they hadn't really done anything wrong. She'd just have to find another way to teach this little rascal a lesson. Watching the two kids dash off to the bedroom, Su Qinghu let out a long sigh, and after a while, grumbled her way to bed herself. She'd thought she'd have some weird dream that night, like the one where Chinlai represented humanity to wipe her out, Dan as a spider demon, Dan as a gourd boy fighting her, something absurd and funny. But instead, she slept soundly through the night. As soon as she opened her eyes, the image of the painting Dan had sent to Chinlai flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help blushing. Shaking her head, Su Qinghu told herself, what's the big deal? It's just a painting. Just a painting about the beauty of the human form. If Chinlai asked about it, she'd just give him a proper art lecture. Of course, if he didn't ask, if she could just play dumb, that would be even better. With her mental pep talk finished, she didn't give herself a chance to back out. She rolled out of bed, got dressed quickly, slipped on her shoes, and knocked on the kids' door. Up. You have 10 minutes to get dressed and come out. Hurry up and wash your faces and brush your teeth. With that, she went to wash up herself. Afterward, she headed out to buy breakfast, made a phone call to confirm something, and then brought breakfast home. After they ate, Su Qinghu tapped the table twice to get their attention. In a bit, change your shoes. Don't wear sandals. Dan didn't say anything, which meant he agreed. Dan asked why. It's summer, sandals are cool. No reason. Su Qinghu lifted her chin. Just do as I say. Don't ask so many questions. If I tell you to change, there's a reason for it. What kind of shoes then? After 3 hours of Su Qinghu giving him the cold shoulder yesterday, Dan was still feeling the after effects, so he just wanted to chat with her a bit more now. Cloth shoes, Su Qinghu replied. Was this kid still scared from yesterday? In this heat, besides sandals, cloth shoes were the only other cool option. Once the kids changed their shoes, Su Qinghu grabbed her bag, locked the door, and hailed a cab straight to their destination. Mom, why aren't we taking the bus? Dan asked. The three of them could take the bus round trip for less than 50 cents. But a cab cost 10 yuan, no bargaining. Su Qinghu glanced at Did Dan first, then at Dan, giving him a meaningful look before turning back to Did Dan. Zhang Anyan, someone's stealing your lines. Did Dan, hearing his name, hadn't planned to respond, but remembering how his little brother had upset her yesterday, he turned to look at her anyway. Expressionless, no telling if he was happy or not. You really don't care how I spend money? No matter how much. Su Qinghu found this feeling novel, like discovering a new world. If I spend all the money in the house, you won't even cry? Did Dan really didn't want to bother with her anymore and turned to stare straight ahead. When they opened their bank accounts, he and his brother each deposited 100 yuan. She deposited some too, but they hadn't seen how much. But the bank uncle and auntie had smiled at her so warmly and even asked if she was interested in government bonds. He and his brother often listened to the old men in the park and alleys chat about everything under the sun, so they knew what government bonds were. If they were asking her about bonds, she must have deposited quite a bit. He calculated, if each basket she sold was 8 yuan, she could have nearly 300 yuan. 300 yuan, that would last a long time. Plus, she'd be getting her salary soon. 10 yuan for a cab didn't seem like a big deal anymore. With no more threat of starving or dropping out of school, Did Dan felt much more at ease. Of course, it also helped that he'd already come to terms with things. Whenever they ran out of money, they'd just deal with it then.